Supreme God Emperor Chapter 29:54 to Chapter 30:37. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. Go back. Tell Xianyuan Ke to make more preparations. It is the Xianyuan clan's mission to protect the carefree divine emperor's bloodline, and Mu Yun is also someone the Xianyuan clan should protect. In fact, she is the one we should protect the most. Ren Gangang and Cho Chiyan nodded and disappeared in a flash. Lu Qingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood on the reef and looked into the distance without making a sound. My lord. A voice sounded at this moment. It was Xianxia, whom Mu Yun had met in the Kuan-Su world. The mysterious array master. Xianxia, how's the preparation going? My lord, it's done. The ultimate gods in the sect are preparing to awaken. Good. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said no more. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, my lord, that's the culmination of all your efforts over the years. Are you really going to go all out? Yes. Lu Qingfeng said slowly, I founded the Divine Sword sect all those years ago for today. I have been preparing for this ever since I entered the Kanglan Myriad Realms. It was all for today. Xianxia sighed inwardly. His lord had sacrificed too much for Mu Yun. But he still didn't understand why. Tell them to be on standby. Before that, no one is to discover them. Yes. Xianxia cupped his hands and disappeared. Lu Qingfeng was still standing on the reef, looking into the distance as if he was still waiting. Slowly, the space fluctuated and a figure slowly stepped out at this moment. The person was dressed in white with a white cloak and a white veil covering his face. Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng bowed respectfully when he saw the person. The white-robed man said slowly, don't worry, I'm here. I'm worried because you're here. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently. The white-robed man was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Although I'm cooperating with the human emperor and only met you in the immortal world back then, as you said, you're my disciple, and he's also my disciple. This Divine Sword Pavilion is my life's work. My daughter is also in the Divine Sword Pavilion now. Moreover, he's already my son-in-law. Why should I harm him? Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng fell silent. The white-robed man said indifferently, everything I have done is for the Divine Sword Pavilion and for all of you. Don't think that just because I'm a clone, I don't have any emotions. But you lied to him. Lu Qingfeng murmured, he hates it the most in his life when others deceive him, but you deceived him. Moreover, you don't know that because of your death, he went mad and became an enemy of the entire immortal world. Hearing that, the white-clothed, white-robed man's body froze. He sighed and said, that is part of Human King's plan. Is that so? Lu Qingfeng seemed to be asking, but at the same time, he seemed to be asking himself. The white-robed man fell silent. Slowly, the white-robed man took off his veil. There was a sword wound on his left eye, which looked very conspicuous. His face was quite handsome. The man's handsomeness was not affected by the sword wound at all. On the contrary, he looked very handsome. However, that face was incomparably familiar. If Mu Yun and Yisueki were here at this moment, they would be extremely shocked. Exterminating heavenly flames. The #1 sword of the immortal world, exterminating heavenly flames. It was also Mu Yun's former master as an immortal king. It was exterminating heavenly flames that led Mu Yun to the path of swordsmanship and influenced Mu Yun. Back then, exterminating heavenly flames had already died in the immortal world. But now, he appeared here. Lu Qingfeng looked at that face and said leisurely, I don't know if Human King is alive or dead. I don't know if your agreement with him still counts. I just hope you know. If you dare to plot against him in your plan, I will definitely kill you. Within 1,000 years, I, Lu Qingfeng, will become the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Exterminating heavenly flames, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. As soon as Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. At this moment, exterminating heavenly flames stood by the seaside, but in his mind, scenes appeared one after another. Wow, Master, you are so powerful. I want to be like you and become a powerful sword immortal. Master, this set of swordsmanship is too simple. I want to change it. Master, little senior sister bullied me today. You taught your daughter a good swordsmanship, but you didn't teach me. Scene after scene appeared in front of him. Exterminating heavenly flames sighed slowly. Mu'er. Master, lied to you, but I also treat you as a disciple. Exterminating heavenly flames said faintly. Buzz. At this moment, space fluctuated. A figure, dressed in tattered clothes and a pair of straw sandals, with messy long hair, walked out like a beggar by the roadside. To be able to step through space, this person was at least a god venerable. However, it was hard to compliment him with his hibernating attire. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Wang Jiandong. Exterminating heavenly flames smiled slightly when he saw the person who came. You are the spokesperson of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Aren't you afraid that your appearance will bring shame to the reputation of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Hearing this, Wang Jiandong grinned. Hee, I don't care. Wang Jiandong chuckled. Back then, when I brought all of you to the human realm and took away the human emperor's 9 daughters-in-law, I wasn't afraid of being struck to death by the human emperor. I'm not afraid of those stubborn old men in the pavilion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. In the 9th heaven realm, other than the Imperial Abyss Pavilion, it was the only first-class force that looked down on all the races in the myriad worlds. Wang Jiantong sat down and leaned against a rock, looking extremely lazy. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has intervened in the affairs of the myriad worlds over the years. You say that the disputes of the myriad worlds have nothing to do with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but in the dark, you have interfered in all kinds of ways. As soon as these words came out, Wang Jiandong laughed. You're wrong. If the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion really didn't interfere, it would have been destroyed long ago. It wouldn't have been able to stand for so many years. What we did was according to the demonstration of the Heavenly Secrets Mirror. We didn't do anything on purpose. Hearing this, Exterminating Heavenly Flames laughed and cried. There's already news? Yes. Wang Jiandong smiled. The Heavenly Secrets Mirror is ranked 11th among the Great Desolate 13 Supreme Treasures. It doesn't have any other abilities, but this is very simple. Looking at Exterminating Heavenly Flames, Wang Jiandong said again, do you really want to calculate your own life? I don't think the result will be good. Cut the crap. This is what I promised the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Exterminating Heavenly Flames waved his hand, and a jade seal fell. Wang Jiandong looked at it and put it away. He grinned and said, what you want is your business. I can't control it. As for the result, it's all up to you. As soon as Wang Jiantong finished speaking, he tossed out a scroll. Receiving the scroll, Wang Jiandong chuckled. The Divination Pavilion can predict the future. This result can't be wrong. Mietianyan, you have achieved the sword body. In the future, you will be able to become a dominator, or even an emperor. Think about it yourself. As Wang Jiandong finished his words, his figure flashed and disappeared. Mietianyan held the scroll in his hand. Veins bulged on his knuckles, and he looked conflicted. Should I read it or not? Exterminating Heavenly Flame smiled bitterly. I have already decided. What is there to be afraid of? Mietianyan waved his hand, and the scroll floated in front of him. Lines of text appeared at this moment, then slowly turned into smoke and disappeared. However, the words on the scroll were engraved in Mietianyan's heart. Is that so? Mietianyan smiled bitterly and muttered, looks like the result still depends on me. Qing Feng, Xueqi, Mu'er. Mietianyan muttered, my choice. Mietianyan looked at the sea in front of him and remained silent. Like a statue, he stood there and did not move for a long time. East Wilderness, Cloud Hall. Tens of thousands of supreme martial artists began to mobilize. Breaking into the secret realm, increasing their cultivation. This news spread like wildfire. The entire Cloud Hall was bustling with activity. Xianxia looked around the square and saw people moving around. He could not help but look at Chou Qian and Ren Gangang. They agreed just like that? What if the Wu Ta clan cheated us? Xianxia was puzzled. Would the Wu Ta clan be so kind? Would they share the sacred site with the Cloud Hall? What a joke, Chou Qian said firmly, they won't. How do you know they won't? Xianxia snorted. Xianxia. Ren Gangang said seriously, don't be so sloppy. After 100 years, young master might face a life and death crisis. You'd better hurry up and increase your cultivation. Moreover, what will it take for the 9 wild beasts to be willing to help? You need to deal with this matter. After 100 years, young master's life and death will depend on you and me. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. Was it really that dangerous? Those 9 desolate beast descendants have formed a life and death seal with Muyun. However, Muyun is too weak. They probably will not take action. Then what realm must young master reach for them to act? This? Xianxia sighed and said, maybe it's beyond the ultimate god level. Surpassing the ultimate god, reaching the realm, Chou Qian and Ren Gangang were stunned. In 100 years, even if Muyun could fly, she would not be able to do this. In other words, it was very likely that the 9 desolate beast descendants would not act. What should he do? Chou Qian and Ren Gangang were both infuriated. He hated himself for having suffered heavy losses in that battle back then. If not for this, the two of them were at the level of rulers. Even if the 9th Heavenly Emperor made a move, he might be able to protect Muyun. Now, he had to make the best use of his time and improve everything that could be improved. The two left in a hurry, and the divine cloud guards followed closely behind. When Xianxia saw this, he was deep in thought. What happened? Qi Lingyue came over at this moment. After all these years of nourishment, Qi Lingyue had become more lively and pleasant. When Xianxia saw Qi Lingyue, he clenched his jade-like hands tightly and muttered, I thought I still had a lot of time, but now it seems that I don't have that much time. There are some things that I need to prepare. Stay with the 9 heavens guards. Don't run around. When Qi Lingyue saw that Xianxia, who usually liked to joke, was so serious today, she was stunned. What happened? Nothing big. Anyway, there's no need to rush now. Xianxia murmured, no matter what, I will protect you. Qi Lingyue's heart skipped a beat. Although Xianxia was always joking, she still loved this man from the bottom of her heart. She liked his jokes and his lack of seriousness. Now that Xianxia suddenly became serious, she was not used to it. There are some things that I can't say. Xianxia said again, Muyun needs to grow up quickly. Qi Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed. My husband, if it wasn't for Muyun, my parents and I would have been dead. Muyun has been working hard all these years. Although she took us in as her subordinates, she never asked for anything. If it's because of Muyun, just do it. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. My good wife, in my eyes, you are much more beautiful than Baoqingyu and Yi Sueki. What a glib tongue. After Qi Lingyue said that, she hugged Xianxia tightly and murmured, the two of us will live and die together with Cloud Hall. Xianxia nodded. Cloud Hall had originally stabilized after a great change and became a true third-rate force. However, it had only stabilized for a dozen years before it began to change again. This change caused the great third-tier sects of the western 10,000 mountains and the North Heaven Mountain origin to feel apprehensive. Cloud Hall was no longer the same as before. The masked Moon Pavilion and Cloud Hall had joined forces and conquered a large area in the Antarctic Sea. The Extreme Emperor Palace, the Fierce Spirit Sect, the Golden Horned Beast Clan, the Fire Lion Clan, and the Sky Barbarian Sect all felt great pressure. This kind of pressure made them almost unable to breathe. As for Cloud Hall, they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. There was a level 4 ultimate god expert in the Cloud Hall. How could they go looking for trouble? It wasn't looking for trouble at all, it was looking for death. For a time, other than the Yuan region, everywhere in the Yuan world was in turmoil. And all of this had nothing to do with Muyun. Muyun, who was in the Heavenly Venerate domain of the Yin-Yang Sky domain, had now reached the mid-stage Heavenly Venerate, and her strength had greatly improved. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, in a valley, the sound of explosion spread, and several screams sounded. A figure in black clothes floated away. Mid-stage Heavenly Venerate, weak. Muyun's figure left, and 3 corpses were left on the ground, blood flowing out. These days, he had been in this forest and hadn't left. He had reached the mid-stage Heavenly Venerate. Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua didn't know. If he didn't take this opportunity to kill a few Divine Sword Pavilion disciples, he would feel sorry for himself. During this period, Mu Yun's mid-stage heavenly venerate aura had stabilized as he continued to devour. This kind of improvement made him feel the most relieved. Devouring bloodline and purifying bloodline. Mu Yun could now be sure that it came from his father and mother. The combination of the two. This allowed him to greatly improve his strength and his cultivation realm rapidly under the devouring. He was satisfied with this kind of speed. After all, this kind of improvement wouldn't leave any side effects. On the other side, as Mu Yun left, beside the 3 corpses, more than a dozen figures swarmed over. Damn it! The leader was Li Yuansheng. Li Yuansheng looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Li Yuansheng couldn't help but shout, "This bastard, I want to personally hack him into pieces." At the side, Wang Tianhua's eyes flickered. We can't continue to be passive. Wang Tianhua said coldly, didn't you notice that this is already the 5th team? This guy's killing methods are getting more and more brilliant. It proves that he has improved with every attack. In these 10 days, they had already lost 4 or 5 teams. And they didn't see Mu Yun's shadow at all. This bastard's improvement speed was too fast. Moreover, the appearance of the 4 or 5 teams dying was getting more and more miserable. This team didn't even have time to react before they were killed by Mu Yun. This proved that Mu Yun's speed was already so fast that they couldn't react at all. If this continued, more people would die. At the beginning, there were hundreds of people, but now there were only 70 people left. If this continued, they would all die. And would Mu Yun reach the late-stage heavenly venerable realm at this moment? If he really reached the late-stage heavenly venerable realm, it would be even more troublesome. For others, to be able to advance 1 level in 100 years was already considered a genius. But this couldn't be compared to Mu Yun. This guy had already proven himself. He wasn't an ordinary person. If this continued, their people would all die. We have to find a way to lure him out and then kill him. Li Yuansheng also spoke at this moment. If he exhausts our people, even if we kill him, Big Brother Zhu Yuan won't let us off. At this moment, the 2 of them were in a terrible fix. But on the other side, Mu Yun found a mountain stream and stopped to rest. The 4 moves of the Wall Shadow Sword technique, the Blowing Snow Sword, the Thousand Star Emperor Sword, the Moon Fishing Sword, and the Hanging Sun Sword are already quite powerful. It's a pity that I really lack a suitable divine sword now. Mu Yun had killed nearly 20 people during this period. It wasn't that those guys didn't have heaven-grade supreme divine swords, but he was not satisfied. He didn't have that kind of handy feeling when using them. Even heaven-grade divine swords had differences in quality. This feeling wasn't that comfortable. Right now, Mu Yun really needed a suitable heaven-grade divine sword. After all, his sword soul had already reached the god grade. This would enhance his swordsmanship to a very high degree. Swordsmanship was also the most important cultivation direction for him now. After pondering for a while, Mu Yun still decided to temporarily use the Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword. Although the sword was an earthly utmost exalted divine artifact, it had fused with him a lot. With this sword, he could feel that he could unleash the power in his body. Li Yuansheng and Wang Tianhua, late-stage Empyreans. If I meet the 2 of them, I'll definitely lose. Since they want to kill me, let's see who will be able to kill who. Mu Yun could conceal her aura. This was something that Li Yuansheng and Wang Tianhua would never have thought of. As for him, who possessed such a method, he would be able to fight them to the death. Only 10 days had passed. Even if Zhu Yuan's group discovered Yangyun Palace, they might not have already entered it. If he really killed these dozens of people here, it would only be a matter of time before he reached the late-stage Empyrean realm. At this moment, Mu Yun was exceptionally peaceful. His mind and spirit were one, and lines of formation patterns condensed. These days, he had been constantly condensing formation patterns, hoping to strengthen the divine snake tortoise ox array. However, the Tao of array formations was not like the improvement of cultivation. He could rely on the power of devouring and purifying bloodlines to increase his cultivation. However, the Tao of array formations really needed to be accumulated bit by bit. This matter could not be rushed. After Mu Yun finished resting, he was about to set off again. At this moment, Mu Yun was incomparably careful. Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua had suffered such a great loss. It was impossible for them to be helpless. He had to be careful. Slowly, Mu Yun looked around and slowly moved forward. Not long after, 3 figures appeared in front of Mu Yun. The 3 of them were looking around cautiously. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. His figure was dormant. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking around cautiously. After confirming that there was no one else, Mu Yun's speed increased in an instant. Blowing snow sword. He slashed out with his sword, and an ice-cold sword aura raged at this moment. A wave of frost pierced out. The 3 of them panicked and turned to flee. However, one of them was a little slower and was still pierced through by Mu Yun's sword. The other 2 panicked and did not know where to go. When they saw Mu Yun, they were almost scared out of their wits. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Something was wrong. Although the groups of people he had killed previously were shocked, they did not panic to such an extent. These 3 people must have known what he had done for them to be so flustered. And knowing what he had done for the past few days, they were still here and swaggering around. Wasn't that courting death? But since they were courting death, what was there to be afraid of now? Almost instantly, Mu Yun suddenly thought of something and retreated. Retreat! Open! A shout sounded at this moment. All of a sudden, rays of light rose up within 1,000 meters of him. The moment the light rose, Mu Yun felt that his body was greatly suppressed. Array formation! Mu Yun, I've finally waited for you. A sinister voice sounded at this moment. As that voice rang out, dozens of figures rushed over from all directions. The 2 people in the lead were Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua. At this moment, when the 2 of them saw Mu Yun, their eyes were terrifyingly dark. Mu Yun looked at the dozens of people around him, and his gaze flickered slightly. These guys did not come with good intentions. He was careless. He thought that if they could not track his aura, they would not be able to ambush him. Now it seemed that these guys were really forced into a corner. At this moment, array formations filled the surroundings. Li Yuanqing snorted and said, "This time, you are really at the end of your rope." Mu Yun's eyes were cold. "Do you really think that you can kill me like this?" Mu Yun grinned at this moment. Late-stage heavenly venerables. There are only 2 of them. I might not die. When Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua heard this, their eyes changed slightly with a trace of coldness. This bastard. Is he still so stubborn at this point? Mu Yun waved her palm and said with a smile, "Recently, I have also been honing my array formation. Why don't you guys have a taste of this divine snake tortoise ox array?" With a wave of her hand, array patterns covered the sky and earth. Divine snake tortoise ox array. The array formation quickly spread out. Whistling and whimpering sounds continuously sounded at this moment. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to have darkened. The fierce snake, giant tortoise, and wild ox walked out one by one at this moment. This time, however, the 3 strange exotic beasts were even more ferocious. This situation caused everyone's eyes to tremble slightly. Mu Yun's array formation was at least a high-level array formation. And there was indeed an array formation master in their group to ambush Mu Yun. However, the array formation he practiced was only a mid-level array formation. It was possible to trap Mu Yun for a while, but it was unrealistic to kill Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua snorted coldly. "All of you, hold back those 3 beasts." Li Yuanqing immediately ordered, "As long as we hold back those beasts, Mu Yun and I will kill them. This formation will break on its own." "Yes." Immediately, the dozens of people around them dispersed into several teams and charged out under the leadership of several mid-stage heavenly venerables. Although those 3 beasts were difficult to deal with, it was not a problem for dozens of people to hold them back. As long as Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua killed Mu Yun, the formation would break on its own. Without Mu Yun controlling the formation, no matter how powerful this formation was, it would be easy to break. At this moment, Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua were holding divine weapons and looking at Mu Yun with cold killing intent in their eyes. With the Qixing heavenly god sword in hand, Mu Yun's eyes were also filled with caution. A mid-stage heavenly venerable against two late-stage heavenly venerables. He might not lose. Furthermore, it wasn't as if he didn't have any trump cards. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped forward, his eyes cold. Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua were even angrier when they saw the scene. Mu Yun did not have a trace of fear at all. A mid-stage heavenly venerable wanted to compete with the two of them? What was Mu Yun thinking? Did he really think that he was omnipotent after reaching the mid-stage heavenly venerable realm? A long spear appeared in Li Yuanqing's hand. A meteor hammer condensed in Wang Tianhua's hand. The divine weapons in their hands were emitting powerful auras. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, rays of light condensed. Two figures holding divine weapons charged towards Mu Yun. Buzz, as soon as the long spear appeared, Li Yuanqing looked like a stream of wind at this moment. He was extremely fast and murderous. On the other side, Wang Tianhua also condensed power all over his body. At this moment, the meteor hammer erupted with a strange black light and smashed directly towards Mu Yun. Blowing snow sword. Mu Yun stabbed out with his sword. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast. Clang, an icy cold air was released at this moment. The long spear and the hammer radiated light at this moment. The sound of the explosion was so loud that it could shatter one's eardrums. Mu Yun's eyes flickered and she retreated. His arms trembled slightly at this moment. Li Yuanqing's power was fast, accurate, and ruthless. On the other hand, Wang Tianhua's strength was as heavy as a mountain. When the two of them worked together, there was a sense of invulnerability. Troublesome. With a low curse, Mu Yun gathered her strength from head to toe. Thousand-star Emperor Sword. In an instant, a sword was formed. The power in Mu Yun's body was released at this moment. Divine-level sword soul, they gathered on the Qixing heavenly god sword. Amidst the dazzling sword light, a burly figure fused into the sword. Slash. The thousand-star Emperor sword style unleashed streaks of sword chi that soared into the sky. Streaks of sword principles were condensed at this moment. Mu Yun's aura was condensed to the extreme. Explode. Rumble. The sword chi condensed into streaks and scattered around Mu Yun. When Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua saw this, their faces turned cold. This Mu Yun was really a huge threat. Middle stage heavenly venerable and a divine level sword soul. If this child had reached the late stage heavenly venerable, then the two of them would definitely die now. Li Yuanqing looked at Wang Tianhua and nodded. Kill. With a low shout, the speed of the two suddenly increased at this moment. The long spear flashed and condensed into a long snake, twisting and slashing towards Mu Yun. The meteor hammer was like a violent bear, roaring. As it roared, it charged towards Mu Yun. Boom. Boom, in an instant, heaven and earth seemed to have completely exploded at this moment. At this moment, the array formations were all affected. Those mid-level supreme divine arrays shattered one by one. Damn it. At this moment, two figures retreated. It was Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua. Li Yuanqing cursed in a low voice and looked at his palm. A trace of blood was dripping down. He was injured by Mu Yun. Wang Tianhua did not dare to be careless at this moment. Streaks of power condensed. Mu Yun's aura was constantly transforming at this moment. Divine level sword soul. It was very powerful. Wang Tianhua and Li Yuanqing had underestimated her. Kill this child. At this moment, Li Yuanqing's eyes were red. Mu Yun must die. Seeing the two of them attacking again, Mu Yun smiled. It seemed that Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua were not very outstanding in the late-stage heavenly venerable realm. Since that was the case, she had nothing to be afraid of. It seems that the ones who will die today will be you. As soon as she finished speaking, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth split open, and a smile appeared. Moon fishing sword. The sword was like fishing for the moon at the bottom of the sea, breaking the surrounding origin power fluctuations. Mu Yun's speed increased rapidly at this moment. The light of the sword also increased at this moment. Kill. At this moment, Mu Yun began to attack. Dong, a dull explosion sounded. Li Yuanqing's spear was entangled with Mu Yun's long sword. Wang Tianhua. Coming. As Li Yuanqing shouted, Wang Tianhua suddenly appeared with a meteor hammer in his hand. The hammer directly struck towards Mu Yun. Damn it! Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. At this moment, Li Yuanqing sneered and said, I'm looking forward to the appearance of you being smashed into meat paste by Wang Tianhua. Wang Tianhua's speed was getting faster and faster, almost approaching Mu Yun. At this moment, the cursing on Mu Yun's face turned into a sneer. Is that so? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Roaring Emperor Thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly punched out. Bolts of lightning instantly filled Li Yuanqing's body. At this moment, Li Yuanqing's entire body went limp. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly punched out. Bang! An explosion sounded. Aura condensed all over Mu Yun's body. At this moment, his entire person seemed to have changed. It was filled with the power of lightning and domineering might. This is the real me. Mu Yun grinned. At this moment, Li Yuanqing felt as if he had seen the smile of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, Mu Yun was too terrifying. Dong, a muffled explosion sounded at this moment. Even if Wang Tianhua wanted to stop at this moment, he was too close and could not. The giant hammer directly smashed onto Li Yuanqing's back. Fresh blood dripped down. Li Yuanqing's entire body and back had completely turned into a pool of flesh and blood. Explode. At this moment, Mu Yun retreated and shouted. Boom! Li Yuanqing's body exploded at this moment. Wang Tianhua did not expect that Mu Yun still had a trick up his sleeve. The fluctuations of the explosion swept out at this moment. Wang Tianhua's face turned pale and his figure retreated quickly. However, Li Yuanqing's body completely dissipated between heaven and earth. You're the only one left. At this moment, Mu Yun grinned. You're deliberately showing weakness. At this moment, Wang Tianhua's eyes were filled with fear. Mu Yun was deliberately showing weakness to them. This guy, it's too late to realize it now. Mu Yun smiled and said, Li Yuanqing's death was aggrieved. How about I let you die more comfortably? The foundation that determines the strength of the three great realms of Sovereign, Earth Venerable, and Heavenly Venerable is the strength of the Sovereign Celestial Body. Unfortunately, your Sovereign Celestial bodies are not as strong as mine. I recently comprehended this move. I think it should be of some help to you. The moment these words came out, Wang Tianhua's expression changed slightly. Triple Bone Body, Third Art, Crimson Thunder Imperial Saber. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun raised his hands and grabbed at the void, as if he wanted to grab something. And slowly, Wang Tianhua finally saw it. As Mu Yun's hands clenched tightly, the power in her body flowed. At this moment, rays of light completely bloomed. A strong aura flowed. It was the power of thunder. And at this moment, the power of thunder condensed into flames. The flames and fire waves converged into a long saber. The long saber was 100 feet long. Thunder roared and flames shot in all directions. Wang Tianhua's face was aghast. Run! Almost instantly, this word flashed in Wang Tianhua's mind. Right now, he could only run. If he didn't run, he would die. At this moment, power condensed all over Wang Tianhua's body. But this was inside the divine snake tortoise ox array. Run, where to? A trace of despair rose in Wang Tianhua's heart. All of you, come to me. At this moment, Wang Tianhua roared. At this moment, Mu Yun was still condensing that giant saber. Thunder giant saber. Light flashed. Boom. Layers of light continued to condense. At this moment, the earth was constantly shaking. Following Wang Tianhua's roar, everyone also saw the thunder saber in the sky. At this moment, figures gathered beside Wang Tianhua. Everyone attack, let's block this saber together. As soon as Wang Tianhua finished speaking, he saw everyone hesitate and immediately shouted, What are you all hesitating for, waiting for death? Hurry! This low shout caused everyone to completely react. Dozens of figures, one by one, used all their strength to condense a giant shield of origin power in front of them. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes were calm. Was this enough to block his attack? Crimson Thunder Emperor Saber, slash. As soon as she finished speaking, the long saber condensed out of thin air flickered. The giant saber fell. Boom. The entire earth exploded with a roar. The figures blocking in front of Wang Tianhua exploded at this moment, turning into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, Wang Tianhua was completely dumbfounded. How was this possible? How could this be? Mu Yan's saber even carried a trace of a peak heavenly venerable god realm attack. Such a terrifying fluctuation. He had only seen it on Brother Zhu Yuan. Boom boom boom. For a moment, within the ancient array, a roar exploded. Those figures could not withstand Mu Yan's attack at all. Mu Yan did not care about this. The saber light split open the origin energy shield and split open the figures. As for the saber light that landed on Wang Tianhua's body, less than a tenth of its original power remained. At this moment, Wang Tianhua's entire body was filled with origin energy, and the meteor hammer continuously blasted out. At this moment, the blade glow finally dissipated completely. He blocked it? Wang Tianhua stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. He blocked it. You blocked it. Ha ha ha. Mu Yan, you're dead meat. You're dead meat. Wang Tianhua's expression was ferocious. However, right at that moment, a figure walked over. It was Mu Yan. Cracks spread out on the ground. Mu Yan walked towards Wang Tianhua and said with a smile, "Your men are all dead. What about you?" "Me?" Wang Tianhua snorted, "I will avenge them and kill you. Now that things have come to this, can you still display that divine might again? If you can't, then you're dead meat." At this moment, Wang Tianhua suddenly became extremely confident. "Who told you that I can't?" Mu Yan waved her hand, and a lightning blade appeared in her right hand. "Isn't this so small? Who are you trying to scare?" "I'm not trying to scare you." As soon as Mu Yan's words fell, she pulled out her hand. The lightning blade that was only a meter long gathered at this moment. Bang! A low explosion sounded at this moment. Wang Tianhua's body stood still. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows. The bloody mark spread, and Wang Tianhua's body gradually split into two. At this moment, within the formation, the ground within a kilometer radius was completely cracked. It was like a purgatory field. Mu Yan looked around. The three ferocious beasts were all standing beside Mu Yan, looking very cautious. With a plop, Mu Yan suddenly knelt on the ground, panting, her face pale. "I've overdrawn my origin energy." Mu Yan smiled bitterly at this moment. He didn't expect that his origin energy would be overdrawn. The lightning divine body technique had a total of 4 levels, matching those who cultivated to the peak of divine venerable. And the third level, 5 spells attacked. The red thunder imperial saber was the third. This third attack was extremely domineering. However, the absorption and consumption of origin energy was even more domineering. It seemed that he had to be careful when using it. The first time, there was still storage of origin energy. But the second time, it was dangerous. Even though his origin energy had always recovered extremely quickly, he couldn't withstand such consumption. Moreover, the more origin energy this red thunder imperial saber absorbed, the stronger the murderous aura. At this moment, Mu Yan sat cross-legged. In the surroundings, the essence, energy, and spirit of nearly 100 dead people flowed into Mu Yan's body. After doing all this, Mu Yan was not in a hurry to directly digest it. Although this battle was isolated by the surrounding formation, it still caused a great commotion. Once he was discovered, he would come over. The current him couldn't deal with an opponent in the middle stage of the Earth Venerable Realm. The ground was a mess. Mu Yan's figure gradually disappeared at this moment. Mu Yan chose a direction and rushed towards the place where Zhu Yuan and the others had left. Yangyun Palace. This was a good place. He couldn't give it up. However, it had been nearly a month. He didn't know if Zhu Yuan and the others had already opened the Yangyun Palace and entered it. Mu Yan thought as he walked forward. In the quiet mountain range, no one cared about the dead people at this moment. At the same time, on the other side, in a mountain range, many figures gathered. Looking carefully, there were already hundreds of figures gathered here. And their auras weren't low. There were also many late-stage and peak heavenly venerables. And in the crowd, a figure had an unfriendly expression. Dead? At this moment, Zhu Yuan's expression changed slightly. There was no news of Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua for nearly a month. He was worried that something unexpected had happened, so he sent people to investigate. But he didn't expect that something unexpected really happened. They're all dead. Zhu Yuan said gloomily. If they're all dead, then it can't be Mu Yun's doing. Zhu Yuan said seriously. It had only been a month. Even if Mu Yun was heaven-defying and reached the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm, it was impossible for her to kill Li Yuanqing and Wang Tianhua. Something unexpected must have happened. Someone attacked the Divine Sword Pavilion's heavenly venerable disciples and killed them. Zhu Yuan's expression was gloomy. Who was so bold? Looking around, Zhu Yuan was very cautious. This place was Pill Emperor Mansion's Chouhe. Lunar Sect's Jiang Yuan. And 9 Pole Lightning Lion Clan's Wei Su. They had all gathered here. Zhu Yuan looked around and said, Su Fuxing, Mo Xingyu, you two be careful of them. This group of people has a better nose than dogs. They actually came here so quickly. However, Chouhe, Jiang Yuan, and Wei Su are all peak heavenly venerables. These 3 guys aren't weaker than me. If there's really something in Yangyun Palace, they'll be our biggest competitors. Yes. 2 figures beside Zhu Yuan nodded cautiously. At this moment, Zhu Yuan looked at the people around him with a solemn expression. This was not such a good opportunity. Chouhe from the Pill Emperor Mansion, Jiang Yuan from the Lunar Sect, and Wei Su from the 9 Extreme Lightning Lion Clan were not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he might even be completely implicated. At this moment, Zhu Yuan was a little upset as he pondered. Mu Yun was not dead yet. Now that they had finally found a secret place, the news was leaked, and others found this place. This was not the main point. The main point was that the various parties of Yangyun Palace were working together to break the restrictions of the gate. This surprise took them a whole month, but only half of it was completed. In other words, it would take them a month to open this place. And if they were to spend another month, it might be the greatest danger for them. Who knew what would happen in a month? Would there be people from the heaven-devouring Greedy Wolf clan, the Snow Region Ice Ape clan, or even the Blazing Blackbird clan, the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan, and the 8-Winged Black Serpent clan? If they all came here, it would be really lively. At that time, the more people there were, the smaller the possibility of obtaining the opportunity. At the same time, outside the mountain, a figure carefully lay in wait. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun had completely restrained his aura. Power gathered all over his body. Looking carefully, there were hundreds of people in front. Vaguely, half of them were independent cultivators. The other half were gathered in 4 groups, and those groups looked quite wary of each other. According to the information that Zhu Yuan received, the other 2 groups should be the Pill Emperor Mansion and the Lunar Sect. Who are those people? Mu Yun did not rashly go over to check. At this moment, there were many figures gathered. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. The essence, energy, and spirit of nearly 100 people had been devoured by him, and he had not completely digested it yet. Now, it seemed that Zhu Yuan and the others were blocked here. Then he would have time to digest it. Looking at the careful vigilance of the crowd, Mu Yun prepared to inquire about some information first. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the mountain. At this moment, Zhu Yuan led a group of people into the mountain and disappeared. Mu Yun quietly approached the crowd. We don't know how long it will take for the 4 teams to break the restrictive spell, and we don't dare to ask. A mid-stage heavenly venerate couldn't help grumbling. Don't worry, it should be soon. Someone said, if they can afford to wait, so can we. I just don't know if they'll let us in once they truly open it. As soon as these words came out, everyone was at their wits' end. That's right. What if the 4 directions refuse to let them in? We can also temporarily join forces and form a force. I don't believe that they would dare to fight us to the death. It's not like we don't want to contribute to opening the ruins. They just don't want to give us a chance, okay? Everyone was talking about it. Mu Yun also gradually obtained the information she wanted to know. The 4th party was from the 9 Pole Lightning Lion clan, and the person in the lead was called Wei Su. Jiang Yuan from the Lunar Sect and Chouhe from the Pill Emperor Mansion had also brought their people here. The four sides guarded the mountain pass, not allowing anyone to enter. They wanted to see what was going on. Therefore, everyone just waited here. Hearing this, the corners of Mu Yan's mouth curled up slightly. The four directions, it wasn't lively enough. If they wanted to come, then more people should come. Mu Yan's figure flashed and disappeared into the crowd. In the next 10 days, the cultivators from the four forces entered the mountain range one by one and were busy. However, more and more people arrived here. Gradually, there was actually a faint trend of more and more people arriving. This time, not only Zhu Yuan, even Wei Su, Jiang Yuan, and Qiu He, the four peak heavenly venerates, felt that something was wrong. Why were there more and more people? In the past few days, there were almost 1,000 more people. If this continued, no matter how many treasures there were in Yangyun Palace, they would probably become the possessions of others. And in the crowd, Mu Yun, who was fishing in troubled waters, didn't care at all. Were there many people? Not a lot, right? Wasn't there only a little over 1,000 people? Compared to the tens of thousands of heavenly venerates in the heavenly venerate region, it wasn't considered a lot. At this moment, Mu Yun was secretly delighted. As the saying went, it was better to watch a show. He wasn't watching a show now. However, if there were too few people here, the moment he appeared, the people from Lunar Sect, Alchemy the Archmatter, and Divine Sword Pavilion would probably surround and kill him. After absorbing the essence, energy, and spirit of nearly 100 early stage, mid-stage, and late-stage heavenly venerates, he had now directly reached the peak of mid-stage heavenly venerate. He was only one step away from reaching late-stage heavenly venerate. However, this step was a very crucial step. However, even if he reached late-stage heavenly venerate, facing the combined forces of more than a dozen peak heavenly venerates present, he would definitely die. Unless he could condense 2 million array patterns and purchase this divine snake tortoise ox array, he could only kill a peak heavenly venerate. Otherwise, the current him might have a chance of winning if he fought with a peak heavenly venerate. If there was only one peak heavenly venerate, he could rely on various trump cards. If there were more than 10 peak heavenly venerates, then he would have to burn tens of thousands of years of his lifespan using the great death-demanding technique. His life was very valuable now. If he couldn't find the Yin Yang Ring Pearl, he still had to extend Xian Feng's life. Moreover, burning his lifespan was extremely harmful. It was even more difficult to recover. In fact, after becoming a monarch, a cultivator's lifespan was close to 10 million years. This was already a limit. A supremacy cultivator's lifespan was also 10 million years. As for the so-called world throne, sovereign realm, titled god, and titled emperor, he didn't know how far they could go. Last time, he had used 2 million years in one go. He only had 8 million years left. If he used the death-snatching technique too much, he wasn't sure what he would encounter. We have to speed up. At this moment, within the mountain range, Zhu Yuan looked at the four people beside him and couldn't help but frown. More and more people are gathering. Jiang Yuan nodded. Jiang Yuan was dressed in black, and his muscles bulged. He looked very strong. These people have come strangely. Could it be that someone is secretly manipulating them? As soon as he said this, Wei Su and Qiu He were also puzzled. If there was really someone manipulating them, then someone wanted to take advantage of them without risking anything. This was not what they wanted to see. Let's not care about this for now. Qiu He said gloomily. If anyone wants to backstab us, then we'll see if they can withstand the anger of all of us. Zhu Yuan said again. In these few days, Yangyun Palace will be opened. I hope that all of us can remain friendly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if someone takes advantage of us. Okay. At this moment, the four of them nodded. In the next few days, the people from all four sides still went back and forth within the mountain range. Finally, on this day, a loud boom suddenly sounded within the mountain range. Rumble. The rumbling of the earth continued to spread. In an instant, the entire mountain range began to tremble. Yangyun Palace had opened. At this moment, numerous figures were flying towards the entrance of the mountain range. Stop. At this moment, several peak heavenly venerable god realm martial artists stopped everyone. What do you mean? Yongyun Palace is open, don't tell me you won't let us in? You really have a lot of face. I wonder if the few of you can stop hundreds of us? That's right, we said at the beginning that everyone should work together to open Yongyun Palace, but you didn't agree. Let us just watch and wait for it to open. Then let us in. Now you're stopping us again, what do you mean? At this moment, everyone around spoke one by one. Those peak Heavenly Venerable Realm experts were also a little overwhelmed at this moment. Everyone, please calm down. A peak Heavenly Venerable said at this moment, it's not that we don't want you to enter, but the senior brothers have said it first. If Yongyun Palace opens, they will inform us to enter. No one has come to inform us now, so Yongyun Palace should still not be opened. Hearing this, everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. At this moment, Mu Yun grinned. Was that really the case? Not necessarily, right? Does everyone believe it? A person in the crowd said loudly, maybe they have already opened the secret plane, but they are just delaying us and not letting us in. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar again. Since you said that it hasn't opened yet, we can go in and take a look, right? Yes, everyone is here for the secret plane. It's okay to go in and take a look, right? We don't want to ruin this adventure. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned cold. If they didn't accept this, they would suspect that these people were deliberately hanging them and not letting them enter. Those people frowned when they heard this. Who was leading the crowd? At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. Yongyun Palace was indeed open. He felt that there was an unusual fluctuation in the mountain. These people stopped them at this moment, which was thought-provoking. Forget it, everyone go in. Yes, go in. For a moment, everyone seemed to be on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Who dares? The peak Heavenly Venerable Disciple shouted at this moment, and his aura spread. Among those present, the peak Heavenly Venerable was the strongest. At this moment, after being intimidated by that disciple, the crowd's voices became much weaker. We promise to let everyone in. Naturally, we will let everyone in. If you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame us for being impolite. The auras of several peak Empyrean martial artists spread out. At this moment, everyone's voices became much softer. Those people looked around and were quite satisfied. A bunch of trash. What kind of benefits are they trying to obtain? Dream on. What, are the people of the 3 great sects and the 9 extremes Lightning Lion tribes so arrogant? I, Ming Shanyu, want to go in. Who dares to stop me? A cold voice could be heard at that instant. Instantly, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. Underworld Mountain Rain. He was a descendant of the royal family of the adamantine abyssal turtle. Peak Heavenly Venerable. Meanwhile, more than 10 figures arrived one after another. The leader was Ming Shanyu. Ming Shanyu was dressed in black, his face cold. He looked at the crowd and snorted coldly, let's see who dares to stop me. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. The peak Empyrean exalts all had ugly expressions. As for the others, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Ming Shanyu was also a peak Empyrean. However, peak Empyrean exalts were different from peak Empyrean exalts. For example, Ming Shanyu was from the royal family of the Vajra dark-armored turtle tribe. The divine arts that he cultivated and the divine weapons that he used were all very powerful. These peak Empyrean exalts might not be able to stop Ming Shanyu. At this moment, everyone stood where they were as if they were watching a show. Get lost. Ming Shanyu said, whoever dares to stand in my way will die. The peak Empyrean exalts all had a slight change in expression when they heard this. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. Ming Shanyu alone was enough to wipe them all out. Moreover, Ming Shanyu had brought a group of people with him. Ming Shanyu immediately led dozens of people and charged into the mountain range. The other martial artists also followed one by one. This time, no one stopped them. Mu Yun was mixed in the crowd. When he saw this scene, his eyes flickered slightly. This was going to be interesting. The 5 parties gathered. Just the 5 parties alone were enough to cause a ruckus. He just needed to watch the show. Mu Yun was better at fishing in troubled waters. At this moment, many figures arrived at the interior of the mountain range. In front of them was a door that was 100 feet tall and 100 feet wide. It looked a little majestic. However, at this moment, the door was wide open. At a closer look, there was no one on either side of the door. Where are they? Damn it. They opened the door and entered Yongyun Palace first. These bastards. No wonder they didn't let us participate in the battle. Ming Shanyu sneered when he saw the scene. Haha, you guys are really good at playing tricks. Ming Shanyu stared at the Peak Emperor and Exalts and said coldly, everyone, I think these 4 parties are really despicable. Why don't we just kill them? Okay. They deserve to die. At this moment, everyone felt like they were being treated as fools. Who would be afraid when Ming Shanyu took the lead? If the 4 parties really wanted to investigate, Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and the others would look for Ming Shanyu. At this moment, the faces of the dozen people in the 4 parties changed slightly. If these hundreds of people rushed forward together, they would definitely be dead. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a miserable shriek sounded. Following the scream, a disciple shouted angrily, how dare you attack us first? With this shout, the entire place was thrown into chaos. The dozen people were surrounded in the center. There was no way to escape. Boom! At this moment, a series of explosions sounded. The dozen people turned pale, but there was no way they could escape. The battle began instantly. However, at this moment, the battle began and ended quickly. A few hundred people against a dozen people. The result was self-evident. Ming Shanyu frowned when he saw the scene. He only said a few words to threaten them and show his power. He didn't expect that they would really fight. Moreover, judging from this situation, Zhu Yuan and the others would probably hold the death of a few Peak Emperor and Exalts. Looking around, Ming Shanyu was also helpless. This group of people. However, even if those people were to slander him with a basin of shit, he would still not care. After entering this place, it was inevitable that they would fight and kill each other. One more thing or one less thing didn't make much of a difference. At this moment, all sides were in a complete mess. They swarmed forward and rushed into Yongyun Palace. Mu Yun, who was mixed in the crowd, laughed until she bent over. Awesome! More than a dozen mid-stage, late-stage, and Peak Emperor and Exalts died. Their essence, energy, and spirit were immediately devoured by him. This time, he had profited greatly. At this moment, Mu Yun followed the crowd and entered Yongyun Palace without batting an eyelid. The huge door opened at this moment. It gave people a noble and solemn feeling. What was behind the door was what everyone was curious about. Thousands of people gathered at this moment and disappeared into Yongyun Palace. After entering Yongyun Palace, Mu Yun separated from the crowd and walked forward by himself. As far as the eye could see, thick fog filled the air. The visibility was less than 100 meters. Moreover, the detection of soul consciousness was greatly hindered. Mu Yun did not care about this. Step by step, he walked out and looked around. Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of examination. This place was not so safe. This thick fog blocked the detection of soul consciousness. It was not a good thing for everyone. This way, everyone could only rely on their vision to determine what was in front of them. In fact, the impact on Mu Yun was even greater. After all, he could rely on the heaven exterminating diagram to hide his aura and soul fluctuations like a dead object. It was impossible to find him in the detection of ordinary people. But now, everyone was blind with their eyes wide open. There was no point for him to hide anymore. Being careful, Mu Yun did not care about this and walked forward. After passing through this door, everyone seemed to have arrived in a strange space. The surrounding origin power fluctuations and auras gave people a comfortable feeling at this moment. Yongyun Palace. According to Zhu Yuan, even back then, under the Yin Yang emperors, this was a place that was extremely attractive to heavenly venerables. Other than the thick fog, there should be something else around. Mu Yun was not nervous at this moment. Hiss hiss. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to hear a rustling sound in front of him, accompanied by an icy aura that spread at this moment. Hiss hiss. The sound was getting closer and closer. However, Mu Yun did not see what it was. His vision was blocked. The obstacle was too big. Mu Yun continued forward. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes immediately shrank. Less than 10 meters away from him, there was a giant tree that was 1,000 feet tall. At this moment, a long python was entrenched on that giant tree. The snake's tongue was sticking out, carrying a terrifying light. At this moment, it gave people a cold feeling. What a terrifying aura! Especially the pair of snake eyes that were staring at him, emitting green light. He was like a hungry beast, drooling at the sight of him. Damn it! Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. This place was really strange. He must have been sealed for 1,000,000 years, right, to think that such a ferocious beast still existed. Mu Yun also did not know what quality this giant python was. The Scarlet Star Heavenly God Sword appeared in his hand at this moment. Strands of extremely powerful sword chi condensed at this moment. When the giant python saw this scene, its eyes lit up. It wanted nothing more than to swallow Mu Yun whole. Whoosh! In the next moment, a ray of light flashed, and the giant python flew out. Amidst its murderous aura, the giant python's tail swung towards Mu Yun. Scram! With one strike, Mu Yun's aura surged. A surging aura condensed at this moment. At this moment, the rays of light gave off an indescribable feeling of explosive power. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became extremely fierce. Slash! The long sword slashed out. The sword light slashed on the giant python's body, emitting a clanging sound. This giant python looked like it was covered in skin, but when the sword slashed down, it was as hard as scales. At this moment, Mu Yun frowned slightly. Take another strike of my sword. Hanging sun sword. Like the sun hanging high in the sky, raging flames were in the sky. The sword fell. The sword chi roared. Boom. A series of roars sounded at this moment. The violent roar gave people a kind of extremely powerful explosive aura. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt that his body was under a certain pressure. The powerful aura that erupted from the giant python's body made him feel pressured. This giant python should have the strength of a peak late-stage Heavenly Venerable. It might even be close to the peak Heavenly Venerable level. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became cold and indifferent. As the sword slashed out and repelled the giant python, Mu Yun directly punched out. Roaring imperial thunder. Claps of thunder could be heard at this moment. The rumbling sound shook people's eardrums. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became incomparably cold. At this moment, as if he had condensed into a killing god, his aura was released. However, the giant python did not care about this, as if it only wanted to eat Mu Yun. Boom. The power of thunder rolled. Mu Yun continued to throw punch after punch at Yi Futian. Rumbling sounds sounded at this moment. As the power was released, Mu Yun's aura underwent a great change at this moment. At this moment, the earth fluctuated. Tyrannical aura condensed one after another. And Mu Yun's entire person seemed to have become stronger. The aura in his body was constantly gathering and sublimating in the mid-stage Heavenly Venerable realm. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to rely on this pressure to reach the late-stage Heavenly Venerable realm in one fell swoop. However, the giant python in front of him also saw this scene, and its hissing became hurried. It took a step forward and directly attacked. Dong. A dull sound rang out. The giant python's tail directly swept Mu Yun away. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun had no chance to break through. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The Chixing Heavenly God Sword was held horizontally in front of him. Mu Yun's sword essence condensed and slashed out. Before the long sword arrived, Mu Yun's figure had already rushed out at this moment. A punch directly blasted out. Dong. A dull sound rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's eyes became extremely cold. Roaring imperial thunder. Punch after punch. The power was constantly released, bombarding the giant python's body. The powerful recoil was also constantly returning to Mu Yun's body, shaking Mu Yun's meridians. But at this moment, Mu Yun was completely stubborn. This giant python's attack was not strong, but its defensive power was very strong. This situation made Mu Yun feel very aggrieved. Punch after punch, every punch hit flesh. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became cold. For a moment, in the fog, Mu Yun punched out one punch after another. At this moment, her power was condensed to the extreme. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the fluctuations in the fog began to weaken. Mu Yun's figure stopped at this moment. In front of her, the giant python was lying limp on the ground. Its huge body was completely lifeless at this moment. If one looked carefully, there were cracks on the surface of its body. Cracks that were forcefully created by Mu Yun's punches. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gasped for breath. It's finally dead. Sitting on the ground, Mu Yun gasped for breath. This fellow's attack power was very weak. But its defensive power was too strong. It was like an old tortoise. Buzz. When Mu Yun sat down, the giant python's body emitted a buzzing sound at this moment. And then, the giant python's huge body disappeared. In its place, a scroll quietly floated on the ground. Seeing the scroll, Mu Yun slowly stood up. She came in front of the scroll and gently reached out her palm. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart trembled. He felt as if a drop of blood had appeared in front of his eyes. A drop of extremely pure blood. However, that drop of extremely pure blood flashed in front of Mu Yun and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, a mysterious space appeared in front of Mu Yun. Immediately after, a ray of light shot into the sky, then turned and landed, rushing into Mu Yun's mind. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt that a set of divine arts condensed in her mind. That divine art evolved in Mu Yun's mind. She only saw a figure with an incomparably powerful aura. It gave Mu Yun the feeling that it was at least at the level of a perfected heavenly venerable. And that figure took a step forward, and the source power around him condensed. At this moment, the source power released an incomparably powerful aura. Suddenly, the strands of origin energy began to condense under the suppression of the figure. The powerful aura was stronger than the previous wave. Mu Yun could feel that the trajectory of the source power was also changing when it was completely condensed. Unconsciously, Mu Yun's palm moved, and as the source power circulated, she urged the source power in her body to circulate as well. Break! Suddenly, a low shout was heard. Mu Yun waved her hand. The power completely changed. A curse seal was released at this moment. Overlord Curse. At this moment, power was released from Mu Yun's body. A curse seal condensed into a large overlord character. That overlord character seemed to contain an endless amount of overbearing power, and it was gathering at this moment. Overlord Curse. Mu Yun muttered, her eyes a little confused. When she looked in her mind again, there was nothing left. At this moment, Mu Yun was a little confused. There was nothing left. What was going on? Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly, and she looked in front of her. Power was released one after another, and the curse seal was condensing continuously, forming a pattern that filled the surroundings. It was as if the word tyrant was surrounded by a layer of origin energy. Tyrant Emperor's Curse, Heaven Grade Sovereign God Art. Origin energy contains a domineering aura. Condensing a single Genesis rune will double one's strength. It can form up to 9 Genesis runes and release 9 times the power of the Tyrant Seal. When these words appeared in her mind, Mu Yun was also shocked. This was the Tyrant Emperor's Curse. Did he succeed in cultivating it just like that? Mu Yun felt incredulous. After killing a giant python, he obtained a scroll. As for the scroll, it was more like a drop of blood essence. This was too miraculous. It should be a sovereign realm expert who used a drop of his essence blood to derive a divine incantation he once cultivated, condensed it into a divine beast, and placed it here. Guiyi's voice rang out. Sovereign realm. Mu Yun now had a general understanding of the realms in the Kanglan myriad realms. The God Emperor reigned supreme. He was incomparably powerful, capable of overturning the heavens and overturning the earth. Below the God Emperor were the titled gods and titled emperors. As for God Emperors, they were pitifully few in number within the deep-sea myriad realms. Therefore, the titled gods and titled emperors were now the strongest existences in the Kanglan myriad realms. These people were invincible between heaven and earth. Among them, they were divided into the titled gods and titled emperors of the primordial era, the ancient era, and the current era. As for which era's titled gods and titled emperors were stronger, Mu Yun couldn't say. Apart from them, there were the sovereigns. The sovereigns represented the group of people in the Kanglan myriad realms who were second only to the titled gods and titled emperors. Next were the world plane experts. Then there was the sovereign realm. To a certain extent, the sovereigns could be said to be the peak existence in the various heavenly realms. When Guei saw Mu Yun's surprised expression, he smiled and said, "What's so strange about this? When you reach the sovereign realm in the future, you can also use a drop of your essence blood to evolve the divine incantation you once cultivated into something similar to an inheritance and store it. Not only divine incantations, but divine pills and divine artifacts can also do this." Guei didn't feel that it was exaggerated. Mu Yun nodded and said, "So, this place was set up by a sovereign?" "Not necessarily." Guei continued, "This place should be a training ground set up by the ancient Yinyang Emperor for the heavenly venerables under his sect. These things should be set up by a sovereign in the Yinyang sky domain as a reward. In fact, these things are very mysterious to the current you, but in fact, it's extremely simple for a sovereign." Mu Yun chuckled. He didn't care about these things. He had spent a lot of effort to kill a strange giant python. If he didn't gain anything, it would be sad. Now, it seemed that obtaining this scroll directly allowed him to cultivate the Overlord curse. He had made a fortune. Looking around the fog, Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly. "So, the strange beasts in this place are all formed from essence blood and contain all kinds of treasures?" Guei interrupted, "That might not be the case. Since it's to train their disciples, there should be quite a few real beasts placed here. You'd better be careful." As Guei's words fell, Mu Yun remembered that Guei had obtained a bone jade in the Earthing Palace. "What did you do with the bone jade? Why do you care what I did?" Guei said in annoyance, "Mind your own business." "I can't even ask." "Why are you so fierce?" Mu Yun muttered. "You don't have to worry about my business. Mind your own business." Guei said again, "I have a feeling that the opening of the Yinyang sky domain this time isn't a good thing. But you're in the heavenly venerable realm now. Maybe it's not against you this time, but it just makes me feel uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? Mu Yun was also slightly stunned. What could make Guei feel uncomfortable? This feeling was very strange. "Anyway, you should be careful. I can't help much." Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but ask, "How much have you recovered?" He knew that Guei had followed him into the unbroken ancient mountain, the Blood Fiend Sea, and the Yinyang sky domain. Along the way, he had sneaked away a lot. But this guy never said what he was doing. Guei was the origin of spacetime. It could be said that any spacetime seal in the Kanglan myriad world might not be able to stop him. This guy must have recovered a lot over the years. But he never said. Mu Yun was also very curious about this. "What does it have to do with you?" Guei said in annoyance, "You just have to take care of yourself. Don't think that I'll help you. It wasn't easy for me to recover a little. I don't have time to help you. And in the future, if I meet Tianyi, De, and Ming-yi, I have to keep some tricks up my sleeve." Mu Yun snorted and couldn't be bothered to say more. Over the years, Guei had helped him a lot. On the other hand, he hadn't been able to bring Guei much improvement. Spacetime origin. Mu Yun was also curious now. How was Guei condensed? Was he originally human and refined into the spacetime origin chi? Or could it be that the return to one was born from the origin energy of time and space? This was related to the untainted age. The primordial era's 13 treasures, the 4 great origins, and the world tree all had extraordinary origins. Perhaps only those who survived the primordial era knew. But that was a time gap in the Kanglan myriad world. What exactly was there? No one could say for sure. If Guei didn't say anything, Mu Yun wouldn't be bothered. This fellow also had his misgivings. Mu Yun understood that the two of them were now tied together. Each of them had their own worries. Exhaling and looking ahead, Mu Yun grinned and said, "Since that's the case, then this place is very interesting. I might be able to make a fortune if I hunt down these transformed beasts." Guei didn't say anything else. Mu Yun continued to move forward. In the fog, more and more figures also discovered this secret. Everyone used all their means to kill those beasts. Of course, there were also unlucky ones who were killed by powerful beasts. At this moment, in a fog, Mu Yun panted and stopped. Looking at a green wolf-like beast in front of him, his eyes lit up. "It's best to give me a long sword," Mu Yun said in a low voice. The light dissipated, and a pill slowly appeared. Mu Yun sighed. During this period of time, he had already hunted more than a dozen beasts. Most of what he obtained were divine pills. Occasionally, one or two divine weapons would appear, but they weren't divine swords. He urgently needed a handy divine sword now. Relying on the combination of 4 sets of sword moves and the god-level sword soul, even a mid-stage heavenly venerable could easily kill a late-stage heavenly venerable. He could even fight head-on with a peak heavenly venerable. There's no other way. Mu Yun was a little helpless. Swords had always been extremely important among divine weapons. It wasn't difficult to forge a divine sword. However, it was very difficult to forge an extremely powerful and exquisite divine sword. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, power flowed in his body. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, his mind was constantly condensing. Gradually, the power in his body was rising. A surge of vigorous origin energy was released at this moment. Late-stage heavenly venerable. The combination of the avatar and the bone body became even more profound. In fact, after killing nearly 100 people from Li Yuansheng, the power in his body had increased tremendously. After that, the dozen or so martial artists waiting outside the mountain range, as well as 4 peak Empyreans, were all devoured by Mu Yun. He could already begin to advance to the peak of the Empyrean god realm. However, when he entered this place and fought with the giant python, he was somewhat powerless. And now, the timing was just right. Everything came naturally. Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. He clenched his fists tightly, and a vigorous energy spread out from his body. Late Empyrean realm. Only upon reaching this boundary could one truly possess some strength to resist. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about his own safety when facing these people. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with joy. After reaching the heavenly venerate deity realm, his cultivation realm improved a little faster. Perhaps, in less than 10 years, he could reach grand completion Empyrean. That way, he could reach the divine venerable domain earlier. That was where the real competition was. Mu Yun was ready to go. She took a step forward again. The show had only just begun. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in front of him. Mu Yun even felt that the thick fog in front of her had spread a lot. That vigorous battle aura was unbearable. Slowly, Mu Yun slowed down and approached the fog in front of her. At this moment, figures appeared in the fog. When Mu Yun saw those figures, she immediately stopped and quietly took a few steps back. Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Xiao He. Those 3 people were the peak Empyrean experts from the Divine Sword Pavilion, the Lunar Sect, and the Pill Emperor Mansion. At this moment, there were nearly 100 people behind the 3 of them. They were surrounding and killing a strange beast. That strange beast looked like a fine horse. However, its entire body was densely covered with scales. The dark red scales were like fresh blood, shining brightly. The horse was 30 feet tall, and its 4 hooves were powerful. And the power that bloomed from its body was even more violent. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for Zhu Yuan and the other 2 parties to kill this horse. Damn it. Zhu Yuan cursed and shouted, "This beast is at least at the peak Empyrean realm, damn it. Don't complain, we might be able to kill it if the 3 of us work together." Looking at the previous situation, killing this beast will at least require a top heaven-grade divine artifact, divine pill, or divine art. Xiaohe's eyes were filled with a hint of heat at this moment. At most, it'll take some effort. Okay. To the side, Jiang Yuan also spoke up, "The treasure will belong to whoever contributes the most effort. After killing this beast, there are still others to kill, and we'll continue to distribute them. What do you think? I don't want to kill this beast and cause internal strife among us." Hearing this, Zhu Yuan and Xiao He nodded. The 3 of them made up their minds and immediately gave orders. The people around them also spread out and surrounded the horse. Mu Yan's eyes flickered when she saw this scene. A beast at the peak Empyrean realm. It would at least be a top-grade divine art. She couldn't give up. Mu Yan's eyes were filled with a hint of heat. Sorry, I'm going to be a fisherman for once. Mu Yan grinned, and array runes condensed at the tip of her finger. As his cultivation level increased, his soul also increased to a certain extent. The number of array runes he could condense had also increased slightly. 1 million array runes, and now he could condense 2 million. That's right. An increase of 1 million array runes was only a small increase. To advance from an advanced Supreme Array Master to a top Supreme Array Master. The transformation of array runes was from 1 million array runes to 10 million array runes. Just the thought of such a scene was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, 2 million array runes had been condensed. In Mu Yan's palm, the divine snake tortoise ox array gradually formed. Mu Yan tempered the array again and again, lying dormant in the thick fog and waiting quietly. Time passed bit by bit, and there was a trace of calmness in Mu Yan's eyes. Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and Xiao He were leading their subordinates and fighting more and more fiercely. The three of them had used all their trump cards. Mu Yan was also dumbfounded. Peak Heavenly Venerable. This was the true Peak Heavenly Venerable. It was incomparably powerful. Originally, Mu Yan thought that when he reached the late-stage Heavenly Venerable, even if he fought with a Peak Heavenly Venerable, he might be able to kill them. But seeing the methods that the three of them used, Mu Yan felt that even if he used his limit, he might not be able to block them. The Peak Heavenly Venerable could be said to be a threshold in the 6 realms of Heavenly Venerables. At this moment, Mu Yan carefully observed the three of them and secretly became cautious. At this moment, the divine snake tortoise ox array was also ready. However, just as Mu Yan was about to change his position and make another plan, on the other side of the thick fog, there was a soft breathing sound. Hearing this, Mu Yan stopped in his tracks. There were still people lurking in the surroundings. He was not the only one who wanted to be a fisherman. Secretly, there were also people who wanted to be a fisherman. At this moment, Mu Yan immediately stopped. In this way, there was no need to be anxious. Since everyone wanted to be the fisherman, let's see who would be the fisherman. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Following that, a low wail of grief could be heard. The strange horse could not hold on any longer. Blood began to flow from the wounds on its body. At this moment, Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and Xiao He's eyes shone brightly. They were about to take it down. The three of them looked at each other, and their auras suddenly surged. Kill! A low roar could be heard at this moment. The three figures rushed out instantly. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. At this moment, everyone could feel the terrifying aura erupting from the three figures. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out. The horse fell to the ground with a loud thud. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. Everyone could feel the power wreaking havoc in the air. Woo! The whine sounded again. The horse's huge body fell to the ground and spat out blood. No matter how strong it was, it could not hold on against the siege of dozens of people. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and Xiao He turned pale and breathed a sigh of relief. It finally fell to the ground. This beast was too powerful. It was at least a heavenly venerate of the great perfection realm. Although it took a lot of effort, they were able to kill it. The thing that this beast could transform into made their eyes burn. Let me see what it is. Zhu Yuan said with a faint smile. Woo woo woo. However, at this moment, gusts of cold wind blew. The surroundings suddenly changed. Hee hee, many thanks to the three of you. A cold laugh could be heard at that instant. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures rushed out. The leader, with a powerful aura, went straight for the strange horse that was about to die. Get lost. A low roar could be heard at this moment. Zhu Yuan was furious and threw a punch. However, the man was not afraid at all and punched back. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Zhu Yuan's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had consumed too much energy and could not bear to take a punch from someone at the same level. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan and Xiao He's expressions changed. Ming Shanyu. When they saw the figure clearly, the two of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Ming Shanyu, you bastard. Jiang Yuan roared, you want to take advantage of the situation? So what if I am? Ming Shanyu smiled faintly. Since ancient times, treasures have always belonged to the capable. Even if the three of you join forces, you are still no match for me. This thing belongs to none other than me. Ming Shanyu waved his hand, and the wind howled. The whimpering sound of the wind could be heard. As the formation was activated, Zhu Yuan and the other two had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. However, they had all just finished a huge battle, and their strength was no longer at its peak. The dozen people around Ming Shanyu were all in the late and peak heavenly masters, and they were all ruthless. In addition, he had set up a formation in advance to envelop the ancestral abyss. At this moment, Zhu Yuan and the others were in danger. Mu Yun saw this scene in the thick fog, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Ming Shanyu had done him a great favor. Seeing the chaotic battle between the two sides, Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly. She released the divine snake tortoise ox formation in her palm. Suddenly, the three figures of the snake, the giant turtle, and the wild bull walked out, bringing with them a deathly still aura. Ming Shanyu was stunned when he saw this. Even if it was him, the formation still possessed an enormous amount of pressure. Who set it up? He had a few formation masters around him, but he wasn't very sure what kind of formation they had studied. However, it was a good thing that such a powerful formation had appeared on his side. Ming Shanyu grinned. It seems that the three of you can't escape today. Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and Xiaohe's faces darkened when they saw the scene. Ming Shanyu had actually set them up here. This bastard. Kill. Zhu Yuan shouted and snorted. What else could they do now? If they didn't kill, they would be waiting for death. Suddenly, figures rushed out at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun was mixed in the crowd. She saw the horse die and turn into a dazzling light. Mu Yun's figure gradually approached. What are you doing? A late-stage heavenly master disciple shouted coldly when he saw Mu Yun coveting the treasure. You're not a warrior of the Diamond Dark Armored Tortoise tribe. That person immediately shouted. You talk too much nonsense. Mu Yun directly attacked. She punched out, and there was a loud explosion. The late-stage heavenly master's chest caved in, and lightning seemed to be densely packed in his body. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly. Mu Yun ignored him at this moment. She stepped forward and waved her hand, directly grabbing the treasure. At this moment, a few people saw Mu Yun's figure. Stop. Two people immediately came to stop Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun didn't care at all. However, now was not the time to attract attention. Just as the two figures were about to stop Mu Yun, the huge body of the snake climbed over at this moment, surrounding Mu Yun's body and charging out. At the same time, the giant tortoise and the wild ox's bodies also covered Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the ball of light. She gently stretched out her palm. A sharp fluctuation was released from the ball of light at this moment. Sword. Mu Yun was overjoyed. A long sword. This was what Mu Yun dreamed of. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun held the long sword in her hand. In an instant, a unique aura surged into Mu Yun's body. At this moment, the long sword's light flickered incomparably. Bahuang sword. Forged with the night feather gold of the 8 desolates 10 lands. Night feather gold? Mu Yun was a little puzzled for a moment. Guai said at this moment, night feather gold existed in the primordial era. It's very rare to see it in the current era. This night feather gold contains an extremely high affinity with origin power. Moreover, it has a nourishing effect on the sword soul. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. When the Bahuang sword entered his hand, it immediately gave him a very comfortable feeling. A heaven-grade supreme divine artifact, even if it was at the heaven-grade level, it was still a top-notch existence. The Bahuang sword cut through the 8 desolates. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. This long sword seemed to have been abandoned here alone and longed for its master. Holding the Bahuang sword in his hand, this sword gave him an extremely comfortable aura. Bahuang sword. In the future, I will definitely let you release the light that you deserve. Mu Yan smiled slightly and said, "In the heavenly venerable realm, you and I are invincible." On the Bahuang sword, light flickered. At this moment, the sword light rose into the sky. Zhu Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and Qiu He were trying their best to stop Ming Shanyu. But when they saw the sword light rise into the sky, their expressions changed. "Who is it, using the divine artifact without permission?" Ming Shanyu shouted at this moment. But the people around him shook their heads. Zhu Yuan and the other two were also dumbfounded at this moment. Their people did not go to take the divine artifact. What was going on? "Bastard!" Ming Shanyu shouted. Someone was fishing in troubled waters, how dare they? Were they not afraid of death? Ming Shanyu looked to the other side. At this moment, a figure stood proudly with a long sword in her hand. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun held the Bahuang sword in one hand and stood between the three beasts with a trace of coldness in her eyes. This time, she wouldn't run away. "It's you." Ming Shanyu was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. Mu Yun's portrait and aura were engraved in everyone's mind. This guy didn't run away. Instead, he swaggered here? "It's me." Mu Yun grinned and said, "Sorry, I accidentally got this divine sword. I really like this sword too much. I saw it on the ground and no one picked it up, so I picked it up. Does anyone have any objections?" As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yuan and the others had cold expressions. Ming Shanyu sneered and said, "I don't know who gave you such confidence." "Who?" It Mu Yun held the Bahuang sword in her hand and said with a smile, "This sword gives people a good feeling." "Is that so?" Ming Shanyu was stunned. He held a long spear in his hand and looked at Mu Yun. "Then how do you know that you won't die?" "Because you can't kill me with just you guys." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, her aura bloomed from head to toe. Late stage heavenly venerable. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuan, Ming Shanyu, and the others were stunned. Late stage heavenly venerable, she was just a late stage heavenly venerable. Why was she so arrogant in front of them? At this moment, Mu Yun looked too arrogant. "After being chased by you guys for so long, I can't always run. When it's time to show a few moves, I have to show a few moves." Mu Yun waved her palm. A figure appeared at this moment. Black armor, a tall and sturdy body, and a pair of dim blood-red eyes. It was the son of the Yin-Yang dual emperors, the emperor's puppet body. At this moment, the emperor's puppet body was terrifyingly rich from head to toe. The fluctuation of origin power was also at the peak of the heavenly venerable level. Along the way, the emperor's puppet body had absorbed vitality and now had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable. Taking a step forward, the emperor's puppet body released an incomparably turbulent vitality. "Kill that guy." Mu Yun waved her hand and pointed at Ming Shanyu. Ming Shanyu's expression turned cold when he saw the scene. "Zhu Yuan, I'm not in the mood to compete with you guys. As for Mu Yun, if the three of you can't kill him, then I, Ming Shanyu, will deal with this puppet Shanyu." Ming Shanyu took a step forward. The long spear in his hand pointed Shanyu. "This Shanyu's puppet body, Shanyu of's." Were they not afraid of death? That may not be the case. Perhaps this guy had great confidence in himself. "Shanyu up ant Shanyu Teasby." On the other side, Zhu Yuan and the other two looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. This bastard. In a short period of time, he had actually reached the late-stage heavenly venerable realm. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned cold. They could not let Mu Yun continue to grow. "Kill this guy." Zhu Yuan and the other two took a step forward. They were murderous. Mu Yun held the Bahuang sword in his hand and grinned. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." She slashed with her sword. Blowing snow sword. In an instant, the powerful sword soul was integrated into the sword power. The power of the Bahuang sword immediately rose to another level with the infusion of the sword soul. That was not all. Mu Yun's sword technique sent cold air into people's bodies, giving them a great suppressive force. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. The sword blew snow up. Suddenly, there was a puff. Blood flowed out of Zhu Yuan's arm. He was injured. Mu Yun's sword broke through the surface defense of his body. "Are you surprised?" Mu Yun smiled faintly. I've been away for 3 days. I'm looking at you with new eyes. Could it be that your understanding of me is still at the earthly venerable realm? If not for the restriction of the grade of the divine artifact, I would have killed you. Now, everything is just right. Mu Yun's mind was exceptionally calm. Everything was just right. Thousand-star Emperor sword style. She waved her sword again. Sword shadows filled the sky and pounced on the 3 of them. Asterisk rumble, asterisk waves of sword chi rushed out, but Zhu Yuan, Qiu He, and Jiang Yuan all tried to block them. But at this moment, the 3 of them did not have much strength to resist. They had consumed too much energy in the previous battle. Now, even if they joined forces to face Mu Yun, they were still at a disadvantage. Damn it! Zhu Yuan shouted and scolded. Jiang Yuan, Qiu He, now is not the time to hide. What else do you have? Quickly use it. Otherwise, we'll... Before Zhu Yuan could finish his sentence, his face suddenly turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Qiu He and Jiang Yuan could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Dead. Zhu Yuan was dead. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly died. Swoosh. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. The wind blade made of heavenly beacon divine stone returned to Mu Yun's mind at this moment. Imperial saber divine technique. Controlling the wind blade with soul power, it quickly attacked. At this moment, Qiu He and Jiang Yuan were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun had too many hidden tricks. How in the world did this guy do it? And at this moment, Mu Yun did not stop. Stepping on the sword chi that filled the sky, she came in front of the 2. Overlord Curse. With a flip of her hand, the source power was condensed together, converging into a curse seal. At this moment, the curse seal was rolling, full of murderous aura. A curse pattern covered the curse seal. Shake. Mu Yun's domineering aura was released at this moment. Boom. A dull explosion sounded at this moment. Overlord Curse, at this moment, was full of unparalleled momentum. At this moment, Qiu He and Jiang Yuan's faces turned pale. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their figures retreated. Protect senior brother Qiu. Protect big brother Jiang. Immediately, the other peak heavenly venerables of the lunar sect and Pildal Archmatter charged at this moment. Get lost. Mu Yun snorted coldly and threw out a punch. Roaring imperial thunder. As she threw out a punch, power gathered all over Mu Yun's body. At this moment, she gave people the feeling that she was the Lord of Lightning. Boom. A dull explosion sounded at this moment. Those few figures were immediately blocked. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. How could Mu Yun be able to force all of them back with one punch? This was too unbelievable. Try again. Seeing those few people, Mu Yun waved her hand and condensed bolts of lightning. Swift thunder god explosion. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions sounded at this moment. The lightning was fast, and it rushed over with a sonic boom. Boom. Immediately, 2 peak heavenly venerables were injured at this moment, and their faces were pale. Domineering. The power in Mu Yun's body was extremely domineering. How in the world did this guy do it? At this moment, the few people's faces were ugly. Mu Yun clenched her fists at this moment, and her mind was empty. Comfortable. The sword power of the 8 desolate sword. The offensive energy of the 3 bone bodies. And the Overlord Curse and the Imperial Saber Divine Art. With all these combined, she was not afraid of peak heavenly venerables at all. At this moment, Jiang Yuan and Qiu He were completely shocked. Mu Yun, a late-stage heavenly venerable, was like a peak heavenly venerable. And it was a peak heavenly venerable. Their faces were pale. The people around them were powerless to stop it. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a god. With the Bahuang sword in his hand, just the sword aura alone was awe-inspiring. God-level sword essence. The stronger one was, the more domineering the power of the god-level sword essence could be. Ming Shanyu's eyes were cold when he saw this scene. This was Mu Yun, what a joke. When did Mu Yun become so powerful? However, this was the feeling that Mu Yun gave off at the moment. Damn it. Ming Shanyu cursed in a low voice. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in midair, his eyes calm. If Mu Yun was here, would Xiantianlang be here too? Ming Shanyu did not dare to be sure. Looking around, Ming Shanyu was careful. He knew Xiantianlang. His talent was extraordinary and terrifying. It was really terrifying. Xiantianlang was like a legend from the moment he was born. His cultivation level increased several times faster than the heavenly venerables. Such a person would make all the heirs of the blazing Blackbird clan feel pressure and want to kill him at all costs. Even in the second-tier forces, some ultimate gods had a very good opinion of Xiantianlang. Some people even said that Xiantianlang would break through the limit of the Supreme Realm and reach the World Realm in the future. He would even lead the blazing Blackbird clan to become a first-tier clan. Because of this, Xiantianlang made people even more fearful. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in place, his eyes unchanged. The essence, spirit, and blood of the dead warriors around him were devoured by him one by one. A part of it was transferred into his body and temporarily stored, while the other part rushed into the body of the Crown Prince puppet to strengthen its strength. Mu Yun did not know how strong the Crown Prince puppet was. However, he was still the son of the twin emperors of Yin and Yang. Even if he was made into a puppet, his limit would still be the world plane, right? At this very moment, Yin winds howled in all directions. Mu Yun held the Bahuang sword in her hand and kept attacking. No one could stop her. Qiu He, Jiang Yuan, and Ming Shanyu had completely lost the confidence to resist. Retreat! Ming Shanyu cursed under his breath and couldn't help but shout. They had no choice but to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would all die here. As soon as Ming Shanyu finished speaking, he led his men to break the formation. Jiang Yuan and Qiu He hurriedly took action. At this moment, the three parties completely lost their determination to continue staying here. Mu Yun was not anxious about this. The divine snake tortoise ox formation is not that easy to break. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Everyone, why don't you stay and have a heart-to-heart talk with me?" As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. What was Mu Yun trying to do? Was he going to kill them all? Mu Yun, we are not really afraid of you. We just don't want to fight to the death with you. Ming Shanyu growled, "Do you really think you can kill me? Am I not? Fine, you asked for it." Ming Shanyu was completely enraged. Jiang Yuan, Qiu He, we can only survive if we join forces to kill him. You have seen what happened to Zhu Yuan. I hope you don't have any other thoughts. Jiang Yuan and Qiu He nodded when they heard Ming Shanyu's words. They had expended too much energy. They had used up a lot of energy when they fought with the strange horse. It was already very difficult for them to hold on. If that's the case, kill. Ming Shanyu's figure flashed. Instantly, a majestic aura gathered in his body. Tortoise patterns appeared on the surface of his body. The diamond dark shell tortoise race. The tortoise shell on his body was like iron and had strong defensive power. At this moment, Ming Shanyu's body looked as if he was wearing armor. He looked extraordinarily mighty at this moment. His hands turned into tortoise claws. His 5 fingers glowed with a cold light. It was frightening. As the aura was released, Ming Shanyu's eyes gradually turned cold. Pod seal. As soon as he said this, a strange and complicated seal appeared on Ming Shanyu's chest. As soon as the seal appeared, rays of light flashed. At the same time, in an ancient mountain in the divine venerate domain, a figure frowned. Ming Shanyu used the pod seal? The man frowned and said, "Who forced him into such a sorry state?" It seems that there are a lot of fights in the heavenly venerate domain. Unlike the divine venerate domain where everyone is careful and no one is willing to show their trump cards, the man muttered softly. He took a step forward and disappeared. At this moment, in the mist, Ming Shanyu had completely changed. He was clad in dark armor with a mark on his chest that flowed with energy. His hands were like tortoise claws, full of power. Mu Yun, today is the day you die. Ming Shanyu cursed at this moment. The pod seal was his greatest life-saving means. He had originally prepared to use it if he encountered a celestial venerable of the exceptional realm. But now, Mu Yun had forced it to appear. Mu Yun deserved to die. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes were calm. At this moment, the crown prince attacked Jiang Yuan, Qiu He, and the others. The fierce snake, giant tortoise, and wild ox in the array also attacked the peak celestial venerable martial artists. Mu Yun did not want them to break out of the array at this moment. Seeing Ming Shanyu, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. If I kill all of you, I might be able to break through to the peak celestial venerable realm. At that time, who in Tianyang ancient city can stop me? Mu Yun held the Bahuang sword tightly in her hand. Her aura condensed. She stabbed out with the sword. Waves of power condensed at this moment. The majestic aura was stronger than the previous wave. Moon fishing sword. The sword light shot out like a black moon hanging upside down. It spun and carried a biting cold air as it rushed toward Mu Yun. At this moment, killing intent completely condensed in Mu Yun's eyes. At this moment, Ming Shanyu's eyes were even colder. Armored tortoise seal. He waved his hand, and a tortoise claw flew out of his palm. The tortoise claw carried a majestic aura as it rushed toward Mu Yun. Boom! In an instant, a violent roar sounded at this moment. In the entire array, an earth-shaking fluctuation of origin power hit the surrounding people. Too strong. Peak celestial venerable. The true power of the underworld mountain rain was too strong. At this moment, Mu Yun staggered back. The power in her body gradually dissipated. On the other side, Ming Shanyu's figure did not move. Mu Yun, you forced me to do this. Although Ming Shanyu had the upper hand at this moment, he could not be happy. He was forced to this point by Mu Yun and had no choice but to use the green pod seal. He could not be happy. Even if he killed Mu Yun, he would not be able to withstand the loss of the green pod seal. In that case, let's give it a try. At this moment, Mu Yun said indifferently, let's see if you can kill me. As her words fell, she swung her sword again. Hanging sun sword. A long sword was swung out. It was as if the sun was hanging high in the sky. It carried an incomparably powerful and scorching sword aura. In that scorching sun, it was as if Mu Yun's figure was standing still. Her feet were stepping on the scorching sun, and her hands were holding up the sky. Slash! The sword fell. A roar suddenly sounded at this moment. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar sounded at this moment. Waves rolled on the ground. Layers of power fluctuated. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura spread to the extreme. At this moment, Qiu He and Jiang Yuan were both horrified to discover. The aura in Mu Yun's body was more vigorous than theirs. This guy. How in the world did he cultivate to this level? The violent roar gradually receded. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in place with a cold expression. The Bahuang sword in his hand floated quietly without any fluctuations. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that his body and mind were very stable at this moment. Opposite him, Ming Shanyu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Drops of blood flowed down his arm. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Ming Shanyu was still injured by Mu Yun. How did this Mu Yun do it? Today, all of you will die. Mu Yun attacked with his sword. At this moment, his aura was incomparably domineering. He was in the late-stage heavenly venerable realm, but he displayed the arrogance and confidence of a peak heavenly venerable. Within the array, screams sounded one after another. Mu Yun held his sword, and his murderous aura surged. Ming Shanyu was completely powerless to resist at this moment. Even if he used the green pod seal, he was still defeated. Mu Yun's sword was invincible. At this moment, corpses lay down in the array. Ming Shanyu, Jiang Yuan, and Qiu He also died unwillingly under Mu Yun's sword. As for the rest, they were not worth mentioning. Inside the array, blood gradually flowed. Huff huff. Everything was over. Mu Yun sat on the ground, panting heavily. He originally thought that with the Bahuang sword in his hand, it would be easy to face a peak heavenly venerable. However, he still underestimated the various geniuses in the end. These guys more or less had their own trump cards. It wouldn't be that easy to kill them. At this moment, Mu Yun activated his devouring power, and pure essence, energy, and spirit entered his body. Gradually, as time passed, the aura in Mu Yun's body rose. Although he had yet to reach the peak of the heavenly venerate realm, his strength had increased substantially in the late-stage heavenly venerate realm. Mu Yun only left after searching everyone's bodies clean. If it was in the past, he would have eaten his fill and his family would not have been hungry. He might not have cleaned out all of these things. But now, he was not willing to give up any part of the vast cloud hall. He left the area and headed deeper into the fog. Mu Yun continued to slay the strange beasts in the thick fog one after another. However, this time, the harvest was much less. As Mu Yun continued to advance, she sensed that the dense fog in front of her had dimmed. At the same time, outside the mountain range, one after another, figures arrived at the scene. "Brother Zuling!" A shout rang out. "Where is he?" "Big brother Zhu Yuan has already entered with his men. Ming Shanyu of the Diamond Underworld Armored Tortoise race has also entered." Hearing this, Zhu Ling frowned and said, "Let's go in and take a look." "Yes." At the same time, two more groups of people arrived at the scene. Zhu Ling could not help but frown when he saw the two leaders. Jiang Gaoming, Fu Heng. These two were also peak heavenly venerables. However, Zhu Ling knew that their strength was on par with his and could not be underestimated. "Zhu Ling, it seems that you have also received the news?" Fu Heng smiled and looked at Zhu Ling. "I think this place is a good place. Shall we go in together?" "Sure." Zhu Ling smiled faintly. "But, Jiang Gaoming, what about you?" "I won't go with you." Jiang Gaoming smiled. "The opportunities belong to each other. I think it's best if we don't interfere with each other." Hearing this, Zhu Ling did not say anything and led his men straight in. At the same time, a man standing beside Jiang Gaoming said in a low voice, "Senior brother Jiang, Mu Yun." "Mu Yun?" Jiang Gaoming's eyes flickered. "Let nature take its course." "Yes." At this moment, in the mountain range, as the thick fog dispersed, Mu Yun's figure appeared in front of an ancient city. Although it was called an ancient city, in reality, it was more like a tribal building gathered together. There were no city walls and no decent streets. Mu Yun stepped out and looked at the thick fog behind her. This place was really getting stranger and stranger. At the same time, Mu Yun also sensed that many people had walked out of the thick fog and entered the ancient city in front of him. However, everyone had their own camps and did not want to cause trouble with each other. No one cared about each other. Mu Yun came to the ancient city. Grand halls and palaces were magnificent and majestic, stretching for hundreds of miles. However, these palaces were extremely messy. Even the streets were full of twists and turns, unlike those meticulously built cities that had perfectly straight roads. Mu Yun stepped out and stopped in front of a palace. One of the palace gates had already collapsed. Mu Yun stepped in. A cloud of dust hit her in the face. This place seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Unlike other ruins, although they had been here for a long time, they were still well preserved. From the looks of it, this place was truly in ruins. Mu Yun looked around the hall and frowned slightly. Could it be that this place was like this? After all, it was Yangyun Palace, a palace that was once set up by the Yin and Yang emperors under the heavenly venerables. It couldn't be so dilapidated, right? Mu Yun looked at the palaces with a suspicious attitude. However, in the end, she was also very confused. Almost no place was completely preserved. Many figures appeared in the surroundings. Clearly, they were the same as Mu Yun and did not gain anything. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun found it hard to understand. In the end, Mu Yun also gave up. This Yangyun Palace stretched for hundreds of miles. There were at least tens of thousands of palaces. She looked from south to north for a long time, but there was nothing. There were only dilapidated buildings in those palaces. Not to mention divine pills, she did not even see a box that contained divine pills. Helpless, Mu Yun finally decided to choose a place to completely refine the essence, energy, and spirit in her body. Streams of pure energy flowed through his body. At this moment, Mu Yun was on the top floor of a tall building in the city. Looking down from here, she could see many figures jumping back and forth in the ancient city. Mu Yun did not pay any attention to this. Sitting cross-legged, the essence, energy, and spirit in his body spread to his limbs and bones. The battle during this period of time was as he wished. He had yet to carefully sort out the comprehension he had gained after the battle. Right now, he had 4 types of attacks in his hands. The strongest was the 4 sets of sword moves under the combination of the 8 desolate sword and the sword soul. The attacks of the 3 layers of the bone body art were equally fierce. However, he now controlled 3 of the 5 moves of the 3 layers of the bone body art. The third move, the Crimson Thunder Emperor Saber, required too much origin power. It was actually the Overlord Curse. However, he only condensed a single rune to cover it and doubled its power. It was very difficult to kill a peak Heavenly Venerable. Finally, there was the most mysterious Divine Saber technique. Controlling the Wind Saber with the power of the soul, it was a surprise attack. This move was best used as a sneak attack. Once the opponent was on guard, it would be difficult for it to be effective. These 4 moves could be said to be the 4 offensive divine techniques that he had mastered now. The Divine Saber technique could continue to be improved. As for the Overlord Curse, it also needed to be improved to unleash its powerful power. Mu Yun sat cross-legged in the tower and began to cultivate. At the same time, another group of uninvited guests arrived at Yangyun Palace. Jiang Gaoming, Fu Heng, and Zhu Ling led dozens of people into the palace. After understanding the strangeness of the fog, the 3 of them began to attack without hesitation. On this day, Zhu Ling led a group of people and killed a beast with the strength of a perfected Heavenly Venerable. However, at this moment, a rustling sound came from within the fog. Who is it? Zhu Ling snorted coldly and grabbed with his hand. Brother Zhu Ling, it's me. A figure walked out at this moment and looked at Zhu Ling with a pale face and a frightened expression. Su Fuxing? Seeing that person, Zhu Ling retracted his aura and said indifferently, "Why are you here alone? Where's Zhu Yuan?" "Zhu Yuan is dead," Su Fuxing said tremblingly. Zhu Ling's expression was calm, but everyone could see that Zhu Ling was clenching his fists at this moment. The anger in his heart was almost burning. Who did it? Zhu Ling's voice was a little hoarse at this moment. Mu Yun. Su Fuxing said hatefully, Mu Yun has reached the late-stage Heavenly Venerable, and her swordsmanship is superb. Not only Brother Zhu Yuan, but Jiang Yuan, Qiu He, and Ming Shanyu from the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan were also killed by her. Hearing this, Zhu Ling's face turned even more gloomy. Mu Yun. An ant-like character had actually grown to such a level. Zhu Ling gradually could not suppress his aura at this moment and seemed to be about to explode. Su Fuxing, you no longer have the ability to fight. Tell this to senior brother Kong Huai. Su Fuxing heard this and nodded. All of you, follow me into the depths to find Mu Yun, and kill her. At this moment, Zhu Ling's voice was terrifyingly cold. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned cold. The ancestral mausoleum was filled with killing intent. Go and inform Fu Heng that Mu Yun is here. Zhu Ling said again, this time, no matter what, Mu Yun must not run away again. Otherwise, it will be the end of us. Yes. After Zhu Ling gave his instructions, he looked at the thick fog around him and said, let's not stay here any longer. Go straight to the depths and find Mu Yun. Yes. Instantly, dozens of figures followed the ancestral mausoleum into its depths. On the other side, when Fu Heng received the news, his face was full of astonishment. Zhu Yuan is a peak Empyrean. Although he is inferior to me and Zhu Ling, his strength is not bad. Mu Yun, a late-stage Empyrean, killed him? Fu Heng did not feel anything about Qiu He's death. Although both of them were in the Pill Emperor mansion, he was not familiar with Qiu He. On the contrary, this guy's death meant that he had one less opponent. It was a good thing. Mu Yun, your life is very valuable. Fu Heng smiled slightly and said, in my Pill Emperor mansion, 2 Pill Emperor's sons want you dead. Even if I don't want to be enemies with you, there's no way to avoid it. Fu Heng and Zhu Ling received the news and did not stay any longer. They headed towards the depths of Yangyun Palace. After the thick fog, an ancient city appeared in front of everyone. When Zhu Ling saw the ancient city, he also had a strange expression. This ancient city is a little strange. Zhu Ling opened his mouth and said, it feels like something out of place. Everyone entered the ancient city one by one. Like Mu Yun, they began to investigate carefully. In the end, it was all for naught. Zhu Ling and the others were not in a hurry. They searched for a few days in the ancient city before stopping. At the same time, Mu Yun also discovered the arrival of a few people from the tower in the ancient city. Seeing that group of figures appear in the ancient city, Mu Yan's eyes narrowed. Zhu Ling. Zhu Yuan's big brother. Mu Yun murmured. This time, the dozens of people that Zhu Ling brought were all not weak. There were more than 20 late-stage heavenly venerables. And there were more than a dozen peak heavenly venerables. If such a group of people were to join forces, he would definitely not be able to resist them. Mu Yun thought for a moment. There was nothing strange about this place. There was no point in continuing to stay here. It was better to find a safe place and completely break through to the peak heavenly venerables. After making up his mind, Mu Yun was about to leave. These guys wanted to find him here. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. And it was not difficult for him to leave. As he flew up, Mu Yan's figure arrived at the edge of the ancient city in the blink of an eye. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Mu Yan's head hurt and he fell to the ground. What the hell is that? Mu Yun raised his head and looked ahead, his eyes stunned. In front of him, at the edge of the ancient city, a barrier had appeared at some point. His palm gently approached, and the formation patterns condensed. Mu Yun discovered that a formation had appeared in front of him. The formation flickered with light, carrying a trace of a heart-palpitating aura. Formation. When did it appear? Mu Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. When he first entered this place, there was no formation here. Since when was there a formation here? Mu Yan's eyes were slightly stunned, and the others also realized that something was strange. They were actually trapped in this ancient city. For a moment, many people rose into the sky. At this moment, if one were to look carefully, one would see that there were several hundred figures gathered around the ancient city. Panicked voices sounded at this moment. Mu Yun calmed down. He gently stretched out his palm. The formation patterns merged into the ancient formation, and Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. He carefully sensed and discovered that this ancient formation that covered 100 miles had tens of millions of formation patterns flowing and alternating with each other. Tens of millions of formation patterns. Only a top Supreme Array Master could do it. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Without a foundation of tens of millions of formation patterns, it was impossible to break this formation and leave. However, the most important thing was, when did this grand formation appear? Hundreds of people were anxious at this moment. At this moment, in the sky above the ancient city, a buzzing sound spread in all directions. A shadow condensed in midair. He was dressed in white and had an astonishing aura. It was at least the aura of a divine venerable. As soon as that person appeared, he looked at everyone. What a group of people who are not afraid of death. How dare you barge into Yangyun Palace? There was no trace of emotion in his indifferent voice. Since you dare to barge in, you should be prepared to die. The shadow said slowly, Yangyun Palace was personally built by the two lords for the disciples of the heavenly venerables in the Qingyun region. Even if 1,000,000 years have passed, it is still not a place that you can touch. However, at this point, the illusory figure suddenly changed the topic. This Yangyun Palace has been dead for millions of years. You may still have a way out. There is a Saint Stone platform hidden in this palace. The Saint Stone platform can lead you to the outside, but it's up to you whether you can find it or not. The shadowy figure sneered. I don't think there is even a complete realm heavenly venerable among you. It will be very difficult for you to find it. The Saint Stone Road in front of the Saint Stone platform. This is also a great opportunity. If you can get it, I can spare your lives for the crime of trespassing into Yangyun Palace because of your talent. As the shadowy figure finished speaking, Zhu Ling shouted from the crowd, what are the Saint Stone platform and Saint Stone Road? We don't know. How can we find them? At least, you should give us some information. Information? The shadowy figure sneered. I can't wait for you to die. Why would I give you any information? This ancient array has existed for a long time. Now that it has been activated, I am just a wisp of my soul left here. After saying those words, this remnant soul of mine will disappear. As for your life and death, what does it have to do with me? Hearing this, the hundreds of people below all looked angry. It was indeed difficult to accept being ridiculed by a dead person like this. Hurry up. If I remember correctly, this ancient array will become more and more powerful as it is activated. Yangyun Palace was once the place where tens of thousands of heavenly venerables were buried. You are probably more likely to die here. Anyway, find it yourself. If you can't find it, it proves that you deserve to die, and I can't wait for you to die. The shadowy figure sneered. Mu Yan stopped completely at this moment. Now, it was almost impossible to break through by force. An ancient array formed by tens of millions of array patterns could only be broken by a top supreme divine array master. Even he, who had condensed 2 million array patterns, was facing an ancient array. It was like a babbling child facing a burly man. There was no way out. In this case, there was only one way. The Saint Stone Road. The Saint Stone Platform. Find the Saint Stone Road, climb the Saint Stone Platform, and then leave. At this moment, Mu Yan carefully turned around and returned. At this moment, figures appeared at this moment. Mu Yan's eyes were calm. Many figures in the ancient city also became anxious and uneasy. What to do? Everyone was thinking about this question in their hearts. At this moment, Zhu Ling and Fu Heng also met up. I didn't find Mu Yan, but I encountered such trouble. Damn it. Zhu Ling cursed in a low voice, clearly annoyed. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. At this moment, Fu Heng smiled faintly. Saint Stone Road, Saint Stone Platform. It's not impossible for us to find them. However, Mu Yan is also here. We can't leave now. Mu Yan can't leave now either. Zhu Ling's eyes lit up. That was right. They couldn't leave now, and neither could Mu Yan. With the strength of the two of us, it won't be difficult to gather the several hundred people here. If Mu Yan doesn't appear by then, we'll look for her. Found her. Let's kill Mu Yan first before leaving this place. Zhu Ling nodded in agreement. Suddenly, several figures gathered at this moment. Zhu Ling and Fu Heng finished their discussion. At this moment, the two of them were floating in the air. Everyone, please be quiet for the time being. Fu Heng spoke at this moment. I am Fu Heng from the Alchemy Emperor Mansion. I believe many of you have seen me before. When Fu Heng spoke, many people fell silent. This person was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He was quite famous in the Alchemy Emperor Mansion. Now that everyone is trapped here, it's more important to unite. I will discuss with Zhu Ling of the Divine Sword Pavilion. Everyone will work together to find the Saint Stone Road and Saint Stone Platform that person mentioned. I promise that once any of us can leave this place, as long as we inform our respective sects to find powerful array masters to break the array here, everyone will be safe and sound. But before that, there's one more thing to do. Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. There was one more thing to do, what was it? Mu Yan is also here. Mu Yan, the Mu Yan who had turned the earthly venerable region upside down? This person has reached the late stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Her strength is extraordinary. Everyone knows what this means. Fu Heng smiled faintly. If we can kill this person, even if we do nothing in the heavenly venerable region and leave the Yin Yang sky domain, there will be people who are willing to exchange natural treasures for Mu Yan's head. That's why I'm thinking that when the time comes, we should first kill Mu Yan in this ancient city and then search for a path. As soon as these words came out, many people in the crowd had burning eyes. Now, Mu Yan was not a person to them, but a treasure. A treasure that could save them hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Everyone, time is of the essence. I think if everyone is faster, maybe we can end this earlier. Moreover, maybe in the process of finding Mu Yan, we will discover the secret of the Saint Stone Road and Saint Stone Platform. Hearing this, everyone immediately nodded. Mu Yan's eyes were cold when she saw this scene. Fu Heng and Zhu Ling had really gone crazy from wanting to kill her. Now that they were at death's door, the first thing they thought of was to kill her first. This group of people had also gone completely crazy at this moment. Their minds were filled with thoughts of killing her to obtain the divine grade Supreme Divine Artifact, Supreme Divine Pill, and Supreme Divine Art. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan's face turned cold, and she retreated. The 100-mile ancient city was huge. It would still take some time for this group of people to find her. During this period of time, Mu Yun naturally could not sit still and wait for her death. Coming to the depths, Mu Yun entered an ancient palace. At her fingertips, lines of formation patterns flowed at this moment. Divine Snake Tortoise Ox Formation. The formation was activated at this moment. Lines of formation patterns flowed, and within the formation, there was a steady breath like a breeze. The three ferocious beasts, a fierce snake, a giant tortoise, and a wild ox, were formed, ready at any time. At the same time, Mu Yun released the Crown Prince's puppet body. At this moment, it was equivalent to 4 peak heavenly venerables on standby. And that was not all. The divine snake, tortoise, and ox formation itself had a bewitching aura. After making these preparations, a cold murderous aura condensed in Mu Yun's eyes at this moment. Kill me? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Mu Yun's eyes were cold as she looked outside the main hall. Mu Yun. Suddenly, at this moment, a shout sounded at this moment. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yun at this moment. It's you. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun's expression was guarded. I know you're ready. I have no intention of hurting you. The person who came was dressed in green. He was tall and had a strong aura, giving off an extremely domineering feeling. It was Jiang Gaoming of the lunar sect. Mu Yun was not familiar with this person. She had only seen him once at the entrance before entering this forbidden area. To be able to approach me silently, it seems that the heavenly venerables from all sides are quite capable. Mu Yun was still cautious at this moment. Tell me, what's the matter? Hearing this, Jiang Gaoming stood a few steps away from Mu Yun and said, Zhu Ling and Fu Heng will definitely kill you. And Song Tao of the lunar sect has received Ming Yishuan's favor. Ming Yishuan wants to become Dao companions with Bao Qingyu. This is also the Ming clan's idea. So Ming Yishuan wants to kill you. Now, Song Tao has also expressed his attitude and will listen to Ming Yishuan's orders. However, his attitude does not represent the lunar sect's attitude. As Jiang Gaoming finished speaking, he looked at Mu Yun. Not everyone from the lunar sect wants you dead, Qin Wendian said. Jiang Gaoming said seriously, I have received Bao Qingyu's favor, so I will not watch you die. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, leave this place. As Mu Yun's words fell, Jiang Gaoming was stunned. If you leave, you will be helping me. Jiang Gaoming was about to speak at this moment, but Mu Yun said again, why don't you help me kill Fu Heng and Zhu Ling? Jiang Gaoming looked at Mu Yun and was stunned. If I kill the two of them, I will be safe. Hearing this, Jiang Gaoming's face trembled. I can't kill them, but I can stop one person. Jiang Gaoming said extremely seriously. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Did she trust Jiang Gaoming? Trust my ass. This guy was from the lunar sect. Who knew if he was telling the truth or not? Alright. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yun said, in that case, since you have the heart, I will believe you this time. They have gathered together now to kill me first, then find the Saint Stone Road, materialize the Saint Stone platform, and leave this place. Since that's the case, I'll make the first move. This group of people seems to be united on the surface but divided at heart. After killing their leader, those guys won't dare to act rashly. When the time comes, I can bring them away from this place. However, Fu Heng and Zhu Ling are a level stronger than Zhu Yuan and the others. I admit that I am not their match. If you can help me stop one of them, I'll deal with the other one myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoming looked at Mu Yun with flickering eyes. This guy had already calculated everything. It was no wonder that Mu Yun could fight her way from the earthly venerate region to the heavenly venerate region and reach the late-stage heavenly venerate in such a short time. This fellow seemed to do things without a head or a brain, charging forward violently. But in reality, he had already made up his mind. How many people do you have? Mu Yun asked again. About 100 people. Alright, let them wait for orders. Mu Yun said again, don't worry. Let them hold back that group of people. As for Fu Heng and Zhu Ling's people, I'll take the lead and kill them until they don't dare to resist. Without Fu Heng and Zhu Ling, that motley crew will think more about how to leave this place instead of killing me. Jiang Gaoming nodded. Since that's the case, go and do it. Jiang Gaoming cupped his hands and turned to leave. Mu Yan looked at Jiang Gaoming's back with flickering eyes. You'd better not lie to me. After saying this, Mu Yan's figure flashed out and left the main hall. At the same time, the hundreds of people trapped in the ancient city spread out and searched the main halls one by one, trying to find Mu Yan. The group of people in the lead were the disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion and the Alchemy Emperor Mansion. At this moment, two figures entered a main hall. Senior brother Fu Heng spent so much effort to kill Mu Yan. If we really kill Mu Yan, do you think the two Elixir the Archprinces will really give us a generous reward? A late-stage heavenly venerable disciple couldn't help but ask. Why are you worried about so many things? The other person said, anyway, there's senior brother Fu Heng to take care of it. Moreover, you have to know that senior brother Fu Heng is also under senior brother Suyu's orders. Senior brother Suyu is a perfected heavenly venerable. I reckon he can reach the invincible godly venerable realm this time. Once senior brother Suyu reaches the godly venerable realm, he will no longer be a dispensable person in the Elixir the Archmansion. The mansion master's higher-ups will pay attention to him. At that time, the two Elixir the Archprinces, Dongfang Shua and Su Yuan, can't go back on their words. Even if they want to silence him, they have to see if there's a chance. The other person nodded at this moment. Godly venerable, I'm afraid he won't have a chance. A voice sounded at this moment. Mu Yan's figure appeared at this moment. Her eyes flashed, and a murderous intent emerged at this moment. The two people's expressions changed drastically when they saw Mu Yan. Damn it. One of them immediately charged out. Although they were both in the late-stage heavenly venerable realm, the current Mu Yan was close to the peak heavenly venerable realm. She threw out a punch, and rolling thunder rumbled. Boom! The entire ancient palace completely exploded at this moment. One of them immediately died a tragic death. At the same time, the other person brandished his sword and charged towards Mu Yan. Get lost! Mu Yan shouted in a low voice, and the roaring emperor thunder exploded at this moment. Boom! Another roar sounded at this moment. Two figures turned into corpses. Over there! At this moment, a shout sounded. Obviously, someone had already heard the sound and rushed over here. At this moment, Mu Yan sneered, turned around, and flew away. Chase after her! An order was issued at this moment. It was Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling led the way and chased after Mu Yan at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Fu Heng also led the crowd and chased after her. With the two of them in the lead, other martial artists from all sides also surrounded her. At this moment, hundreds of people gathered. Mu Yan's figure rushed into the ancient palace and disappeared. You're courting death. At this moment, Zhu Ling took a step forward and punched directly in the air. Bang! A low explosion sounded at this moment. Everyone's eyes were slack. Peak heavenly venerable realm. Zhu Ling's peak heavenly venerable realm had already reached the limit. Perhaps with just a little more, he would reach the peak heavenly venerable realm. At this moment, the main hall was completely cracked by Zhu Ling's punch. A figure appeared in the main hall. That figure stood proudly at this moment, holding a long sword with a cold expression. You're here? As the words fell, the figure stepped on the ground and flew out. Boom! The ground cracked. Suddenly, a ray talisman spread out at this moment. It was as if iron chains had spread out from the ground, completely locking the entire earth. Buzz! In an instant, a large array appeared. The three figures of the fierce snake, the giant tortoise, and the wild ox appeared beside Mu Yan. At this moment, hundreds of people became cautious. Zhu Ling and Fu Heng were standing in the void at this moment, looking at Mu Yan. Kid, I didn't expect that at this point, you still won't give up? A high-level array can at most help you delay time. There are hundreds of us here, can you resist? Even a peak heavenly venerable will have to die with hatred. Hearing this, Mu Yan stood in the air and sneered. Zhu Ling, why do you have to lock everyone up with you? Mu Yan smiled and said, these people are not afraid of death. Feel free to come. Anyway, there is only one person who can kill me, Mu Yan, and obtain the treasures promised by those godly venerables. Let's see who is not afraid of death. As soon as she said that, the people who were originally eager to give it a try became a little sluggish. Mu Yan was right. If they killed him, only one of them would benefit from it. It was either Zhu Ling or Fu Heng. As for this group of people, they might even be killed to silence them. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Fu Heng sneered and said, "Don't try to bewitch people here. There are not many treasures and not enough for everyone to share, but if I, Fu Heng, obtain them, I will at least exchange them for supreme spiritual liquid according to everyone's contribution. Mu Yun, you will definitely die today." Hearing that, Mu Yun was not anxious and continued, "Everyone, today, I will only kill Fu Heng and Zhu Ling. If anyone else attacks me, I will kill them. I will not deal with those who do not attack. At the same time, I will fight with these two people. If I win, I will definitely bring everyone out of this place. After all, I don't want to die here. Of course, if I lose, you can also see if these two people will record your achievements." As soon as she said that, everyone understood what Mu Yun meant. They would not interfere. This was the matter between Mu Yun, Fu Heng, and Zhu Ling. If they interfered, they would not be able to protect themselves. As soon as she said that, a portion of the early stage and mid-stage heavenly venerables retreated. After all, Mu Yun was already a late-stage heavenly venerables. If they attacked, they would only be courting death. Moreover, they did not want to get involved in the battle between the two sides. They just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Originally, they came here to seek opportunities. However, they did not expect that not only did they not find the opportunities, but they also landed themselves in a desperate situation. This lousy place caused a lot of harm. At this moment, there were still 100 to 200 people standing in the field. Most of these 200 people were following Fu Heng and Zhu Mausoleum. A small portion of them could not forget Mu Yun. It would appear that you all have made your choice. In that case, the Bahuang sword in Mu Yun's hand emitted a faint sword light as she said, "Jiang Gaoming, it's time to show your sincerity." As soon as the words left his mouth, numerous figures began to appear. The person in the lead was none other than Jiang Gaoming from the lunar sect. When they saw Jiang Gaoming appear, everyone was shocked. Zhu Ling and Fu Heng frowned deeply. "Jiang Gaoming, what do you mean?" Fu Heng said unhappily. "Mu Yun is the husband of Commander Bao Qingyu. I once received Commander Bai's favor. I cannot watch you kill him. Today, I'll take it as a form of repayment to Commander Bao Qingyu." Jiang Gaoming said calmly. "What a high-sounding reason." Zhu Ling sneered. "I didn't expect that Mu Yun would actually believe it. It's my business whether I believe it or not." Mu Yun held her sword and said indifferently, "I killed Li Yuanxing and Wang Tianhua. I also killed Zhu Yuan." "Zhu Ling, do you know why?" Zhu Ling looked at Mu Yun and frowned. "Because in their eyes, I'm just a nobody. They never treated me as a real opponent. That's why they died. The same will happen to you." Zhu Ling's hair and beard danced in the wind when he heard this. His eyes were cold. "Do you know that there are strong and weak peak heavenly venerables? This realm is a watershed for heavenly venerables. It's completely different between those who have crossed it and those who haven't." Zhu Ling's eyes turned cold. A scimitar appeared in his hand. "Fu Heng, stop Jiang Gaoming or kill him," Zhu Ling said coldly. Zhu Ling said coldly, "This is our best chance to kill Mu Yun. Otherwise, you and I both know what will happen if he escapes." "Understood." At this moment, Fu Heng looked at Jiang Gaoming angrily. "This bastard's brain is screwed up." Boom. Zhu Ling took a step forward and charged toward Mu Yun. But at this moment, a figure directly charged out and blocked in front of Mu Yun. The Thearchus puppet. The current Thearchus puppet could unleash the strength of a peak heavenly venerate. Moreover, the materials used to create it were powerful. Even Zhu Ling might not be able to break it. Mu Yun couldn't help but say, "I don't plan to fight with you." Mu Yun turned to look at the people from the lunar sect and divine sword pavilion. Close to 200 people, 19 of them are peak heavenly venerables. Mu Yun smiled and said, "They will be a good whetstone for me." At this moment, Zhu Ling and Fu Heng's faces turned cold. Mu Yun was actually targeting them. She wanted to destroy them all, she was courting death. At this moment, Zhu Ling's saber slashed at the Thearchus puppet. Flames appeared, and marks appeared on the surface of the Thearchus puppet. But it did not break. At this moment, Zhu Ling was shocked. This puppet's defense was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Bang! The Thearch's puppet turned around and punched Zhu Ling. A muffled explosion sounded. At this moment, Zhu Ling withdrew his saber to defend himself. He felt a huge force spread into his body. However, it did not hurt his internal organs. At this moment, Zhu Ling's eyes turned cold. This Thearch's puppet had the strength of a peak heavenly venerate. Its attack power was not strong, but its defense power surpassed that of a peak heavenly venerate. He was furious that such a B** had stopped him. On the other side, Jiang Gaoming actually made a move to help Mu Yun block Fu Heng. Of the more than 20 peak heavenly venerables present, the two of them were undoubtedly the strongest. They could defeat Mu Yun one-on-one. 2 against 1, Mu Yun would definitely die. But now, she deserved to die. There was Jiang Gaoming and a Thearch's puppet beside Mu Yun. This bastard. At this moment, Mu Yun held her sword and arrived in front of the 19 peak heavenly venerate martial artists. Do you want to come one by one, or together? Seeing the 19 people, Mu Yun's eyes burned as if she had seen delicious food. If she could devour 19 peak heavenly venerates, in addition to the others present, she should be able to reach the peak heavenly venerate realm. At this moment, the Bahuang sword in Mu Yun's hand seemed to sense Mu Yun's desire and trembled slightly. Kill. Immediately, a peak heavenly venerate rushed directly towards Mu Yun. Boom. In an instant, the battle began. The hundreds of people in the surroundings spread out one by one. At the same time, Jiang Gaoming led nearly 100 people to fight with the martial artists beside Fu Heng and Zhu Ling. The two sides began to kill each other without showing any mercy. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun raised her eyebrows. Interesting. With a boom, Mu Yun directly punched out. The ground cracked, and the rumbling sounds made one's heart palpitate. There was a hint of viciousness in Mu Yun's eyes. Roaring royal thunder. She directly punched out. Heavenly lightning rolled down. Mu Yun's speed increased at this moment. Taking advantage of the thunder style, she directly slashed out. Ah! A scream sounded at this moment. The first peak heavenly venerate had fallen. However, at this very moment, Mu Yun directly devoured the essence, qi, and spirit into the execution heaven painting. Without stopping, she punched out again. Rapid thunder explosion. At this moment, the sound of thunder exploded once again. The sound of thunder boomed, exploding endlessly. All of this caused the crowd to be unable to resist. Mu Yun aimed at whoever she punched. She would knock them unconscious and kill them with a sword. Not long after, 3 people had already died under her sword. If this continued, more than 10 of them would soon die. Disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion, listen to my order. Form a sword formation. A disciple at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm shouted. Suddenly, 9 figures walked out at this moment. 3 in the front, 3 in the middle, and 3 behind. However, the 3 in the middle stood still in mid-air. The 9 figures condensed into an aura at this moment. Vaguely, the 3 figures were like a long sword, suspended in mid-air at this moment. The few people from the Alchemy Emperor Mansion surrounded them at this moment, looking at Mu Yun. At this moment, everyone felt the earth trembling. A surge of sword-intent soared into the sky, making it difficult for people to breathe. At this moment, Mu Yun held the Bahuang sword in her hand, and the sword aura soared into the sky. The strong aura spread out one after another. Mu Yun's eyes were cold. Sword formation? Seeing the 9 figures gathered together, they condensed into waves of majestic aura. A surge of sword aura came down. Falling sword style. The leading disciple slashed out with his sword at this moment. In an instant, a sword soul condensed at this moment. Elementary sword soul. The sword soul whizzed out, and the falling sword style was condensed at this moment. The long sword gave people an indescribable domineering aura. Slash. Boom. The intense sword radiance slashed down at this moment. Strong roars of air rang out one after another. Mu Yun raised her sword and blocked in front of her. A dull thud sounded, and Mu Yun's leg stopped at this moment, removing the huge force. At this moment, the 9 disciples saw this scene, and their faces were filled with joy. Mu Yun couldn't hold on any longer. On the other side, Zhu Ling was pleasantly surprised to see this. Haha. Zhu Ling split open the imperial prince's body and looked at Mu Yun. He laughed loudly and said, "Brat, are you looking down on my Divine Sword Pavilion's disciple?" Divine Sword Pavilion disciples, 3 people can form a sword formation and unleash the might of the sword formation. They are invincible in the same realm. I can even kill someone of a higher level than me. Do you really think you can hold on? At this moment, Zhu Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Why are you so proud? Mu Yun looked at the ancestral mausoleum and grinned. It seems like I'm not dead yet? Soon. Zhu Ling sneered. At this moment, Mu Yun stood up and clenched her fist. This is the first time I've seen a sword formation. Seems like it's quite capable. I just don't know how powerful your sword formation is. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun gathered her strength from head to toe. A surge of sword power soared into the sky. Divine level sword soul. It suddenly appeared. At this moment, the huge sword soul condensed an intimidating aura. Behind Mu Yun, a huge sword condensed at this moment. At this moment, everyone felt that their strength was being absorbed. Divine level sword soul. Zhu Ling's expression changed when he saw this scene. The 9 disciples also had ugly expressions at this moment. Divine level sword soul. It was comparable to the strength of a peak heavenly master. How many more tricks did Mu Yun have up her sleeves? At this moment, the surroundings were in an uproar. Try my sword? Mu Yun looked at the 9 people and murmured, Hanging Sun Sword. The sword slashed down at this moment. A huge sun seemed to have descended from the sky. As it condensed, it had already slashed down. At this moment, the 9 people did not hesitate. At the same time, their aura surged toward Guai. Breaking sword style. The sword buzzed, and a surge of sword chi condensed again. In the next moment, 2 sword chi condensed at this moment. The sound of explosions rose and fell one after another. At this moment, the sky had turned into a world of swords. The sword chi intertwined with each other, tearing and entangling. Finally, with a rumble, the sword chi completely dissipated. The 9 figures' faces turned pale at this moment. Mu Yun stood on the spot, but the sword chi was even more vigorous. 9 and 1, is it useful? At this moment, Mu Yun's figure charged out again. Bang! The 9 figures were scattered at this moment. Mu Yun slashed out with her sword and took their lives. At this moment, the sword chi whistled, and Mu Yun seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. Screams sounded one after another. Another 2 or 3 people died tragically. On the other side, Mu Yun became more and more courageous as she fought. Zhu Ling and Fu Heng had ugly expressions at this moment. If this continued, they would really die. Once Mu Yun finished off those peak heavenly venerables, it would be time to deal with them. At that time, without more than a dozen peak heavenly venerables holding the line, how could the 2 of them fight against Mu Yun, the prince's puppet body, and Jiang Gaoming? Bastard! In an instant, a loud roar sounded at this moment. At this moment, Zhu Ling's eyes were cold and disdainful. He repelled the prince's puppet body with a single blow. All of you, quickly surround and kill the prince's puppet body. Zhu Ling looked at Mu Yun and shouted, I'll deal with him. After getting rid of the prince's puppet body, Zhu Ling immediately charged towards Mu Yun. Humph! Facing Zhu Ling's attack, Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. Her aura condensed from head to toe. A dull thud sounded at this moment. As the earth rumbled, an aura condensed within Zhu Ling's body. Peak heavenly venerables. It was as if there was an aura that could oppress heaven and earth rippling out from Zhu Ling's body. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. A long sword appeared in Zhu Ling's hand at this moment. It was a dark green long sword, and the end of the hilt seemed to be carved with the fang of a poisonous snake. It looked exceptionally sinister. At this moment, the aura within Zhu Ling's body also changed drastically. It was like a dormant poisonous snake, ready to attack at any time and bite people. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold and indifferent. At this moment, she was constantly condensing sword chi. Kill! With a low roar, Zhu Ling charged out. At this moment, the oily green long sword in his hand also emitted a heart-palpitating vicious aura. 1,000 poisonous snake sword kill. Along with Zhu Ling's low roar, the divine sword in his hand emitted streaks of sword chi. However, the sword chi was not like ordinary sword chi. Instead, it was in the form of gossamer, as if it was weak and powerless. However, in the face of the sword chi, Mu Yun did not dare to resist it directly. He retreated and executed the blowing snow sword. In front of Mu Yun, streaks of sword chi swallowed the sinister sword chi one by one like gossamer. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered slightly. He could feel it. The sword chi that was swallowed seemed to be even more murderous at this moment. His sword chi was getting weaker and weaker. There's poison in the sword chi? At this moment, Mu Yun was a little shocked. Zhu Ling had many tricks up his sleeve. It was a pity that Panga Spirit had been in seclusion and was not around. Otherwise, given the nature of Panga Spirit's origin flame, it would not be difficult to deal with the poison. However, Mu Yun was not worried now. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Peak Heavenly Venerate Swift Thunder Explosion. With a shout, Mu Yun punched out. Dong, a muffled explosion sounded at this moment. Lightning exploded, shaking the void. The space between the two of them exploded, and the sword chi was forcefully scattered at this moment. The power of lightning can restrain all evil. Mu Yun smiled coldly. Zhu Ling, your poisonous sword chi can't hurt me. Is that so? At this moment, Zhu Ling did not panic. Zhu Ling took a step forward with a playful look in his eyes. I just wanted to see how you would react. Now, I'm serious. Zhu Ling looked at the crown prince's puppet body on the other side and smiled. That guy's defense is invincible. It's useless against him, but I think you won't be able to defend against it. Mu Yun did not panic when he heard this. She wanted to see what Zhu Ling wanted to do. The power of lightning can shatter the poison. You have some skills, but, with that, Zhu Ling flipped his palm. In the next moment, Zhu Ling gently rubbed his palm on the long sword. The long sword surged with light, and the green cold aura became stronger. Infinite poison sword art. With a shout, a figure instantly condensed on the sword. The moment the sword was drawn, a whistling aura spread out. The sword chi buzzed, and the sound made one's heart palpitate. Sword soul, Zhu Ling was also an expert swordsman who had comprehended the sword soul. At this moment, the sword soul, a figure in a green robe, looked cold as if it could penetrate one's heart. Huh? Seeing this, even Mu Yun was stunned. Zhu Ling's sword soul carried poison. Even the sword soul was contaminated with poison. Wasn't Zhu Ling afraid that he would kill himself one day? Mu Yun's aura condensed. Waves of sword chi surrounded her body. If she had not been contaminated with poison this time, she might have really encountered great trouble. Die. Zhu Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of Mu Yun in an instant. Streaks of sword chi danced out at this moment. Powerful sword chi rippled out. The sword soul also merged into the long sword in the blink of an eye, causing the surroundings to be filled with green mist. Slash. The sword slashed down. Streaks of sword chi arrived in front of Mu Yun. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes turned cold and she clenched her fists slightly. 1,000-star Emperor Sword. With a wave of his sword, tens of thousands of rays of sword chi shot out and blocked the sword chi in front of Zhu Ling. However, as time passed, the sword chi was corroded by the poison and weakened. Mu Yun's eyes turned cold. Zhu Ling laughed heartily. Brat, you're dead for sure. Zhu Ling grinned and said, you won't be my match until you reach your peak. Really? Mu Yun exhaled. At this moment, the Bahuang sword was floating in front of him. Mu Yun clenched her fists slightly. Gradually, the veins on his palm bulged as surging energy swept out. Crimson Thunder Emperor Saber. A low shout sounded at this moment. Condensing all the origin power in his body, lightning gathered. A long saber appeared in front of Mu Yun. The saber light was dazzling and carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. The violent power spread layer by layer and then condensed. Slash. Boom, in an instant, the long saber fell. The rumbling sound was incessant. The entire earth was trembling at this moment. This saber seemed to split the sky and earth. As soon as the Emperor's saber appeared, the power of lightning crushed down at this moment. A puff sound was heard at this moment. Zhu Ling's chest was directly slashed by the Emperor's saber. The saber cut into the bone and blood flowed out. Ah! A furious roar sounded at this moment. Zhu Ling looked at Mu Yun with resentment in his eyes. You're courting death. This saber did not take his life. Zhu Ling's eyes were terrifyingly dark. One saber is not enough? Another saber? At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and raised her hands. In an instant, another saber appeared above her head. Bang! The second saber instantly smashed down. With a bang, blood burst out. Zhu Ling's eyes became stunned. How could this guy's origin power be so abundant? Crack, 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 lightning flowed in Zhu Ling's body. At this moment, Zhu Ling's body was like a broken glass bottle. Cracks appeared on it, and then it completely exploded. Zhu Ling, a peak heavenly venerable. Dead. At this moment, the surroundings were in an uproar. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground. The three huge bodies of the fierce snake, the giant turtle, and the wild ox surrounded Mu Yun. At this moment, the Emperor's doppelganger also abandoned his opponent and came in front of Mu Yun, staring at the surroundings like a tiger watching its prey. Four figures protected Mu Yun. At this moment, the aura in Mu Yun's body was gathering and transforming. The doppelganger merged into the bone marrow. Rays of brilliant heavenly might were released from Mu Yun's body. At this moment, everyone felt that the power in Mu Yun's body was constantly flowing out. Heavenly venerable, peak. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of sharpness. She stood up, and a majestic aura circulated in her body. Mu Yun had advanced. Heavenly venerable peak. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't advanced before. But in the venerable realm, which advancement wasn't 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation, but Mu Yun sat on the ground and cultivated bitterly, then stood up. This kind of advancement speed made people a little speechless. At this moment, rays of heaven and earth origin power gathered in Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun felt an endless stream of origin power flowing into her body. Meridians, flesh and blood, bones, soul. At this moment, it highlighted an extreme change. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Heavenly Venerable Peak was a watershed in the Heavenly Venerable Realm. The first three levels of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, early stage, mid-stage, and late stage, focused on the compatibility of the Dharma body and bones, condensing the Heavenly Venerable Bone. And the peak, perfection, and grand perfection levels focused on the Dharma body invading the bone body, completely fusing with the bone body, and transforming into the power of the Heavenly Venerable Bone. Only in this way, when a martial artist entered the Divine Venerable Realm, would they be able to control space and resist the erosion of space blades. At this moment, Mu Yun clenched her fists. A surge of power was born in her body. You guys, come. Her gaze turned and looked at the remaining dozen or so peak Heavenly Venerables. Mu Yun grinned. At this moment, those dozen or so people had terrified eyes. The late-stage Heavenly Venerable Mu Yun was able to kill Zhu Ling. The dozen or so of them were far inferior to Zhu Ling. And the current Mu Yun was much stronger than before. At this moment, the dozen or so people had terrified eyes. But obviously, Mu Yun didn't intend to let them go. Mu Yun indeed didn't intend to let these guys go. She never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill her. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun directly punched out. Roaring imperial thunder. Thunder rumbled, and with a rumble, it exploded in front of a peak Heavenly Venerable martial artist. As flesh and blood splattered, a stream of essence, energy, and spirit flowed into Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. Twisting off their heads strong, a very strong power fluctuation. Peak Empyrean realm, a portion of the Avatar's power had already been absorbed by the bones. The forging of the Empyrean bone began now. Mu Yun understood that peak Empyrean, perfection, and perfection, these three realms. When the Avatar's power was completely absorbed by the bone marrow, the Empyrean bone would be completed. At that time, one could start tempering the soul with the power of flesh, blood, meridians, and bones. Once the soul was successfully tempered, one would be truly invincible as a god. And there were 9 levels of God, each level was soul-tempering. That stage belonged to the pinnacle level in the entire 9th heaven realm. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes carried a trace of calmness. Peak Empyrean was a watershed. And this time, he crossed it. Mu Yan took a step forward and grabbed out with one hand. That palm grabbed a Peak Empyrean martial artist through the air. That martial artist wanted to dodge, but he could not dodge at all. Mu Yan directly grabbed his head with one claw and crushed it with a bang. At this moment, Mu Yan was like a god of death. It seemed that in front of him, no one who wanted to escape could escape. One by one, they were caught by Mu Yan, and blood flowed out. At this moment, Mu Yan stepped into Peak Empyrean. The origin power in his body was abundant to the extreme. It made people terrified. All around, the faces of those disciples who originally withdrew were all trembling at this moment. Fortunately, they were not blinded by greed. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure, but Mu Yan did not take this to heart. And at this moment, the rest of the people were all deathly pale. Mu Yan reached Peak Empyrean. Faintly, it actually gave them the pressure of a Peak Empyrean realm. How the hell did this guy cultivate? At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were cold. Even if more than a dozen Peak Empyreans joined forces, they could not pose any threat to him. More than a dozen wisps of essence, energy, and spirit flowed into Mu Yan's body at this moment. Streams of aura made up for Mu Yan's incomplete body. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were calm. Bang, a bang sounded. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Gaoming and Fu Heng was getting fiercer and fiercer. Faintly, the two of them seemed to be on par. However, Fu Heng was stunned when he saw Zhu Ling's death. Even Jiang Gaoming's eyes flickered. Mu Yan was too strong. This level of strength was somewhat unbearable. His speed of advancement was fast, and he was invincible in the same realm. This seemed to be Mu Yan. Merely, why would this guy be so powerful? That was something that no one could understand. Fu Heng, I really want to spare your life. Mu Yan looked at Fu Heng and said coldly, I want you to tell Su Yu and the 2 Pill Emperor's disciples behind you. Sooner or later, I will do what I did to the ancestral mausoleum today and tear off their heads. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the crowd were filled with astonishment. Su Yu, a heavenly venerable of the Pill Emperor manor, the #1 genius. As for the 2 Pill Emperor's sons, they were the most outstanding geniuses of the Pill Emperor manor. Their alchemy skills were heaven-defying. Mu Yan was really daring. The Pill Emperor's sons were supreme existences in the Pill Emperor manor. Back then, the Pill Emperor manor had an Pill Emperor's son killed by someone. It could be said to be a complete loss of face. Later, the Pill Emperor manor sent out a large number of divine venerables to search for that person. It was just that the result was nothing. And in the end, there were even rumors that the Pill Emperor manor offered a price to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to buy news of that person. It was just that no one knew what the final result was. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were cold. Holding a blade in both hands. Crimson Thunder Emperor blade, that blade light flickered with lightning, giving people a sense of oppression that could not be avoided. At this moment, everyone's faces were solemn. In this Empyrean region, Mu Yan's great name was about to rise. Prepare to die. A low shout sounded out, and Mu Yan slashed out with a blade. Boom, in an instant, rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The earth trembled, and the power of lightning blotted out the sky and covered the earth, tearing towards Fu Heng. Mu Yan, you will die. Fu Heng's last words sounded at this moment. Boom, accompanied by the sound of thunder exploding. Fu Heng's body completely collapsed. There was no way to avoid it. Mu Yan's strength intimidated everyone at this moment. At this moment, the ancient city was silent. Mu Yan stood in the same place, looking around. The Crown Prince's body was standing beside Mu Yan at this moment, and traces of light flowed on the surface of his body. Both of them could be improved by killing people. Mu Yan devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of the dead warriors. And the Crown Prince's body needed the power of flesh and blood. The two did not conflict. Seeing that the Crown Prince's body's aura had increased a little, Mu Yan also nodded. Everyone. Mu Yan looked at the remaining people and said, as long as there is no one involved, who lives and who dies between me, Fu Heng, and Zhu Ling. Everyone is trapped here, and should be united to find a way out. And now, I want everyone to keep this secret. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, Zhu Ling and Fu Heng were killed by me, and you all saw the scene. Generally speaking, only the dead will not speak. It's just that I said that I won't kill you. So the remaining dozens of people from these two sects, I hope everyone will attack and kill them. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately understood what Mu Yun meant. Only by attacking together would everyone not talk nonsense. That was what Mu Yun meant. Kill. Among the crowd, a late-stage heavenly venerable warrior held a long spear and instantly charged out. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally did not dare to disobey. Now, in this ancient city, Mu Yun had become the leader. If they did not listen to Mu Yun, they might die very miserably. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in midair with a cold light in her eyes. Jiang Gaoming walked over at this moment. Peak Heavenly Venerable, you're really powerful. Jiang Gaoming could not help but sigh. He really could not compare to Mu Yun. But, what should we do next? Jiang Gaoming looked around and said, how do we get out of this ancient city? Hearing this, Mu Yun pursed her lips and said with a smile, just now, I found some ways. Perhaps, we can find the Holy Stone Road and open the Holy Stone platform. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Gaoming's eyes also lit up. Mu Yun had brought him too many surprises. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the battle ended. Hundreds of people against dozens of people, the result was self-evident. At this moment, the disciples from all sides were looking at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were calm. Since that's the case, everyone, I have already found a way to open the Holy Stone Road. I just hope that everyone won't rush to escape. After all, we don't understand the Holy Stone Road and the Holy Stone Platform. We don't know whether what that illusory person said is true or false. Hearing this, everyone nodded. At this point, no one wanted to die in vain. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped out and stood 1,000 meters above the ancient city. Her body expanded again and again at this moment. Gradually, Mu Yun's body turned into 1,000 feet tall. Her feet stood in the ancient city, and the top of her head almost touched the top of the ancient formation. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes trembled. The aura that Mu Yun was emitting now covered everyone present. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios stepping onto the sacred stone road as Mu Yun's aura condensed, her tall figure stood still in the ancient city. Then, everyone saw that Mu Yun's hands were condensing lines of formation runes. 10,000 lines, 100,000 lines, 1 million lines, more than 2 million lines, more than 2 million lines of formation runes were condensed at this moment. When those 2 million lines of formation runes were condensed, they paved a path and bloomed under Mu Yun's feet. The path of formation runes was laid down at this moment. Everyone saw. The palaces under their feet were actually moving at this moment. Originally, the layout of the palaces in this ancient city was very awkward. The path in the ancient city was twisted and turned. However, under the guidance of Mu Yun's formation runes, the palaces began to move. A straight path appeared in front of everyone. The path spread out and was 100 meters wide. Soon after, the second great Tao appeared as well. The two paths crisscrossed and converged in the center of the ancient city. Rays of sacred light flickered on the two paths. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused. Sacred Stone Road? At that moment, the crowd were all able to see that the road was paved with multicolored stones. However, they didn't recognize those stones. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure shrank and descended from the sky. At the point where the two paths intersected, light shot out in all directions, making it impossible to see what was inside. Is this the Sacred Stone Road? Jiang Gaoming was also stunned at this moment. It should be. Mu Yun said, when I broke through, I felt the flow of the origin power of heaven and earth. There is also origin power of heaven and earth flowing into my body on the ground, but it's twisting and turning. That's why I thought of the regularization path. Mu Yun looked ahead and said calmly. This place was indeed unusual. Ever since Mu Yun entered the Yin-Yang Sky domain, she felt that whether it was the earthly venerable domain or the celestial venerable domain, There were many places that couldn't be measured by common sense. Moreover, the secret between them was also very strange. When she was in the earthly venerable domain, the yin-yang sky guards she met started with the surname Yang and were in the earthly venerable realm. Would there be yin-yang sky guards in the celestial venerable domain that started with the surname Yin and had numbers? What about the celestial venerable domain? Mu Yun was worried about the safety of Bao Qingyu, Yi Sueki, Meng Zimo, and Miao Xianyu. Although these four people were in the first and second level divine, they were powerful. But those yin-yang sky guards weren't easy to deal. Moreover, those above the fifth level of the ultimate god realm would be suppressed by the rules of the yin-yang sky domain. But would the yin-yang sky guards be affected by this suppression? Mu Yun didn't know. At this moment Mu's NNNNN translation NN1009 Studios NNNNNNNN 9 at 9 Nung NNN Mu NNNNNN. The crowd, who were originally eager to give it a try, stopped when they saw the scene. Mu 999 Mu Mu Mu. Mean. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Standing on the Saint Stone Road, Mu Yun murmured, suppressing a warrior's dharma body, true body, and bone body is a kind of test and also, a kind of training. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Jiang Gaoming nodded and walked up. When he stepped forward, Jiang Gaoming finally understood why Mu Yun had such a strange expression on his face. The strange stones on the Saint Stone Road seemed to contain the power of examination. Examining their bodies. From the dharma body to the true body, and then to the bone body, the power condensed and rushed into their bodies. Although it was painful, it was just right for the training of their own realm. At this moment, everyone felt the changes that had happened to the two of them. One figure after another gradually stepped onto the Saint Stone Road. Soon after, the several hundred people all felt their bodies being tempered at this moment. But this wasn't a bad thing. It was a good thing. The Saint Stone Road was a kind of tempering. Mu Yun looked forward and said, "We need to get close to the Saint Stone platform. The intersection point might be the Saint Stone platform." Yes. Jiang Gaoming nodded. Everyone approached the Saint Stone platform one by one. However, as they gradually got closer, everyone felt a repulsive force suppressing them. At first, the early stage heavenly venerables were the first to be unable to bear it. After stepping out 100 meters, they stopped one by one. It wasn't that they wanted to stop, but that the powerful tempering had already reached the limit of their endurance. Gradually, the mid-stage heavenly venerables also stopped when they were 500 meters away from Lin Yun. Then, auras were released at this moment. The late-stage heavenly venerables stopped at the 1,000-meter mark. At this moment, there were only a dozen people who could continue forward. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming frowned and said, "This road, no matter which direction you walk, is 3,000 meters. It's only 1,000 meters, and the late-stage heavenly venerables can't bear it." At this moment, Mu Yun didn't say much. As they stepped forward, the remaining dozen or so people gradually came to a stop. At the 1,500-meter mark, there were only 3 or 4 people who were still persisting. And when they reached the 2,000-meter mark, Jiang Gaoming sighed. His clothes were drenched in sweat. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I can't hold on anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Yun nodded. She took a step forward. At the 2,000-meter mark, Mu Yun continued. Behind her, hundreds of people were scattered and sat down cross-legged. Although they couldn't continue forward, it wasn't bad to cultivate here. At the very least, they could temper their dharma bodies, true bodies, and bone bodies. Some people stared at Mu Yun. On the Saint Stone Road in front of the Saint Stone platform. If none of them could reach the Saint Stone platform, then they could only wait for death here. Mu Yun was now carrying their hope. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about this. This was a path of tempering. To him, this kind of tempering process was more important than the result. The Saint Stone Road gave him time to reflect on his shortcomings. He took a step forward. When he arrived at the 2,100-meter mark, Mu Yun was sweating profusely. However, Mu Yun didn't let go just like that. Continue, 200 meters, 300 meters. 400 meters, Mu Yun walked out step by step. At this moment, everyone also realized. As Mu Yun walked out step by step, there were traces of different changes on the surface of his body. It was as if the person standing in front of them at this moment wasn't Mu Yun. It was another figure. At this moment, everyone was a little shocked. When Jiang Gaoming saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. How did Mu Yun do it? He felt that being able to walk 2,000 meters at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm was already his limit. But now, Mu Yun had already reached the 2,500-meter mark. Moreover, there was no sign of her stopping. At this moment, everyone looked at Mu Yun with astonishment in their eyes. As for Mu Yun himself, he stood at a distance of 2,500 meters and let out a sigh. Have I reached my limit? At this moment, Mu Yun also felt it. Even for a peak heavenly venerable, reaching this step was already the limit. However, wasn't the so-called limit used to break through? A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. His clothes were completely drenched in sweat. Dragon body. As soon as he finished speaking, traces of a different aura appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Golden light spread over the surface of his body. Mu Yun did not reveal her dragon scales, nor did she transform into a dragon. Instead, she stood on the spot and revealed her dragon body with a golden light. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were calm. Dragon form. Compared to the strength of his body, his dragonized body was clearly stronger. Then, Mu Yun stepped forward. She released her power layer by layer. Mu Yun's eyes became calm. The hammering force on the Holy Stone Road became even more ferocious at this moment. His dragonized body gradually dimmed and lost its luster. But at this moment, Mu Yun's figure was already close to 2,800 meters. She was only 200 meters away from reaching the end. And 200 meters away, Mu Yun found a stone platform in the dazzling light. The stone platform was circular and protruded 100 meters from the ground. It had a diameter of about 10 meters. At this moment, the surrounding people looked ahead, but they could no longer see Mu Yun's figure. The light near the core was too strong. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for them to see what had happened to Mu Yun. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming looked ahead. Mu Yun's figure had already disappeared. However, he did not know whether she had succeeded or not. And what exactly was hidden in the Holy Stone platform at the end of the Holy Stone Road? Jiang Gaoming's eyes were even more curious. At this moment, Mu Yun had already reached the 2,900-meter mark. The golden light on her body was also dimmed at this moment. There's no other way. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that she had reached her true limit. And now, she could only truly display the power of her dragon form. Mu Yun's eyes were calm. Slowly, her body was covered in scales. In the next moment, a divine dragon that was emitting golden light appeared at this moment. Her body was 100 feet tall and extraordinary. At this moment, Mu Yun gave off an extremely tyrannical state. At this moment, her dragon form was completely displayed. Mu Yun rushed out and sprinted for the last 100 meters. Buzz. Finally, when Mu Yun landed on the stone platform, her entire body was completely limp. At the same time, that powerful pressure had also vanished without a trace. Mu Yun lay on the stone platform, panting heavily. Was it over? Mu Yun waited quietly, waiting for the so-called fortuitous encounter. However, as time passed, Mu Yun was still in a daze. What about fortuitous encounters? Nothing at all. Holy Stone Road in front of the Holy Stone platform. He had already walked past the Saint Stone Road and arrived at the Saint Stone platform. There was nothing at all. At this very moment, while Mu Yun was in a daze, a figure walked out. This person was dressed in white and had a calm expression. He stood with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Mu Yun just like that. Who are you? Mu Yun said cautiously. This was not an illusion, but a real person. Me? The white-robed man looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, I'm the one who brought you here. Mu Yun thought of the shadowy figure from before. You're not dead? Mu Yun looked at the white-robed man. No. Matter how he looked at him, he was a living person. What does life and death matter? The white-robed man smiled and said, Little fellow, not bad. You're at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. It's already amazing to be able to reach this step. Originally, I had planned to kill all of you. After all, none of you are qualified to receive my wholehearted teachings. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun became even more cautious. Logically speaking, those who can receive my teachings are at least at the divine venerable realm. However, I think you're not simple. The white-robed man said slowly, I'm the master of the Heavenly Array Palace in the Yin-Yang Sky Territory. The master of the Heavenly Array Palace, Array. A trace of eagerness appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Are you interested? The white-robed man smiled and said, half of my lifelong research is here. You're lucky. Hearing this, Mu Yun stood up and cupped her hands. Thank you, senior. At this moment, the white-robed man stared at Mu Yun and said with a smile, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate to speak. Mu Yun smiled and said, Junior, may I ask, as the master of the Heavenly Array Palace under the Yin-Yang Dual Emperors, what level have you reached in the Tao of Array? Mu Yun was indeed a little curious. Me? The white-robed man smiled slightly and said, I'm considered a master of Array. Master of Array, seeing Mu Yun's confusion, the white-robed man slowly said, Supreme Divine Array is divided into 4 levels. After becoming a top Supreme Divine Array Master, it's Realm Array. Realm Array is at the 6th level, and it's unpredictable. And after surpassing the 6th level, it's Realm Array Master. Above that, there's Realm Array Grandmaster, Realm Array Grandmaster, and Mountain Splitter. Mountain Splitter? Mu Yun was shocked. What about Lone Emperor? Lone Emperor? As soon as she said this, the white-robed man smiled and said, You're talking about the first array god, Duguyi, right? The white-robed man smiled and said, Some call him Imperial Preceptor, some call him Lone Emperor, but more people call him the first array god. Title God. Mu Yun murmured. Who would have thought that the one-armed and one-legged old man she met in the Kuan-Su world, in the Carefree Mountain, he would be the Lone Emperor who shook the world? The first array god, in these millions of years, he's also the one and only ancestor of array techniques. The Mountain Splitter is actually comparable to a title god or title emperor, and the first array god is slightly stronger than the Mountain Splitter. Mu Yun was stunned. Elder Gu was actually so powerful? Of course. The white-robed man continued, the current first array god lost an arm and an arm in the battle back then, so his strength may have decreased slightly. But there's no doubt that he has the strength of a title god or title emperor. Looking at Mu Yun, the white-robed man smiled and said, Why, have you seen him before? I've been guided by him. Hearing this, the white-robed man was slightly stunned and said slowly, No wonder. Although there are some mistakes in your Tao of Array techniques, it's still considered orthodox. Hearing this, Mu Yun also smiled bitterly. His Tao of Array techniques had always been intermittent. Sometimes there would be someone guiding him, and sometimes he would ponder blindly. To be able to reach this step today was already very difficult. May I know Senior's name? The white-robed man hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, Yin-Yang Sky Palace, Heavenly Array Palace Master, Nangong Yi. Senior Yi. Mu Yun said politely, I wonder if the imparting of Senior Yi is here, right now. Nangong Yi said with a smile, I've said it before. Find the Holy Stone platform in front of the Holy Stone Road, and I'll let you go. This imparting can be considered a good karma between us. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun controlled his temper and said carefully, a good karma? Kid, don't think about exploring anything. I'll teach you Tao of Array techniques. If you want to learn, then learn. If not, I'll leave. I'll learn. Mu Yun hurriedly said. Nangong Yi smiled and said, Kid, there are many secrets in the 10,000 realms. You're now at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and you're not weak in the 9th Heaven Realm. However, once you leave the 9th Heaven Realm and see the 10,000 realms, you'll realize that you're nothing. So, don't try to guess what happened in the Ancient Era or the Primordial Era. There are many things that even I can't figure out, let alone you. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, he looked at Mu Yun and said, Since you've been taught by the Imperial Preceptor, I believe your foundation in Tao of Array techniques is not bad. Whether you can figure this out or not depends on yourself. After Nangong Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand. A scroll appeared. Nangong Yi smiled and said, As I said, this is only a remnant of my power. Therefore, what I can impart to you is the way to advance in the Supreme Divine Array. As for the Divine Array, if you can learn everything that I have imparted to you, I believe that there will be a day when we will meet again. At that time I will impart it to you. After he finished speaking, the scroll opened at this moment. This is the myriad formation illustration that I have created. It is the culmination of my life's effort. What is recorded in it are tens of thousands of supreme divine arrays. It has elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top-notch ones. It also has to do with the way of condensing formation patterns, the way of setting up formations, and so on. It is enough for you to become a top-notch supreme divine array master and look down on the ninth heaven realm. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes became fervent. A top-notch supreme divine array master. This kind of existence was comparable to those top-notch supreme gods. Let's begin. After Nan Gongyi finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, array talismans appeared in an instant. And this move, Mu Yun could feel that the number of formation patterns was close to 100 million. 100 million. Only a top-notch supreme divine array master could do this. Gradually, Mu Yun felt that her body appeared in a vast world. And in that vast world, what entered her eyes was a vast expanse of whiteness. Buzz. Suddenly, buzzing sounds could be heard. At this moment, buzzing sounds came from all over the place. Mu Yun looked around and saw that array diagrams suddenly appeared all around her. At the beginning, there was only one diagram, followed by the second one, the third one. Continuously, more and more array diagrams appeared. In the end, they almost covered the sky and covered the earth. In front of Mu Yun, in the vast expanse of whiteness, colorful array diagrams appeared and covered the entire world. These are the supreme divine array diagrams that I have collected from all over the world in my life. There are a total of 1.78 million array diagrams. From a basic supreme god array to a top-notch supreme god array. Now that you are an advanced supreme god array master, the array diagrams shouldn't be too difficult for you. It's just that the high-level supreme divine array diagrams are divided into strong and weak ones. There are those with 1 million runes, 3 million runes, and 9 million runes. From now on, I'll carve them into your mind one by one. Burn, record everything down. Mu Yun was a little stunned at this moment. How long would this record take? Mu Yun looked around and said, Senior, does this space have the effect of delaying time? If I were to sit here for a few hundred years, it would be a disaster. No. Nan Gongye's indifferent voice sounded, only world formation masters or world weaponry masters would possess this ability. Ordinary people do not possess this ability. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned again. This way, if he were to sit here for a few hundred years, you don't have to worry. It will be very fast for you to carve the basic Supreme God Array and mid-level Supreme God Array diagrams here. However, when you reach the level of a high-level Supreme God Array, it will be very slow. As for a top-notch Supreme God Array, it will be even slower. However, you don't have to comprehend those array diagrams here. I have recorded the cultivation method for each array diagram. You can rely on your own ability to reach the level of an advanced Supreme God Array Master. With these array diagrams that I have annotated, your future path won't be bad. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. If he didn't stop halfway and stayed here for a few hundred years, Xian Feng's life would be in danger. Since that was the case, then let's begin. Mu Yun sat cross-legged, his mind and spirit as one. At this moment, the first basic Supreme God Array diagram flowed into his mind. That array diagram was formed by more than 20,000 runes. With just a glance, Mu Yun saw where the core of the structure was. As Mu Yun looked at the array diagram, he felt a formation condensing in his mind. Then, he saw all the information about this array diagram. In many places, Nan Gongyi had marked the flaws and advantages of the array diagram, as well as the ingenuity of the structure of the array diagram. Mu Yun felt that his heart was suddenly enlightened. After viewing the first array diagram, Mu Yun immediately began to view the second array diagram. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 15 years passed in a flash. In the vast white world, more than half of the array diagrams that covered the sky and the sun had disappeared at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. I have completely comprehended the basic Supreme God Array diagrams and the intermediate Supreme God Array diagrams. Now, the high-level Supreme God Array diagrams. Mu Yun looked in front of him and rubbed the space between his brows. Let's observe a portion first. At least it can help me. After saying this, Mu Yun continued to sit cross-legged. Slowly, array runes filled the air. At this moment, the array diagrams were under Mu Yun's control. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Mu Yun woke up again and exhaled. In 5 years, he had digested more than 10,000 array diagrams. However, they were all high-level Supreme God array diagrams that required 1 million array runes and 2 million array runes. However, Mu Yun did not plan to continue staying here. 20 years. It was enough. Next, it was more important for him to raise his cultivation level. He wanted to reach the Divine Venerate domain as soon as possible and find the Yin-Yang Ring Pearl. Slowly, Mu Yun's eyes became calm. Senior. Are you ready to leave? Yes. Mu Yun stood up. The surrounding space suddenly changed at this moment. A figure walked out of the array diagram. It was Nangongyi. Nangongyi looked at Mu Yun and smiled. This is good too. Consider it as spending 20 years to completely stabilize your previous foundation. As for the future, everything will depend on your luck. Thank you, Senior. Mu Yun said respectfully. You don't have to thank me. Nangongyi said indifferently, this ancient city was originally a place of ruins. I left these here for the fated person. And you just happen to be that fated person. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned and said, Senior, you don't know who I am? Do I need to know who you are? Nangongyi was also stunned. No. Mu Yun smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Go. I will condense these array diagrams into a large array and seal it in your soul sea. Once you have time, you can enter this place and observe the array diagrams. I would also like to see you become a top-notch sovereign divine array master. Mu Yun nodded. Slowly, Nangongyi waved his hand and patted his chest. All of a sudden, Nangongyi's body turned into streams of light at this moment. Those streams of light were array diagrams. When they were condensed, they were exquisite and flawless. Slowly, the array diagrams condensed into a jade talisman. The jade talisman was the size of a palm. As it turned into a stream of light, the thousands of array diagrams around it were absorbed one by one. Carry this jade talisman with you at all times. In the future, how high you can reach will depend on yourself. Nangongyi smiled slightly. Thank you again, Senior. Mu Yun cupped his hands and took the jade talisman. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt that the light around him had disappeared. And his figure was still standing on the holy stone platform. He had stood there for 20 years. Mu Yun's figure appeared at this moment. The light around the holy stone platform faded. Everyone only saw Mu Yun standing there calmly and motionlessly. Slowly, the pressure around the holy stone platform slowly dissipated. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming came to Mu Yun's side. What happened? Jiang Gaoming couldn't help but ask, why are you out so soon? Soon? That's right. Jiang Gaoming said, it's only been 4 hours since just now. 4 hours? Mu Yun was stunned. However, he could clearly feel that 20 years had passed. 20 years had become 4 hours. Mu Yun turned around and looked at the holy stone platform. At this moment, the holy stone platform gradually dissipated. The ancient arrays around the entire ancient city gradually faded away. And those ancient palaces and buildings also collapsed one by one at this moment, turning into dust. Everyone looked at the changes around them and was stunned. Jiang Gaoming looked at Mu Yun. This time, Mu Yun might have obtained a great opportunity. 4 hours. What did Mu Yun obtain? He didn't ask. Looking around, Mu Yun said, everyone, the ancient array has been unlocked. Everyone can leave now. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had managed to survive. If Mu Yun really wanted to haggle over it, it would be really troublesome. Everyone immediately dispersed. Where are you going? Jiang Gaoming looked at Mu Yun and asked seriously. Me, the forbidden area of Tianyang Ancient City isn't over yet. Aren't there peak heavenly venerables from all sides here? I also want to see where they went. Jiang Gaoming nodded and said, since that's the case, why don't you come with me? Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Jiang Gaoming. Jiang Gaoming smiled and said, I know your strength. I'm afraid no one at the peak heavenly venerable level is your match. It's just that it's inconvenient to fight alone. After all, you can't get a lot of information. Although the people around me aren't strong, they are many people, after all. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. After packing up properly, the crowd left the place. Mu Yun had reached peak Empyrean this time, and his strength had greatly improved. That was not the most important thing. Spiraling around his fingertips, the formation runes began to condense. Calm as the power gathered, the power in his body became more and more solid. And millions of them. 3 million. In the end, it reached a total of 5 million. 5 million formation patterns. If he used the divine snake tortoise ox formation now, it was enough to kill a peak heavenly venerable and trap a perfected heavenly venerable. Coupled with his own strength, it was not impossible to kill a perfected heavenly venerable. Mu Yun took a deep breath, his eyes calm. He didn't know what Jiang Gaoming wanted to do. It was just that it would be good if this guy was by his side sincerely. If he was hypocritical and took the opportunity to kill him, then he didn't mind letting him die a horrible death. For a few days, everyone left this place and continued to move forward. Jiang Gaoming also sent his subordinates to investigate the news. And these few days, Mu Yun had been trying to condense the formation patterns. At the same time, he also began to try to condense an array formation. There were tens of thousands of high-level Supreme Divine Arrays in the Jade Talisman. There were also thousands of top-level Supreme Divine Arrays. It was enough for him to study. Seeing so many array diagrams flowing back and forth in the Jade Talisman, Mu Yun finally chose an array diagram. Gu Heart Shantian Array. This was a high-level Supreme Divine Array. It wasn't a killing array. It was an illusion array. An illusion array didn't have a strong killing aura, but it had something even more terrifying than a killing array. It bewitched people's hearts and caused them to fall into an illusion. Under such circumstances, a martial artist's mind would be in chaos. It could be said that the person who set up the array could make the people who fell into the array kill each other or even kill themselves. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at the array diagram of the Gu Heart Shantian array. The array patterns condensed at his fingertips, constantly condensing into various patterns. It was a grand array that looked awe-inspiring. But in reality, the array master needed to experiment countless times during the condensation process. This kind of experiment would even cause the array master to be affected by the array patterns and go berserk. Mu Yun spent every day studying it. On this day, Jiang Gaoming suddenly found Mu Yun. There's news. Jiang Gaoming said eagerly, I found traces of Wang Long and the others. Wang Long. The prodigy of the Blazing Blackbird clan. He was the younger brother of Wang Hu, who was ranked first on the god list. He was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm and was extremely powerful. Mu Yun's memory of the aura was still fresh in his mind. Who else? Mu Yun asked. He Jing of the eight-winged black dragon snake clan. Yu Yang of the snow region ice ape clan. Pu Jun of the sky-devouring greedy wolf clan. At this point, Jiang Gaoming also felt pressured and said, these three people are at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, and they are also extremely strong. Moreover, these four guys have at least 100 peak heavenly venerables around them. They can't be underestimated. Jiang Gaoming understood. The current Mu Yun was not afraid of those people. But she couldn't withstand the other party's numbers. If Mu Yun appeared rashly, she would still be treated as a target of public criticism. Let's go and take a look. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yun smiled and said, could it be that something bad is going to happen if these guys are gathered together? We were tricked when we entered the ancient city previously. This time, be careful. This place is very strange. Are we really going? Jiang Gaoming couldn't help but ask. Of course. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled confidently and said, this time, I also want to see who will want to kill me. In fact, the ones who shouted the loudest were the three major sections. The 6 beast clans might have some ideas about him. But ideas might not necessarily mean that they would take action. He was also at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm now. Those people had to think carefully before making a move. Seeing that Mu Yun was so determined, Jiang Gaoming did not say anything else. Everyone began to set off. At this moment, in the ancient ruins of Yangyun Palace. In the main hall that had turned into ashes, a figure stood in the ashes of the main hall. He bent down his slender figure, gently wiped away the ashes with his palm, and sighed. The voice dissipated, and the figure also disappeared without a trace. Gradually, palaces rose from the ground in the middle of a vast mountain range. They were as tall mountains. A figure stood in the middle of the mountains. It was like a painting of Buddha Mountain, a person in the painting. Palace Master. A voice sounded at this moment, saying, "There's news." Oh? Hearing this, Nan Gongyi raised his eyebrows. The speed is extremely fast. You even received the news of such a small matter? Nan Gongyi smiled and said, "It's just a kind wish given to a fated person. It won't ruin the plans of the two lords, right?" As soon as Nan Gongyi finished speaking, a figure appeared at this moment. Nan Gongyi, do you know that this kind of good karma of yours might cause a huge commotion? The person who appeared was dressed in black soft armor and looked abnormally tall and sturdy. Palace Master of Celestial Artifact Palace. Nan Gongyi smiled and said, "I don't know." Humph. The burly man snorted and said, "That fated person of yours is the famous son of the human emperor." Nan Gongyi's face stiffened when he heard this. If the human emperor finds out that the two lords are still here, think about it. The burly man's voice was cold. He said again, "You can explain this to the two great emperors." As soon as the burly man finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared. Nan Gongyi stood at the top of the mountain and looked around. He suddenly remembered what Mu Yun had asked him. "You don't know who I am?" Now that he thought about it, this brat. Nan Gongyi smiled and murmured, "He is fated to be with me. I will give him a good fortune. Even if there are two great emperors, I will still say the same." As soon as Nan Gongyi finished speaking, he stepped into the air and left. On the other side, Mu Yun, Jiang Gaoming, and the others came to the place where Wang Long and the others were found. What came into view was a stretch of mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers were surrounded by city walls. The city walls were built in a unique style. They didn't surround the mountains but were in the middle of the mountains. The city walls and the mountains combined to form a wide circle. Looking over, one could see that the mountain gate was open. At this moment, many people were standing in front of the mountain gate. Sensing the aura of Mu Yun and the others, the group of people immediately became cautious. "Who is it?" The man in the lead shouted at this moment. "Lunar Sect, Jiang Gaoming." Jiang Gaoming walked out at this moment and released his aura. "Jiang Gaoming?" When the cultivator heard this name, he sneered and said, "I don't know. This place is already controlled by our four races. Big Brother Wang Long and the others are inside. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." "Four races." Hearing this, Jiang Gaoming frowned slightly. It seemed that Wang Long, He Jing, Yu Yang, and Pu Jun were working together. The leading disciple said mockingly, "Although the lunar sect is the leading force of the human race, it is still nothing compared to our blazing black bird race. I advise you to be careful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoming's expression darkened. "You discovered this place, so it belongs to you?" A voice could be heard. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at the leading disciple and said with a smile, "You guys sure have a good reputation. Who are you?" "Mu Yun." Mu Yun directly introduced herself. The leader of the disciples was stunned when he heard those words, and then he said, "The Mu Yun that the three great powers are looking for?" However, the disciple was even more confused when he saw Mu Yun together with the lunar sect. "Get out of the way," Mu Yun said. The disciple's face turned cold. He sneered and said, "Mu Yun, the people from the three major forces want to kill you for the divine artifact. Although the beast race isn't interested in you, we don't mind killing you and taking your divine artifact." "Kill me, is that so?" Mu Yun sneered and said, "In that case, you can try. You're courting death." The disciple's face turned cold. He took a step forward and punched out. "Peak Heavenly Venerable Realm." Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately took a step forward. She also punched out, roaring imperial thunder. The power of the three-stage bone body technique was extremely powerful. Mu Yun was able to unleash extremely powerful power when she was in the early stage, mid-stage, and late-stage stages. Now that she had reached the peak of the god realm, her power had completely increased by a level. She punched out. Boom. In an instant, a rumbling sound was heard. The entire land began to tremble at this moment. Rumbling noises continued to spread. Ah! A scream sounded, and the disciple's face turned pale. His entire arm was directly smashed by Mu Yun's punch. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Mu Yun looked at the disciple and said indifferently, "There are many people here who want my life, but you are definitely not one of them." When the other disciples saw this scene, they were all horrified. Mu Yun, peak heavenly venerable. This kind of strength should not be much different from the few peak heavenly venerables leading the group. Who's causing trouble? A shout sounded from the forest. In the blink of an eye, two figures flew over. Big Brother Li. Big Brother Zhao. Seeing the arrival of the two people, the few disciples in the lead immediately recovered their expressions. They pulled up the man with a broken arm and leaned over. Big Brother Li. One of them immediately whispered something in a low voice. Not long after, the two people frowned and looked at Mu Yun, Jiang Gaoming, and the others. Mu Yun? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun did not speak. In the ancient land, the capable obtained it. In the face of this, they thought that they were strong enough to encircle this large mountain range and ancient city and give it to them. It depended on who had the bigger fist and who was qualified to get a share of the soup. Are you courting death? Looking at Mu Yun, Li Ran spoke at this moment. Big Brother Wang Long is here to find Shan Tianlang. You'd better be honest. Li Ran said indifferently, Big Brother Wang Long doesn't mind killing you in exchange for a few divine-grade supreme divine artifacts. Mu Yun, however, grinned. Enough nonsense. If you don't let me in, I'll kill my way in. As soon as these words came out, Li Ran and Zhao Fengjuan's expressions turned cold. The two of them were Wang Long's trusted aides. Seeing Mu Yun being so arrogant, their faces turned cold. Boom. At the same time, in the mountain range, a violent roar sounded at this moment. Above the sky, a flame soared up at this moment. Waves of fire soared into the sky as if half the sky was burning. Let's go. When Li Ran and Zhao Fengjun saw this scene, their expressions changed. They did not even have time to care about Mu Yun and instantly flew into the depths of the mountain range. At this moment, the others did not dare to stop Mu Yun. It's the battle between the members of the Blazing Blackbird clan. They were forced to use their original bodies. Jiang Gaoming said at this moment, shall we go in? Of course. Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly at this moment. In this forbidden area, a Yangyun palace had improved his array Dao by several times. And now, he needed to improve his strength. Let's go and take a look. Mu Yun's figure spread out and flew out at this moment. Jiang Gaoming also cried and laughed at this moment and immediately chased after her. He finally saw through it. Mu Yun had suffered a lot along the way. Now that she had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, it was time to vent her anger. However, Wang Long and the others were not to be trifled with either. He was not sure what realm Mu Yun had reached. Facing Wang Long, did Mu Yun have a chance of winning? At this moment, dozens of figures flew in. Between the mountain range, there were majestic auras, each wave stronger than the previous. When Mu Yun entered the mountain range, she discovered the uniqueness of this place. Looking across the mountains, there were palaces located between the mountains. Those palaces were integrated with the entire mountain range, interweaving with each other, giving people a feeling of the combination of nature and man. Wang Long, even if you can kill me, you will definitely die when you return to the Blazing Blackbird clan. A shout sounded at this moment. But when she heard that shout, Mu Yun was stunned. Shan Tianlang. Why was this guy here? Humph, Shan Tianlang, you won't be able to escape today. A powerful voice sounded. Wang Long's aura was monstrous as he looked down from above. At this moment, Mu Yun approached and saw. Two figures were intertwined in the air. Two fiery red Shan birds were majestically built. However, one of them seemed to have lost a lot of feathers. There were 2 terrifying wounds on its body, and blood was flowing out. Boom! A deep rumbling sound rang out at this moment. With a loud explosion, the figure of the blazing mystic bird fell to the ground. Smoke rose from the ground. It's Xianxia. Jiang Gaoming couldn't help but frown. Why is this guy here? Mu Yun saw this scene but didn't advance too rashly. At this moment, Xianxia figure fell. In front of him, Wang Long also had a proud face. He transformed into his human form and stood in the air. His aura was incomparably powerful. Beside him, Zhao Fengjun and Li Ran stood still at this moment. At the same time, He Jing, Yu Yang, and Pu Jun also stood not far away, watching the show. The 3 parties didn't seem to intend to interfere in this matter. They just watched the show. Humph. Wang Long snorted and said indifferently. Xianxia, don't blame me if you want to die. Bah. Xianxia stood up at this moment and grinned. If I die, then I die. I've never been afraid of death. Wang Long, I'll wait. I'll wait for you to be buried with me. Xianxia laughed loudly, not afraid at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Long's face turned cold. He grabbed out with one hand, which turned into a fiery red bird claw and directly grabbed down. Bang! But in the next moment, suddenly, an explosion sounded at this moment. A figure appeared in front of Xianxia. Seeing that person, everyone was slightly stunned. Mu Yun? Mu Yun! Everyone's eyes gathered on Mu Yun. Jiang Gaoming looked to his side at this moment. Mu Yun's figure was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Mu Yun make a move, Jiang Gaoming could only smile bitterly. This guy was too rash. At this moment, Wang Long's eyes gathered on Mu Yun. Brother? Xianxia saw Mu Yun and immediately grinned. My good brother, you are really my good brother. However, Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and smiled awkwardly. What this guy said was too hypocritical. But when he saw that Xianxia was about to die, he could not help but want to attack. Previously, Xianxia had said that his mother, Han Min, was a close friend of Emperor Qing. He didn't too, but now, it too. To be too if he let Xianxia die like this, a feeling of unwillingness would always appear in his heart. What's going on? Looking at Xianxia, Mu Yun couldn't help but say, you still dare to come to this place, so be it, but you were caught red-handed? But I got here first. Xianxia said seriously, I found that the key I got had a strange reaction. This place is very strange. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. He also got a key in the Earth Venerable region. It looked the same as the one Xianxia got. It was just that one was gold and the other was silver in color. Let's not talk about this first. It's more important to solve the problem in front of us. Xianxia coughed and said, this Wang Long can be said to be at the peak of Heavenly Venerable. Can you beat him? Let's give it a try. Mu Yun exhaled and looked at Wang Long. At this moment, Wang Long's eyes also gathered on Mu Yun. Are you Mu Yun? Wang Long said slowly, the people of the 3 major sects want your life. I also want a divine-grade supreme artifact, but I don't desire it that much. But if you insist on seeking death, I can also grant you your wish. Hearing this, Mu Yun shook his head. It seems that you insist on seeking death. At this moment, Wang Long's aura skyrocketed. A violent flame aura rushed toward them. The mountain range where everyone was at was connected to ancient buildings. It looked like the deep forest had integrated into the city. Mu Yun looked down and said, I think this place is quite strange. Isn't it good for everyone to search for their own needs? Mind your own business. Wang Long was too lazy to say anything else. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Long took a step forward and punched out. A bird of flame shot out with the power of lightning. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not panic. Xianxia could not help but say, can you do it or not? This guy is really strong. Hearing this, Mu Yun turned around and looked at Xianxia. Actually, I'm very strong too. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and she pointed with her finger. All of a sudden, a formation appeared. Three figures, a fierce snake, a giant tortoise, and a wild ox, appeared at this moment. A powerful and intimidating aura condensed at this moment. A surging aura made people feel as if their minds were being dragged. High-level Supreme Divine Formation. Xianxia could not help but say, "Kid, you're good." Hearing this, Muyan smiled slightly. A hissing sound was heard, and the fierce snake, which was hundreds of feet tall, twisted its enchanting body and charged out at this moment. At this moment, the giant tortoise climbed its body and also charged toward Wang Long. As for the wild ox, it was stomping its hooves and staring fiercely at Wang Long. At this moment, Wang Long's eyes were fierce. "You have some ability." Wang Long's figure rushed out at this moment and directly charged toward the three ferocious beasts formed by the formation. At this moment, Li Ranyu and Zhao Fangjun were heading straight for Mu Yun. These two people could be said to be Wang Long's right-hand men. They were also peak heavenly venerables and were powerful. The two of them charged in front of Mu Yun and punched out with both fists, directly smashing toward Mu Yun. Roaring imperial thunder. Mu Yun directly punched out. Roar. A loud roar sounded, and thunder exploded in the sky. Dong 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 sounded in midair. Zhao Fangjun and Li Ranyu's expressions changed slightly, and they retreated. At this moment, Mu Yun's fighting spirit condensed. So strong. At this moment, the expressions of He Jing, Yu Yang, and Pu Jun, who were watching the show, changed. Mu Yun, a peak heavenly venerable, was very strong. Li Ranyu and Zhao Fangjun's eyes were gloomy. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Continue." How could the two of them withstand such provocation? At this moment, the two of them charged out again. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and she took a step forward. Swift thunder god explosion. As soon as her words fell, the thunder exploded, as if a hole was torn in the sky. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, smashing toward the two of them. Before the two of them could get close to Mu Yun, they had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, Mu Yun rushed forward. Crimson Thunder Emperor Saber. A slash, chopped down. Poochie poochie sounds rang out. At this moment, Li Ranyu and Zhao Fangjun's figures were cut in half by a slash. The two figures turned into two corpses. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Mu Yun killed two peak heavenly venerables in 3 moves. This strength was extremely strong. When Xiantianlang saw this scene, he was also shocked. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Mu Yun. What did this guy do during this period of time? Why did she change so much? Bang! At this moment, in the Great Formation, Wang Long punched the snake back, but the giant tortoise and wild bull entangled him again. Seeing his two trusted aides die tragically, Wang Long's face was as gloomy as ink. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive punches, Wang Long's figure retreated at this moment. Mu Yun, I'll remember you. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "So, you're ready to give up?" Humph. Wang Long snorted and landed, saying, "In this ancient city, I hope you won't cause trouble again. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Mu Yun smiled and didn't say anything. She came to Xiantianlang's side and looked at Xiantianlang. "Why are you so bad?" Xiantianlang heard Mu Yun's sarcastic words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's really not that I'm bad. I just reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. I didn't expect to be discovered by this guy." Mu Yun shook her head. At this moment, Wang Long left with his men. On the other side, He Jing of the 8-winged black dragon snake clan, Yu Yang of the snow region ice ape clan, and Pu Jun of the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan also left with their men. This ancient city was combined with a huge mountain range, stretching for dozens of miles. Everyone didn't interfere with each other. A great battle that seemed to be about to burn ended abruptly at this moment, making everyone feel that it was a bit anticlimactic. Big Brother Wang. Among the blazing Blackbird clan, a peak heavenly venerable said angrily, "Why didn't you kill Mu Yun?" Hearing this, Wang Long's face turned cold. The peak heavenly venerable disciple lowered his head, his face trembling. This child's study of the Tao of formations is extremely thorough. That great formation is enough to entangle me. If he personally takes action, he will definitely be able to fight me to a draw. If we really continue to fight, it's not certain who will win. There are many mysteries in this ancient city. Although I want to kill Xianxia, I don't want others to take advantage of me. Everyone immediately nodded. Mu Yun wasn't the only one here. There were also Heijing, Yu Yang, and Pu Jun. Although the three of them were not as powerful as Wang Long, they were not much weaker. Wang Long understood this. Mu Yun also understood. Therefore, the two of them stopped at the same time. Although two people had died, Wang Long knew better. The more it was like this, the more they couldn't continue fighting. At the same time, on the side of the eight-winged black serpent clan, Heijing was dressed in black with a cold expression on his face. With his hands behind his back, he left with a group of people. What a pity. I thought that Wang Long and Mu Yun would fight until the sky turned dark. I didn't expect them to stop. Heijing muttered. That Mu Yun killed Li Ranyu and Zhao Fengjun. Wang Long is quite a character to be able to hold himself back. Someone opened his mouth and said, but the two of them are not to be trifled with. Big brother Heijing, looks like we have to be careful too. Yes. Heijing nodded and said, this ancient city is combined with an ancient mountain. There is a mountain within the city and a city within the mountain. It is extremely strange. Tell everyone to be careful. Not only Mu Yun and Wang Long's side, but also Yu Yang's side, Pu Jun's side, and Wei Su of the Nine-Pole Thunder Lion clan. This Wei Su is very cunning. It's really strange that he hasn't appeared until now. The people behind him all nodded. This was the Yin-Yang Sky Domain. Those who came here were all geniuses of various levels from the 9 second-class forces. No one was stupid. Here, searching for treasure was the first priority. Everyone wanted to rise from earthly venerable to heavenly venerable, and from heavenly venerable to ultimate venerable. If they wanted to kill someone, they had to see if it was worth killing. Now, the ancient mountain and city became lively. The warriors from the 5 forces all became cautious. And tacitly, each of them explored an area and did not interfere with each other. Mu Yun, Jiang Gaoming, and dozens of others headed east. Wang Long led his men to the west. Heijing brought his subordinates and headed towards the south. Yu Yang led his men to the north, and no one noticed where Pu Jun and the others went. At this moment, in the entire ancient city and ancient mountain, many figures were carefully looking around. Mu Yun, Jiang Gaoming, and Xianxia formed a team. What's wrong with you? Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said, you're too miserable. It's all your fault. Xianxia could not help but say, your voice made me completely famous. So when I entered this place, as long as someone saw me, they would want to kill me. I couldn't stop them. It wasn't easy to get to this place. In the end, I just had a small fortuitous encounter, and I met Wang Long and fought. I just reached the peak of Heavenly Venerable, and I'm not his opponent. Mu Yun could not help but laugh when she heard this. I remember that you also returned the favor. Xianxia coughed awkwardly. Xianxia looked around and said, as expected, this is the real relic of Tianyang ancient city. The broken place before is nothing at all. How are you so sure? Xianxia explained, previously, I found an ancient temple and a heavenly venerate Bodhi seed in this ancient city. A heavenly venerate Bodhi seed. This was a good thing. It could help heavenly venerates improve the tempering of their bones and quickly advance to the next realm. Moreover, only top heavenly venerates could condense such an item before they died. Very few heavenly venerates were willing to do so before they died. Xianxia was lucky to have encountered it. And in that ancient temple, I found many traces of the existence of powerful heavenly venerates. The heavenly venerate domain is like the earthly venerate domain. Most of the people involved are heavenly venerates. Moreover, Tianyang ancient city is not as important as Tianin ancient city. The danger here should not be that high. Mu Yun nodded. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said again, however, you have to be careful of those Yin-Yang sky guards. Yin-Yang sky guards? What Yin-Yang sky guards? Jiang Gaoming was puzzled. Mu Yun roughly described what had happened in the earthly venerate domain. In the earthly venerate domain, Yang surnames are ranked according to number. Heavenly venerate Yin-Yang sky guards should be ranked according to number. Jiang Gaoming murmured, "Don't tell me there are Yin-Yang sky guards in the heavenly venerate domain." "It's hard to say, but we still have to make plans." Mu Yun said calmly, "Once they appear, those heavenly venerate death guards with Yin surnames will most likely look for those top heavenly venerates. The few of us are now peak heavenly venerates. Although we are not weak, they probably won't take a fancy to us." Jiang Gaoming nodded. "Let's go and see if there's anything strange about this place." The three of them led dozens of people and headed east. They crossed a mountain and entered a large temple to begin their search. At the same time, the other parties did the same. The ancient mountain and ancient city stretched for dozens of miles. The roads were rugged, and there might be an ancient temple between the mountain crevices. It was really unpredictable. On this day, the group arrived in front of an ancient temple. It was an ancient temple that was quite unique. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the front door was like a crouching lion with its mouth wide open, waiting for the group to enter and swallow them whole. Mu Yun and the others opened the door effortlessly. After entering the hall, they looked around carefully. The interior of the palace was not a magnificent palace, but a vast battle arena. There were stairs on three sides of the fighting arena, gradually climbing up the rocks. Only the place where they entered was empty. Looking to the left, there were rows of prison cells. On the right, there were rows of luxuriously decorated rooms. The two sides were completely different. When they stepped into the fighting arena, they immediately felt it. The fighting arena, which was only a few hundred meters in diameter, seemed to have expanded dozens of times after they entered. When they looked up and looked around, they felt as if the world had been magnified several times. "Everyone, be careful." Shen Tianlang looked around and said, "I heard that the Yin-Yang twin emperors have strange personalities. They love their disciples very much and hate them very much. They treat the disciples they care about like treasures. Once the disciples make mistakes, the punishment is also very severe. This place is similar to a place I heard of." "What place?" "The evil disciples arena." Shen Tianlang looked around, his eyes flashing. The evil disciples arena is a place where the Yin-Yang twin emperors used to punish the disciples who made mistakes. They let these disciples fight here. Moreover, it is said that it is not an ordinary fight in the arena. At the same time, the other disciples in the sect will watch the fight. It is equivalent to teaching them a lesson. I don't know the details, but I heard that it is extremely cruel. Mu Yun could not help but say, "You know quite a lot. There is no other way." Shen Tianlang smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, when the various factions entered this place, they all searched for information and obtained some information. Otherwise, if the various factions blindly sent their geniuses here, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths?" At the side, Jiang Gaoming also nodded. He was not like Shen Tianlang, who came from the blazing black bird race's direct royal family. However, he had more or less received a warning from the sect. This place is one step from heaven to hell. Shen Tianlang added, "Besides, I heard that the ancient emperors and ancient gods might have purposely released this place for us to enter and announce to the outside world that they are dead. No one knows what these old farts are thinking. Perhaps, there are quite a few people from the Emperor Abyss Pavilion." In the entire Ninth Heaven realm, there were only the Emperor Abyss Pavilion and the Divination Pavilion, these two peak first-rate forces. As for the Emperor Abyss Pavilion, it had been keeping a low profile all these years. It was said that Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan and the Human Emperor had both paid a great price in the battle. However, even so, no one dared to have any ideas about the Imperial Abyss Pavilion. As for the Divination Pavilion, there was no need to even mention them. In the past, when there were two God Emperors, they didn't have much interest in the Divination Pavilion. The two God Emperors had been extremely respectful to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion back then. As for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, it had never participated in the disputes of the 10,000 worlds. These two great forces were high and mighty. They were completely out of their reach. This place might be a trap. Shen Tianlang muttered, "I heard that the Yin-Yang twin emperors were dual cultivation companions. These two people have strange personalities. In the past, they were also difficult to deal with." Just as Shen Tianlang finished speaking, buzzing sounds came from all around. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the surroundings of the dueling ground. An uproar broke out, followed by the sound of wind piercing through the air. At some point in time, many figures had appeared around the dueling ground. These figures were completely formed from origin energy. They stood around the dueling ground and stared at the several dozen people. Under such circumstances, everyone looked at Xiantian Lang. Xiantian Lang said in shock, "You can't blame me for this." At this moment, Xiantian Lang didn't want to say a word. What kind of trick was this now? Were those ancient gods and ancient emperors so free? Did they have to do such things to tease the later generations? Couldn't they just test everyone's talent and give them some benefits? At this moment, dozens of figures formed from origin energy looked at the several dozen people in the dueling ground with a murderous look in their eyes. Boom. In an instant, those dozens of bodies of origin energy directly attacked. Damn it! Mu Yun, Xiantian Lang, and Jiang Gaoming directly attacked at this moment. The dozens of people beside them also attacked one by one. At this moment, the three of them felt that these bodies of origin energy were all at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. Without exception. In an instant, dozens of people began to fight each other. However, many of the dozens of people beside Jiang Gaoming were mid-stage and late-stage heavenly venerable realm martial artists. Almost in a single move, 7 or 8 people were killed by those bodies of origin energy. Seeing this scene, Jiang Gaoming's face turned cold. Bastard! He punched out. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming's killing intent rose. Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang also used their methods at this moment. Bang! Thunder roared and punched out. A body of origin energy collapsed at this moment. In the next moment, streams of origin energy flowed into Mu Yun's body at this moment. Mu Yun instantly felt that the origin energy consumed in her body was continuously gathering. Moreover, that origin energy also carried a trace of bone-tempering power. Mu Yun's eyes lit up. At the same time, on the other side, Xiantian Lang also noticed this and immediately became aggressive. Everyone, maintain the formation. Mu Yun said at this moment, these bodies of origin energy can be killed, and there will be a lot of benefits. Those with a lower realm assist in the attack in the middle. Peak heavenly venerables, block on the periphery. As soon as Mu Yun's words came out, everyone looked at Jiang Gaoming. Jiang Gaoming shouted, "What are you looking at me for? Quickly do it, do you want to die?" Immediately, the remaining 30 to 40 people immediately gathered. At this moment, Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang were on the periphery, each using their own methods. Jiang Gaoming, on the other hand, was protecting his fellow disciples. Slowly, the number of bodies of origin energy became fewer and fewer. Xiantian Lang felt that the power in his body was becoming stronger and stronger. At this moment, a surge of power filled his entire body. Comfortable. Xiantian Lang was extremely excited. When he was in the Earth Venerable region, he had obtained an inheritance, so his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds and was gradually digesting it. After this step of strengthening, he could feel that he had advanced further in the peak heavenly venerable realm. Xiantian Lang laughed heartily. At this moment, Mu Yun was also silently making a fortune. The power contained in these origin energy bodies was not as simple as origin energy. It was of great benefit to a martial artist's cultivation. And this point, just bitter cultivation alone could not make up for it. Moreover, it was not as simple as devouring. At this moment, Mu Yun became more and more courageous as she fought. With the Bahuang sword in hand, her sword techniques completely erupted at this moment. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming looked at Mu Yun in shock. The current Mu Yun was at the peak heavenly venerable realm, and her strength could be said to be almost not inferior to his. Perhaps she was even stronger than him. Mu Yun was a high-level Supreme Divine Array Master. Just this point alone, there were too many things that Mu Yun could do when fighting. Jiang Gaoming increasingly felt that Mu Yun's speed of improvement was too fast. Bang! Accompanied by the last bang, there was a loud bang at this moment. In front of Mu Yun, a body of origin energy exploded. All around, the body of origin energy completely disappeared. The arena also quietened down. Many people heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun also gasped for breath at this moment. Although the dozens of bodies of origin energy had a strong recovery ability, their strength could not be underestimated. Even he could not hold on after killing several people in a row. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming's expression was ugly. Nearly half of the 30 to 40 people around him had died this time. Although most of them were mid-stage heavenly venerables, these disciples were very close to him in the lunar sect. However, it was impossible for no one to die in an expedition. Although Jiang Gaoming was sad, there was nothing he could do. "Everyone, let's leave this place first," Mu Yun said at this moment. "I don't know if there will be other strange things in this place." Jiang Gaoming nodded. Shantian Lang was smiling very happily at this moment. It was too worth it. He had killed a total of 7 bodies of origin energy. At this moment, the aura in his body had increased greatly. It was comparable to tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Seeing Shantian Lang's smug expression, Mu Yun poked Shantian Lang's arm. "Do you have to be so happy? Look at him." Mu Yun gestured to Jiang Gaoming on the other side. Shantian Lang transmitted his voice. "This kid is probably following you with ill intentions. Moreover, we are exploring together. We are too weak to do anything. We can't protect him even if we want to." Mu Yun shook her head and didn't say much. She didn't know what Jiang Gaoming's intentions were. However, at least they were cooperating now. Of course, this matter could not be blamed on them. The Yin-Yang sky domain was extremely dangerous. It was normal for people to die. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming looked at the 20 or so people around him and said, "It's my incompetence that caused you to suffer such a blow." Hearing this, many disciples' expressions turned ugly. At this moment, everyone retreated outside the arena. However, when they suddenly stood at the edge of the arena, everyone's expressions turned ugly. "There's a barrier." Jiang Gaoming looked in front of him, and his expression became even more unsightly. Mu Yun walked forward and waved her hand lightly. "That formation is at least at the level of a top-notch supreme divine formation." Everyone's expression turned bitter when they heard this. Although the dozens of origin energy bodies had been killed, everyone had benefited. However, there were also many casualties. And now, he was trapped again. No one knew what was so strange about this place. Who knew what kind of strange things would appear next? At this moment, many figures appeared around the arena. Those figures stood where they were, motionless. At the center of the arena, a body of origin energy appeared. However, the instant the origin energy body appeared, everyone could feel a powerful aura being unleashed. Peak Empyrean. Jiang Gaoming's expression turned ugly. This time, his expression was really ugly. Just now, the appearance of several dozen peak Empyrean level martial artists already made it hard for them to withstand. And now, another peak Empyrean level body of origin energy had appeared. Most importantly, if this continued, would even celestial venerables in the consummate level appear? If that was the case, they would be exhausted to death here. Mu Yun also frowned when she saw this scene. "We can't wait any longer," Shantian Lang said at this moment. "Do you have a way to break a top-notch supreme divine formation?" Mu Yun shook her head. He had condensed 5 million array patterns now, and among the high-level supreme divine formations, he still couldn't condense the strongest one. Not to mention a top-notch supreme divine formation. A top-notch supreme divine formation had at least 10 million array patterns. He couldn't do it. In that case, there's nothing to hesitate about. Shantian Lang said at this moment, "Everyone, attack together and kill this guy." Jiang Gaoming's expression turned ugly. "What if an even higher level one appears? Then we'll keep killing, or we'll all die." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone around Jiang Gaoming turned even uglier. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Gaoming couldn't help but shout, "Even if we die, we'll die first. If we don't fight, we'll just be waiting for death." Mu Yun nodded. "All right." Jiang Gaoming also spoke at this moment. "You guys, protect the senior and junior brothers. The 3 of us will attack." Immediately, more than 20 people turned around and retreated. Since they were going to fight, they had to go all out. After all, everyone still didn't know what the situation was. At this moment, Mu Yun, Jiang Gaoming, and Shantian Lang all walked out. The 3 of them were at the peak of the Empyrean level and were very powerful. As she took a step forward, Mu Yun clenched her hands into fists. and the aura in her body burned fiercely. On the surface of Xianxia's body, streaks of red light appeared, carrying a scorching heat. Jiang Gaoming's expression was cautious. Kill. The three of them immediately rushed out at this moment. The perfected Empyrean origin power body moved at this moment. A palm slammed down in the air. Bang. Jiang Gaoming met it head-on. His face turned pale, and his figure retreated. Mu Yun and Xianxian took this opportunity to directly attack. Roaring imperial thunder. Raging flames soaring to the sky. Boom. Boom. A low rumbling sound rang out continuously. The two figures released an incomparably tyrannical aura at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Gaoming's expression changed slightly. Mu Yun and Xianxian were very strong. These two people were extremely powerful. In the peak Empyrean realm, these two people were probably invincible. Although Xianxian was previously defeated by Wang Long. But at that time, Xianxian had just entered the peak Empyrean realm. And now, Xianxian had undergone a transformation, as if he had reached the sky in one step. Looking at these two people again, Jiang Gaoming only felt that these two guys really belonged to the monstrous level. Time passed bit by bit. Four figures were entangled together at this moment. Crimson Thunder Imperial Saber. At this moment, Mu Yun roared, and an Imperial Saber slashed down at this moment. The saber light condensed an intimidating aura, giving people an extremely gloomy and cold feeling. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body seemed to be pouring out power. Bang! That saber directly slashed the Origin Energy Body's shoulder blade, causing the Origin Energy Body's figure to be trapped. Xianxian. It's coming. At this moment, Xianxian's figure rushed out, his hands stretched out like eagle claws, directly grabbing down. That pair of hands directly grabbed the Origin Energy Body's arms from behind. Bang bang. The sound of explosions rang out. The Origin Energy Body's arms were directly torn off by Xianxian. The two of them watched as they subdued the Origin Energy Body. But at this moment, a tyrannical aura erupted from within the Origin Energy Body. It was as if a terrifying force had exploded within its body. Immediately after, the power within the Origin Energy Body condensed and directly absorbed Mu Yun and Xianxian. The disappeared arms condensed again at this moment and directly grabbed the two people's necks. Damn it! Xianxian cursed in a low voice. Jiang Gaoming, now! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice at this moment. Mu Yun and Xianxian were subdued by the sudden burst of power from the body of Origin Energy. The power in their bodies seemed to be imprisoned. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Jiang Gaoming. Seeing this scene, Jiang Gaoming's expression changed. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Gaoming stretched out his hands. A sinister aura spread out from his hands, and he directly blasted towards the body of Origin Energy's abdomen. Jiang Gaoming was about to hit the body of Origin Energy's abdomen. But suddenly, Jiang Gaoming's attack changed. His hands changed directions, one left and one right, and directly attacked Mu Yun and Xianxian. Die! A low shout sounded at this moment. A cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of Jiang Gaoming's mouth. Hey, you hit the wrong person! Xianxian shouted. That's right, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Gaoming grinned, and at this moment, his hands directly slapped down. Bang, bang. A low explosion sounded. Mu Yun and Xianxian each took a palm strike and retreated at this moment. Even the body of Origin Energy was pushed dozens of meters away. Mu Yun and Xianxian fell to the ground. Pft! Pft! Almost at the same time, the two of them opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming was standing not far away from the two of them, his eyes cold and disdainful. Could it be that the two of you don't know how valuable your lives are? Jiang Gaoming grinned at this moment. Mu Yun, you're worth 3 divine-grade supreme artifacts, and Xianxian, you're worth 6 in total. Jiang Gaoming's expression was almost crazy. If I get it, it'll be easy for me to reach the supreme god level. In the lunar sect, you'll be an important core disciple. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming's face was filled with a trace of madness. Then why didn't you join forces with Fu Heng and Zhu Ling to kill me back then? Why wait until now? Mu Yan's face was slightly pale as she said in a muffled voice. How can that be? Jiang Gaoming laughed and said, sharing a cup of soup with others, what's the point? Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could have both of your heads for myself? Hearing this, Mu Yan smiled and shook her head. Looks like you've planned it all out. Mu Yan could not help but say, it's just that, with your little bit of strength, you still have the nerve to scheme for so long? Exactly. On the other side, Xianxia stood up at this moment and said with a smile, it's fine to play tricks, but you are so weak. You exposed yourself so easily. Isn't that too stupid? As soon as the words were spoken, the two figures stood still. They looked at Jiang Gaoming with a faint smile on their faces. You guys are pretending. Xianxia said helplessly, think about it. Mu Yan and I have a bad reputation in the Yin-Yang Heaven domain. Besides, Mu Yan told me that those women of his didn't tell anyone about his identity. At the same time, he also told those women not to send anyone to protect him. So, if anyone says that he's repaying a debt of gratitude, has a good relationship with Bao Qingyu, and has received a favor from Yi Sueki, it's all fake. As soon as he said this, Jiang Gaoming looked at Mu Yan. This girl did not believe him at all from the beginning. You. What's wrong with me? Mu Yan said indifferently, Qingyu did ask me before, but I refused because I was worried that someone would pretend to be her subordinate. Jiang Gaoming, thank you so much for this journey. He had been fooled. Jiang Gaoming's face was ugly at this moment. Mu Yan, this fellow, beat him at his own game and tricked him along the way. You want to kill me? You think too highly of yourself. At this moment, Mu Yan took a step forward. Crimson Thunder Emperor's saber. She looked at Jiang Gaoming with one slash. At the same time, Xianxia took a step forward and attacked the body of origin energy. A huge saber descended from the sky with the sound of thunder. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming tried his best to resist. But it was useless. Cracking sounds could be heard. He could feel that his bones were about to break at this moment. Remember next time. Mu Yan's voice sounded in his ear. She said slowly, in this world, scheming is sometimes useful, but you have to have some strength. Don't scheme against a brainless and weak person like you. This slash completely devoured Jiang Gaoming's aura. At this moment, Jiang Gaoming's eyes were unfocused. He thought that he had planned everything perfectly. He wanted to get close to Mu Yan and even help Mu Yan deal with Fu Heng and Zhu Ling. But he didn't expect that it would be in vain. And now that things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. Jiang Gaoming's eyes were unfocused. On the other side, more than 20 people had ugly expressions on their faces. Jiang Gaoming was dead. They couldn't escape this calamity. Mu Yan didn't even look at them at this moment. She turned around and charged towards the body of origin energy with her sword. The battle continued. Jiang Gaoming's death was just a small episode for Mu Yan and Xianxia. At this moment, the two of them were going all out to deal with the body of origin energy of the celestial venerable realm. Boom. Finally, there was a loud explosion. The body of origin energy of the celestial venerable realm exploded. Two abundant and unique origin energy surged into Mu Yan and Xianxia bodies. At this moment, the two of them felt the power flowing through their bodies. Two figures landed at this moment and looked at the 20 or so people at the edge. Please spare our lives. We don't know anything about this matter. A Peak Empyrean disciple's face turned pale. You don't know anything? Mu Yan smiled and said, there were originally 100 people by Jiang Gaoming's side, but some of them left. Where did they go? Did they go to find help? Don't say that you were wronged. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 20 or so people's eyes were filled with despair. In the arena. Slowly. Corpses fell to the ground. Mu Yan and Xianxia also sat down one by one, panting. It looked easy, but in fact, the continuous battles had exhausted them both physically and mentally. I told you that there was something wrong with Jiang Gaoming. Xianxia laughed. I also feel that there's something wrong with him, but I don't want to solve it now. I want to see who's behind that guy. Xianxia laughed and said, isn't that simple? This kid is most likely from the same faction as Song Tao. However, when he saw the two of us gathered together, he became greedy, so he simply found an opportunity to kill us alone. If you don't show weakness, he definitely won't make a move. Mu Yun nodded. In his heart, Jiang Gaoming was not a threat. It was just that by relying on Jiang Gaoming, it was easier to obtain some things and information. Now, there was no need for that. The two of them rested for a moment. Suddenly, the high platform in the arena trembled again. It can't be, it's happening again? Xiantianlang's face turned bitter. However, the high platform trembled, and a stone pillar appeared. The stone pillar slowly rose, and a jade bottle appeared. Inside the jade bottle, there were many pills that emitted a faint green light. At this moment, they gave off a comfortable aura. Empyrean Bodhi Seed. Seeing the pills emitting a faint light, Xiantianlang couldn't help but exclaim. Ha ha ha, it's the Empyrean Bodhi Seed. I knew it. Although the yin-yang dual emperors have strange tempers, they should at least give people some benefits. Xiantianlang was very excited at this moment. Mu Yun looked at the Empyrean Bodhi Seed that looked like a pill, and her eyes flickered. Generally speaking, if a heavenly venerable martial artist died, then so be it. But some powerful divine alchemists could extract the essence bone energy in a heavenly venerable martial artist's body and fuse it into Bodhi seeds. It was similar to medicinal pills. And this heavenly venerable Bodhi seed was no different from a divine pill to a heavenly venerable martial artist. It helped a heavenly venerable martial artist condense their essence, energy, and spirit and temper their heavenly venerable bones. To be precise, it was not tempering, but nourishing. When Xiantianlang saw the heavenly venerable Bodhi seed, he could not help but laugh and say, Mu Yun, you've made a huge profit. 10, how about 5 each? This thing can be eaten continuously. Even if it's an early stage heavenly venerable, as long as there are endless heavenly venerable Bodhi seeds, they can eat until they reach the great circle of the heavenly venerable realm. Xiantianlang was overjoyed. 5 each. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. Since that's the case, I think we can seek to break through here. All right. After the two finished speaking, they did not talk nonsense. 5 heavenly venerable Bodhi seeds per person were directly divided. On Xiantianlang's side, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed 5 heavenly venerable Bodhi seeds. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she also shook her head. This guy was not afraid of wasting. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the heavenly venerable Bodhi seed, her eyes moving slightly. One entered her stomach. Immediately, streams of pure bone energy flowed in her body. Streams of pure energy flowed in her body. Slowly, Mu Yun felt that the energy in her body was transmitted down and spread throughout her body. The heavenly venerable realm had 6 major realms. Early stage, mid-stage, and late stage, the Dharma body and bone marrow were constantly getting closer. And peak, perfection, and great circle, the Dharma body was integrated into the bone body, and finally pointed to the complete tempering of the bone body as one, indistinguishable from one another. At that time, one could mobilize the power of the flesh, blood, meridians, and bone body to reach the soul sea and condense a divine venerable soul. The so-called divine venerable soul was actually another path. When a venerable martial artist reached heavenly venerable, they could actually travel through space. They tore space with their hands and stepped out. This was what the body could withstand. But space had always been incomparably mysterious. His physical body could withstand it, but his soul could not. Therefore, the Almighty of the human race created the Tao of Supreme God soul tempering. The 9th level of the Supreme God realm meant tempering the 9 transformations. When one reached the limit, one would ascend to the world plane. However, Mu Yun only had a smattering of knowledge regarding the realm of the world plane. The reason ultimate gods refined their souls was to use the power of space. Otherwise, once he stepped into the space, even if his body couldn't withstand it, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. Only death awaited him. Therefore, the most basic thing was still the condensation of an Empyrean bone. The stronger the heavenly venerate bone was, the greater the power it could resist. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was as one. Within his body, his tendons and bones began to condense. Streams of energy filled Mu Yun's entire body. One Empyrean Bodhi seed was not enough. At this moment, Mu Yun swallowed another pill. Time trickled by. Gradually, the 5 heavenly venerate Bodhi seeds were completely swallowed by Mu Yun. The power within his body had reached its peak. At this moment, the embodiment had already been completely squeezed into the bone marrow by Mu Yun. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and the bone marrow merged. Waves of resistance appeared at this moment. After all, the bone marrow had long been formed. It wasn't that simple to integrate external forces. However, Mu Yun had reached the peak of the heavenly venerate God realm after all. It wasn't the first time he had endured this. In his body, streams of energy condensed. Gradually, the resistance became weaker and weaker. In Mu Yun's body, the power began to end. A simple aura condensed from his body. It was tyrannical and unfathomable. Perfected heavenly venerate. At this moment, Mu Yun opened his eyes. A bright light flashed past. He had reached the perfected heavenly venerate realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a sharp light. In his body, origin power surged, containing the power of thunder. His cultivation of the lightning divine body technique had reached the 3rd level. Now, Mu Yun's lightning divine body technique could be considered to have reached a powerful level. At this level, the power of thunder contained in his body became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Mu Yun had a faint feeling in his heart. If he cultivated to the divine venerate realm, would he be like the Thunder Emperor and specialize in one Tao? However, if he reached the Thunder Emperor's level and absorbed the 9 heavens divine thunder, would he be killed by someone with a slap? Back then, the Thunder Emperor had told him that that person's actions had ended his legendary life. Until now, Mu Yun still couldn't figure out who it was. In the myriad worlds, there were only 2 God Emperors, the heaven-sealing Divine Emperor and the carefree Divine Emperor. Of these 2, one was dead and the other was injured. Who could have this ability? In Mu Yun's heart, he gradually thought of an era. The primordial era. That was a period filled with legends. It was a period where there was a gap for the Kanglan myriad worlds. At this moment, Mu Yun shook his head. To him, these things seemed to be too far away. Right now, the most important thing was to reach the divine venerate realm. As for the title of God and Emperor, it was really a little far away. Streams of power gradually recovered in his body. This feeling made Mu Yun's body and mind improve by a level. At this moment, Xianxia Lang had yet to wake up. Mu Yun entered the Zhu Tian diagram and observed carefully. At this moment, the Zhu Tian diagram did not continue to spread. Without the world tree, the Zhu Tian diagram lacked a trace of foundation. In the mountains and rivers, the Panga spirit sat cross-legged. Since the last promotion, the Panga spirit had not woken up. This kind of fusion of origin fire was not done overnight. This guy would definitely have a huge improvement. On the other side, the heaven and earth furnace was suppressed by Guai and could not move at all. At the same time, the peacock god fan hung in the Zhu Tian diagram. High in the sky, it was like a half-moon, emitting a mysterious aura. At this moment, Mu Yun stared at the heaven and earth furnace. Old man Lu, I'm getting stronger and stronger. You can't hold on anymore. Mu Yun laughed. Kid, there's still a long way to go. I can wait. Old man Lu sneered and said, the world tree is not here. You have to be careful. If you're seriously injured and on the verge of death, I'll take over your body. Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, I can't let you have a chance to turn the tables. As soon as her words fell, Mu Yun waved her palm. Majestic aura swallowed out at this moment. She only had 20% control of the heaven and earth furnace. But old man Lu had 80%. During this period of time, the world tree was not here, and he did not continue to absorb. But now, it could be considered. Mu Yun's mind moved slightly, and the aura of a perfected heavenly venerable was released at this moment. Guai, get him! Mu Yun shouted. At this moment, old man Lu was controlling the heaven and earth furnace, and rolling magma gushed out. However, in the magma, about 80% was crimson red, like soldering iron. But about 20% had traces of grayish-brown. That 20% was controlled by Mu Yun. At this moment, Guai Yi's suppressed aura skyrocketed at this moment. Old Man Lu said in horror, you actually recovered so quickly. You let me win. Guai said with a smile. At the same time, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. As soon as her words fell, streams of power were absorbed at this moment. Old Man Lu roared unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, a primordial heat slowly spread out from Mu Yun's body. The heaven and earth furnace had an additional 10% of control. At first, Old Man Furnace was still roaring, but in the end, he simply remained silent. Gradually, the power was transferred from Old Man Furnace to Mu Yun's side layer by layer. Slowly, Mu Yun stopped. 30%. In the end, Mu Yun seized 30% of the control of the heaven and earth furnace. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of calmness. The heaven and earth furnace was said to be able to refine heaven and earth. Of course, this was not a lie. However, one of the 13 supreme treasures of the primordial world also needed to have enough strength to control it. Right now, he controlled 30% of the heaven and earth furnace's activation power. But it was not 30% of the heaven and earth furnace's explosive power. If he could truly unleash 30% of the heaven and earth furnace's tyrannical power, he was afraid that even a ruler could be killed. At this moment, Mu Yun gradually woke up. As the power flowed, Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of coldness. How do you feel? A voice sounded in his ear. It was Xianxia Lang. At this moment, Xianxia Lang stood up, looked at Mu Yun, and grinned. I've improved again. I feel that I'm truly at the peak. Oh. Mu Yun said indifferently. But in his heart, he sensed the scorching aura of the heaven and earth furnace. What about you? What about you? Xianxia Lang looked at Mu Yun and couldn't wait to ask. Me, I'm a perfected heavenly venerable. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia Lang curled his lips and said, Who are you lying to? Back then, I obtained the inheritance of a divine venerable in the underground palace. My progress was extremely fast. In these few decades, I reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. My speed is considered extremely fast. How can you? For a moment, a powerful aura appeared in Mu Yun's body. Xianxia Lang was about to speak, but at this moment, he abruptly stopped. Perfected heavenly venerable. Mu Yun had really reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. This guy. Xianxia Lang was a little confused at this moment. Why would I lie to you? But Mu Yun said matter-of-factly, you, on the other hand, haven't reached the perfected Empyrean realm. I'm still quite surprised. I'm doing this for stability. Me too. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, otherwise, I would have long reached grand completion Empyrean. Xianxia Lang was tired and didn't want to say anything. Let's go. This place is strange. I don't want to stay here any longer. Xianxia Lang said cautiously, but, when we go out, we have something to do. Wang Long wants to kill me. I have to find him. Xianxia Lang patted Mu Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, How about it, brother? Shall we cooperate? How? Kill Wang Long and all his things will be yours. I don't want anything. I just want him dead. At this moment, Xianxia Lang's eyes were cold. He was also a member of the royal family of the Blazing Blackbird clan. His father was the leader of the Xuanyu clan. His mother was Elder Han Min. And in his mother's family, they were all people of high status and power. But now, he had just left the Blazing Blackbird clan, and those who wanted him dead were already eager to give it a try. Wang Long was just an insignificant person. Behind him was Wang Hu, the first Empyrean on the god list. And behind Wang Hu was Xian Wutian. That good brother of his. If Xianxia Lang wasn't ruthless, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia laughed and said, Back then, in that underground palace, there were so many good things. I didn't snatch anything from you. You didn't snatch anything from me? The corners of Mu Yun's mouth twitched and she said, Are you sure? Just that inheritance alone is more precious than everything else. Xianxia Lang laughed out loud. But. Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly. I'm very interested in what you said. Those people should be taught a lesson. All right. The two of them hit it. Off. At this moment, the surrounding array had already faded. This place seemed to have lost its final value. Two figures left this palace and didn't continue to head east. Instead, they headed in the direction of Wang Long and the others. Two figures flew out at this moment. Xianxia said helplessly, "This place is not small. It's too troublesome to continue searching like this. Watch me." As his words fell, Xianxia stepped out at this moment. "Wang Long, bastard, come out and die." This roar. It spread out. The voice spread throughout the entire Tianyang ancient city. For a moment, Heijing, Yu Yang, Pu Jun, and the others were surprised. This was Xianxia voice. Heijing licked his lips at this moment and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. It seems that this Xianxia is ready to take revenge. At the same time, on the other side, Yu Yang from the Ice Ape clan of the Snow region was also stunned and then recovered. This Xianxia is really someone who doesn't want to hold back. Yu Yang laughed. Now there's a show to watch. At the same time, Pu Jun's eyes flashed. Xianxia took the initiative to find Wang Long. Was this guy sick in the head? Not long ago, he had been completely defeated by Wang Long. At this moment, Pu Jun's eyes carried a trace of coldness like a wolf's. No matter what, Xianxia shout was heard by everyone in the palace. It was impossible that Wang Long didn't hear it. At this moment, Wang Long frowned slightly. Big brother Wang Long, this kid is courting death. A clansman of the Blazing Blackbird clan said. It seems that he had some fortuitous encounter. Wang Long stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. However, this fortuitous encounter is nothing. Let's go and take a look. He was one of the rare geniuses of the Blazing Blackbird clan in the Heavenly Venerate realm. Although he was not of the royal bloodline of the Blazing Blackbird clan, he still had a very high reputation in the clan. Mu Yun and Xianxia were now floating in the air, waiting quietly. You're looking for me? Slowly, a cold voice sounded at this moment. Wang Long had appeared. As soon as Wang Long finished speaking, he stepped out and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Yes, I'm looking for you for revenge. At this moment, Xianxia grinned and said, You and I, one-on-one. One-on-one. Wang Long stared at Xianxia as if he was looking at an idiot. Where's Jiang Gaoming, isn't he with you? Wang Long asked curiously. He's dead. Mu Yun said casually. Dead. As soon as these words came out, Wang Long's eyes became cold. These two guys were not simple. Xianxia looked at Wang Long and snorted. Don't talk so much nonsense. Come, let's fight to the death. The others, don't interfere. Hearing this, Wang Long sneered and said, You're just a loser. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Zhao Fengjun and Li Ran are not the only peak heavenly venerates around me. You can talk after you win against them. As soon as these words came out, three figures walked out at this moment. Xianxia ignored them and looked at Wang Long. He grinned and said, I'm only looking for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia rushed directly towards Wang Long. However, at this moment, Wang Long did not move. The three people beside him directly charged out at this moment. Bang! It was just that the three of them were about to arrive in front of Xianxia. A loud bang suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure blocked in front of the three of them. He said that he wants to fight with Wang Long alone. You guys don't get involved. The person who made the move was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun gently waved her palm, and the three figures were immediately entangled. At this moment, Xianxia had already swept past the three of them and directly arrived in front of Wang Long. Boom! The two figures instantly fought at this moment. On the other side, the three people's faces were ugly. Mu Yun was so strong. This was the strength of a celestial venerable, right? At this moment, the three people's eyes were filled with horror. Mu Yun had reached the celestial venerable realm. There were 6 realms of celestial venerable. The difference between the early, middle, and late realms might not be too big. However, the gap between the peak, perfection, and great perfection realms was indeed enormous. Mu Yun had reached the celestial venerable realm, and the three of them were definitely not her match. Wang Long also saw this point, and his eyes changed slightly. Your friend has reached the celestial venerable realm, and you actually want to deal with me personally? Wang Long sneered and said, you're really not afraid of death. You think too highly of yourself. Xianxia grinned and said, I'm looking for you to kill you. At this moment, the two people's fists hit flesh. Below, although the surrounding palaces were protected by restrictions, many of them were also shaken down under the two people's crazy battle. On the other side, Mu Yun was relatively peaceful. The three-peak celestial venerables were quickly dealt with by Mu Yun. In the same realm, Mu Yun killing the three of them was extremely simple. Not to mention, Mu Yun had already reached the celestial venerable realm. Boom boom boom. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. The three people were constantly injured by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun did not intend to hold back. Punch after punch blasted out. Roaring imperial thunder. Rapid thunder god explosion. In the hands of the current Mu Yun, these two attacks were enough to kill a peak Empyrean with one punch. At this moment, Wang Long was entangled by Xianxia and could not be distracted. He could also feel it. The current Xianxia aura was completely different. It had only been a short while, but Xianxia had actually become so powerful. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness in Wang Long's eyes. On the other hand, Xianxia every move was ruthless and ruthless. There were two battlefields. However, Mu Yun's side was completely crushed. As for the fight between Xianxia and Wang Long, there was something different about it. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Not long after, the people from the three factions also gathered at this moment. The eight-winged black flood dragon clan's Heijing, Yu Yang of the Snow Region's Ice Ape clan, and Pu Jun of the heaven-devouring Greedy Wolf clan. These three people, along with nearly 100 others, appeared in the area and watched from a distance. This Xianxia, it's only been half a day, and he actually became so strong? At this moment, there was a trace of astonishment in Heijing's dark green eyes. At the same time, Yu Yang and Pu Jun were also extremely surprised. Xianxia change could be seen very directly. Previously, he was not Wang Long's match. But now, Xianxia was able to defeat Wang Long. However, what surprised the three of them even more was Mu Yun, who was under the siege of dozens of people. She was strolling leisurely, releasing her origin power with ease. Peak Empyrean. Seeing Mu Yun, the three of them were dumbfounded. Mu Yun had reached peak Empyrean in such a short time. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. She was not in a hurry. Heijing and the others were here, so she was not worried. If the three of them attacked, she did not mind directly killing these three groups of people. Time passed bit by bit. The people surrounding Mu Yun became fewer and fewer. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger. On the other side, the battle between Wang Long and Xianxia had also reached its climax. The two of them were almost exchanging injuries for injuries. In the end, Mu Yun simply sat down and watched the two of them fight. Wang Long was the person Xianxia wanted to kill. At this moment, Mu Yun did not intend to interfere. This was Xianxia own business. After killing Wang Long, Xianxia might be greatly improved. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a trace of astonishment. He could feel it. In the middle of the battle, Xianxia body was faintly burning with a different kind of flame. The raging flame Xian bird clan's entire body was fiery red. But at this moment, Xianxia body carried a trace of black flame. Black fire. Mu Yun was stunned. Immortal fire. Back then, in the mortal realm, the immortal fire spread out from the peacock god fan and brought him back to life. At this moment, the black flame in Xianxia body was very similar to the black flame in the peacock god fan. It was just that its power was not as strong as the black flame in the peacock god fan. Of course, this was compared to the peacock god fan. After all, the peacock god fan was one of the 13 primeval treasures. But the black flame born in Xianxia body was a great threat to Wang Long. You're dead. At this moment, Xianxia grinned. The black flame was born, and at this moment, the power in his body seemed to have undergone an extreme change. His hands formed seals, and seals condensed into the huge body of a raging flame Xian bird. It spread its wings and flew high, flashing with black and red flames. Seeing this scene, Wang Long snorted coldly. Between his palms, a scorching aura bloomed. Boom! A series of roars sounded at this moment. At this moment, a bird of red flames also rushed out. "I'll eat you!" Xiantianlang shouted at this moment. The bird of black and red flames bit down. In front of Wang Long, the bird of red flames was immediately defeated. Wang Long's entire body was swallowed up. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was puzzled. Was the black flame related to the peacock god Fan? Back then, her mother and Han Min of the raging flame Xian bird clan were close friends. She just didn't know if her mother was already holding the peacock god Fan at that time. She also didn't know if the relationship between Mu Yun and Han Min of the raging flame Xian bird clan had reached the point where they could talk about anything. At this moment, Xiantianlang's figure landed and he exhaled. Where did the black flame come from? Mu Yun looked at Xiantianlang and asked. Didn't I tell you? Xiantianlang didn't hide it and said with a smile, back then, my mother and the Azure Emperor were close friends. This black flame came from the peacock god Fan, the holy treasure of the Vermilion Bird clan. Later on, the Azure Emperor obtained the peacock god Fan. Mu Yun was surprised for a moment. Was that really the case? Just how close was Han Min's relationship with her mother? What was her attitude now? Mu Yun guessed in her heart for a moment. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Xiantianlang laughed at this moment. Go, there are many good things in this huge Deyang ancient palace. Let's not stay here. However, Xiantianlang said, Wang Long is dead. That fellow Wang who will definitely know immediately. When that time comes, he will send people to kill the two of us. Then, we will really be dead. Then let's go. Mu Yun said immediately. Wang Long's elder brother. Wang who? First on the Heavenly Venerable God list. Perfected Heavenly Venerable Realm. Mu Yun had now reached the perfected Heavenly Venerable Realm. Peak Heavenly Venerable martial artists were no threat to him. Similarly, perfected Heavenly Venerables should view him the same way. Especially those on the Heavenly Venerable God list. There were 50 people on the Heavenly Venerable God list. These 50 people were all outstanding Heavenly Venerables. Mu Yun had seen the strength of those on the Earthly Venerable 100 list. Those guys were the best in the perfected Earthly Venerable realm. In fact, those on the Earthly Venerable 100 list could be categorized as another realm. Super perfected. And now, Mu Yun understood even more how terrifying the 50 people on the Heavenly Venerable God list were. At this moment, Mu Yun left with Xiantianlang. He Jing, Yu Yang, and Pu Jun did not stop them. In fact, the three of them could not wait for these two guys to leave. Two monsters. Mu Yun was not afraid of Wang Long when she was at the peak Heavenly Venerable realm. And now, Mu Yun had reached the perfected Heavenly Venerable realm. Xiantianlang even killed Wang Long. These two guys were not to be trifled with. At this moment, the three of them did not dare to stop them. The two of them left completely. At the same time, in an ancient city in the celestial venerable domain, a figure in black armor suddenly stood up. What's wrong, brother Wang Hu? The few people around him were all alarmed. Wang Long is dead. Wang Hu's tone was like a raging flame that made people unable to breathe. Dead. As soon as he said that, the few people present were stunned. Wang Long was at the peak Heavenly Venerable realm. In the celestial venerable domain, perfected earthly venerables and perfected earthly venerables were all gathered in Tianyin ancient city. Who could kill Wang Long? Moreover, with Wang Long's strength, he could even fight a perfected heavenly venerable. Interesting. Wang Hu murmured, no matter who it is, they deserve to die for killing our younger brothers. Wang Wen, go and find out the truth. Hearing these words, the expressions of the people present changed slightly. Brother Wang Hu, Wang Wen is a heavenly venerable ranked 50th on the god list. It's not necessary to send him, is it? A young man said with a frown. I like to be careful when I do things. Wang Hu said solemnly, no matter who it is, they have to pay for killing my brother. Wang Wen, go and investigate. find the culprit and kill him. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them without mercy. Yes. A young man with a dignified appearance stood up, brought his fists together, and left. Wang Hu looked around and said, "Everyone, it's time for the critical moment. We must not be careless. This heavenly ancient city is the core of the heavenly venerate region. If we can find the secrets here, we'll be one step closer to becoming a godly venerable." Wang Hu said solemnly, "This time, I have no choice but to obey Xian Wutian's orders because we are both heavenly venerables. But if one of us reaches the ultimate god level, even Xian Wutian can't force us to do anything." Hearing this, the others all nodded. One of the young men said with a smile, "Brother Hu, you're treating us as outsiders." We all took the surname Wang to tell those people that in the Blazing Blackbird clan, we're all on the same side. If anyone bullies one of us, they'll be bullying all of us. Wang Hu nodded at this moment. This time, our opponents are only the heavenly venerables on the god list. Xing Haiyang of the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan. Wei Jiqiang of the Eight-Winged Black Serpent clan. Pei Yilei of the Snow Region's Ice Ape clan. Tang Feng of the Sky-Devouring Greedy Wolf clan. Wang Hu said indifferently, "These 4 people are our opponents from the 2nd to the 5th on the god list." One of them smiled and said, "With Big Brother Wang Hu's strength, the 4 of them are no match for him even if they join forces." Once these words were spoken, the surrounding people nodded their heads in agreement. Wang Hu, first on the heavenly venerables on the god list. His first place was not for show. He fought his way up with his real strength. Wang Hu once fought against 10 perfected heavenly venerables on his own and killed all of them. That was not much. Wang Hu once escaped from the joint attack of 3 first-level ultimate gods when he was a perfected heavenly venerable. Running away was humiliating. But it also depended on the situation. Wang Hu was capable of running away in such a situation. Not to mention 3 ultimate gods. Just one of them was enough to make him suffer. The top 50 heavenly venerables on the god list would definitely die even if they joined forces against one ultimate god. Ultimate gods had refined their souls and bodies. Most importantly, ultimate gods could travel through space. This was something that heavenly venerables could not do. Wang Hu looked at them and said again, "This is a serious matter. We can't be careless. Also, I got a piece of news." The moment Wang Hu said that, everyone listened attentively. However, at this moment, Wang Hu suddenly stopped. "This news is very important. Also, I'm not sure, so I can't say for the time being." Seeing that Wang Hu did not intend to say it, they did not mind. On the other side, Wang Wen had already set off. Wang Long's death was a humiliation to them. Wang Wen understood. The reason why Wang Hu asked him to set off was to establish his authority. He wanted to tell all the heavenly venerables here that anyone who killed Wang Hu would die. Wang Wen was naturally full of confidence. In an area where there were no perfected heavenly venerables or perfected heavenly venerables, he would definitely be able to show his skills. No, he would set off a bloodbath. At this moment, Wang Wen set off. At the same time, on the other side, there were also 2 figures heading towards Tian'an ancient city. It was Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang. "Mu Yun, don't you find it strange?" Xiantian Lang looked around and was a little puzzled. Mu Yun had been thinking about the reason why Xiantian Lang's immortal divine fire appeared along the way. The immortal divine fire was extremely majestic and powerful. However, the Sparrow God fan was too arrogant and ignored him. Therefore, he had very little control over the immortal divine fire. Basically, he had no control over it. "What's strange?" Mu Yun asked casually. "I feel that the surroundings look very desolate." Xiantian Lang said seriously, "Also, there's an aura of death." Aura of death, Mu Yun looked around and said slowly, "The celestial venerable region is vast, and there are less than 10,000 heavenly venerables who have entered this place. It should be normal for there to be an aura of death, right?" Xiantian Lang scratched his head. "I hope so." However, he did not know why, but he felt very strange. Slowly, Mu Yun pulled Xiantian Lang. "What?" Xiantian Lang was puzzled. "I feel that, what you said makes sense." Mu Yun looked ahead and said faintly, "Yinyang Sky Guards." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After he said this, Xianxia also looked over. He saw the figures arriving one after another. Xianxia was a little dazed. He had heard from Mu Yun how terrifying the Yinyang Sky Guards were. They were even more powerful than those on the Earthly Venerate 100 list. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Xianxia expression was ugly. How unlucky, how could it be such a coincidence to meet the Yinyang Sky Guards here? What should we do? You're asking me? Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and muttered, nonsense, run. The two of them did not dare to delay. They immediately took a step forward and flew away. However, more than a dozen figures were staring at the two of them from behind. How many Yinyang Sky Guards do you think there were in the Earthly Venerate region? At first, there were only a few, but later, there were thousands. Baby! Xianxia turned around and was scared out of his wits. There are more than 100 coming from behind. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun turned around and realized that it was indeed the case. More than 100 Yinyang Sky Guards. Heavenly Venerates. Damn it, although one of them was a perfected Heavenly Venerate and the other a peak Heavenly Venerate, they would still die in the face of more than 100 people. At this moment, the two of them were in a panic and could only run in one direction. Behind him, the group of 100 people unleashed their powerful auras. Perfected Heavenly Venerates. Mu Yun frowned. There were also perfected Heavenly Venerates. Although Mu Yun was surprised, she did not panic to the point where she did not know where to go. At this moment, power gathered in Mu Yun's body and she sped up, leaving Xianxia behind. Damn it! Xianxia immediately scolded, why are you running so fast? Are you not going to care about me? Didn't I learn this from you? Once this was said, Xianxia was stunned. Damn it! Hurry up. If those guys catch up, the two of us will really be dead. I know. At this moment, the two of them were getting faster and faster. However, the figure chasing after him showed no signs of stopping. Boom! At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded in front of him. A light curtain soared into the sky. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. As the explosion sounded, a figure rushed towards the two of them. Immediately, three figures faced each other. The three pairs of eyes stared at each other, staring at each other. Mu Yun. Xianxia. That person was alone. When he saw Mu Yun and Xianxia, he called them by their names. Mu Yun's heart sank. To be able to recognize the two of them at a glance, they must be enemies. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. When Xianxia saw that person, he also called out, Wang Wen. Wang Wen, looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia said in a low voice, Heavenly Venerables, ranked 50th on the God list. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun immediately became extremely cautious. Heavenly Venerables on the God list. That was the top existence at the perfected Heavenly Venerable level. The two of them were no match for him. Not to mention, there were hundreds of Yinyang Sky Guards chasing after them. It seems that the two of you are also being chased by these ghouls? Wang Wen looked at the two of them and sneered. Wang Wen, why? Do you want to fight? Xianxia grinned and said, why don't you try? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia displayed his peak Heavenly Venerable realm. Mu Yun also hurriedly displayed her peak Heavenly Venerable realm. Seeing the auras of the two of them, Wang Wen pondered. He knew that although Xianxia was a peak Heavenly Venerable, he was a descendant of the royal family. He definitely had a life-saving trump card. As for Mu Yun, he wasn't too sure if she was a perfected Heavenly Venerable. However, if he were to fight with the two of them now, even if he won, those ghouls would swallow him up if he was in his hands. Humph. Wang Wen snorted coldly and said, you are being chased, and so am I. If you don't want to die, then join forces. Hearing this, Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. If Wang Wen really wanted to kill them, then everyone would be finished. Now, there was finally a way out. Now it seemed that Wang Wen didn't really dare to fight to the death. Be careful. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and whispered, if this guy stabs us, we can only fight to the death. Three figures gathered at this moment. Wang Wen asked, how do we break out of this situation? Mu Yun said at this moment, I cultivate an illusion formation that can temporarily confuse them. However, I'm afraid it won't be able to confuse those at the perfected heavenly venerable level. But at least we can shake off a group of people. We also have a chance to escape. Then why aren't you setting it up? Wang Wen said impatiently. Mu Yun glanced at Wang Wen and said, do you think setting up an array is as easy as eating and drinking? Wang Wen said sullenly, anyway, hurry up. I can only hold on for a while. Mu Yun didn't say much. Array patterns condensed in front of him at this moment. He had indeed analyzed an illusory formation. Gu Heart Shantian array, however, he hadn't really used this illusory formation yet. At this moment, there was no other way. He could only make a Hail Mary effort. Mu Yun's eyes were calm. He waved his hand, and rays of light condensed at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became incomparably calm. Boom! At this moment, Wang Wen and Shantian Lang had already charged towards the Yinyang Sky Guards. They were different from the Yinyang Sky Guards seen in the Earth Venerable region. The Yinyang Heavenly Guards were all wearing armor. Furthermore, it was clear that they were not grouped together. Instead, they were all well-trained, and were working together. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for them to deal with. Wang Wen and Shantian Lang were doing their best to resist the Yinyang Sky Guards. Are you done? Wang Wen turned to look at Mu Yun and shouted. Why are you rushing me? Shantian shouted, if you want to die, the two of us will die with you. What are you afraid of? At these words, Wang Wen snorted. However, he didn't say anything in the end. After all, Mu Yun and Shantian Lang didn't want to die here. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. Done. A low shout sounded at this moment. Suddenly, the grand array spread out. Wang Wen and Shantian Lang hurriedly retreated to Mu Yun's side. Suddenly, the grand array activated. Strange buzzing sounds rang out at this moment. As the strange sounds rang out, the Yinyang Sky Guards suddenly looked confused. Then, they began to fight each other. Let's go. Without another word, Mu Yun pulled Shantian Lang and ran. At this moment, Wang Wen also didn't stop and followed behind the two. The three figures exited the grand array. Mu Yun furrowed his brows. This Wang Wen was very cunning. He followed them so closely that they couldn't shake him off. After exiting the grand array, Mu Yun shouted, the crisis is over. Everyone, run for your lives. Goodbye. Run for your lives? Wang Wen sneered. Can the two of you escape with your lives? Big brother Wang Hu asked me to investigate Wang Long's death, and I happened to meet the two of you. If I kill the two of you, Big brother Wang Hu won't blame me even if I didn't investigate Wang Long's death. The two of you, leave your lives here. At this moment, Wang Wen punched at Mu Yun and Shantian Lang. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, several figures charged out of the illusory formation, heading straight for Wang Wen. Wang Wen had no choice but to withdraw his attack and face those figures. Damn it! Wang Wen cursed. Those figures slowed him down. Mu Yun and Shantian Lang turned around and ran without a word. 50th on the Heavenly Venerate list. Peak Heavenly Venerate. That was not something the two of them could fight against. Moreover, the Yinyang Sky Guards behind them were not their people. If those guys saw them, they would definitely go on a killing spree. Wang Wen was about to explode from anger. What kind of formation master was Mu Yun? Wasn't it an illusory formation? Why were there a few fish that escaped the net? He did not know that Mu Yun was not familiar with the control of the Gu Heart Shantian formation at all. It was already good enough that she could barely set it up. Wang Wen was not in the mood to continue fighting. With Mu Yun gone, the illusory formation would not last for long. If he continued to fight, he would be courting death. Wang Wen's face turned pale as he punched out. His figure flashed as he chased after Mu Yun and Shantian Lang. Behind him, the leader of the Yinyang Sky Guards shouted, Yin Shizhou, save them. I'll lead the others to chase after them. All right. Immediately, several figures chased after them. The rest of the people were trying to break the formation. At this moment, Mu Yun and Xiantianlang were advancing rapidly. Behind them, a wave of air surged towards the sky. Mu Yun! Xiantianlang! Wang Wen shouted, "Stop running. The two of you will definitely die." F***ck. Xiantianlang cursed, "That guy wants to kill us so badly. He mainly wants to kill you. Don't think you're innocent. You're also worth 3 divine weapons. Are we competing to see who's more valuable now?" Mu Yun looked behind her and said, "If that guy is coming after us, the Yinyang Sky Guards will definitely follow." The temporary alliance between the three of them instantly collapsed. But now, the situation was different. Mu Yun and Xiantian ran away. Wang Wen chased after him. Behind Wang Wen, many cultivators in battle armor had frighteningly sinister gazes. "Yin 17, Yin 18. The man in the lead shouted, "Surround them from both sides." Yes. At this moment, the two figures immediately separated. In front, Mu Yun and Xiantianlang's expressions gradually turned ugly. This was too much of a coincidence. As soon as the duo left Tianyang Ancient City, they ran into Wang Wen and the Yinyang Sky Guards. Too unlucky. At this moment, Mu Yun panted and said, "We can't go on like this. They can last longer than us." "I know." Xiantianlang clenched his teeth and said, "Great. Let's fight them to the death and see who is more afraid of death." As soon as he said that, Mu Yun frowned. "Huh?" As the two of them moved forward, a forest appeared in front of them. "Let's go in first." "Okay." The two figures rushed directly into the forest at this moment. Immediately, the two of them concealed their auras and disappeared into the dense forest. At this moment, Wang Wen immediately saw Mu Yun and Xiantianlang disappear. Then, their auras also disappeared. Damn it! Wang Wen sped up and hurriedly chased after them. At the same time, the Yinyang Sky Guards behind him also attacked. "Let's split up on the left and right," Mu Yun said. "We'll meet up when we find a safe place." "Okay." The two of them made up their minds and immediately dispersed. However, just as Mu Yun went to the left, a figure bumped into her. Seeing that the figure was a Yinyang Sky Guard, Mu Yun's face turned pale and she retreated. At the same time, on the other side, Xiantianlang also retreated. You. The two of them stared at each other and cursed. They had no choice but to continue forward. At this moment, Wang Wen chased after them. Before he could feel happy when he saw the two of them, 2 silhouettes blocked in front of him from the side. Damn it! Wang Wen couldn't help but curse at this moment. How could these two be so fast? The two of them saw Wang Wen appear behind them and attack at the same time. The aura of a heavenly venerable of the great perfection realm coupled with the divine weapon in their hands. They attacked with all their might without any hesitation. How could Wang Wen not feel it at this moment? He immediately took a step forward, and scorching flames appeared all over his body. Slash! A low roar sounded at this moment. With a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, Wang Wen took a step forward and directly punched out at this moment. With this punch, it was as if the power in Wang Wen's body was completely drained in an instant. How could Wang Wen not understand at this moment? If these two people stayed behind and joined forces with the monsters behind, he would definitely die. Boom! At this moment, the punch emitted a strong light. The earth trembled at this moment. The thumping sounds were louder than the previous one. Yin Shiba and Yin Shichi were forced to retreat. At this moment, Wang Wen immediately flew out without saying anything. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang, who were in front, were also stunned when they saw this scene. This Wang Wen was so strong. Has he always been so strong? Of course not. Xiantianlang immediately said, this guy also knew that if he was trapped, he would definitely die, so he attacked with all his might. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. Let's go. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't talk nonsense. The two of them sped up. They had no choice but to speed up. Wang Wen ran towards the two of them. The two of them sped up. Go down. Mu Yun said, the forest below is dense. The two of us can hide our auras. If we go down, they won't be able to see us, and it'll be easier for them to shake us off. Okay. The two figures immediately swooped down. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness in Mu Yun's eyes. Behind them, Wang Wen also swooped down. Behind them, the Yinyang Sky Guards had already gathered. Seeing this scene, the Yinyang Sky Guards didn't care at all. One man, one fist, came crashing down from the sky. Muffled explosions rang out one after another. In the valley, the trees were uprooted. Damn it, these bastards. Are they going to kill whoever they catch? Xianxia cursed. They were too unlucky. As soon as they went out, they encountered this group of people. If there's no other way, we can only fight head-on. Mu Yun said slowly, otherwise, we'll also be exhausted to death. Yes. Xianxia turned around and saw the figures chasing after them. He cursed, don't let me reach the peak heavenly venerable realm. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you one by one. If only we could find an ancient land and hide in it now. Buzz, before Xianxia could finish his sentence. Suddenly, the two figures disappeared at this moment. In the next moment, the two of them felt the world spinning. They didn't seem to be in the space just now. It was as if they had come to another space. Ancient land? Xianxia looked around, a little confused. It should be. Mu Yun was also confused at this moment. It was too strange for him to come to this place for no reason at all. Forget it, let's hurry up and find a place to hide. Okay. The two of them moved forward quickly. At this moment, Wang Wen also saw this scene. Mu Yun and Xianxia disappeared in front of him, what a joke. However, a light pattern slowly spread out at this moment. In the next moment, Wang Wen felt that his body had entered another foreign space. What entered his eyes was still a mountain range. However, this place was not the mountain range he was in just now. Wang Wen immediately understood. Mu Yun and Xianxia had also arrived here. Understanding this, Wang Wen did not stop. There were still those ghoul warriors following behind him. His speed increased. At this moment, Wang Wen displayed his strength. At the same time, behind the three of them, the Yinyang Sky Guards' faces darkened when they saw the three of them disappear one by one. You're courting death. Seeing the three of them enter the depths, the leader shouted, immediately summon the guards and come here. Enter this place and kill those three. We'll go in first. As the leader finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, several figures rushed in. At this moment, the entire foreign space seemed to tremble slightly. At this moment, Mu Yun and Xianxia couldn't care less. This place has some tricks up its sleeve. Xianxia said in a muffled voice, it's a space of its own. The origin power and air inside are all circulating and communicating. It seems to be man-made. If it's really man-made, then the person who can do such a thing is at least above the level of a godly venerable. Beyond the level of a godly venerable. That was a realm, or even a stronger ruler, or... Mu Yun's gaze focused as she looked ahead. There's something different there. The two of them quickly rushed over, only to find that there were many magnificent palaces in front of them. This was the first time. Mu Yun and Xianxia were in the celestial venerable domain when they saw such a dazzling hall. The places that he had seen before all looked extremely dilapidated. However, this place was undoubtedly much better. The two of them landed and looked in front of them cautiously. Until now, the celestial venerate region gave off an even more mysterious feeling than the earthly venerate region. The two of them landed on the ground and looked around. The halls were resplendent and magnificent. Just by standing there, he gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Furthermore, every palace was surrounded by paths that looked as if they were paved with golden bricks. They were shining with a golden light. Each of them was better than the last. The refracted light gathered above his head, forming a world of golden light. This scene filled Mu Yun and Xianxia with astonishment. This isn't ordinary gold. It's the topaz gold that can be used to forge earthgrade divine artifacts. Xianxia sighed and said, use it to pave the floor. Mu Yun looked at the floor, she was a little moved. Don't tell me you want to dig it out? Xianxia hurriedly said, don't. There must be a formation restriction in this place. If we trigger it, we won't even know how we died. Mu Yan rolled her eyes. Do I look like an idiot to you? But to be honest, I really want to dig it out. Forge Earthgrade Divine Artifacts. He now had a group of earthly venerables in the Cloud Hall, but he was lacking Earthgrade Divine Artifacts. Mu Yan didn't know that the venerable warriors in his Cloud Hall were like him. They had all started the path of cultivation. Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly as she looked at the hall in front of her. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them stopped running at this moment. With the cover of this hall, it wouldn't be easy for Wang Wen to find them. Moreover, this place was strange. She didn't believe that Wang Wen wouldn't be moved. The two of them entered the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Mu Yan felt a completely different aura surrounding them. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Xianxia was also a little uncomfortable at this moment. I keep feeling like I'm being watched. Xianxia couldn't help but say, and it feels like something real is sticking to my body. Mu Yan nodded at this moment and didn't say much. Xianxia also became careful. Just observing the entire hall, Mu Yan didn't find anything special. Something's wrong. At this moment, Xianxia eyes narrowed. He looked at a wall. At this moment, at the corner of the wall, there was a trace of blood-red light. It was very weak. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Xianxia squatted down and looked at the blood-red light. Slowly, he waved his palm gently. Streams of origin power condensed at this moment. The blood-red light became more and more solid at this moment. And slowly, under Xianxia means, the blood-red light revealed its true appearance. It was an eye. An eye full of scarlet blood light. Xianxia palm didn't stop. He continued to tear a layer of plating on the wall. Another eye was revealed at this moment. Gradually, as Xianxia waved his palm, streams of energy condensed. On the entire wall, blood-red eyes appeared one by one. Those eyes were staring at Mu Yan and Xianxia. Even though the two of them were in the hall, their bodies couldn't help but tighten when they saw this scene. It was really a little terrifying. The four walls, and even the top of the hall, had eyes that made one's heart tremble. Scary. Xianxia couldn't help but mutter. Mu Yan looked around and said slowly, this place is strange. It's better to be careful. Okay. The two of them looked at those eyes. In the end, Mu Yan suddenly felt that those eyes weren't staring at the two of them. Instead, they gathered in one direction of the hall. Mu Yan came to the wall and looked in the direction of the eyes. She changed a few positions and also looked in the direction of the eyes on the wall. In the end, Mu Yan was basically sure. Those eyes were indeed looking in one direction of the hall. On the floor of the hall, there was a slightly deeper point. Mu Yan came to that point, clenched her fist, and smashed out a punch. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, there were cracking sounds on the floor of the hall. The ground gradually cracked. Open. She punched again. The floor of the hall completely fell. The two of them bent down and looked down, and they were both shocked. There was actually another hall under the ground. In fact, this was not the first time Mu Yan and Xianxia had seen such a situation. In the Yin-Yang heaven domain of the Yin-Yang emperors, many buildings seemed to like to build identical ones underground. As for the real opportunity, it was underground. The two of them gradually descended. Looking around, it was indeed the same as the layout of the hall above. However, there weren't so many eyes on the wall staring at the two of them. In the depths of the hall, at the main seat, rays of light attracted Mu Yan and Xianxia eyes. The two of them looked at each other and approached the rays of light. 3 more brocade boxes. Mu Yan blurted out. What do you mean by again? Xianxia looked at Mu Yan with a puzzled expression. Mu Yan didn't hide it and said, when I was in the Earth Venerable region, I got a golden key. Looking at Xianxia, Mu Yan said, it's exactly the same as your silver key. Xianxia was stunned at this moment. Mu Yan didn't mention it before. At that time, I saw 3 brocade boxes in an underground palace in the Earth Venerable region. The last brocade box was the golden key. But until now, I still don't understand what the golden key is used for. The 3 brocade boxes made Mu Yan and Xianxia calm down. Let's take a look first. Okay. Mu Yun stepped forward and opened the first brocade box. A faint copper light flickered and appeared in front of the two. Copper key. The two were stunned and took out the key. Xianxian couldn't help but murmur, could these 3 keys be related to a place in the yin-yang heaven domain? Mu Yun shook her head. Take it. I have 1 silver key. It's enough for me. It's okay for you to take 2. Okay. After the two finished their discussion, they continued to look at the remaining brocade boxes. Inside the brocade boxes, the light flowed. A bead that was as smooth and round as jade came into view. The pearl, with a faint light, gave people an extremely strong aura. There was a trace of spiritual aura in it. At this moment, Mu Yun and Xianxian were deeply attracted. Heavenly Venerable Gold Grape. Xianxian couldn't help but say, it's more precious than the Heavenly Venerable Bodhi Seed, to upgrade the Heavenly Venerable Bone and upgrade the realm. Xianxian was breathing heavily at this moment. It was impossible for anyone to be indifferent to such a good thing. Scratching his head, Xianxian looked at Mu Yun and said again, let's see what the 3rd box is first. The 3rd brocade box was opened. Slowly, rays of light with a terrifying aura flashed and disappeared at this moment. It was a sword. An iron sword. It looked simple and unadorned, and even had a hint of antiquity. There were sword marks on the body of the iron sword. This sword seemed to have existed since ancient times, yet it also seemed to have been abandoned here for millions of years. At this moment, Mu Yun carefully picked up the sword and calmed down. The sword was very powerful. It gave people the feeling that it could explode at any moment. What a powerful sword. Xianxian could feel it. Mu Yun nodded. At this moment, the two of them were looking at the Bodhi gold raisin and the iron sword. I'll give you the Bodhi gold raisin, but I want this sword. How about it? Mu Yun was the first to speak. Xianxian was not a good swordsman. Although this sword was strange, Xianxian was not very useful. As for him, the sword in his hand gave off a very strange feeling. It was like a long and endless road. Mu Yun activated the 100-meter-long Great Dao, and it evolved into a 100-meter-long Great Dao. Mu Yun activated the 1,000-meter-long Great Dao, and it evolved into a 1,000-meter-long Great Dao. This feeling was as if this sword was endless. Since that's the case, I'll take advantage of you. Xiantian said with a bright smile, the Bodhi gold raisin can help me step into the perfected celestial venerable realm. Moreover, in the celestial venerable realm, it will continuously provide the power of the gold raisin to help me reach the limit of the celestial venerable realm. Mu Yun nodded. However, it was hard to say who was the one taking advantage. The iron sword was very unique. Let's go. The two of them put away their things. Mu Yun said, let's find a place to rest first. We'll plan again. Okay. 2 figures left the hall. At the same time, a figure appeared in the antique hall. It was Wang Wen. At this moment, Wang Wen was panting, and his expression was very ugly. He had come in. But those bastards behind him had also come in. Under such circumstances, it was very bad. If he couldn't shake off those people, he would be in danger. But damn it. Mu Yun and Xiantian were gone. Wang Wen looked at the landscape that stretched out around him and couldn't help but clench his fists. These 2 bastards. No wonder Mu Yun and Xiantian could live until now. These 2 people were not so easy to deal with. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart sounded behind him. Dozens of figures flew over at this moment. Wang Wen understood that those damn things had caught up again. Gritting his teeth, Wang Wen's body landed, and he tried his best to restrain his aura, entering the hall below. Although he was a perfected celestial venerable realm, there were also many perfected celestial venerables in the group behind him. He was alone, and it was difficult for him to hold on. Stop. At this moment, dozens of yin-yang sky guards stopped at this moment. The auras of the 4 people in the lead were particularly powerful. Yin 16, Yin 17, Yin 18, and Yin 19. The 4 of them were the yin-yang sky guards, the top experts in the celestial venerable realm. This time, it was Yin 16 who led the team. Originally, under the leadership of many commanders, the Yinyang Sky Guards scattered to kill the group of reckless martial artists who had entered this place. Coincidentally, they met Mu Yun, Xian Tianlang, and Wang Wen. The two groups cooperated and caught up. However, Yin 16 didn't expect. These three guys were actually so powerful. They could escape from their hands. The more it was so, the angrier Yin 16 was. They were just 3 ants. If he didn't kill these 3 people, he would lose face. They were the Yinyang Sky Guards, the spear and shield of the Yinyang Heaven Domain. Now, even if they died, they still had to protect the Yinyang Heaven Domain from being coveted by others. At this moment, Yin 16 looked around. 16 commanders, this is Yinhua Palace. Yin 19 walked up at this moment and couldn't help but say. Yinhua, the palace master of Yinhua Palace, stepped into the God Venerable Realm from the Celestial Venerable Realm back then. He was one of the few prodigies in our Yinyang Heaven Domain. Therefore, the 2 great emperors were especially generous and allowed his palace in the Celestial Venerable Land to remain intact and not be taken back. Lord Yinhua also came back a few times in the past. Those 3 ignorant fools broke into this place. They're courting death. The Yinyang Sky Guards around them all had sinister looks in their eyes. Yin 16 said. Yin Shirlu said, you two lead some people to guard this place. Catch the turtle in the jar. Don't let these 3 people go. Yes. Yin Shiba, you come with me and take some men inside. Find these 3 and kill them without mercy. Yes. Immediately, dozens of Yinyang Sky Guards rushed into the palace one by one. The Yinhua Palace, which had been silent for a long time, gradually became lively. Mu Yun and Xian Tianlang found a remote place and stopped. They're coming. Xian Tianlang said solemnly. These Yinyang Sky Guards were extremely powerful. Even Wang Wen had to run, let alone the 2 of them. Moreover, even if they were a match for one person, they were no match for a group. Let's not talk about that for now. Mu Yun said. This place is strange. I can feel the flow of formation runes. Let me take a closer look. This place doesn't belong to them. They're nothing more than watchdogs at most. They might not be more familiar with this place than we are. If I can find the formation core and control it, these guys will be dead for sure. Xian Tianlang's eyes lit up when he heard Mu Yun's words. I'd like to recommend a very good book written by a tycoon called Immortal Emperor of Cultivation in the city. I'm also following it. It's very good. Divine Emperor Alliance, 697473770. Swallow the Bodhi Gold Raisin first and strive to reach the perfected Heavenly Venerable Realm in one go. If both of us reach the perfected Heavenly Venerable Realm, we might be able to kill Wang Wen. As soon as these words came out, Xian Tianlang looked at Mu Yun, and his eyes lit up. This guy was so confident. However, when he thought of Mu Yun's previous performance. In fact, Mu Yun might not have such strength. Okay. Xian Tianlang nodded. Without saying a word, Xian Tianlang sat cross-legged on the ground at this moment. Now, cultivation was everything. With a divine treasure like the Heavenly Venerable Gold Raisin, he didn't need to accumulate time at all to wait for a breakthrough. He would break through directly. With a calm mind, Xian Tianlang swallowed the Bodhi Gold Raisin, and his eyes gradually calmed down. Slowly, as the power spread out layer by layer, Xian Tianlang's heart also gradually calmed down. Around his body, a faint golden light slowly spread out. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were calm as she also sat down. Between her palms, lines of formation patterns were constantly condensing. The lines of formation patterns gave people the feeling that they were like the light of the earth. The formation patterns turned into small elves and fled into the distance, disappearing. Time passed bit by bit. Slowly, Mu Yun felt the overall appearance of this palace. Yinhua Palace. Mu Yun's eyes moved and found that in this huge palace, there were 3 names on a hall, shining with a majestic aura. After all, the Yinyang Sky Domain was once the place of the Yinyang Emperors. No matter if it was an earthly venerable or a heavenly venerable. There would more or less be many things left behind in this place. One could imagine. Back then, the Yin-Yang emperors established the Yin-Yang sky domain. Their subordinates, sovereigns and world plane experts, were like elders, high and mighty. Divine venerables were like deacons, favored by the heavens. And among the heavenly venerables, there must be people who were highly valued by the Yin-Yang sky domain. For example, the masters of Yangyun Palace and Yinhua Palace must belong to the disciples of heavenly venerables who were highly valued in the Yin-Yang sky domain. The Yin-Yang sky guards, be it earthly venerables, heavenly venerables, or even godly venerables, were probably only gatekeepers. Thinking of this, Mu Yun was also extremely surprised. A mere gatekeeper was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful those top talents of different realms were in the real Yin-Yang domain. At this moment, Mu Yun continued to explore. As the formation pattern spread out, an invisible wave of energy filled the entire hall. Gradually, Mu Yun discovered that there was an extremely comfortable aura around him that was nourishing his body. The formation patterns merged with the grand spell formation in the Dark Splendor Palace. At this moment, Mu Yun felt her mind being shaken, and she gradually exhaled. The grand array of this palace was very powerful. It was close to the limit of a top-tier supreme god array. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's eyes were solemn. Slowly, streams of energy flowed in his heart. There were more and more formation patterns. 2 million formation patterns were flowing at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun discovered many figures through the thousands of formation patterns scattered throughout the Dark Splendor Palace. King patterns. Those Yin-Yang sky guards. Gradually, the formation patterns became Mu Yun's eyes, watching everything. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were extremely calm. Slowly, Mu Yun finally found the core of the grand array. The Dark Splendor Palace. In the core hall of the Dark Splendor Palace, a faint light rose from the bed. Found it. At this moment, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he could find the core, he could devote all his attention to it. He could completely control the grand array of the Dark Splendor Palace. Streams of energy gradually transformed. Mu Yun's eyes also became sharp. This grand array was beyond his limits, and it put a great burden on him. Fortunately, the spirit formation had also become extremely weak. Perhaps too much time had passed, and there were some damages in this grand array. It just so happened that the damages gave Mu Yun a chance. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes gradually turned cold. Streams of energy flowed at this moment. In an instant, the entire Dark Splendor Palace buzzed. Rays of light rose into the sky. At this moment, the expressions of King Patterns, Yin Shirlu, and the others all changed. At this moment, a figure suddenly occupied the Dark Splendor Palace. He sat upright in the air above the Dark Splendor Palace. Who are you? The indifferent voice was emotionless. Yin Shirlu and the others tensed up when they saw the scene. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, dozens of Yin-Yang sky guards rose into the air. We are investigating the culprits who trespassed into Your Excellency's forbidden area. We have no intention of disturbing Your Excellency. Yin Shirlu was very polite at this moment. Although the person in front of him wasn't a living person, his many years of duty made him still respectful at this moment. Oh? The huge illusory figure opened his mouth slightly and said, in that case, just kill them. Yes, Your Excellency, please be at ease. We will immediately take action. At this moment, the illusory figure said indifferently, can you find them? Wouldn't it be troublesome if I let you find them? This Dark Splendor Palace is my residence. How can I let you search it as you wish? Hearing this, Yin Shirlu immediately lowered his head. That person is over there. The illusory figure pointed at a large hall with a finger. At this moment, Wang Wen's expression changed drastically. How did this guy find me? Yin Shirlu immediately rushed out with Yin Shirlu and dozens of people beside him. Seeing that he couldn't hide, Wang Wen no longer hid. At this moment, he took a step forward. His entire body was condensed to the extreme. Great perfection heavenly venerate. 50th on the divine ranking. Wang Wen was no pushover. However, he had been avoiding them because they had more people. Now that he was forced to show himself, there was no need to hide. Taking a step forward, Wang Wen's aura was condensed to the extreme. Humph, the dead should lie in their coffins and enjoy life. Bam, 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 I'll kill you again. As soon as Wang Wen finished speaking, killing intent surged from his body. At that instant, an extremely powerful aura spread across the place. At this moment, Wang Wen had no way to retreat. However, when he saw Xianxia Lu and Xianxia Lu, as well as the dozens of people beside them, Wang Wen cried bitterly in his heart. If he fought alone, he was no match for this group of fellows. However, there was no other way now. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wen rushed out. At the same time, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly when she saw the scene. It felt good. It felt really good now. After so many years of giving up on pill and equipment Dao, Mu Yun felt that it was really good to give up something and gain something. He didn't expect that this broken array would have such an effect. Now, they were using it as a banner. Let Xianxia Lu, and Wang Wen fight first. She hoped that Wang Wen would be able to withstand a few blows and not be beaten down directly. At this moment, Yin 16 and Yin 17 attacked. These two were also great perfection heavenly exalts. Their attacks were ruthless and powerful. However, Wang Wen wasn't an ordinary great perfection heavenly exalt. He was ranked 50th on the divine list. His strength wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Wang Wen let out a long roar and a sawtooth-long saber appeared in his hand. The blade was like cold iron and glowed with black light. As Wang Wen held the blade in his hand, an inconceivable aura gradually appeared on the blade. Flame surged, illuminating Wang Wen's entire face, making it look like a red soldering iron. At this moment, the long saber also released extreme heat. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? At this moment, Wang Wen let out a shout and took a step forward. Dong. Yin 16 and Yin 17 charged out with spears in their hands. The three figures engaged in a fierce battle. The other Yin-Yang sky guards were holding the line. The three figures released extremely powerful auras. However, the Yin Flower Palace was built with extraordinary materials. The three great perfection heavenly exalts didn't cause much damage to it. At this moment, Mu Yun was watching everything from her high position. These three fellows' fighting styles were completely different. The long saber in Wang Wen's hand was very valuable and contained extremely powerful explosive power. At this moment, as the light continued to flicker, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, Xianxia Lu and Yin Shiqi were also exceptionally strong. With the two of them working together, they were able to firmly suppress Wang Wen. As Mu Yun watched the three fight, she gradually figured it out. The auras of these three were extremely unique, and their fighting styles were also completely different. Wang Wen's body was surrounded by flames, and he had an innately strong and powerful aura. As for Xianxia Lu and Yin Shiqi, their moves were sinister, but their power was extremely strong. The three of them were all great perfection heavenly exalts. However, Yin 16 and Yin 17 were obviously stronger than Wang Wen. Not to mention that the two of them were working together. At this moment, Wang Wen was constantly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Mu Yun grinned. Chase, still want to chase, I'll play you to death. Seeing Wang Wen suffer, Mu Yun felt very comfortable. Boom. A violent explosion rang out at this moment. Wang Wen's body retreated. At this moment, his clothes were bleeding profusely. On the other side, Xianxia Lu and Yin Shiqi were still cautious and didn't act too aggressively. At this moment, Wang Wen was clearly at a disadvantage. Damn it. Hearing that, Wang Wen spat on the ground. You want me to die? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Wang Wen cursed. Give it a try. Xianxia Lu was extremely confident. He was indeed very confident. Wang Wen was very strong, but he was not a match for him alone. Not to mention, Yin 17 was still by his side. At this moment, Wang Wen was furious. Then let's die together. As soon as Wang Wen finished speaking, flames surrounded his body, making him look even more terrifying. Yin 16 and Yin 17's expressions changed. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. On the ground, a rumbling sound exploded. However, it wasn't coming from Wang Wen's body. It came from the gate of the Yin Radiance Palace in the distance. Hearing that, Mu Yun hurriedly checked. However, when she looked, Mu Yun was stunned. She was pleasantly surprised. Wang Wen. Don't be rash. A shout could be heard even though it was very far away. Wang Chong. Wang Wen's face lit up. When Brother Wang Hu received your call for help, he immediately sent me to bring people here to kill them. A deep voice rang out at this moment. At this moment, dozens of figures charged out from the distance. Yin Shiqi and Yin Shijiu led people to fight. At this moment, Yin Shiliu and Yin Shiqi's expressions changed slightly. Reinforcements were here. Slowly, the two of them stabilized their bodies. In the sky, the giant phantom said, "Kill them without mercy." Yes. Yin Shiliu didn't dare to delay. He took a step forward and gathered his strength to the extreme. At this moment, Mu Yun was really happy. Originally, she thought that Wang Wen would only delay them for a while. She would continue to pretend to be Wang Wen and trick these people away. But now, Wang Wen had helpers. This was very interesting. This time, Mu Yun wasn't anxious at all. She sat in the main hall and watched the show happily. At this moment, Yin Shiliu, Yin Shiqi, and Yin Shijiu. They fought with Wang Chong and Wang Wen. Wang Chong was extremely strong. He was a perfected heavenly venerable, but he displayed an extremely strong suppressive force. Yin Shiqi and Yin Shiba weren't his match even if they joined forces. Beside him, the helpers he brought with him also possessed extraordinary strength. Mu Yun was deep in thought. These guys should be Wang Hu's right-hand men. Otherwise, Wang Hu wouldn't care so much about Wang Wen's life. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became extremely calm. Heavenly venerables on the god list. A top existence in the heavenly venerable realm. And now, it seemed that Wang Hu, who was first on the god list, had unfathomable strength. Heavenly venerables on the god list. The first was Wang Hu from the Blazing Blackbird clan. The second was Jing Haiyang from the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan. The third was Wei Jiqiang from the Eight-Winged Black Dragon clan. These three could be said to be the three tyrants. A top heavenly venerable existence. And this Wang Chong and Wang Wen were also not simple. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun didn't want to let go of any trace of it. One's improvement wasn't just about fighting again and again. Sometimes, there were huge benefits to observing the battle. However, more often than not, everyone paid attention to the battles between the top experts. In fact, although they weren't the top existences, they still had great learning value. At this moment, Wang Chong was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. He even had the upper hand and was awe-inspiring. At this moment, Wang Wen was also spirited and no longer prepared to self-destruct. At this moment, Yin Shiliu and Yin Shiqi both frowned. Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry at this moment. If these guys fought, it would naturally be best for both sides to suffer. Boom. A roar suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure retreated at this moment, and one of his arms was directly shattered. It was Yin Shijiu. At this moment, Wang Chong snorted. Courting death. Wang Chong's face was gloomy. This scene fell into Wang Wen's eyes, but it made Wang Wen's spirit tremble. Brother Wang Chong, kill them all. As soon as these words came out, Yin Shiliu and Yin Shiqi were completely furious. Shiqi, you go. Yes. Yin Shiliu could also suppress Wang Wen at this moment. It was just that Yin Shijiu was already injured. If this continued, they would be in big trouble. At this moment, Mu Yun was watching everything. A bunch of trash. A cold snort sounded at this moment. Above the sky, the shadow snorted. I'll take action on your behalf. The shadow spoke and directly slapped down at this moment. The target of that palm was Wang Wen. Seeing the palm coming at him, Wang Wen's face turned cold. At this moment, he threw out a punch. Streams of tyrannical power were unleashed at this moment. Boom. In an instant, there was a loud explosion. A series of explosions took place at that instant. Wang Wen's arms completely exploded at this moment, and the aftermath swept through his whole body. Bang. A celestial master of the exceptional realm died at this moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned cold. Een 16, Een 17, Een 18, and Een 19 were ashamed at this moment. The four of them couldn't subdue these two. Instead, it was the palace master of the Een Flower Palace who took care of them personally. This was a great humiliation. Do you still need me to take action next? The shadow said indifferently. Een 16 immediately cupped his hands and looked at Wang Chong. Kill him. With that, Een 17, Een Shiba, and Een Shurjiu all glared at Wang Chong like tigers watching their prey. At this moment, their eyes were full of killing intent. Wang Chong was even more furious at this moment. Wang Wen was killed in front of him. Wang Long was dead. Now, Wang Wen was also dead. Wang Chong held his breath in his heart. He was ranked 11th on the divine list. But he was entangled by this group of people. Wang Chong roared at this moment, "No matter who you are, I will tear down your palace with my own hands." Hearing this, Een 16 and the other three were even more furious. This time, they couldn't lose face. 5 figures were fighting at this moment. At this moment, the two sides in the Een Flower Palace fought even more fiercely. Originally, there were hundreds of people fighting, but soon, there were only about 40 or 50 people left. At this moment, the two sides were really in a killing frenzy. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was overjoyed. Fight, fight, fight until both sides are injured. It's best if both sides win miserably and lose miserably. I can take this opportunity to reach the exceptional realm in one fell swoop. At this moment, Mu Yun really felt that there was hope. After devouring Wang Wen's essence, energy, and spirit, he felt the aura in his body being nourished. This feeling was very comfortable. At this moment, power was gathering all over Mu Yun's body. He had already made some progress in the exceptional realm of the exceptional realm. However, there was still a long way to go before he could break through. If Wang Chong were to die as well, he would truly be able to reach the peak of the Empyrean realm. Both sides were still fighting at this moment, and their losses were getting greater and greater. The benefits that Mu Yun received were also increasing. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzz could be heard at that instant. It sounded beside Mu Yun. Immediately after, Mu Yun saw several powerful auras condensing behind Xianxia. At this moment, a blazing mystic bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, intending to soar. No way. Mu Yun was stunned. Xianxia was about to break through. But a breakthrough was just a breakthrough. Why did they have to make such a big fuss? At this moment, Mu Yun was a little confused. However, Xianxia did not care about this. Flames were burning all over his body. Within the raging flames, traces of black flames continued to spread out. Undying divine flame. The peacock god fan had condensed the undying divine flame. Mu Yun once again saw the undying divine flame condensing in Xianxia body. Xianxia mother, Han Min of the blazing mystic bird race. She was close friends with the Azure Emperor. But to what extent were they close friends, Mu Yun did not know. However, it seemed that their relationship was not trivial. However, even so, he could not rashly reveal everything. Who knew if Han Min was still close friends with the Azure Emperor after hundreds of thousands of years? At this moment, the aura of Xianxia breakthrough was too powerful. A mystic bird condensed at this moment and soared into the sky. Even Een Shurliu, Wang Chong, and the others sensed it from afar. Mu Yun wanted to cover it up, but he could no longer control the array. Kill this kid. Mu Yun said directly, kill this kid. Don't worry about anything else. This person has some connections with me. The origin gave him some opportunities. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Wang Chong's eyes flickered. Something was wrong. However, he could not tell what was wrong. He just felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Een Shurliu and the others retreated and looked at the illusory figure. Their eyes flickered slightly. You are not that lord. Een Shurliu said directly. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. They had been discovered. Why? Een Shurliu continued, if it was that lord, he would definitely make a big fuss when his residence was disturbed. It would be impossible for him to give you opportunities. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. He had miscalculated. Yin Shiliu's face turned cold, and he directly punched the illusory figure. Boom. The illusory figure trembled at this moment, almost unable to hold on. In fact, Mu Yun relied more on the fluctuations of the array here. Moreover, the fluctuations of the array were extremely unique. However, with his current control of the array, this was all he could do. Just now, he had used all his strength to kill Wang Wen. Now, it was even more difficult to control the array. At this moment, Yin Shiliu attacked with all his strength. The illusory figure could no longer hold on and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the faces of Yin Shiliu and the others were ashen. How could they not understand at this point? They had been deceived. They had been played like monkeys until now. Find that bastard and kill him. Yin Shiliu's tone was cold. At this moment, Wang Chong finally understood. Someone had used the array here to bewitch those death warriors. Wang Wen had died because of this. Damn it. At this moment, Wang Chong was too lazy to care about the Yin Sky Guards and directly charged towards the place where the mystic bird had appeared. This bastard, of all times to break through, why now? Looking at Xianxia, Mu Yun wished she could strangle him to death. This time, it was over. What had originally been calculated had now been completely defeated. One could only imagine how angry Yin Shiliu and Wang Chong were right now. These two people, from their names, one could tell their strength. Yin Shiliu. He was ranked 16th among the Yin Sky Guards in the Heavenly Venerable Realm. And Wang Chong was ranked 11th on the Heavenly Venerable Ascension list. These two people were not to be trifled with. Kid, now that you've broken through, hurry up. I can only hold on for a while. Mu Yun cursed softly and flew out of the hall. At this moment, dozens of figures gathered one by one. Yin Shiliu led more than 20 Yin Sky Guards and stared at Mu Yun covetously. Wang Chong also led more than 20 people and looked at Mu Yun. It's you. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Wang Chong recognized her at first glance and then said in shock, the one who broke through is Xianxia. Now, Wang Chong finally understood why Wang Wen suddenly changed his route. Investigating Wang Long's death wasn't as important as killing Mu Yun and Xianxia. Wang Wen wanted to kill Mu Yun and Xianxia. But he didn't expect to fall into Mu Yun's trap. Mu Yun borrowed his knife to kill him. As for Yin Shiliu and the others, they finally understood. This guy was one of the two people who had been chased by them previously. However, these two guys, one was a perfected Heavenly Venerable, and the other was a peak Heavenly Venerable. They didn't take them seriously. Now, they had become the masterminds behind the scenes. Recommend a book that I've been reading, The Supreme Weapon King of the Ice Mountain Goddess, Invaders Must Die. It's very exciting, you know. Damn it. Yin Shiliu bellowed. He originally wanted to kill all the outsiders who entered the Heavenly Venerable domain. But now, the feeling of being used as a tool made him very unhappy. As for Wang Chong, needless to say, not only was he used as a tool, but he also caused Wang Wen's death. Mu Yun deserved to pay for this. At this moment, the two sides completely transferred their anger to Mu Yun. Seeing the two sides gather, Mu Yun smiled. I accidentally slipped up. Mu Yun smiled and said, there's no other way now. We have to fight hard. Do you think you're worthy? At this moment, Wang Chong's face turned cold. Taking a step forward, Wang Chong's expression was cold as he threw a punch directly at Mu Yun. Seeing that punch coming, Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. Crimson Thunder Emperor Blade. A thunder blade swept out at this moment. Boom. In midair, the fist light and the blade light converged. The power of thunder and fire exploded at this moment. Mu Yun's figure staggered back and slowly stabilized. On the other side, Wang Chong didn't move at all. At this moment, Yin Shiliu and the others also didn't attack. They were happy to see Mu Yun and Wang Chong fight to the death. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled, her expression solemn. Wang Chong. 11th on the Heavenly Venerable God list. One of the prodigies of the blazing black bird race. An existence second only to Wang Hu. After reaching the perfected Heavenly Venerable realm, the difference actually existed. For example, ordinary perfected heavenly venerables and those on the heavenly venerable god list. This Wang Chong was still 11th. After receiving Wang Chong's punch, Mu Yun felt the blood in her body boiling. Vaguely, there was a tendency that she couldn't control. This difference made Mu Yun more aware of the distance between the two of them. There was a difference between perfected heavenly venerables and perfected heavenly venerables, let alone the top existences among perfected heavenly venerables. At this moment, Wang Chong also felt it. Not bad, perfected heavenly venerable realm, you're not ordinary. It's just a pity that you met me now. Wang Chong said indifferently, Mu Yun, your life is as valuable as Shantian Lang. Although I don't have to search for your traces wantonly for 3 divine-grade supreme artifacts, since I've met you, I'll just take it. Wang Chong said very calmly. Mu Yun clenched his fists. Looking at Wang Chong, Mu Yun suddenly smiled. His smile was very strange. Since to say, let's see if you can kill me. Wang Chong was slightly taken aback by Mu Yun's confident smile. What an interesting fellow. With those words, Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly. A fist wind whizzed past at this moment. He did not throw a punch. And within the long fist, the figure of a firebird appeared. It was the figure of the raging flame mystic bird. Seeing the punch coming, Mu Yun's expression turned solemn as he exhaled. Thunder Dragon of Earth! She shouted in her heart. Mu Yun gathered all of his origin power and gathered it. The power of thunder rumbled from Mu Yun's body. Rays of light shot up into the sky. In an instant, a thunder dragon surrounded Mu Yun and swept through the world. The thunder dragon soared into the sky with a domineering aura. Third bone body technique, 4th move. It was also a move that Mu Yun could only perform after reaching perfected heavenly venerables. The thunder dragon roared out. The power of thunder seemed to be able to sweep through the world at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia Lu and the others frowned. They had not seen the outside world for so many years. Now, it seemed that the Great Thousand World was different. Whether it was Wang Chong or Mu Yun, they were all very strong in their respective realms. At this moment, when killing intent surged between them, the firebird fist and the thunder dragon body collided. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the power of thunder exploded and the power of fire shattered. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned into a sea of thunder and fire. At this moment, Xianxia Lu and the others all retreated. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out. In an instant, Mu Yun's figure retreated. On the other side, Wang Chong's figure was behind her. His face was slightly pale, but he forcefully blocked it. The difference in strength was obvious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mu Yun's face was extremely pale. In her divine body, the heavenly venerable's bones were trembling. If it were anyone else, their heavenly venerable's bones would have collapsed long ago, and they would have died without a burial place. However, Mu Yun's heavenly venerable's bones were extremely tyrannical, and they contained dragon bones inside. Seeing this scene, Wang Chong also frowned. Mu Yun was indeed difficult to deal with. If it were an ordinary perfected heavenly venerables, they would have already died. At this moment, the atmosphere was slightly tense. Mu Yun, it seems that you are not ordinary to be able to make the divine venerables of the 3 major forces remember you. It's a pity that you encountered me, Wang Chong, when you entered. At this moment, Wang Chong's gaze was slightly cold. In his palm, a wisp of flames lingered. The blazing Blackbird clan was born with beast fire and was incomparably powerful. As the flames lingered, wisps of terrifying aura condensed at this moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Chong. No one dared to be careless. Wang Chong's face turned cold. God-destroying black flame seal. With a low shout, Wang Chong clapped his palm. A firebird was refracted into a seal and directly slapped down. Mu Yun grinned. Even if he couldn't block it, he had to block it. With a wave of his hand, the aura in Mu Yun's body continued to condense. Bursts of explosive power continued to be unleashed. Third bone body technique, 5th art. Xianyuan Sacred Dragon Slash. With the power of his current heavenly venerable's bones, he could not withstand such pressure. But now, he could only take a gamble. Haha, Wang Chong, what are you pretending for? A loud laugh sounded at this moment. With a loud bang, the hall exploded with a loud bang. A figure rushed out at this moment. God-destroying black flame seal. A fiery red mark, accompanied by black flames, charged out with a bang. Boom. In an instant, the seal with black flames exploded. The two seals collided, and the power kept colliding. At this moment, many halls around the Yin Flower Palace were affected and were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Wang Chong couldn't help but retreat a little. At this moment, Mu Yun also hurriedly dodged. Very strong. In this attack, the two could be said to be evenly matched. In fact, Shan Tianlang was even stronger. This guy was not right. He had advanced. But it seemed to be more than just a little bit. It seemed to be a perfected heavenly venerable, 2 levels in a row. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression changed. With a loud explosion, a figure appeared in midair. Wang Chong, you have the nerve to pretend, Wang who is more like it. There was a trace of contempt in that loud laughter. Seeing that figure, Wang Chong's eyes were even colder. Shan Tianlang. The brothers must kill him. Shan Tianlang was the order Wang who received. As for Mu Yun, he just wanted to kill her in passing. At this moment, seeing Shan Tianlang appear, Wang Chong's eyes were gloomy. This guy had advanced. He was a perfected heavenly venerable. Very strong. However, Wang Chong didn't panic. It was just a perfected heavenly venerable. It couldn't be said that Shan Tianlang was stronger than him now. He was just careless just now and fell into a trap. You piece of trash, do you have the right to pretend in front of me? How many years did I take to reach perfected heavenly venerable? How many years did you take? Shan Tianlang grinned, looked at Wang Chong, and shouted, take another blow from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Tianlang directly clawed out, and countless flames appeared. Out of thin air. Slowly, the wisps of fiery aura condensed and seemed to be about to explode completely. This kind of power gave off an irresistible feeling. Seeing that punch, Wang Chong's expression tightened. Shan Tianlang was a member of the royal family. Although he had just entered the perfected heavenly venerable realm, it was hard to guarantee that he did not have a powerful trump card. At this moment, if Shan Tianlang used it. Even if he could kill Shan Tianlang, the Yinyang Sky Guards would definitely take advantage of him. At this moment, Wang Chong's expression tightened. He made a prompt decision to give up attacking and focus on defense. However, after waiting for a while, the momentum of the attack seemed to be getting stronger, but it did not land in the end. Wang Chong's expression was strange. The others were the same. He ran away. Someone in the crowd shouted, but there was no one left in the smoke. Ran away? Bastard, chase. Wang Chong immediately reacted. If Shan Tianlang was really so powerful, he definitely would not run away. If he ran now, it meant that he was guilty. How could he not understand at this time? He had been deceived. Wang Chong roared and instantly rushed out. Yin Shirlu and the others also gathered together at this moment. Commander 16, we chase. Yin Shirlu said slowly, kill Mu Yun first, then kill that guy. None of these people can escape. But for now, it's better to let them fight among themselves. Yes. Immediately, more than 20 figures flew up at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun was being pulled by Shan Tianlang. Their speed was really fast. Can't be cool for more than 3 seconds? Mu Yun said helplessly. Cool, my ass. Shan Tianlang was speechless at this moment. I just broke through and crossed 2 levels in a row. My realm is unstable. If I fight with him, I will definitely die. Besides, are those Yinyang Sky Guards useless? Even if we kill Wang Chong, the 2 of us are finished. Of course we have to run. Mu Yun said at this moment, are you blaming me? If you hadn't broken through at the critical moment, they would have been killed. If you had been a little later, we would have been the fishermen. Now, all the spearheads are focused on us. Are you blaming me? Shan Tianlang also looked helpless. At this moment, the 2 of them had nothing to say. Behind him, several auras soared into the sky. They had already caught up. Let go of me, I can run by myself. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. You are now at the Great Circle Empyrean realm. Running is too slow. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia Lang strangely. This guy became arrogant after reaching grand completion Empyrean. Although Xianxia Lang said this, he still loosened his grip. Mu Yun did not say a word. With the pale yellow divine robe on her body, her speed soared. For a moment, he was 100 meters away from Xianxia Lang. F*CK. Xianxia Lang's expression changed, and he hurriedly sped up. Mu Yun ran faster than him. What this guy was wearing was definitely not a simple divine artifact. At this moment, the two of them sped up, and the distance between Wang Chong and the others gradually widened. Damn it! Wang Chong cursed at this moment. He could understand why Xianxia Lang ran fast. He had just broken through to the Great Circle Empyrean realm and had a Great Circle Empyrean bone. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. But why was Mu Yun faster than Xianxia Lang? That guy was injured just now. How could Xianxia Lang understand? Although Mu Yun was injured, she relied on the pale yellow divine robe after all. Most of the time, it was not him who contributed, but the pale yellow divine robe. The two of them were getting faster and faster. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. There might be other things in the Xianxia palace. It's a loss. Hearing this, Xianxia Lang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What time was it? Mu Yun was still thinking about the things in the Xianxia palace. If she wanted something, she had to be alive to take it. Xianxia Lang could tell that in Mu Yun's mind, he was not afraid of death. This guy was willing to risk his life in order to improve his cultivation. And he was willing to risk his life. At this moment, the two of them sped up, and Wang Chong and the others were gradually left behind. The Yinyang Sky Guards were also left behind. After all, Wang Chong and the others were warriors of the Inferno Blackbird clan. Speed was the specialty of the Blackbird clan. As they flew forward, the two of them left the mysterious space and continued to return to the original Yinyang Sky domain. Damn it, we're still being chased after. It's just that the people chasing after us are stronger. Xianxia Lang couldn't help but curse. Don't worry. Mu Yun grinned and said, I like it when they chase me, but they can't kill me. And in the end, I'm the one chasing after them. Once this was said, Xianxia Lang nodded. In the Earth Venerable domain, Mu Yun had been everyone's target from the beginning. In the end, Mu Yun had almost wiped out those guys. This guy was really fierce. Where are we going? Xianxia Lang couldn't help but ask. We've been to Tianyang Ancient City. Now, it's time to take a look at Tianyang Ancient City. Mu Yun smiled and said, let's hide in the ancient city. I don't believe Wang Chong can do a carpet search. They're not the only ones gathered in Tianyang Ancient City. Once this was said, Xianxia Lang was startled. That's right. In Tianyang Ancient City, the heavenly venerables and prodigies of the 9 factions were gathered. Heavenly Venerable Wang Chong was ranked 11th on the god list. Even Wang Hu, who was ranked first, didn't dare to anger the crowd. Let's go. Xianxia Lang laughed and said, go on, go on. I'm also a perfected heavenly venerable now. I'll kill all the people around Wang Hu. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing Xianxia Lang's crazy expression, Mu Yun clenched her fists. Xianxia Lang was like that. Wasn't he the same? Although he was being chased and killed, it was also very satisfying. But who would be willing to bear the grievances from before, the 3 major human factions? Heavenly venerables on the god list. Song Tao, ranked 7th. Su Yu, ranked 8th. Kong Huai, ranked 9th, the 3 of them had specifically named him to be killed. It was just that, who would kill who? Let's see who would have the last laugh. The figure of an ancient city gradually appeared in front of them. The ancient city was surrounded by weeds. From afar, the ancient city looked like it was covered by dark clouds, making it hard for people to breathe. At this moment, the two of them were slightly moved. Tianyang Ancient City. It was the core city of the Heavenly Venerable domain. It was more eye-catching than Tianyang Ancient City. At this moment, Mu Yun clearly felt a faint dark aura that made her heart tremble slightly. Is this Tianyang Ancient City? Mu Yun said slowly, these people have been here for more than 20 years, but they didn't find anything. Is there really a great secret hidden in this place? Yes. Shantian Lang said seriously. Tianning Ancient City and Tianning Ancient City were once the core cities of the Heavenly Venerable Domain in the Yin-Yang Sky Domain. Although so many years have passed, no one can guarantee that this place is a mess. The changes in Tianning Ancient City are actually enough to show that this place is also not ordinary. These guys have been watching for more than 20 years without letting go. Let's also watch. Yes. Mu Yun nodded, and the two of them headed toward the ancient city. The huge Tianning Ancient City was shrouded in dark clouds. The entire ancient city seemed to stretch for thousands of miles, stretching endlessly in all directions. No one knew what secrets were hidden in such an ancient city. Two figures merged into the ancient city and disappeared in an instant. Big Brother Wang Chong, those two bastards, have entered the ancient city. Wang Chong's face turned cold. Bastards. Thousands of people were gathered in Tianning Ancient City, and the weakest among them was a peak Heavenly Venerable. The top 50 Heavenly Venerables of the 9 major forces were all there. If those two fellows were hiding there, how could he search? It would be troublesome to find them, let alone search. The most powerful people in the entire Heavenly Venerable region were gathered there. They were extremely arrogant. Let's go and find Big Brother Wang Hu first and tell him everything that happened, Wang Hu said. Wang Chong and the others immediately entered the ancient city. At the same time, Yin Shirlu and the others stopped in their tracks. Commander 16, this. No hurry. Yin Shirlu said slowly, let's meet up with the other commanders first before making a decision. Okay. Thousands of people were gathered in Tianning Ancient City. If they barged in like this, they would definitely be surrounded and killed. They could not be reckless now. After all, the Yin-Yang Sky Guards that they had awakened numbered only about 1,000. In terms of numbers, they could not be compared to that group of outsiders. At this moment, in the ancient city, Mu Yun and Shantian Lang's figures disappeared in the ancient city. Around them, perfected Heavenly Venerables constantly released extremely powerful auras, intimidating others. Although this ancient city was very big, many people still hoped that their territory would not be occupied by others. Everyone still maintained a large distance from each other. Mu Yun and Shantian Lang did not release their auras. If they released their auras now, close to half of the martial artists in the ancient city would gather here and kill them. In a drum tower, the two stood at the window and looked around. You are more familiar with the martial artists of the 9 major forces. Tell me. Mu Yun said. Now, they had temporarily gotten rid of those who were chasing them. It was just that there was still a distance to solve the problem. Shantian Lang was a perfected Heavenly Venerable. And he was a perfected Heavenly Venerable. As a matter of fact, the two of them were not weak at all. But this time, the opponent they were facing was not just one party. Shantian Lang pointed his finger at this moment. Streams of origin energy gathered in the room. At this moment, a huge map appeared. There were many places marked on the map. Among them, there were a few forbidden characters that immediately attracted Mu Yun's attention. What are these places? Seeing where Mu Yun was pointing, Shantian Lang said, the 9th world, the 9 great forbidden grounds. The number 14 symbol Sacred Mountain. Shantian Lang said carefully, the Heavenly Emperor Pavilion's base is there. Azure Emperor Yi Yushir was also imprisoned there by Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan. The 4 symbols Holy Mountain has a long history. The first of the 9 deadly sects isn't just a rumor. It's a dangerous place, and the Celestial Emperor Pavilion is located there. Next is the Yin-Yang Sky Domain. The Yin-Yang Sky Domain is ranked 2nd? This made Mu Yun feel extremely surprised. Yes, the Yin-Yang Sky Domain used to be the dojo of 2 ancient emperors. It is much more dangerous than other places. Shantian Lang said seriously. But now, it seems that it is not that dangerous. Mu Yun nodded. There is also the Unbroken Ancient Mountain and the Blood Fiend Sea. You have been to these 2 places. The others are like the Netherworld Abyss. It is said that it is the dojo of the ancient god of the Netherworld. As well as Hellfire Island, Deetsong Divine Palace, Soul Refining Ghost Valley, etc. Shantian Lang also said solemnly at this moment, these 9 great dangerous lands are all incomparably dangerous. Perhaps we may appear to be safe now, but that is because the previous owner of this place did not intend to kill us. At this moment, Mu Yun firmly remembered these 9 places. Xiantianlang said again. The 9 forbidden lands are famous in the 9th realm. In addition, there are the Emperor Abyss Pavilion and the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, both first-class forces. Among them, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is one of the top first-class forces in the 9 realms. Anyway, no one dares to provoke them, and they do not provoke others. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is quite strange. Mu Yun had heard about the Heavenly Secret Pavilion long ago. It controlled the Heavenly Secret Mirror, one of the 13 supreme treasures of the primitive world. It was indeed difficult to know the depth of such an existence. In addition, there are the 9 major forces. At this moment, Xiantianlang spoke up. These 9 great forces don't have a good relationship with each other. Of course, in the big picture, the Lunar Sect, the Alchemy Emperor Mansion, and the Divine Sword Pavilion are the pillars of the human race. When facing the 6 major beast clans, they are quite united. As for the 6 major beast clans, their relationship can be said to be at daggers drawn. In any case, the 6 major beast clans have never cooperated with each other. Everyone recognizes their strength. If the 6 major beast clans could unite, the 3 major human forces would have been finished long ago. Xiantianlang saw that Mu Yun did not know much about this, so he explained a little more. Let's talk about our blazing blackbird clan first. My father, clan leader Xianyu, is a peak 9th level godly venerable. He is one of the top godly venerables in the 9th heaven realm. In addition to my father, there are the 5 elders of our clan. My mother, Han Min, is the 5th elder. In the Blazing Blackbird clan, there are close to 10,000 godly venerables and more than 50,000 heavenly venerables. Close to 10,000 godly venerables, 50,000 heavenly venerables? This time, Mu Yun was very surprised. This was the first time she knew the situation of the second-class forces so clearly. Don't be surprised. Those who came in this time are all prodigies of various clans. I'm talking about the warriors of various clans. In fact, other than these, there should be more. Because if it really comes to a war of extermination, everyone will be a soldier, and the number will be doubled. Mu Yun nodded. Xiantianlang continued, the Vidra Dark Armored Turtle clan has an army of more than 10,000 godly venerables and 70,000 heavenly venerables. 70,000. Mu Yun was really getting more and more surprised. The Vidra Dark Armored Turtle clan's clan leader, Xianxia. This guy should have the surname Ming, but he felt that the surname Ming of the royal clan was not good, so he changed his name. He's not weak. It's difficult to kill him, but it's even harder for others to kill him. He's an old turtle. His defense is very strong. Mu Yun nodded. The 8-winged Black Dragon Snake clan has 10,000 godly venerables and 40,000 heavenly venerables. Clan leader Li Wenyuan. My mother said that this guy is a sinister old man. He's very bad. The Snow Region Ice Ape clan has 10,000 godly venerables and 30,000 heavenly venerables. Clan leader Yuan Zhuang. This guy is really fierce when he goes berserk. The 9 Extreme Thunder Lion clan has 10,000 godly venerables and 90,000 heavenly venerables. Clan leader Lei Tua Lion King. This guy is working hard. The 9 Extreme Thunder Lion clan is now vaguely the leader of the 6 clans in his hands. Lastly, the Heaven-Devouring Greedy Wolf clan leader Tang Yunfeng. The Heaven-Devouring Greedy Wolf clan has 10,000 godly venerables and 80,000 heavenly venerables. Xiantianlang said slowly, these 2 clans are considered the most powerful second-class clans in the entire 9th heaven realm. However, the 2 clans will not join forces. You can rest assured about this. Why? Mu Yun was puzzled. There's a deep connection between the 2 clans. It said that the 9 Extreme Thunderous Lion clan was the strongest of the 6 clans and had an army of more than 100,000 heavenly venerables. In the end, the clan leader of the Sky-Devouring Greedy Wolf clan invited the 9 Extreme Thunderous Lion clan to explore the Forbidden Land together. The 9 Extreme Thunderous Lion clan lost half of their heavenly venerables. The clan leader of the 9 Extreme Thunderous Lion clan died and the clan was almost exterminated. Later on, the Thunder Tower Lion Emperor shocked the world and led the 9 extreme Thunderous Lion clan to become stronger. Moreover, he fought with the Sky-devouring Greedy Wolf clan and harmed the other clan leader. The Sky-devouring Greedy Wolf clan was also harmed badly. The two clans were at odds with each other from then on. Xianxia chuckled. Think about it, the 9 extreme Thunderous Lion clan and the Sky-devouring Greedy Wolf clan have nearly 200,000 heavenly venerables. The 4 beast clans added together are equivalent. According to the laws of the beast clans, they would have fought long ago. Therefore, the 2 clans are wary of each other and the 6 beast clans maintain a strange balance. Mu Yun gradually came to a realization. These 6 beast clans had existed in this state for all these years, and there was a kind of balance between them. Now that the 6 beast clans are finished, it's time for the 3 human clans. The 2 sect leaders of the lunar sect, the dark sect leader and Madame Yuerong, are both peak ultimate gods. It's said that the dark sect leader seems to have stepped into the Realm King realm not long ago. Realm King? The first level of the Realm King realm is earth-shattering. If the dark sect leader really reached the divine Realm King realm, the 9 extreme Thunderous Lion clan and the Sky-devouring Greedy Wolf clan will be useless no matter how many heavenly venerables they have. The dark sect leader alone is enough to destroy the entire clan. Xianxia chuckled. However, it's not that easy to step into the Realm King realm. There's something strange about the 9th heaven realm. Many geniuses have reached the pinnacle of the ultimate god realm. That's a huge hurdle. Once you cross it, you'll reach the heavens in a single step. If you can't cross it, you'll only be able to stand side by side. However, I've heard that. Xiantian said in a low voice, for the past several 100,000 years, no one has been able to step into the realm because of the Emperor Abyss Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun immediately understood. Emperor Qing was held in Di Yuan's hand. To put it nicely, the Azure Emperor was captured. To put it bluntly, it was like a ticking time bomb in the Imperial Abyss Pavilion. If a second first-rate force like the Heavenly Secret Pavilion appeared in the 9th heaven, the Emperor Abyss Pavilion would be in a very difficult situation. Update the fastest mobile terminal, // of course, it's just hearsay. Xiantian laughed heartily, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But it's an indisputable fact that the 9th heaven realm is weaker than the other 8 realms. In any case, that's something that only the supreme gods consider. We really can't consider it. Xiantian returned to the main topic and continued, there's one more thing. It's said that the lunar sect has an extraordinary origin. I don't know what it is exactly. This is what my mother told me. Even she doesn't know. Even in the lunar sect, only a few people know about it. Go back and ask your wife. Maybe it's some big secret. It must be the dark sect leader. Why would there be signs of a breakthrough? Mu Yun nodded. The second is the Alchemy Emperor residence. This Alchemy Emperor residence's Zhang Wuji is not very skilled in alchemy, but his combat strength is very strong. Actually, the Alchemy Emperor residence's alchemy skills are unique in the 9th heaven realm. The 6 major beast clans would beg to buy it. Among them, there are a few old antiques in the Alchemy Emperor residence. They are extremely powerful. Other than that, there are the 6 Alchemy Emperor's sons. Back then, there were 7 of them. Mu Yun nodded. She knew about this. Then there's the Divine Sword Pavilion. When Xiantian Lang mentioned the Divine Sword Pavilion, he was obviously more excited. The Divine Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Shen Xucong, is said to be a super swordsman who has condensed a sword body. His swordsmanship is unfathomable. He once killed 10 9th level ultimate gods with a single slash. He's so handsome. I like this kind of swordsman who uses a sword. Very handsome. It's a pity that I don't know how to use a sword. Xiantian Lang said slowly, other than the pavilion master, there are 3 sword envoys in the Divine Sword Pavilion. Heaven Sword Envoy, Earth Sword Envoy, Yan Nanxuan, and Human Sword Envoy, Shen Yichen. The Heaven Sword Envoy has changed in the past 1,000 years. He appears and disappears mysteriously. No one knows his identity, so they call him the Heaven Sword Envoy. However, I heard that the Heaven Sword Envoy is very strong. His swordsmanship is also very strong. When Xiantianlang mentioned the Divine Sword Pavilion, he was obviously more excited. Xiantianlang seemed to be very interested in swordsmanship. That's about it. Xiantianlang said seriously, as for how many heavenly venerables and ultimate gods there are in the three forces, I'm not too sure. At this moment, Mu Yun also had some understanding of the 9 great second class. This was the most powerful existence in the 9th heaven realm. 9th level ultimate god. 9th level ultimate god. Above this, the Imperial Abyss Pavilion controlled the entire 9th heaven realm. It was just that she did not know what was going on in the Imperial Abyss Pavilion now. When her father killed the Imperial Abyss Pavilion back then, the Imperial Abyss Pavilion must have been injured. However, to what extent was it injured, a heavenly emperor? Even if it was injured, it was at least above the ultimate god level. World seat, or a dominator, Mu Yun did not know. Moreover, there were many experts in the Imperial Abyss Pavilion under the Imperial Abyss Pavilion. There was no lack of dominators, so there should be no lack of world seats. This made Mu Yun realize that he still had a long way to go before he could reach that level. Anyway, we can't think of so much for the time being. How are we qualified to know about the battle between those ultimate gods? If you want to participate, you must first reach the ultimate god level. Only ultimate gods in the 9th heaven realm can be considered as the true experts. Mu Yun nodded and said slowly, ultimate god, is not far away. Xiantian chuckled and said, I've finally surpassed you. Otherwise, I would really feel inferior. He had obtained an inheritance in the Earth Venerable region. The power of the inheritance was displayed as he advanced realm by realm. Therefore, he would definitely advance very quickly. However, compared to Mu Yun, his speed did not seem very fast. This feeling made people very uncomfortable. Fortunately, now he had surpassed Mu Yun again. Then I'll have to rely on you to protect me. Xiantian coughed and said, help each other, help each other. Buzz. At this moment, in the huge heavenly ancient city, a huge shadow appeared at this moment. That shadow was at least 10,000 feet tall and its body was solid. Even though it was very far away, one could still see its appearance clearly. Its burly body was very tall and big. Its pair of eyes were fierce and spirited. That tall body gave people a feeling that it contained an extremely strong explosive power. Especially this person's aura. It was very, very powerful. Wang Hu. Xiantianlang could not help but call out at this moment. Is this Wang Hu? Mu Yun muttered, first on the heavenly venerable list. Xiantianlang nodded solemnly. What was Wang Hu trying to do by releasing such a huge shadow at this time? Everyone, I'm Wang Hu of the Flaming Blackbird clan. I'm sure everyone knows who I am. Wang Hu's voice contained a kind of majesty, and it spread throughout the entire ancient city. I just received news that Mu Yun and Xiantianlang have arrived at Tian'an ancient city. I think everyone is interested in these two people, so I'm telling you. I, Wang Hu, represent the Flaming Blackbird clan and make a promise. Whoever kills Xiantianlang will be rewarded with 3 divine-grade supreme divine artifacts by the godly venerables of the Flaming Blackbird clan. If I go against it, I, Wang Hu, will be destroyed by the heavens and have no hope of entering the godly venerables realm in this lifetime. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. This Wang Hu was swearing a deadly oath, and some strong cultivators felt that Wang Hu was swearing with his soul. If Wang Hu really went against it one day, his heart and soul would produce an obsession that would bind him day and night. Then he would die a terrible death. This guy really put in a lot of effort to kill me. Xiantianlang smiled at this moment and was not angry. He knew that many people in the Flaming Blackbird clan wanted him dead. And this time, they did not care about their reputation and came directly to him. Because they knew. If they did not kill him this time, when he reached the godly venerable's realm, that would be the beginning of their nightmare. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Xiantianlang grinned at this moment with a ferocious expression. As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, 3 ear-piercing sounds rang out. 3 powerful auras appeared in the ancient city at this moment, causing everyone's breathing to become heavier. Wang Hu, Mu Yun is here too? A young man in black with a gloomy expression said in a low voice. Song Tao, why would I lie to you? Wang Hu smiled and said, Mu Yun and Shan Tianlang seem to have a good relationship. Song Tao, a disciple of the lunar sect, ranked 7th on the Heavenly Venerable Ascendant Divine roll. Hearing this, Song Tao looked around, and said seriously, those who kill Mu Yun can come to my lunar sect and obtain 3 divine grade Supreme God artifacts or 3 divine grade medicinal pills. The crowd was in an uproar. The same goes for the Pill Emperor Manor. A faint laugh filled with a hint of richness was heard at this moment. Pill Emperor Manor Suyu. 8th place on the Ascendant Gods list. Divine Sword Pavilion is the same. Divine Sword Pavilion's Kong Huai's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it reverberated throughout the entire ancient city. The 3 human forces all wanted to kill Mu Yun. Seeing this, Shan Tianlang looked at Mu Yun and patted her shoulder. You brat, you're worth more than me. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to joke. These guys had made up their minds to kill him. And this time, his motive was completely exposed. Mu Yun understood. They were afraid. He entered the Yin-Yang Sky domain as a peak earthly venerable and reached the perfected heavenly venerable in a short 30 years. These guys were starting to be afraid. In the past, she was indifferent to him more often than not. But now, they were afraid. Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly as he communicated with Return to One. Guai, help me pass a message? Okay. As soon as Guai finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the 4 figures in the sky for some unknown reason. No one knew where the voice came from. Song Tao. Su Yu. Kong Huai. Mu Yun's voice sounded at this moment. She smiled and said, You're afraid. When I, Mu Yun, entered the Yin-Yang Sky domain, I was a peak earthly venerable, and now I'm a perfected heavenly venerable. You're afraid that I'll surpass you and kill all of you like I did in the earthly venerable domain. The more you appear, the more it proves your fear. As soon as she said this, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai's faces darkened. Kong Huai sneered and slashed with his sword. But the void exploded. There was no sign of Mu Yun at all. If you have the ability, come out and fight with me. I heard that your swordsmanship is quite unique. Fight with you? Why? Mu Yun smiled and said. Does being a coward give you a sense of accomplishment? Haha, Mu Yun smiled and said, when I reach the perfected heavenly venerable realm, I'll find you. Kong Huai, I hope you'll still have such a strong tone at that time. Kong Huai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I'll kill the 3 of you one by one, I like this feeling the most. Watching you want to kill me but can't do so in the dark, exasperated. And in the end, when my sword pierced through your throats, I also enjoy your shocked expressions. Mu Yun smiled again and said, Everyone, quickly find out the secret of Heavenly Yin Ancient City. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to find it. Slowly, Mu Yun's voice disappeared at this moment. He was in Heavenly Yin Ancient City. But where was he, unless they dug up the entire Heavenly Yin Ancient City? But that was obviously unrealistic. At this moment, Shan Tianlang looked at Mu Yun and said in shock, How did you do it? Help me pass on the message too. No problem. Mu Yun waved her hand, and streams of origin power condensed. An array talisman appeared at this moment. He was just putting on an act. The real message was actually Guai. Hey, Shan Tianlang cleared his throat at this moment. Mu Yun was instantly dumbfounded. Hey, are you F** King serious? This is not some commendation ceremony. Shan Tianlang was even more shocked when he heard his voice echoing around the ancient city. It really worked? Cough. Hello, everyone. Shan Tianlang coughed and said, I'm Shan Tianlang, son of the blazing black bird race's patriarch, Shan Yu, son of the 5th elder, Han Min. I'm a perfected heavenly venerable. You. Wang Hu, you want to kill me, right? I know who gave the order. It's Xian Wutian. Tell him that I'll be in the divine venerable domain soon and kill him. We're brothers after all. Let him know in advance. Also, if the others want to kill me out of greed, I welcome them. I just hope that everyone will weigh their own weight. Shan Tianlang said domineeringly. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard that. This guy, I was demonstrating my power. You're provoking me, okay, Xiantianlang giggled and said, by the way, Mu Yun asked me to say something else. He said, everyone here, except for me, Xiantianlang, are all trash. As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. In the drum tower, Mu Yun stared at Xiantianlang with her mouth agape. She wanted to turn it off, but it was too late. Xiantianlang finished speaking. Even if you lose, don't lose your momentum. Xiantianlang chuckled. If you don't lose your momentum, just don't lose your momentum. Why did you say that I said that? I'm making them hate you. Anyway, once those guys hear that you killed the two of us, they'll definitely kill us when they add up to more than 10 divine-grade divine artifacts. What's there to be afraid of? Hee, Mu Yun could only chuckle. What you said makes sense. But why don't you say that you said it yourself? Recommended by young Master Ash, I'm also the one who's wooing the god-level son-in-law and the crazy immortal coming back to be a stay-at-home dad. It's so good. At the same time, 4 figures stood in the sky above the ancient city. Wang Hu, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Hui were silent. Interesting. At this moment, Wang Hu's hands clenched into fists within his martial attire. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak like that. Heavenly venerables of the blazing black bird race, do a carpet search and find Mu Yun and Xiantianlang. Yes. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, Wang Hu said again, everyone, if anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant shadow disappeared. Song Tao stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, interesting. Mu Yun. I'm quite curious, where did this guy get his confidence from? Kong Hui smiled and said, he's just a ghost that can't see the light of day. As his words fell, the 3 of them scattered. Although they did not take Mu Yun seriously, however, those words caused them to feel extremely furious. Interesting. In the ancient city, a figure stood up at this moment. He was dressed in a grayish-brown robe, and there seemed to be thunder roaring on his robe. Just by standing up, he gave off an atmosphere like a roaring sea of thunder. Mu Yun. Xiantianlang. The man smiled and said, it seems that Wang Hu, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Hui are really afraid this time. Big brother Lei Rong, how can Mu Yun and Xiantianlang be a threat to them? Why not? Lei Rong smiled and said, they reached perfected heavenly venerable in such a short time. These 2 people are not so easy to kill. Upon hearing this, the 2 people standing beside Lei Jing smiled. Lei Jia. Lei Chong. Both of you are direct descendants of the royal family and my brothers. This time Mu Yun and Xiantianlang have no enmity with us. There's no need to look for them. A youth beside him smiled and said, don't worry, brother Rong. If I meet Mu Yun, I'll definitely hold his head. If we don't meet them, of course, we won't deliberately look for them. Lei Jia, listen to big brother Lei Rong. The other young man hurriedly said, the 2 of us might be able to step into the ultimate god realm together with brother Lei Rong. At that time, the 3 of us will all be ultimate gods and we'll be able to stabilize our position in the 9-pole lightning lion clan. With the support of the elders behind us, we might be able to compete with Leijin Mountain in the future. Hearing this, Reggie nodded. Lei Jinshan. Lei Rong murmured, Lei Jinshan is a 5th-level ultimate god. He's fully fledged now. We need to be more prepared to deal with him. Yes. Yes. At the same time, in a huge palace, several figures also stood still. Brother Tang Feng, this is our chance. A young man said excitedly, the 4 directions must kill Mu Yun and Xiantianlang. If we have the chance, let's just kill them. Don't be rash. Tang Feng was dressed in white and had a thin figure. There was a trace of brightness on his face. That Mu Yun and Xiantianlang aren't easy to bully. If we kill Xiantianlang, do you think Elder Han Min of the Blazing Blackbird clan won't go berserk? Han Min has the support of the Blazing Blackbird clan. At that time, even if we become ultimate gods, we'll still be remembered by Han Min. Hearing this, the 2 people beside him were silent. Tang Feng smiled faintly and said, Xiantianlang isn't easy to kill, but Mu Yun is. If I'm not mistaken, that guy doesn't have any backing. It seems that the three major sects want to kill him because of a woman? If we kill Mu Yun, we'll get 9 divine weapons. It's more worth it than killing Xianxia. The corner of Tang Feng's mouth slightly rose as he said with a smile, Lang Fongjun, Tang Dahai, if the two of you meet Mu Yun, just kill her without mercy. Yes. All right. Tang Feng saw the two nodding and smiled again. Lang Fongjun, although you're following me, you're still a member of the royal clan of the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan. The sooner you become an ultimate god, the easier it will be for me to help you in the future. If you don't become the patriarch, you'll be stepped on and enslaved. I understand. Lang Fongjun said slowly, although I'm only ranked 15th on the god ranking, if I really become an ultimate god, I might not lose to those people. I, Lang Fongjun, will remember Big Brother Tang Feng's kindness for the rest of my life. Tang Feng smiled and said, I don't need you to remember. If you're not a member of the royal clan of the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan, you're not qualified to be the patriarch. I just hope that you can remember that no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side and clear the obstacles for you. Yes. At the same time, Chui Lei, Wei Jiqiang, and Jing Haiyang, the three heavenly venerables in the top 5 of the god ranking, all had their own thoughts. The entire ancient Tianjin city was becoming more and more restless because of Wang Hu, Mu Yun, and Xiantianlang's fight. However, most people were more concerned about how to find the secret hidden in the ancient Tianjin city. However, until now, they had no clue at all. At the same time, Mu Yun and Xiantianlang were also thinking of a way. Various parties had been exploring the ancient Tianjin city for more than 10 years, and there was nothing left that could be taken away. However, after exploring the Yin-Yang Heaven domain for so long, everyone knew that this place was not that simple. They've been here for more than 10 years, they must have tried everything. Xiantianlang scratched his head and said, we have to think of another way. A unique way. A unique way. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang were in the drum tower, but they couldn't find a way. Why don't we look at the 3 keys? Xiantianlang said again, I feel that these keys are not ordinary. But I can't tell what's so special about them. The two of them took out the 3 keys. The gold, silver, and bronze keys floated between the two of them. If you're the Yin-Yang dual emperors, no, the heavenly venerate domain, the Yin-Yang dual emperors wouldn't care at all. It's probably the work of those godly venerates in the divine venerate domain. They're already dead, why are you making it so mysterious? Incredible. Mu Yun was deep in thought at this moment. What if the 3 keys were connected together? At this moment, Mu Yun held the bronze key in her hand and was ready to merge. Buzz. A low buzzing sound was heard at this moment. As the buzzing sound was heard, the silver and bronze keys really merged between the two of them. In fact, this was the first time the two of them were studying the keys. Xiantianlang saw that there was hope and continued to cooperate with Mu Yun to merge the 3 keys. Slowly, the 3 keys merged completely at this moment. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Xiantianlang was also concentrating at this moment. The keys had changed. The gold, silver, and bronze keys had completely merged into a seal. It was like a token, emitting a faint light. On the surface of the token, there were many twists and turns, like a route. Seeing this, the two of them were delighted. A map that leads to the real Tianjin ancient city? Xiantianlang murmured. The route on the token was very similar to the Tianjin ancient city. The only difference was that it was only a part of it. However, it represented an entrance. At this moment, their eyes were filled with surprise. Let's go and take a look according to the instructions. Xiantianlang was pleasantly surprised. It seems that those bastards didn't find anything, but we got there first. Be careful. Mu Yun instructed, we don't dare to say what these 3 keys entail. What if it's a dead place? How is that possible? Xiantianlang chuckled and looked at the map. Don't worry about it. Let's go first. Okay. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang immediately followed the instructions and entered an ancient palace. The walls of the ancient palace were covered in dust and showed signs of decay everywhere. It's here. Xiantianlang looked at the wall and said, an entrance. Okay. At this moment, the two began to move according to the instructions on the token. Buzz. Buzzing sounds rang out continuously. The wall gradually trembled at this moment. Rustling sounds rang out at this moment. A mottled pattern appeared on the wall. It was as if someone had drawn it stroke by stroke and gradually pulled it apart on the wall. A line spread out at this moment. Both of them were stunned when they saw the line. This is the door? Xianxia couldn't help but say in disbelief. This didn't look like a door. Or, we need a key. Mu Yun took out the token. Gradually, rays of light were emitted from the medallion. At this moment, the crack continued to expand. Finally, a squarish door appeared. Let's go. Mu Yun was also very curious. This place was indeed a door. At the same time, outside the Tianyin ancient city, figures gathered at this moment. Upon closer inspection, they were the Yinyang Sky Guards. At this moment, the Yinyang Sky Guards were close to 1,000 people. They carried a murderous aura and were dozens of miles away from the ancient city. Among them, the auras of 10 figures were the most inconceivable. He was powerful and had no bottom line. Commander Ini. The Yinyang Sky Guard suddenly flew over and said in a low voice, "This is bad. The ancient Skyin city has been opened." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the man in the lead turned cold. Since that's the case, let's charge in. At this moment, Ini said coldly, "Inside Heavenly Yin ancient city, there is a warrior's secret that was discovered by several lords in the past. We can't let these people take it away." The Yinyang Sky Guards nodded in agreement. "Even if I die, I have to charge forward bravely." As soon as Ini finished speaking, he condensed his killing intent to the limit and charged out. At the same time, in Heavenly Yin ancient city, Wang Hu listened to his subordinates' reports one by one, and his expression became more and more ugly. Mu Yun could not be found. Xiantian could not be found either. In fact, he was not the only one who was searching. Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai were also searching. Everyone was searching with all their might, but there was no news at all. These two fellows were too good at hiding, right? Brother Wang Hu. An urgent voice suddenly sounded at this moment. "Why are you in such a hurry?" There was a hint of impatience in Wang Hu's eyes. Outside, many puppet warriors have appeared. It's exactly as Brother Wang Chong said. Yinyang Sky Guards. Wang Chong could not help but say, "It's definitely the Yinyang Sky Guards. Mu Yun, Xiantian and I were chased by this group of beasts. How strong are they? Judging from their names, I can fight against Yin 16 and Yin 17, who are ranked at the top. If there are Ini and Inshur, I'm afraid I'm not their match." As soon as these words came out, it surprised Wang Hu. Wang Chong was ranked 11th on the Heavenly Venerate God list. In that case, the top 10 puppet warriors were even stronger than the top 10 Heavenly Venerates on the God list, Wang Hu snorted. "Follow me to see." He did not believe that these Yinyang Sky Guards, who were already dead, somehow came back to life and had such great ability. At the same time, it was not just Wang Hu. Zheng Haiyang of the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle race, Wei Jiqiang of the 8-winged Black Dragon race was also standing outside his residence. "Wang Hu, can you feel it?" Zheng Haiyang looked refined, but when he spoke, he gave off a very fake feeling. "How many?" "More than 1,000. At this moment, Zheng Haiyang still said indifferently, "Wang Hu, let me remind you. Previously, I fought with a man called Yin Wu in this group of puppets. In the end, it was a draw." Yin Wu. Wang Hu and Wang Chong were stunned. That was the 5th commander. Zheng Haiyang was ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Venerate on the God list. Wang Hu looked outside the ancient city. Numerous figures had already charged in. Those Yinyang Sky Guards were not afraid of death. Why did they suddenly erupt? Wang Hu was puzzled. I didn't see them move before. Why did they suddenly appear now? Maybe something happened in the ancient city and attracted their attention? Wei Jiqiang's voice was a little hoarse. "Look, those guys are coming from the north. There are people in all directions, but these guys attack from the back the most fiercely." As soon as he said that, Wang Hu and the others also realized the problem. The north. Wang Hu murmured, when we searched for Xiantianlang and Mu Yun, did we find anything wrong? We haven't had time to go to the north. Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the answer. Why did he feel that it was Mu Yun and Xiantianlang who had caused such a big commotion? Let's go. At this moment, Wang Hu snorted and said, let me see what they are trying to do. Although those Yinyang sky guards were strong, they were few in number. If they really fought, those guys would not have the upper hand. Boom. At this moment, thousands of heavenly venerables from all over the ancient city were fighting with the thousands of Yinyang sky guards. Who is Ini? Come out. Wang Hu let out a low growl and roared. Humph. I'm here. A figure charged over. Wang Hu was fearless and met him head-on. Boom. At this moment, the two figures were completely locked in combat. Bang. A loud bang was heard. The two of them instantly displayed their powerful strength. Wang Hu is close to becoming a godly venerable. Xianxia couldn't help but say, I think he might want to become a godly venerable. Wei Jiqiang nodded. Wang Hu was indeed very strong. However, gradually, Wang Hu and the others found the problem. The Yinyang sky guards were charging fiercely. However, after occupying an area in the north of the ancient city, they stopped attacking fiercely. Not only that, but a few powerful Yinyang sky guards had also disappeared. Only a group of people remained, leading another group of Yinyang sky guards to strenuously resist their attacks. Charge to the north. Wang Hu gave the order. Immediately, the raging flame blackbird warriors charged out one by one. Xianxia, Wei Jiqiang, and the others also noticed the difference and charged out one by one. At the same time, to the north of Heavenly Yin ancient city, hundreds of Yinyang sky guards were guarding the entrance where Mu Yun and Xiantianlang had entered. The ancient city's secret zone has been opened. The commanders at the front had cold looks in their eyes. Can we block it? One of them asked. We can't. The heavenly venerate seal opened it. Hearing these words, the commanders all fell silent. Then there's no other way. Since that's the case, the secret zone's opening is inevitable. We can only enter and stop these people. Okay. Immediately, hundreds of figures charged in one by one. At the same time, thousands of Yinyang sky guards above the ancient city also charged into the tunnel. Eh? Wang Hu and the others also noticed that something was wrong. The Yinyang sky guards suddenly retreated. Their attitude was too resolute. In less than 10 minutes, the Yinyang sky guards had disappeared one by one. Everyone gathered at the place where the Yinyang sky guards had disappeared. Look. Someone in the crowd spoke, and everyone immediately looked over. As the light flashed, waves of origin power rippled from an entrance. The real Heavenly Yin ancient city. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes over. Let's go. Some people in the crowd could no longer wait. One figure after another charged into the tunnel. Gradually, the liveliness in Heavenly Yin ancient city began to decrease. No one knew where that tunnel led to. Inside the tunnel, Mu Yun and Xiantianlang appeared. However, the two of them were no longer in the Heavenly Yin ancient city. Instead, they were in another space. The aura of this place was calm. Taking a deep breath would give one the feeling of extremely dense and pure origin energy. What entered their eyes was a city. However, unlike the Heavenly Yin ancient city, this city appeared to be extremely luxurious. Furthermore, the feeling it gave off was still as new as ever. Mu Yun looked around and exclaimed, the Tao of Array Formations. Using a powerful formation to draw in the origin energy of the surrounding heaven and earth and maintain the stability of the origin energy here. Such a technique is at least a peak-level Paragon Divine Array. Xiantianlang didn't understand spell formations, but when he saw how new the ancient city was, he couldn't help but fly over to one of the pagodas. Origin energy slowly circulated within the tower. Upon closer inspection, the interior of the tower was no different from an ordinary place. There was nothing special about it. Xiantianlang entered several unique places in a row, but he didn't find anything. This place is a little strange. Xiantian said loudly, there's nothing here. Could this be the real secret of Tianyin ancient city? Is there any fluctuation in the command medallion? No. Xiantian was even more confused. Let's go in and take a look. Yes. At this moment, the two of them entered the ancient city and began to investigate their surroundings. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the two of them searched back and forth in the ancient city, but they didn't find anything special. However, as the two of them searched, they indeed didn't find anything. However, one figure after another suddenly arrived at this moment. Mu Yun and Xiantian gathered together. Those figures arrived in front of the ancient city at this moment. They were the Yinyang Sky Guards. Mu Yun and Xiantian recognized their attire. Why did these guys come in earlier than Wang Hu and the others? Xiantian was puzzled. Mu Yun whispered, maybe they sensed us when we opened this place and charged in. Wang Hu and the others are probably also confused. The Yinyang Sky Guards rushed in one by one. The 10 figures in the lead were dressed differently from the other Sky Guards. The 10 great commanders. At this moment, Commander Ini said, all of you, immediately go to each commander's residence to check if the secret technique has been activated. Check the 7 commanders' residences especially carefully. Yes. Instantly, the thousands of people separated one by one. Those people didn't fly towards the surroundings of the ancient city. Instead, they flew directly towards the outside of the ancient city. Seeing this, Mu Yun and Xiantian's eyes flickered. The 7 commanders' residences, commanders, from the way they were addressed, their status should be higher than that of commanders, right? The rest of you, follow me to guard this place. Ini looked at the hundreds of people and said, those bastards want to disturb the commander's rest. They deserve to die 1,000 times. We have to stop them even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Yes. Yes. A series of yells could be heard at that instant. At the same time, Mu Yun and Xiantian finally understood what was going on. The 7 commanders' residences were probably the secret of this Tianyin ancient city. Let's go. Mu Yun immediately said, they must be stopping Wang Hu and the others. We can't just stand here and watch. Where are we going? Didn't you hear them say that they are going to check the 7 commanders' residences? Of course, we have to go there. Xiantian hurriedly said, it's not enough to rely on just the 2 of us. Wealth comes from danger. We might have a chance if we attack the weakest group. Think about it. This is the place with the biggest secret in the entire Heavenly Venerate domain. Are you willing to let it go just like that? Or rather, these guys can't withstand the attacks of Wang Hu, Xing Haiyang, Wei Jiqiang, and the others. It's very likely that they will retreat. At that time, are you going to watch them take the treasure? After being instigated by Mu Yun, Xiantian immediately said, let's go. I'm stronger than you now. There's no need to be a coward. Let's go. 2 figures left the ancient city at this moment. Not long after they left, a series of explosions suddenly sounded from behind them. The entire ancient city emitted deafening roars from the battle. Xiantian was stunned at this moment. They really started fighting. It seemed that there was really something very important in this secret zone. Otherwise, those Yinyang Sky Guards wouldn't be so impatient. Did you notice it just now? Mu Yun asked. What did I notice? Xiantian looked puzzled. Mu Yun was speechless. She said slowly, among those guys who left just now, there were Yin Shiba and Yin Shiba, whom we met earlier. These 2 are also the ones we have the most confidence in dealing with now. Now, as long as we follow the group they are leading, we might be able to discover something special about the commander's residence. Xiantian's eyes lit up when Mu Yun finished speaking. Let's do it. At this moment, Yin Shiba and Yin Shurjiu led their team out of the ancient city and sped in a certain direction. There were about 100 Yinyang Sky Guards who left, and this team had more than 20 people. Yin Shiba and Yin Shurjiu were leading a team. Damn it, how did that group of people find the Heavenly Venerate seal and successfully gather it? Yin Shurjiu couldn't help cursing as he moved extremely fast. These guys are not easy to deal with. Based on what I heard, that Wang Chong from last time is ranked rather high among them. There are 10 people in front of him who are extremely powerful. Don't be careless. Yin Shurjiu nodded. I hope the 7 commanders' mansions haven't been disturbed. Otherwise, we won't be able to absolve ourselves from the blame even if we die 100 times. The two spoke as they sped up. That said, although the two of them were very powerful, they did not discover Mu Yun and Shan Tianlang behind them. Old Mu, how did you hide your aura? If I didn't see you beside me, I wouldn't have sensed your presence. Shan Tianlang couldn't help but ask. How did you do it? Me? I only relied on my divine artifact, but I can't do it after reaching the ultimate god realm. Same for me. Mu Yun didn't explain much and said slowly, these guys are really careful. They look back every 3 steps as if they're afraid of being followed. What's the use of being careful? It's their bad luck to bump into the two of us. Don't be half-hearted. Mu Yun said calmly, we'll have to fight later. You have to deal with either Xianxia or Xianxia. No problem. I think Xianxia was injured by Wang Chong before and probably can't recover now. Leave him to me. Shan Tianlang had an awe-inspiring appearance. You really know how to choose. Mu Yun looked at Shan Tianlang speechlessly. Shan Tianlang smiled. Although I'm a perfected heavenly venerate, you're stronger than me in terms of combat strength. Okay, don't worry, after killing Xianxia, I'll help you deal with Xianxia. As for the others, they're not a problem for you and me. Haha. Although they said that, the two didn't slow down and kept flying forward. Gradually, the 20 Yinyang sky guards in front of them slowed down. In the end, more than 20 of them appeared in a valley. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding area was completely empty. The mountains and plains were filled with desolation. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts become desolate. Xianxia and Xianxia stopped at this moment. Disperse. Instantly, numerous figures began to disperse. More than 20 people were spread out over 1,000 meters. Xianxia, and Xianxia, they nodded look at each all. Of a sudden, origin energy surged around the bodies of the 20 or so people. Seals with their bodies unique. Those imprints carried layers of unique light, like the halos of moonlight at night, exuding an intoxicating aura. Shiba ha 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 ha. The rays of light in the surroundings gradually disappeared. Shurjiu Lang Su. Xianxia and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the door appear. Stay here and guard. We'll go in and take a look. Yes. Xianxia and Xianxia entered the door and disappeared. The others surrounded the door and guarded it. Get ready to attack. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, his figure had already charged out. Shan Tianlang wasn't slow either. Without the two peak great perfection heavenly venerables, the remaining people were just appetizers for Mu Yun and Shan Tianlang. At the same time, behind the door, Xianxia and Xianxia appeared in a hall after entering the door. Looking around the hall, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this place hasn't been discovered. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, back then, the 7 division leaders sealed their palaces and sealed those fellows here. If those people outside were to discover this, we would be in deep trouble. That's right. After all, every one of them is stronger than Commander Ini. Tens of thousands of them. How strong are they? At this moment, both of them exclaimed in their hearts. Tens of thousands of great perfection heavenly venerables equipped with top-notch shields and divine weapons. They didn't fear death and only followed orders. This kind of combat power was enough to make the group of invaders outside lose their minds. Let's go. There's nothing to do here. Let's go to other places to take a look. Okay. The two turned around and were about to leave. Suddenly, 2 figures behind them leaned against the stone pillars of the hall. Their eyes were filled with ridicule as they looked at the two of them. Every one of them is comparable to Commander Ini, and there are tens of thousands of them. What are they? Shan Tianlang asked curiously, could they be puppets? I heard that the Yin-Yang twin emperors are good at puppetry. Could they be real puppets? Tens of thousands of puppet warriors, and every one of them isn't inferior to your great commander. Isn't that a puppet army of tens of thousands of peak heavenly venerables? Shan Tianlang had an exaggerated expression and couldn't help but say, tell us in detail. Let us hear it. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at Shan Tianlang with murderous eyes. As expected, you found them. Xianxia said coldly. We didn't find them. But Muyan smiled and said, it's you guys who brought us here. As soon as she said that, Xianxia and Xianxia's eyes turned cold. It seems that the 7 great commanders have tens of thousands of puppets? Muyan nodded and said, tens of thousands of peak heavenly venerables puppets. Xiantianlang, you once told me that there are tens of thousands of heavenly venerables in the 9 great second-class factions. They can't all be great perfection heavenly venerables, right? Of course not. Muyan said again, then if I control this group of great perfection heavenly venerables puppet army, can I, compare to the heavenly venerables of the second-class factions? Of course. The two echoed each other as if they had already allocated those puppets. Courting death. At this moment, Xianxia snorted coldly and took a step forward, his killing intent raging. Xiantianlang did not retreat or evade and directly charged out. At this moment, Muyan also directly faced Xianxia. Great perfection heavenly venerables, I also want to see how strong you, Commander Xianxia, are. Roaring imperial thunder. As Muyan's words fell, she directly punched out. In fact, although he had been running around during this period of time. But in a real sense, it was not that his strength was insufficient. It was that his opponents were in groups. If it was really one-on-one. Right now, perhaps only heavenly venerables on the god list could be considered his opponent. And this Xianxia clearly had the strength of a heavenly venerables on the god list. Muyan also wanted to know what kind of price she had to pay to subdue such an opponent. Boom. Almost instantly, the two of them clashed. Rumbling sounds suddenly erupted in the hall. On the other side, Xiantianlang and Xianxia exchanged blows in an instant, and they also repeatedly used killing moves. At this moment, Xianxia was also not stingy with his attacks. Slash. With a wave of his hand, a Genesis blade slashed out. The blade light flashed, and it blasted towards the light in front of Muyan. Muyan's expression did not change. She turned around and directly punched out. Rapid thunder god explosion. Thunderous roars could be heard at this moment. Xianxia's figure retreated at this moment. The explosive power of a perfected heavenly venerable is not inferior to a perfected heavenly venerable. It seems that I really can't underestimate you. Underestimating others will cost you a lot. As Muyan's words fell, she directly blasted out a punch. Xianxia snorted, and the qi and blood in his body were mobilized to the extreme. Blood blade. With a shout, the blade qi in Xianxia's body gathered to the limit at this moment. An intimidating aura condensed at this moment and then bloomed. The blood light swept towards Muyan, stirring up Muyan's body. Her qi and blood were out of her control. Crimson Thunder Emperor Blade. Muyan understood at this moment that if she was covered by the blade light, her entire body would be out of control. The Crimson Thunder Emperor Blade slashed out at this moment. A blade light rose into the air and directly struck the blood-colored blade light. Boom. A series of roars sounded at this moment. At this moment, the earth rumbled deafeningly. The two blade lights collided head-on. At this moment, Muyan's figure retreated with a bang and fell to a corner of the hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She was at a disadvantage in this blow. However, Muyan understood in her heart. It was not that the power of the Crimson Thunder Emperor Blade was not strong enough, but that her realm was suppressed to a certain extent. Even so, you will still lose. Xianxia's tone was cold at this moment. You came to a conclusion so early? At this moment, the corners of Muyan's mouth curled up slightly, and she stood up. Try again? As her words fell, rolling thunder roared out of Muyan's body. Thunder Dragon of Earth. As soon as she finished speaking, thunder rumbled within Muyan's body. With a loud boom, an explosion rang out. A lightning dragon swept towards Xianxia. An explosion suddenly rang out at this moment. Covered by the lightning dragons, that body was bound and unable to unleash any of its strength. Muyan rushed forward and threw a punch. Thunder rumbled. It was the final strike. Xianxia's body continued to explode, and the bones in his body began to shatter as well. At the same time, a shout suddenly sounded. Old Mu, save me! Xiantianlang shouted at this moment. Mu Yun turned around to look. At this moment, Xianxian was being chased by Xianxia and was in a sorry state. Mu Yun was helpless. She took a step forward, and the power of lightning in her body exploded. At this moment, it was 2 against 1. Mu Yun exploded with speed and ferocity. Xianxia was originally injured by Wang Chong. Now, facing the 2 of them, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. "Kid, tell me the secret of this place, and I'll spare your life." Xianxian shouted. "What are you doing?" Bang. However, before Xianxia could finish his words, Mu Yun's fist had already smashed down. Half of Xianxia's head was missing. Xianxian grinned and said, "I know, looking at your loyal appearance, it's impossible for you to say it." At this moment, Xianxian also rushed out instantly. The 2 of them worked together, and not long after, the aura in Xianxia's body gradually collapsed. Mu Yun and Xianxian were panting and lying on the ground. Looking at the speed of killing the 2 people this time, they were extremely fast. However, the 2 of them went all out from the beginning. You're too weak." Mu Yun looked at Xianxian and couldn't help but say, "You can't even deal with Xianxia? Are you blaming me?" Xianxian also said helplessly, "This guy has the strength of a heavenly venerable in the top 15 of the god list. How long has it been since I entered the heavenly venerable perfection? I already said, in terms of combat strength, you are stronger than me." Haha. Mu Yun was too lazy to argue with this guy. At this moment, the 2 of them were in the hall. In the hall that was nearly 1,000 meters long and wide, it was magnificent, but there was no life. Mu Yun looked around and said, "Just now, Xianxia and Xianxia entered and said that no one had touched them. The so-called puppet army should be here." Xianxian also nodded. The 2 of them stood up and searched carefully. "Take out that token and take a look. I have a feeling that that thing is not simple." Mu Yun took out the token. Rays of light gathered on the surface of the token, flickering with a halo that made people's hearts beat. And as the light increased, more and more rays of light flashed from the light. The light appeared, condensed, and shot straight to the ground. On the ground, the light flashed past. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly as she looked at the light. The ground of the hall gradually spread out. One by one, statues appeared at this moment. Looking carefully, there were more than 1,000 of them, distributed under the hall. The 2 of them landed. Looking at the lifelike statues that looked like terracotta soldiers and horses, the 2 of them walked into it. These should be the puppet warriors they were talking about, right? Every one of them is stronger than Yi. Xianxian said in surprise. It should be. Looking at the carvings on it, Mu Yun couldn't help but say, "It's the same as the Imperial Prince's carving technique that I've seen. It's unfathomable. But, how do we activate it?" Xianxian wondered, "How do we fight with these things? Maybe we haven't found a way." Mu Yun said seriously, "There are about 1,000 statues here. Although we don't know how to control them for the time being, it's best to take them away first. The other 6 places are not that simple. Let's go and take a look first." Xianxian said, "Then take them with you." "You don't want them?" Cough cough, "This person was killed by you. I'm too embarrassed to covet these things." Mu Yun didn't stand on ceremony and directly took them. More than 1,000 top-level heavenly venerable warriors were very rare. Although he didn't know how to control them now, he would eventually find a way. Mu Yun didn't stand on ceremony and directly took them into the Zhu-Tian diagram. The current large space of the Zhu-Tian diagram was enough for him to place these puppets. However, as Mu Yun was placed into the space of the Zhu-Tian diagram, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded at this moment. Those puppets suddenly opened their eyes at this moment. Pairs of crimson eyes carried an aura that made people wary. "Greetings, Lord." At this moment, figures suddenly knelt on one knee and bowed towards Mu Yun. This scene made Mu Yun completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The puppets, who didn't have any reaction just now, suddenly came to life. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. She was about to give an order, but the eyes of those puppets dimmed at this moment. Not a single sound could be heard from him. Mu Yun was stunned again. "What are you doing? Are you playing with me? At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered slightly. After calming down, Mu Yun gradually understood. Perhaps he knew why. These puppets needed to be controlled by some kind of power. The most likely possibility was the power of the world. Were these puppets activated by the power of the world? In that case, if the world tree was placed in the heaven exterminating diagram, wouldn't these puppets be at his disposal? Tens of thousands of elite celestial venerable warriors. This kind of combat power was not inferior to the tens of thousands of celestial venerable battle groups of the 9 great forces, right? Thinking of this, Mu Yun's eyes burned with a trace of passion. It was a pity that the world tree was still with little Shan Feng. Otherwise, in the celestial venerable domain, he could completely sweep away everyone and become the strongest party by relying on thousands of puppets. What's wrong? Sensing that something was wrong with Mu Yun, Shan Tianlang couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Mu Yun said seriously, these puppets are indeed very useful, but in this world, I'm afraid that other than me, no one else can control them. So it's not very useful to give them to you. Seeing Mu Yun's serious expression, Shan Tian laughed and said, anyway, I don't care. For second-class forces, the most important thing to determine whether they survive or not is the top godly venerable level combat power. When I reach godly venerable in the future, I will become the clan leader of the Blazing Blackbird clan. I don't care about a mere 10,000 elite celestial venerables. Thank you. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said. Shan Tianlang might not think highly of him. But perhaps this guy treated him as a true friend and was willing to make a choice. Well, Mu Yun, since we're so familiar with each other, can you tell me about it? Who exactly are you? How did you get peerless women like Meng Zimo, Miao Shanyu, Bao Qingyu, and Yi Sueki? Is this what you're concerned about? Mu Yun smiled and said, I've already told you that I'm not ordinary. As for where I come from, you'll know in the future. However, at that time, you must remember not to shout that I am your brother. Otherwise, you will die a very miserable death. Tisk. Shan Tianlang saw that Mu Yun did not say anything, so he did not ask any more. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around the hall and said, since this is one of the 7 great commanders' residences, it shouldn't be so monotonous. Let's see if there's anything else. All right. At this moment, the two of them were looking around the hall, but they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Are there only these celestial venerable puppets? Shan Tianlang couldn't help but ask. Perhaps we'll have to look at this thing. Mu Yun flipped her palm, and a ray of light appeared on the token. It floated along the hall. Finally, the light drifted to the corner of the hall. At the intersection of the 2 walls, a gap seemed to appear. Wisps of smoke and dust drifted into the gap. Perhaps it's here. At this moment, lines of formation runes condensed in Mu Yun's palm. Strands of formation runes continuously converged into flashing lights, forcibly pushing the 2 walls apart. At the intersection of the 2 walls, a passageway appeared. The 2 of them carefully entered. Gradually, a comfortable aura flowed through their bodies. Good stuff. Shan Tianlang's nose twitched, and he said, there's something good here. What good stuff? It's something that has a great effect on shaping our celestial venerable bones. Shan Tianlang quickened his pace. The 2 of them walked out of the passageway and suddenly discovered a small hall, about 10 meters long and wide. Look there. Shan Tianlang pointed at one of the pieces. On the ground, there was a pool. To be precise, it wasn't a pool. What was in the pool wasn't water. Instead, it was liquid that emitted a jade-colored light. What is this? Celestial. Venerable bone marrow liquid. At this moment, Shan Tianlang's face was full of shock, and he said in disbelief, why would the celestial venerable bone marrow liquid appear here? Celestial venerable bone marrow liquid. Mu Yun had also heard Meng Zimo and Miao Shanyu mention it before. Some time ago, when she was with the girls, Mu Yun wasn't just busy exploring the mysteries of her body and reaching the unity of the divine soul. Meng Zimo and Miao Shanyu were both powerful alchemists and knew a lot. This celestial venerable bone marrow liquid could be refined. It was just that the refining method was extremely cruel. The bone marrow of a celestial venerable was forcefully extracted and condensed into liquid. Moreover, it had to be done while they were alive. Marrow extraction. For ordinary people, it was simply unbearable. For martial artists, it was even more unbearable, especially for celestial venerable martial artists. Why? Because celestial venerable martial artists were tempered with celestial venerable bones. Their physical body, bloodline, and bones were connected into one. Extracting bone marrow was tantamount to stripping away a life. Could it be? Xianxia looked outside. Could it be that those puppets had their celestial venerable bone marrow extracted before they died? The celestial venerable bone marrow liquid is extremely beneficial for tempering celestial venerable bones. If the two of us absorb the celestial venerable bone marrow liquid in this pool, we will definitely be able to step into the great circle of the celestial venerable realm. Mu Yun interrupted, "It's me. Don't forget, you are already at the great circle of the celestial venerable realm." Hearing this, Xianxia old face turned red. He was at the great circle of the celestial venerable realm, but his combat strength was inferior to Mu Yun's. Speaking of which, it was still somewhat embarrassing. Although condensing such a large amount of celestial venerable bone marrow liquid is very cruel, it's not done by us. If we don't swallow this celestial venerable bone marrow liquid, it'll be a waste. As Xianxia spoke, Mu Yun had already stepped straight into it. You don't want to live anymore. Xianxia hurriedly said, "This celestial venerable bone marrow liquid is extremely domineering. If your bone body can't hold on, you'll be finished." "Don't worry, I can hold on." At this moment, Mu Yun smiled indifferently and was not anxious. At this moment, her bone body emitted a faint light. Slowly, Mu Yun's eyes became calm. The celestial venerable bone marrow liquid flowed into Mu Yun's body at this moment. Immediately, Mu Yun's meridians started throbbing continuously at this moment. This kind of feeling was very strange. It was as if dozens of streams of magma had merged into a river. The river water and magma interacted with each other, swallowing and dissolving, causing Mu Yun's body to become hot and cold alternating. "You're not afraid of death?" Xianxia muttered at this moment and no longer cared about Mu Yun. This fellow was not someone who was courting death. Since she dared to do this, she must have the confidence. At this moment, Xianxia did not care about Mu Yun. He was also wholeheartedly immersed in it. Even though he was now a perfected celestial venerable, a large part of the celestial venerable bone marrow liquid came from the continuous growth brought to him by the inheritance. His talent was very strong to begin with. But compared to Mu Yun, it was nothing. The reason why he was able to improve rapidly like Mu Yun during this period of time was more because of the power of the inheritance. It was not completely consumed in one go. Therefore, he should be even more careful about the tempering of the celestial venerable bone. Time passed bit by bit. However, gradually, Xianxia sat cross-legged beside the celestial venerable bone marrow liquid pool and opened his eyes. What was going on? He felt that the speed at which he absorbed the bone marrow liquid was like a small stream, but on the other side, it was like a river. What was Mu Yun doing? Why was she so fast? Wasn't she afraid of exploding and dying? At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care at all. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, but her body felt incomparably comfortable. It was really very comfortable. Along the way, she had been cultivating the lightning divine body technique. The Lightning Emperor's self-created technique. Although it was only a technique that the Lightning Emperor had cultivated during his journey to the Emperor realm, its power was definitely extremely domineering. Whether it was the Dharma body or the real body, it was extremely powerful. This was also why Mu Yun had always been invincible in the same realm. The first two techniques had already proven the strength of the Lightning Divine Body technique. Now that she had reached the third level, Mu Yun discovered a point. The third level of the Lightning Divine Body technique's bone body was more important than the forging of the bone body. How was it forged? Heaven and earth spiritual materials. The more powerful the bone body was, the more powerful it would be. Only when she unleashed the 5 techniques of the third level would the power be even more intense. Strong. This was the core of the Lightning Divine Body technique. However, the prerequisite was that she had to be qualified. At this moment, Mu Yun was trying her best to devour the energy in the bone marrow liquid and pour it into her bone body. Slowly, through her physical body, one could see that her bones were changing color at this moment. They were sparkling and beautiful like white jade. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. Have I reached my limit? Mu Yun murmured. Xiantianlang was overjoyed when he heard this. He had been suppressed by Mu Yun just now. This guy had reached his limit now. Wasn't it time for him to show his strength? However, before Xiantianlang could be happy, suddenly, an even stronger suction force erupted from the pool. Ferocious suction force was released at this moment. Upon closer inspection, the jade bones in his body had turned into golden bones at this moment. Dragon bones. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. Continue. This back and forth made Xiantianlang completely give up. Alright, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. I can't devour that much anyway. Xiantianlang comforted himself and continued to hone his bones. Time passed bit by bit. The two of them sat there quietly without making a sound. Mu Yun's eyes were calm. Xiantianlang was also constantly absorbing. The pool of Empyrean bone marrow gradually emptied out. At this moment, two roars suddenly sounded from Mu Yun's body. At that instant, a terrifying ripple swept across the place. Great Circle Empyrean. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. She stood up and clenched her fists. A surging aura was released at this moment. Xiantianlang also stood up at this moment. So strong. Seeing Mu Yun's change, Xiantianlang was shocked. Now, perhaps one punch is enough to kill Xianxia and Yin-19. Mu Yun said confidently. He wasn't bragging. Right now, his heavenly venerate bone had been completely condensed. At the peak of the Empyrean realm, Xianxia and Xianxia were nothing compared to the power of thunder from the third level of the bone body art. According to what you said, this time, we don't have to run anymore, right? Xiantianlang said with a bright smile. Can you do it? Are you looking down on me? Xiantianlang raised his eyebrows. Okay. Mu Yun nodded and said, tens of thousands of top Empyrean puppets are scattered in the 7 great commanders' residences. I, Mu Yun, am determined to get them. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were burning. When he first entered the Earth Venerable Domain, although his situation was unfavorable, it was still alright. He was not chased to the point of no return. Moreover, when he entered the Earth Venerable Domain, he was already at the peak of the Earth Venerable Domain. But when he entered the Empyrean Domain, he really went all the way from the initial stage to the current peak. If he was a little slower, he would have been killed. And now, he had finally reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. It was worth it. This time, there was no need to hide. They were the ones who should hide. At this moment, the two of them were about to leave. But suddenly, a few figures arrived at this moment. Both sides bumped into each other in the hall. Mu Yun. Xiantianlang. When the two leaders saw Mu Yun and Xiantianlang, their eyes were filled with shock, followed by great joy. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang looked at the 7 or 8 people opposite them. Their expressions also relaxed and they smiled. Who are you? Xiantianlang said. He, I am Divine Sword Pavilion Xu Jinbao. I am Divine Sword Pavilion Xu Jinfeng. The two of them looked at Mu Yun and Xiantianlang and could not stop smiling. Xu Jinbao, Empyrean ranked 31st on the God list. Xu Jinfeng, Empyrean ranked 37th on the God list. You're too polite. One of them smiled and said, Empyrean ranked on the God list. The two of us just got lucky. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, if you got lucky, then don't show off here, right, lest you die a horrible death. As Mu Yun's words fell, Xu Jinbao and Xu Jinfeng's expressions changed slightly. It seems that the two of you still don't know that there is only a dead end. We still don't know who will die. Xiantianlang was eager to try at this moment and said, how is it, Mu Yun, how do we fight? Can you do it alone? Mu Yun said lightly. It's a little difficult. Then I'll do it alone. As Mu Yun's words fell, she had already taken a step forward. As she took a step forward, Mu Yun directly punched out. At this moment, a ray of light flickered at this moment. Roaring imperial thunder. This punch contained an extremely tyrannical power of thunder and lightning. At this moment, the power of thunder and lightning continuously condensed. With this punch, a thunder dragon rushed out, biting and attacking the two of them. Zhu Jinbao and Zhu Jinfeng were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Mu Yun was not a perfected heavenly venerable. How did she reach the perfected heavenly venerable? At this moment, the two brothers reacted quickly and raised their swords to block. Boom boom. In just an instant, a low roar exploded at this moment. Although the two of them resisted with all their might, at this moment, they were still unable to withstand Mu Yun's violent attack. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have transformed into thunder and lightning. Such tyrannical explosive power was very difficult to resist. At this moment, the two figures retreated with a loud bang. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure was retreating faster than the two of them. Die. At this moment, her hands directly grabbed out. The sound of an explosion instantly rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's hands directly crushed the two of their heads. At this moment, the remaining 5 or 6 people were completely stunned. Dead. Zhu Jinbao and Zhu Jinfeng were heavenly venerables who entered the divine list. They were directly dealt with by Mu Yun. The remaining 5 or 6 people were just about to run at this moment. But how could Mu Yun give them a chance? Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's strength was condensed to the extreme at this moment. The 5 or 6 figures were engulfed by her powerful oppression. Their figures could not move at all and exploded one by one. The auras of the 7 or 8 figures were completely devoured by Mu Yun. At this moment, streams of power condensed in Mu Yun's body. Waves of surging aura were released at this moment. As soon as she swallowed, streams of pure power poured into her body. Awesome! At this moment, on the other side, Xianxia was completely stunned. Mu Yun's improvement was too shocking. Even he, who thought that he was comparable to a heavenly venerable who entered the divine list, was unable to kill them a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Let's go. Mu Yun looked ahead and smiled slightly. Now, it's time for them to run. Let's chase after them. At the same time, inside the ancient city's secret realm. At the entrance, Yi and the others could no longer stop the crowd from entering. With the entrance breached, the Yinyang Sky Guards had completely dispersed. The various heavenly venerables went deep into the secret realm to investigate. At this moment, the secret realm was in complete chaos. The people of the 9 major forces swore to kill the Yinyang Sky Guards. The Yinyang Sky Guards hated the people of the 9 major forces to the core. There were also those who could not forget Mu Yun and Xianxia. The entire secret realm had become the final battlefield of the heavenly venerate domain. Mu Yun and Xianxia did not take this to heart. At this moment, the two of them were casually wandering around the secret realm. At this point, the only ones who could threaten the two of them would be those in the top 10 of the heavenly venerables ranking. Or the top 10 commanders of the Yinyang Sky Guards could gather together. The two of them did not believe that their luck would be so bad. However, the vastness of this place was clearly beyond Mu Yun and Xianxia imagination. The two of them did not encounter anyone along the way. At the same time, inside the Divine Venerate domain, the cultivators who entered the Divine Venerate domain were all carefully selected geniuses from the 1st to the 5th level of the Divine Venerate realm. There were less than 1,000 of them. The vast Divine Venerate domain looked even vaster than the Heavenly Venerate domain. Such a place was even more mysterious and unfathomable. However, as usual, the Divine Venerate domain was lifeless. More than 1,000 people entering such a place was like throwing a stone into the sea. It was very difficult to even encounter them. Many people would choose to avoid them if they encountered them. None of them wanted to fight with others here. At the same time, deep inside the Divine Venerate domain, above the vast sky, streaks of multicolored lights dazzled the eyes of those who saw them. Above the light, there were countless spacetime cracks, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. It was beautiful, but it could kill people. At this moment, behind the cracks was a completely different space. In that space, many figures were faintly discernible, coming and going. If one looked carefully, it was not difficult to notice. Those people were all extremely powerful and terrifying. At the same time, numerous palaces could be seen in the strange space. They were tall, mighty, and had extraordinary auras. In a hall that seemed to reach straight into the clouds, two figures sat quietly. They were a man and a woman. The man wore a crown and had an extraordinary aura. The woman wore a phoenix robe and gave off an aura of looking down on the world. "Is it fine?" the man said. "It should be fine. It's just the divine venerate domain. Who else can discover this place?" The woman didn't mind and said, "But that Sky Array Palace Master Nangongyi, who you personally promoted, is an Empyrean. Is there a need for him to lose control of his heart? Since we were able to remain silent for 1,000,000 years, we can continue to remain silent before the opportunity arrives." Ancient Emperor Wu Jian and Endless Ancient Emperor, as well as the Ancient God of Inferno and the Ancient God of Raging Fire, are all well behaved. The Divine Heavenly Venerate Nangongyi has always done as he pleases. He's just a Heavenly Venerate. He won't ruin things. The man said slowly. The Heaven Sealing Divine Emperor is now the sole ruler of Kanglan. Even if he doesn't appear, no one dares to. His 9 sons are now very powerful. The strength of his 9 sons is indeed extraordinary. The woman said indifferently. Hearing this, the man in luxurious clothes nodded. The woman continued. Chaos is coming. What's the use of a world seat, let alone a venerate, if one isn't a ruler? One doesn't even have the right to pry into the mysteries of heaven. Releasing the divine venerate domain is also to express our goodwill to the 9th Heavenly Emperor. We can't be bothered with his trivial matters in the 9th heaven. The man replied. I heard that not long ago, human Emperor Mu Qingyu fought with Heavenly Emperor Di Yuan. The human emperor disappeared, and Di Yuan has never shown himself. Who is stronger between the two? Human emperor, he's nothing to worry about. The woman sneered. He cut off his own path to becoming a god emperor. No matter how strong he is, what can he do? Our opponent is not him, but the old foxes hiding in those places. Since that's the case, give the order. The divine venerate domain may be revealed. When the time is ripe, there will be no restriction on 5th-level godly venerables and above entering. Now, let those godly venerables have fun first. The two of us have accumulated a lot in our lives, but it won't be so easy to let them take it away. The two of them pointed their fingers, and news spread throughout the entire ancient space. At the same time, in an unknown place. In a foreign space. It was really a foreign space. At this moment, looking at the dilapidated and withered scenery and feeling the chaos of the origin energy of heaven and earth, Bing Xiaochen even felt that he was no longer in Kanglan Myriad World. But if he wasn't in Kanglan, where was he? What was this place? Mu Qingyu, I'm not playing with you anymore. Bing Xiaochen almost roared out. During this period of time, Mu Qingyu was like walking a dog, running all over the world with him. The key was that he didn't know where he was. This old bastard was too scheming. He was completely blind. Bing Xiaochen even felt like a donkey sometimes. In-law, don't be anxious. At this moment, Mu Qingyu stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression and said with a smile, this is a magical place. Do you know how Yi Xiaoyao and Di Ming reached the Divine Emperor realm? Reached the Divine Emperor realm here? Bing Xiaochen said in surprise. Mu Qingyu didn't say much and continued to walk forward. Bing Xiaochen was even more suspicious. You're tricking me again? Look carefully. Mu Qingyu pointed ahead at this moment. What entered his eyes was a desolate land. On the ground, dust rose with the wind. There were even many space-time rifts that appeared in the breeze and disappeared in a flash. The broken tiles scattered all over the place were even more inconceivable. This place, no matter how he looked at it, was broken. But it was broken, and there was a trace of a strange feeling. Mu Qingyu, it's definitely not your first time here, is it? Bing Xiaochen was really going crazy at this moment. He was completely fooled by Mu Qingyu. Old Mu. Bing Xiaochen said earnestly, my daughter is also your daughter-in-law. Although you don't lack a daughter-in-law, they're still your grandson. Your grandson has to be alive when he's born, right? And your son, my son-in-law. Bing Xiaochen looked helpless and gritted his teeth. If the 9 great celestial emperors find out, he'll definitely die. If you have the mood to busy yourself here, why don't you hurry back and help your son? Old Bing. Mu Qingyu said with a sincere attitude, don't worry, I've calculated. My grandson, your grandson, is also the 9 Lives Emperor. In the future, he will only be stronger than his father. He won't die. Moreover, he has the dragon and phoenix souls, which are rare since ancient times. In addition, his grandfather is very talented. That child is born with a golden spoon. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Bing Xiaochen was stunned when he heard this. Damn it. How do you know? How do you know? Haven't you always been with me? You lied to me again. Bing Xiaochen exploded in anger. Tell me, you didn't sever your own path back then, did you? Was that a lie? I guess you're not afraid of Deming at all now? Mu Qingyu was not angry when he heard this. He chuckled and said, Old Bing, you're getting more and more ridiculous. You saw how I fought with Di Yuan. To deal with Di Yuan, I could be considered to have exhausted all my energy. Compared to Di Ming, there's a world of difference between a titled emperor and a god emperor. I'll be damned if I believe you. You're so evil. Bing Xiaochen was infuriated. I'm not going to stay here with you. Send me away. Bing Xiaochen almost stomped his feet. Don't move. At this moment, Mu Qingyu grabbed Bing Xiaochen and walked forward quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qingyu threw out a punch. The surrounding space instantly became distorted under this light punch. It was as if the endless cracks had settled down at this moment. 2 rays of light flashed. In the next moment, the 2 disappeared on the spot and appeared in a spatial crack. However, this spatial crack looked like a crack from the outside, but inside, it was a separate space. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the space. It was Mu Qingyu and Bing Xiaochen. At this moment, Bing Xiaochen did not chatter endlessly. It seemed that the situation was not right. At this moment, the 2 figures landed and looked around. The sky was blood red, and so was the earth. It was as if the blood of billions of living beings had dyed this side of the world. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Bing Xiaochen, who could be called a pseudo-emperor, felt a chill in his heart. What kind of slaughter was required for such a bloody scene to reach such a stage? It was no exaggeration. It was really the blood of billions of living beings that could cause such a phenomenon. If only Yuner was here. Mu Qingyu sighed at this moment. Bing Xiaochen completely ignored him. Mu Yun, what could Mu Yun do here? Yuner can reach the Emperor realm in less than 100 years. Mu Qingyu's next words almost made Bing Xiaochen vomit blood. Then why did you bring him here? Why did you bring me here? I've been looking for this place for a long time. This time I was just lucky. Maybe once you come here, there won't be a second time. Mu Qingyu smiled and said, but my son will become the human emperor. He doesn't need this place, he will become the emperor sooner or later. Human sovereign, you really dare to shout. Mu Qingyu stepped on the blood-red ground and continued forward. Slowly, Bing Xiaochen realized that something was wrong. The 2 of them were not walking on the ground. Instead, they were walking toward the sky. The further they walked, the more they realized that the 2 of them were parallel to the ground. This? With a grunt, Bing Xiaochen murmured, what exactly is this place? A tablet. At this moment, Mu Qingyu had reached the top and stepped onto the blood steel. At this moment, Bing Xiaochen was truly stunned. What he had seen earlier was not a boundless blood-red land, but a tombstone. Now that he was standing on top of the tombstone, Bing Xiaochen finally saw it. It was a broken tablet. It stabbed into the bloody soil. Bing Xiaochen sat on the crack of the broken tablet. At a closer look, the crack was as wide as a continent. What's wrong with you? Mu Qingyu was puzzled. I'm dizzy from blood. Bing Xiaochen was panting at this moment. He was really shocked. It was just a tablet, but it gave him the feeling that it was the gathering of the blood and chi of billions of lives that had been destroyed. And here, at a glance, the world was boundless. The 9 giant tablets were silent. They were either lying on the ground, stabbed into the ground, or standing upright. The blood of countless living beings had dyed the 9 giant monuments and the world red. Mu Qingyu murmured, the fault of the civilization in the Antiquity Age was not accidental. What was broken was the inheritance of martial arts. Actually, I've been thinking, what is the God Emperor? Recognized by the power of heaven and earth and controlled the power of heaven and earth, the God Emperor. But if so, how could the God Emperor die? Heaven and earth are under the God Emperor. How could the God Emperor die? Since Xiaoya's death, I've been suspecting that there are many things in this world that we are blind to. Blind to a leaf? Bing Xiaochen found it hard to accept. This feeling was like growing up thinking that one tail of gold was all the wealth in the world. But later, someone told you that it was just a lonely boat. To be precise, we are blind to a leaf. By a leaf? Bing Xiaochen was even more terrified. He blurted out, "Di Ming? Him?" Mu Qingyu's tone had a hint of contempt. He smiled and said, "He doesn't have that ability." Bing Xiaochen was stunned. "Don't you feel ashamed saying that? He doesn't have that ability, you're just pretending in front of me, right?" Mu Qingyu did not say much. He smiled and said, "In the Antiquity Age, hundreds of millions of years ago, even the ancient gods and ancient emperors did not know what happened. That was a period of discontinuity. But unless there was no news, it was impossible that there were no clues. I want to find the past of the Antiquity Age and catch the mastermind behind it." Bing Xiaochen could not help but say, "It's been too long, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything." Mu Qingyu said seriously, "Bing Xiaochen, even if there were thousands of you fighting here, would you be able to make this place so chaotic?" Bing Xiaochen muttered, "Just make an example." "Why use me as an example?" Mu Qingyu did not care. He smiled and said, "Even I can't do it." "What do you mean? I'm not as good as you." "Isn't that so?" "Damn it. I can't stay any longer. I'm leaving." Mu Qingyu said slowly, "Don't worry, there's something more exciting. Let me show you." "How about it?" "What?" Bing Xiaochen asked curiously. In fact, he had been traveling through unknown spaces with Mu Qingyu during this period, and he had seen a lot. Many things were unimaginable. He would be lying if he said he was not curious. That is. Before she could finish her sentence, she waved her hand. A mirror appeared in Mu Qingyu's hand. Within the mirror, wisps of pale yellow qi began to spread out. Slowly, the world seemed to have changed. Figures crisscrossed in the void. They were so fast that Bing Xiaochen could not see them clearly. The whole world seemed to have returned to that era, and became a battlefield. It was a battlefield that one could not see clearly. However, Bing Xiaochen unexpectedly caught sight of a figure. Just like him, that figure wasn't weak. But as he was flying, he was suddenly slapped to death, slapped to death. Bing Xiaochen was stunned. Someone as powerful as him had been slapped to death with a single slap. This was only the moment he had captured the scene. At this moment, Bing Xiaochen was dumbstruck. Mu Qingyu was panting heavily, interrupting Bing Xiaochen's stupor. "Are you all right?" Bing Xiaochen looked at Mu Qingyu, then at the ancient mirror in his hand. "The Deqian godly mirror, ranked second among the 13 treasures of the wilderness, is in your hands. Old man, you've really hidden it well." Mu Qingyu smiled. "It's an external object after all. It's better to use it sparingly." "Then give it to me." Mu Qingyu looked at Bing Xiaochen as if he was an idiot. "Even if I give it to you, I'll give it to my son." "How can I give it to you?" Mu Qingyu didn't say much. "This is just a very small portion of what I've deduced with the help of the Deqian godly mirror. The wilderness is too vast. You and I may be just a drop in the ocean. Bing Xiaochen, be prepared. Only by ascending to the throne can you see the world." Bing Xiaochen snorted. "Your son is so powerful, and I'm his father-in-law. When your son rises, just take me with him." Mu Qingyu looked at Bing Xiaochen and sighed. "Have you forgotten that I have 9 daughters-in-law? My son is not just a father-in-law." Damn it. He had been tricked again. Bing Xiaochen considered himself to be one of the most intelligent people in the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Why did he feel like an idiot when it came to Mu Qingyu? "What do you want me to see? Show it to me." "Look carefully." Mu Qingyu held the Deqian godly mirror in his hands. The mirror rose into the air and seemed to expand to millions of feet, covering the entire area. As the light of the Deqian godly mirror shone down, the surroundings changed. Huge blood steels that seemed to be hundreds of millions of miles long slowly gathered at this moment. The blood steels gathered together. 9. No more, no less. At this moment, if one were to take a closer look, one would see that the positions of the 9 blood steels were extremely particular. There was a blood steel in the middle. The other 8 steels were on the sides. At this moment, Mu Qingyu said slowly, "Did you see that?" "See what?" Bing Xiaochen was dumbfounded. Mu Qingyu put his hand on his forehead. Was Bing Xiaochen dumbfounded by him? Words. Words? At this moment, Bing Xiaochen glanced over and his eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, his breathing became rapid and his breathing became chaotic. "I see it." Bing Xiaochen shouted and could not help but say, "The last piece is engraved with the words Kanglin." "What else?" Mu Qingyu asked. "Nothing." "Nothing?" "There's really nothing left." Bing Xiaochen looked helpless. "Take a closer look." Mu Qingyu shouted, and the Deqian godly mirror shone brightly again. Bing Xiaochen was. And the 8 blood steels, and the words. Bing Xiaochen suddenly became agitated for some reason. The 4th piece, Pai Tua. The 7th piece, green sky. The 8th piece, colored glass. And the 9th. Kanglin in the middle. At this moment, Bing Xiaochen sat on the ground as if he had exhausted all his qi and blood. At this moment, Mu Qingyu was also gasping for breath. His forehead was covered with sweat. The light of the Deqian divine mirror gradually dissipated. He put it away. "I've opened your eyes." "Opened my eyes?" Bing Xiaochen was dumbfounded. "Opened my eyes just like that?" He didn't even know what that meant. "Don't you understand?" Mu Qingyu said with a smile. "Maybe in the future, the great changes will have a lot to do with these 9 blood steels." "Old Bing, you're too narrow-minded. My son is the 9-fate son of heaven, but who told you that he's the 9-fate son of Kanglin? Also, the steel I gave your daughter is a priceless treasure. Even the 13 primitive treasures can't compare to it. Your Bing clan took advantage of my Mu clan. 9 spirits heaven capturing steels and 9 blood steels. Are you sure there's no connection? Why must the 9-fate son of heaven be called the 9-fate son of heaven? Isn't there something fishy going on?" Mu Qingyu's series of questions confused Bing Xiaochen. "Do you know why?" "I don't know." Mu Qingyu's answer was straightforward. He stood with his hands behind his back and took a step forward. He laughed and said, "There are many unknowns in this vast world. That's why people have the desire to explore. Otherwise, I won't have any opponents in this world soon." "What fun would there be then?" Bing Xiaochen pursed his lips as he watched Mu Qingyu leave. "Pretentious. If you're really that good, don't fail to save the Azure Emperor last time. If Diming hadn't appeared, I would have succeeded." Diming had appeared. Bing Xiaochen was completely stunned when he heard that. "When I fought with Diming, I had a 40 to 60 chance of winning. I could only retreat. However, if he dares to attack me next time, I'll definitely fight him to death. If he doesn't attack, I won't attack either. This is what we agreed on. F*CK. F*CK. F*CK." At this moment, 10,000 alpacas were running through Bing Xiaochen's heart. Diming had appeared at that time, he didn't know at all. It was true. He hadn't noticed at all. Moreover, that bastard Mu Qingyu had fought with Diming. 40 to 60. It was most likely true. Otherwise, Diming would have definitely killed Mu Qingyu and his group. However, what was creepy was that if Diming hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have noticed. After all, Diming was a god emperor, and he wasn't even a titled god emperor. It was normal for him not to notice. However, what was even more shocking was that Mu Qingyu and Diming had a 40 to 60 chance. "Damn you!" Bing Xiaochen cursed. "I knew it. You old bastard, you're full of evil tricks. What do you mean by severing one's great Tao and having no hope of becoming a god emperor? It's all AF** King Lai. You drama queen. You must have repaired your great Tao in the past hundreds of thousands of years and become a god emperor. You're the 3rd god emperor in the primordial era after Diming and Yi Xiaoyao. Bing Xiaochen was flustered and exasperated, but Mu Qingyu responded calmly. Who said that only a god emperor can have a 40 to 60 chance of winning? Mu Qingyu said calmly, if I become a god emperor, Di Ming will be nothing. Bing Xiaochen couldn't help but think to himself when he saw Mu Qingyu standing with his hands behind his back on the blood-red ground. He was dressed in azure robes and had a calm expression. Pretentious. In any case, no matter what Mu Qingyu said, Bing Xiaochen wouldn't believe him. I finally understand now. You've been trying to trick me. No wonder you're not worried when your son, grandson, and wife are all outside. You're not afraid that Di Ming will suddenly appear and kill them. Then why did you come here? To study the primordial era? Can you study the current era first? Facing Bing Xiaochen's endless questions, Mu Qingyu was not angry. Of course, I'm here for you, my in-law. Mu Qingyu said with a smile, for you to become a titled emperor. Think about it, is it better for others to call you the Ice Clan leader or the Ice Emperor? I'm the Ice Phoenix Clan leader, so I'm naturally the Phoenix Emperor. Mu Qingyu smiled and couldn't help but tease, look, you've even thought of your own name. You. Bing Xiaochen couldn't be bothered with Mu Qingyu. Don't worry, I guarantee that when you go out again, you'll definitely have the strength of a titled emperor. Mu Qingyu smiled and said, but it's better for you to stay here with me for now. For what? To explore secrets. Mu Qingyu looked off into the distance. There are more secrets here than in the entire deep blue wave world. With that, she began to walk off into the distance. Bing Xiaochen saw Mu Qingyu leave and sighed in his heart. The Phoenix clan was divided into two branches. The Fire Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix. Originally, the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix had always been connected by marriage to strengthen their relationship. But when it came to him, it changed. His daughter was killed by the Soul clan, and he had no choice but to find Mu Qingyu to save her. It was true that Mu Qingyu had saved her. But his daughter had been reincarnated by this bastard with the 3 lives reincarnation curse and became his daughter-in-law. Now, she was pregnant with a child and had even given birth to it. The key was that he was not in the Ice Phoenix clan now. Would the Fire Phoenix clan have any resentment? If he was here, he would naturally be fine. But could his wife and daughter hold on? Baby, you have to hold on. Once I become the Phoenix Emperor, I'll go back immediately. No one in the myriad worlds will dare to bully you and your daughter. Bing Xiaochen gritted his teeth and suddenly said, I don't care. Mu Qingyu isn't worried about her own daughter-in-law and grandson. That kid doesn't take his mother's surname. His surname is also Mu. If Mu Qingyu doesn't feel sorry for him, why should I? Bing Xiaochen took quick steps and quickly caught up with Mu Qingyu. However, she was cursing Mu Yun in her heart. You little bastard, I can't control you, but I can always control you. Sooner or later, I'll beat you up. At the same time, Mu Yun, who was far away, sneezed and startled Shantian Lang. Are you alright? Once you reach this realm, you won't suffer from any cold illnesses? I'm fine. Pinching her nose, Mu Yun was speechless. Sometimes I sneeze for no reason. Maybe there are too many people who are thinking about me. I think it's because there are too many people who can't wait to see you die, right? Cut the crap. Mu Yun said indifferently, there are quite a few people who want me dead. Just the 9 great heavenly emperors and the heaven-sealing god emperor were enough. Catch up to those guys. Mu Yun looked ahead. In front of the two of them, there was a group of people. At this moment, there were 12 figures. Under the lead of the 2 people in the lead, they were moving quickly in a certain direction. The 7 great commanders' palaces. The Yin-Yang Sky Guards knew, but the people of the 9 great forces didn't seem to know. These 12 people were from the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan. Mu Yun didn't know the 2 people in the lead. Shantian Lang recognized them. Lang Fongjun. Tang Dahai. According to Shantian Lang, Lang Fongjun was a descendant of the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan's royal lineage. However, he recognized Tang Feng as his elder brother. Tang Dahai was Tang Feng's younger brother. Tang Feng was ranked 5th on the Ascendant God list. His strength was indeed very strong. Logically speaking, this group of people didn't know that each of the 7 great lord palaces had a portion of the top Empyrean puppet warriors. However, Lang Fongjun and Tang Dahai were sneaking around. No one knew what they were up to. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang also happened to meet them and followed them. Lang Fongjun is ranked 15th on the god list. Tang Dahai is ranked 33rd. These two guys are together. It must be Tang Feng's idea. Tang Feng's position in the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan isn't high. Most likely, Lang Fongjun got some news and Tang Feng asked him to bring Tang Dahai here. It won't attract attention. Xiantianlang analyzed clearly. No matter what it is, we'll just snatch it when we see it. That's right. Xiantianlang nodded and said, anyway, the 6 great beast clans will definitely kill us. The 3 great human clans will definitely kill you. Mu Yun was too lazy to refute now. Most of the people of the 9 great forces saw the two of them as if they saw treasures. Their eyes were shining. As time passed, Lang Fongjun and Tang Dahai gradually slowed down. The 10 people behind them also gradually dispersed. When they arrived at a valley, the 12 of them completely stopped. Under Lang Fongjun and Tang Dahai's signal, the 10 of them spread out in all directions. Tang Dahai urged, Lang Fongjun, hurry up. We still don't know if this thing is real or fake. It can't be fake. Lang Fongjun said seriously, last time, when we sent experts to explore the Yin-Yang sky domain, my father was one of the team. He discovered that this thing has a special effect on this place. Tang Dahai looked a little fat, he said impatiently, then hurry up. Okay. As Lang Fongjun's words fell, he waved his hand and a key appeared in his hand. The key was shining with golden light. That golden light, even though Mu Yun and Xiantianlang were standing far away, they could still see it clearly. Golden key. It was the same as the 3 keys that Mu Yun and Xiantianlang had fused together. Maybe, these keys are needed to open the 7 great commanders' palaces. Or like us. We obtained 3 keys and fused them into a token, it should be similar to the commander token. Xiantianlang guessed, this Lang Fongjun must have obtained a key and was guided here to try his luck. That means, this is a commander's palace. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. At this moment, the golden key in Lang Fongjun's hand slowly emitted light. A glittering golden door appeared in the valley. There's really something. Lang Fongjun said excitedly. I see it. Tang Dahai waved his hand and said, since that's the case, everyone be careful, let's go in and take a look. The door opened at this moment. Lang Fongjun immediately prepared to move. Be careful. At this moment, Tang Dahai suddenly pulled Lang Fongjun. With a whistling sound, he rushed over. Bang bang. 2 rays of light struck the place where Lang Fongjun was just a moment ago. At this moment, 5 figures appeared. It's this group of damn things again. Lang Fongjun cursed in a low voice. Tang Dahai squinted his eyes and said with a smile, 5, not many, just deal with them. Okay. Immediately, the 10 people surrounded them from the outside. The 2 figures, at this moment, had calm eyes as they brought 3 people and charged out. It's Xianxia and Xianxia from the Yin-Yang Sky Guards, right? Xiantianlang laughed, it's enough for these 2 brats to suffer. Okay. 12 against 5, the result should still be these 2 guys' victory, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, it will be our turn. Alright. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang waited patiently. Xianxia and Xianxia attacked quickly and decisively. Although there were only 5 of them, they were not afraid of Lang Fongjun and Tang Dahai's group of 12. Gradually, Tang Dahai's face turned ugly. TSK. I was wondering why the 2 of you ran so fast. So it's because you found a good place. A mocking voice could be heard all of a sudden. Someone was coming, following the voice, a dozen more people arrived. Mu Yun did not recognize the 2 people in the lead. Xiantianlang said, Lei Jia and Lei Chang from the 9 Extreme Lightning Lion clan, 16th and 18th on the Earthly Sovereign 100 ranking list. Actually, at this stage, the 9 major forces were not stupid. The disciples that were leading the teams were at least ranked 50 on the Heavenly Sovereign Divine ranking list. Only with such people leading the teams would they have the power to protect themselves and not be destroyed. At this moment, Xiantianlang's eyes moved slightly. It would be interesting if these 2 groups of people bumped into each other. Lei Jia. Lei Chong. Tang Dahai looked at the two of them and snorted, if you want a share, then attack. Otherwise, there will be no share for you. Why are you so anxious? I didn't say that I won't help. Lei Jia's body was tall and strong. At this moment, he took a step forward. The dozen people beside him also charged out. In the blink of an eye, 30 people were fighting against 4 or 5 people. Even if Xianxia and Xianxia were strong, they could not withstand it. You guys will die a horrible death. Xianxia shouted and roared, I'll wait for you guys in hell. Boom, in an instant, an explosion sounded. At this moment, rumbling sounds could be heard from the ground. At this moment, everyone felt a throbbing pain in their eardrums. The explosion was too shocking. Xianxia saw this scene and knew that he could not escape. Without saying a word, he self-detonated. The other 3 were also not afraid of death. Boom 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 boom, at that instant, the sound of explosions filled the entire area. Slowly, the explosion dispersed. Tang Dahai and Lang Fangjuan's faces were ugly. 3 of them had died. Out of the 12, only 9 were left. On the other side, Lei Jia and Lei Chang's faces were ugly too. Damn it, wasn't it a good time to self-destruct? Yet, they had come. These fellows had self-destructed just like that. They were not careless at all. As a result of their present situation, there were only 10 people left. When he saw that there were only 9 people left on his side and 10 on Lei Jia and Lei Chang's side, Tang Dahai was no longer angry. Everyone, get ready, let's go. At this moment, Tang Dahai couldn't be bothered with Lei Jia and Lei Chong. Lei Jia and Lei Chong looked at each other and naturally followed. Gradually, it became quiet outside the door. Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang only appeared at this moment. 19 people. Excluding the 4 celestial venerables on the god list, can you kill the other 15? Sure. Xiantian Lang nodded. Alright, since that's the case, let's get ready. Once we enter, we'll meet them face to face. Let's start right away. Alright. At this moment, Mu Yun arrived in front of the door. With a wave of her hand, numerous large formations were set up. Illusion formation, killing formation, defense formation. Mu Yun only stopped after setting up close to 10 spirit arrays in a row. With her current attainments in formations, the large formations that she set up couldn't kill celestial venerables. However, it wouldn't be a problem to trap these guys. As long as she could trap these guys, she would be able to kill them once they tried to escape. With the death of these people, her strength would increase by another level. By then, she would be comparable to the top 10. The 2 of them stepped through the door. Buzz, after passing through the door, the scene in front of them surprised Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang. It wasn't like the first time they entered the commander's residence. It was a large hall, but a palace. In front and back, 9 halls were stacked together. Every single one of them was over 100 zhang tall and looked extremely magnificent. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. As she released her power layer by layer, the token in Mu Yun's hand flickered with a faint light. The celestial venerable's puppet is over there. Mu Yun headed in a direction. At this moment, she was about to reach the front of the main hall. There were 2 figures standing there. The 4 of them looked at each other. Mu Yun. Xiantian Lang. When the 2 celestial venerables saw Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang, they were immediately overjoyed. In just an instant, the joy on their faces turned into a permanent expression and was completely fixed. Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang were both celestial venerables now, and they weren't ordinary celestial venerables. Both of them had the strength of celestial venerables on the god list. At this moment, the 2 of them didn't have the chance to call for help at all. With a wave of her hand, the 2 corpses completely disappeared. At this moment, the 2 of them directly entered the main hall. Inside the hall. Hurry up. 2 of them died. Those guys will probably discover it soon. N. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the token flickered again. In the main hall, the ground began to change. Terracotta soldiers stood proudly at this moment, holding divine weapons and wearing divine armors. Mu Yun didn't waste any time and directly collected them. In the heaven exterminating diagram, more than 2,000 celestial venerable guards stood still one by one. The combat strength of a peak celestial venerable, more than 2,000. As long as he cured Feng or after he went out this time and transplanted the world tree back, he would be able to truly control these peak celestial venerables. There's something else. Xiantianlang looked down at this moment and said, "Look at the position where those terracotta soldiers are looking at." At this moment, Mu Yun also looked over, only to find that a picture scroll had appeared on the wall. And the picture scroll looked like there were only circles. Those circles condensed into a circle. At a glance, there was nothing. However, as Mu Yun continued to observe, she discovered that those circles began to fluctuate from the outside to the inside, like water ripples. It was incomparably strange. "Do you see anything?" Xiantianlang couldn't help but ask when he saw Mu Yun's expression wasn't right. "It's moving." "It's moving?" Xiantianlang was stunned and looked over. But that circle didn't move at all. It was very strange, very strange. But the truth was, it really didn't move. "You can't see it moving?" "It's not moving." At this moment, Mu Yun was focused on looking at the picture scroll. The circle continued to spread, layer by layer, circle by circle. And at this moment, Mu Yun also discovered that as the circle moved, the power in her body was changing. It wasn't origin power, it was array patterns. At this moment, Mu Yun stood still on the spot, not moving at all. Lines of runes covered his entire body. And gradually, more and more array patterns appeared. 1,000,000 lines, 2,000,000 lines, 3,000,000 lines. At that moment, Mu Yun's body seemed to contain an endless amount of runes that were uncountable. Xiantianlang was also a little stunned at this moment. Mu Yun's attainments in array formations were so high, he couldn't believe it at all. Mu Yun's attainments in array formations had actually reached this level. There were almost 10 million array patterns. No, in the next moment, the array patterns around Mu Yun's body broke through 10 million. Xiantianlang was in a daze. Breaking through 10 million, it meant that Mu Yun could condense a top-notch supreme divine array. A top-notch supreme divine array, it could kill a divine master. At least, Mu Yun had achieved the basic requirements of the array patterns. Slowly, Mu Yun woke up. "Not bad, old Mu." Xiantianlang laughed and said, 10 million array patterns. When did you condense 10 million array patterns? Guess? Mu Yun smiled and said, "Just now." Huh? Xiantianlang looked at Mu Yun, dumbfounded. 1 million to 9 million array patterns can be said to be a high-level divine array against heavenly venerables. I only condensed more than 2 million array patterns previously. But just now, when I saw that circle, it suddenly triggered a certain comprehension in my heart, and the array patterns couldn't help but grow. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were a little confused. He really didn't know what had happened. However, the number of runes had increased by leaps and bounds. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly, and array patterns appeared all over her body. Millions of runes condensed into a single mark. The dense runes within the mark were dazzling to the eye. Xiantianlang couldn't help but sigh. I admire array masters the most. Tens of millions of array patterns can be condensed just like that. Can there be a mistake? The origin energy in your body is divided into more than 10 million strands, right? Can you make a mistake? No, if there's a mistake, people will die. Then that's it. Mu Yun said seriously, if there's a mistake in the array patterns, people will also die. At this moment, Xiantianlang nodded. That was indeed the case. Let's go, they're here. Let's go out and fight. Xiantianlang said with a smile. No problem. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were in high spirits. At this point, there was no way to avoid it. This palace was only so big. It was impossible for that group of people not to feel the death of two people. Two figures walked out of the hall. At the same time, outside the hall, Lei Jia and Lei Cheng stood still. Beside the two of them, the 6 other people also looked nervous. Just a moment ago, the two of them were watching. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were gone. If it was gone, then it was dead. Who killed him? Whoever was in the main hall was killed by that person. At this moment, their eyes flickered. 2 figures walked out from the hall. Mu Yun. Xiantianlang. Upon seeing the two of them, Lei Jia and Lei Chang even suspected that they had seen wrongly. However, at that moment, the two people that walked out were Mu Yun and Xianxia. Moreover, the two of them gave them a very strange feeling. Very confident, very calm, it was as if he was completely unafraid of them. When did these two fellows appear here? Moreover, why was he so confident? This was impossible. Lei Jia. Lei Chang. Xianxia looked at the two of them and suddenly grinned. Wanna fight? As soon as he said this, Lei Jia and Lei Chang's eyes flickered. Fight? Lei Chang transmitted his voice. This is a rare opportunity. Don't forget, Lang Fongjun and Tang Dehai are also here. Moreover, brother Lei Rong has instructed us. At this moment, Lei Jia started to worry. Lei Chang was also silent for a moment. Fight? Sure. A laugh sounded at this moment. A few figures strode over. It was Lang Fongjun and Tang Dehai. Lang Fongjun laughed. I didn't expect to meet the two of you here. No, to be precise, the two of you have been following us for a long time, right? Mu Yun and Xianxia laughed and didn't reply. Since you want to fight, then let's do it. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward. Looking at Lang Fongjun, Tang Dehai, Lei Jia and Lei Chang, she laughed. The four of you, help me improve my realm. At this moment, the aura in Mu Yun's body exploded. She actually wanted to fight against the four of them. Lang Fongjun, Lei Jia and the other two's eyes flickered. Mu Yun didn't put them in her eyes. 1 against 4, she was thinking too much. However, at this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about this. Her eyes moved slightly. Mu Yun took a step forward and punched towards the four of them. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked the rest of the people. Lang Fongjun and Tang Dehai had a total of 8 people. Now, Lei Jia and Lei Chang had a total of 8 people. 16 people. Mu Yun against 4 people. Xianxia against 12 people. This was what the two of them had discussed at the beginning. At this point, there was nothing to talk about. Directly fight, Xianxia grinned. You have to pay attention to your safety. It's not worth it to die. Same to you. Mu Yun sneered. With a sound, she took a step forward. The aura around her body was extremely strong. Fight. As he threw out a punch, a loud explosion resounded throughout the area. At this moment, the 4 figures each attacked. Killing intent filled the air. Lang Fongjun, 15th on the Heavenly Venerables God list. Tang Dehai, 40th on the Heavenly Venerables God list. Lei Jia, 16th on the Heavenly Venerables God list. Lei Chang, 18th on the Heavenly Venerables God list. The 4 of them didn't intend to join forces. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was taking advantage of them and wanted to kill them. They had no choice but to join forces. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked extremely quickly. Greedy wolf swallows the moon. Night wolf rage. Lightning seal. Lightning seal. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked at once. Killing intent surged. Mu Yun's eyes became incomparably cold at this moment. At this moment, the sound of fighting was endless. On the other side, Xianxia didn't panic facing the attacks of the 12 people. These 12 people weren't all complete realm heavenly venerables. He didn't need to worry. On the contrary, Mu Yun was actually more dangerous than him. Roaring royal thunder. A low roar sounded at this moment. In an instant, the sound of thunder shook people's eardrums. Bang bang bang, in the next moment, the 4 figures retreated. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was dumbfounded. F***ck. Hearing this, Xianxia was a little dazed. That's Mu Yun, is this guy so fierce after reaching Heavenly Venerables, suppressing 4 people with one move? This guy's progress is too fast. The 4 figures scattered at this moment. Lang Fongjun snorted, Lei Jia, Lei Chang, if the 4 of us don't join forces, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill this kid today. Don't be greedy. Lei Jia snorted and said, we will do our best. Since that's the case, it's best. As for how to distribute these 2 heads, let's kill this kid first. At this moment, both sides reached an agreement. You can't take my head. Mu Yun was barehanded at this moment. Her aura was constantly rising. She said contemptuously, I can consider your heads. Take them. After saying this, Mu Yun's aura kept rising. Waves of power condensed. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became incomparably calm. Rapid thunder god explosion. In an instant, both of her hands swung out. Waves of lightning power spread out at this moment. Explode. In an instant, the lightning formed a net that covered the heavens and the earth. Crackling sounds of thunder descended, causing the hall below to tremble from the explosions. Damn it! Lang Fongjun took a step forward, the armor on his body flickered with light, blocking the lightning. Tang Dehai cursed in his heart as he retreated. On the other hand, Lei Jia and Lei Cheng also unleashed the power of lightning to resist. Fighting against four, Mu Yun unleashed a powerful attack. Let's try again. After saying that, Mu Yun took a step forward. Scarlet Thunder Emperor's Saber. The saber slashed towards Lang Fongjun. Lang Fongjun's face was filled with shock. He formed a seal with his hands and gathered his origin energy, forming a wolf figure that roared and attacked. Bang, however, the wolf figure was instantly defeated by the saber light. The saber light slashed downwards. With a poochie sound, a bloody wound appeared on Lang Fongjun's chest. The armor on his body was instantly shattered and emitted a caw-caw sound. Lang Fongjun spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He was unable to resist such an attack. Lightning God's Mountain Seal. Lightning God's Mountain Seal. At this moment, Lei Jia and Lei Cheng took the opportunity to attack. The two seals were like mountains, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on Mu Yun's body. Lightning Dragon of Earth. Mu Yun waved her hands, a lightning dragon and azure light appeared and coiled around Mu Yun. The two lightning mountains pressed down on her. Mu Yun remained motionless. At this moment, a powerful aura was unleashed. The two lightning mountains pressed down on the lightning dragon. Both Lei Jia and Lei Cheng were giving it their all. At this moment, Mu Yun was not agitated. No matter how Lei Jia and Lei Cheng unleashed their strength, Mu Yun was still like a Buddha, standing on the same spot without moving. The lightning dragon was even more arrogant at this moment, it did not show any signs of defeat. The two of you, is this all you've got? He drank it. Power gathered in Mu Yun's body. Break! Kakaka the Thunder Mountain was broken. Lei Jia and Lei Cheng's faces turned pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. The two of them retreated in a sorry state. Right at that moment, Tang Dehai suddenly charged toward Mu Yun. Scram! At this moment, the lightning dragon had yet to dissipate. Mu Yun shouted, and the lightning dragon shot out. At that instant, Tang Dehai's figure came to a stop as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and he did not dare to move any further. He was afraid of death. At this very moment, the four of them were unable to gain any advantage over Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Hiding before doesn't mean that I'll keep hiding. My cultivation base is lower than yours, so I was bullied by you. However, my cultivation base is the same as yours, so I don't care who you are, you'll have to behave in front of me. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's murderous aura gathered. Scarlet Thunder Imperial Saber. The saber slashed toward Lang Fongjun, who was the most heavily injured. At this moment, Lang Fongjun was barely dodging, but one of his arms was chopped off by Mu Yun. Damn it! Lang Fongjun cursed and shouted, are you still watching? When Lei Jia and Lei Cheng heard this, they charged toward Mu Yun again. You're courting death. At this moment, it was as if divine lightning was rolling in Mu Yun's body, and it contained a huge amount of lightning energy. Qianyuan Saint Dragon Slash. The fifth move of the Triple Divine Inheritance, the most overbearing move. Qianyuan Saint Dragon Slash. As Mu Yun spoke, he shouted. At this moment, a lightning dragon suddenly condensed behind him. However, this lightning dragon was completely different from the lightning dragon of Kuan. The lightning dragon condensed into a saber. It was a huge saber that looked like a divine saber that could split the heavens and earth. Die. The saber slashed down. The size of the saber did not affect its speed at all. Bang, an explosion sound rang out. blood spurted out. Lei Jia and Lei Chang's bodies were destroyed and annihilated under the saber light and lightning dragon. At this moment, Mu Yun slashed horizontally towards Lang Fongjun. Lang Fongjun wanted to dodge, but he was unable to. At this moment, Lang Fongjun's eyes were filled with fear. He could not help but be terrified that saber light and lightning dragon carried a terrifying explosive power, making him feel that even if there were 10 of him, he would not be able to block it. No, bang. However, even if Lang Fongjun was unwilling, he could not say anything now. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became incomparably calm. The last one is you, Tang Dahai, right? Mu Yun smiled slightly and slashed out again. Clang, however, unexpectedly. This time, Mu Yun thought that it would be easier to kill Tang Dahai with one slash. However, suddenly, a deep and sonorous sound rang out. Tang Dahai blocked it. Mu Yun's eyes slightly congealed. Tang Dahai, Heavenly Sovereign, ranked 40 on the divine list. He was much weaker than Lang Fongjun, Lei Jia, and Lei Chang. But now, he actually blocked it. It was truly unbelievable. At this moment, 2 short sabers appeared in front of Tang Dahai. At this moment, the short saber was tightly held in his hand, steadily blocking Mu Yun's attack. You're not only ranked 40 on the divine list. Mu Yun muttered. Thank you for letting me win. At this moment, Tang Dahai's slightly plump body carried a sharp aura. Seems like it's true. Tang Dahai helplessly said, I originally did not want to expose myself, but these 3 idiots are too weak. And I also did not expect that your strength would be so tyrannical. Tang Dahai looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, Heavenly Sovereign rank divine list, the top 9 people are all famous, but have you heard of the 10th place? 10th place? Mu Yun slowly said, 10th place, Hai Datong, his identity is quite mysterious. Hai Datong Tang Dahai. Mu Yun looked at Tang Dahai and smiled. So that's how it is, Heavenly Sovereign ranked 10th on the divine list. Tang Dahai smiled, you're not stupid. At this moment, looking at Tang Dahai, Mu Yun was surprised. This person was very tolerant, 40th place, 10th place, the Heavenly Sovereign Divine List and Earthly Sovereign Top 100 list seemed to be created by the Divine Secret Pavilion. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were very accurate when it came to gathering information. She did not expect Tang Dahai to be able to hide it. You're obviously ranked 10th, but you still occupy the 40th place. What a waste. Haha. At this moment, Tang Dahai no longer looked as plump and impatient as before. Instead, he was very calm. If you have great ambitions in your heart, sometimes you need to endure a little. Tang Dahai looked at Mu Yun and smiled bitterly. The sky-devouring greedy wolf clan is not surnamed Lang. The royal bloodline is not qualified to be the clan leader. My elder brother and I, as well as the Tang bloodline, are a gathering of geniuses. Although we are weak, we will definitely be able to reach high-level ultimate god after a long time. Why should we be below others? So, we chose Lang Fongjun to nurture him and support him. When Mu Yun heard this, she smiled. I'm not interested in your ambitions. That's true. Looking at Tang Dahai's slightly disappointed expression, Mu Yun looked at the dead Lang Fongjun and smiled. Moreover, I don't think that you take Lang Fongjun too seriously. If your Tang bloodline really wants to support a puppet, why would you let him die so easily? Hearing Mu Yun's question, Tang Dahai laughed. It's simple. Because I don't agree with this method. Tang Dahai smiled, supporting a puppet is better than standing on our own. Why can't the Tang clan fight for it ourselves? Why do we have to support a puppet? I, Tang Dahai, want to surpass the 9th level hierarch realm with my own strength. At that time, even if the position of clan chief is not mine, it will still be mine. Why do we need to support a puppet? Mu Yun laughed involuntarily and said, then you are very confident. This is not confidence, it's certainty. Tang Dahai smiled, just like the 9 major forces, they don't get along well with each other. Hence, the Emperor Yuan Pavilion is high and mighty. It's never worried that the 9 major forces will join hands to deal with it. At the same time, the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan is not completely united. There are conflicts between the major forces. Before one's strength reaches a certain height, strategy is the key. After one's strength reaches a certain height, strength is everything. Tang Dahai looked at Mu Yun and smiled. Actually, you know this very well. Since you stepped into the heavenly venerable domain, you're just an early heavenly venerable. So many people want to kill you, but you still walked step by step until now and reached the complete heavenly venerable realm. Because you know that when you're not strong enough, you'll endure. When you're strong enough, you'll explode. It's a pity that you met me. Mu Yun looked at Tang Dahai and felt sympathy for him. This guy also knows how to endure. Yeah, it's a pity that you met me too. Mu Yun smiled. Since that's the case, the two of us have nothing to talk about. Yes. At this moment, Tang Dahai held two blades in his hands. I've been observing you for half a day. Your attacks are more ferocious. Unfortunately, my blade technique is more flexible. As long as I use it properly, your attacks won't be able to hurt me. Alright, I'll try. Mu Yun said and took a step forward. Xianxia Sacred Dragon Slash, a lightning blade formed from a lightning dragon, was condensed at this moment. The blade slashed down at this moment. His tyrannical power is enough to kill a person like Lang Fongjun with one slash. Tang Dahai smiled faintly when he saw the saber slashing down. I told you, your attack won't be able to kill me. As soon as Tang Dahai finished speaking, energy began to gather in his body. There was a flash of light on the two sabers. A surge of energy burst out from his body and landed directly on the giant thunder blade. Then, the huge vibrational force deviated the trajectory of the thunder blade. Tang Dahai was calm as usual. If it was anyone else, your attack would have killed them long ago. However, you're facing me. Your attack is too ferocious. You're right. Mu Yun nodded. Since that's the case, let's become less ferocious. After she finished speaking, the power of lightning around Mu Yun gradually disappeared. In its place was a sword. I wonder if the Bahuang sword can neutralize your saber technique? Tang Dahai looked at Mu Yun cautiously. Although he was ranked 10th on the Heavenly Sovereign God list, in reality, Mu Yun wasn't weak. He clearly saw how Lang Fongjun, Lei Jia and Lei Chong died. At this moment, Tang Dahai's two sabers revolved in front of him as he stared at Mu Yun. With the Bahuang sword in hand, Mu Yun's aura gradually changed. It was no longer a ferocious and invincible aura. Instead, it was like a mountain, like a stream. Interesting. At this moment, Tang Dahai's two sabers interlocked. He didn't wait any longer and directly attacked. With the Bahuang sword in hand, Mu Yun's mind flashed past the sword shadow inside the wall. 4 moves, until now, it was still able to unleash his strength and the 4 moves of the sword technique. Blowing snow sword. With a slash, snowflakes blew in front of Mu Yun. The surrounding air became colder. However, this wasn't the coldness of the air, but the feeling given by the sword chi. Kill. With the slash of the sword, the sky was filled with ice and snow, and it instantly attacked Tang Dahai. At this moment, streaks of ice-cold sword chi covered the entire area. At this moment, Tang Dahai only felt that he was in the center of the ice-cold sword chi. Around him, endless ice and snow seemed to want to crush him. Dual Dragon Slash. Tang Dahai roared as he waved his two sabers. Like two dragons, they roared and continuously pushed back the sword chi. At this moment, Mu Yun had already attacked with her sword. Clang, the saber and sword collided. At the same time, on the other side, there were only 6 people left from the 12 in front of Xianxia Lang. 6 complete realm Empyreans. At this moment, all of them were injured. Empyrean entering God list, rank 10, Hai Datong. Xianxia Lang was also extremely surprised. He had also heard of this name before. However, he had never seen this person before. He didn't expect that it would be Tang Dahai from the heaven-devouring greedy wolf clan. He knew a little about Tang Dahai. Normally, he had a bad temper and didn't have much patience. This fellow could really endure. Empyreans entering the top 10 of the god list, that's a completely different world. I have to quickly deal with you guys and help old Mu. As soon as Xianxia Lang opened his mouth, his attacks instantly became ruthless. Boom, a violent explosion sounded at this moment. Mu Yun and Tang Dahai appeared at this moment. Both of them were injured. However, it was obvious that Tang Dahai's aura was even more chaotic. Mu Yun said slowly, I forgot to tell you that I have a god-level sword soul now. I'm only one step away from condensing a sword body. I wonder how your saber practice is? It should be better than your swordsmanship. Tang Dahai sneered. Dragon Phoenix Dual Saber Seal. With a low shout, Tang Dahai's figure charged out. The two sabers in his hands were like a dragon and a phoenix, intertwining with each other. Light shone on the ground. Dragon-phoenix combination, his aura was violent. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes became cold. A sword soul merged with the Bahuang sword. At this moment, Mu Yan's aura was as cold as a sword. Hanging sun sword. A sword hung over the sun. The sun in the sky shone at this moment, evolving into thousands of sword rays, but it also seemed like a single sword ray. The sword rays were indistinguishable from each other, but also seemed to be clearly separated. At this moment, Mu Yan seemed to have understood something. The four sword shadows seemed to be unrelated, but now that she thought about it carefully, they were closely related. With this thought, after Mu Yan attacked with the hanging sun sword, she couldn't help but shake the Bahuang sword. In an instant, that shake gave birth to a wisp of sword chi and followed it up. Boom, the saber ray and a sword ray collided and were equally matched. But at this moment, Tang Dahai felt an extremely dangerous aura. Clang, the two sabers were held horizontally in front of him. With a clang, Tang Dahai felt the aura in his body churning. What kind of swordsmanship is this? At this moment, Mu Yan smiled slightly. A swordsmanship for killing. With that, the Bahuang sword disappeared. In its place, an iron sword appeared in Mu Yan's hand. The iron sword, which was a heaven-grade divine artifact, made Mu Yan feel very at ease. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That sword was extraordinary. As soon as the iron sword appeared, Mu Yan casually swung his sword again. Swoosh, not only was the sword chi extremely fast, but its power was also extremely powerful. Clang, the sword chi was blocked by the two blades. However, Tang Dahai could feel that his arms were trembling uncontrollably. Mu Yan's sword was even more powerful than before. What was she gathering? Tang Dahai had a feeling that he would die if this continued. Double blades, heaven and earth, no god. Tang Dahai's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and the sword chi whistled. The two blades went straight for Mu Yan. You have no chance. At this moment, Mu Yan took a step forward and smiled indifferently. Because I have a rough idea of what a sword body is. She took a step forward. Suddenly, sword chi appeared all over Mu Yan's body. The sword chi surrounded Mu Yan's body and seemed to wrap Mu Yan up. The sword chi and Mu Yan's body seemed to be inseparable at this moment. Gradually, the sword aura condensed into a cyan sword. It was as if Qin Chen's entire body was covered by a sword and he was inside the sword. Sword body initial manifestation. Tang Dahai was stunned when he saw this scene. Sword body, it surpassed the limits of the sword soul and sword essence. Since ancient times, there were many swordsmen, but there were very few people who could condense a sword body. Now, in the ninth heaven realm, only the divine sword pavilion master, Shen Shuzong, could condense a sword body. Mu Yan had actually condensed a sword body. Even though this was not the true path to the ninth refinement sword body, it meant that Mu Yan had walked down this path. Moreover, this path would be longer and longer. When the sword body was truly formed, Mu Yan's combat power would increase by several times. Sword body initial manifestation, that's right. So, this sword is enough to take your life. As Mu Yan finished her words, she slashed down with her sword. At this moment, Tang Dahai had yet to counterattack, but a sword mark had already appeared on his neck. Huh. Tang Dahai smiled sadly as his head left his body. With a plop, the aura completely disappeared. At this moment, Tang Dahai looked at Mu Yan with a trace of despair. In the end, he was defeated. He actually died in Mu Yan's hands. However, at this moment, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Mu Yan was standing on the spot. Sword chi condensed around him like a sword, enveloping him. The body of the sword was beginning to appear. He did not expect that at this step, he would actually reach the initial manifestation of the sword body. The sword soul and sword essence had become one. As long as he continued down this path, he would be able to successfully condense a sword body. The body of a sword was divided into 9 refinements. A ninth forging sword body could be treated as a peerless divine weapon by a martial artist. Dead? A voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, Xiantianlang arrived. If I wait for you to help me, I'll be dead. At this moment, Mu Yun slowly put away her sword and said slowly, but speaking of which, you are a genius that many geniuses of your blazing blackbird clan are afraid of. Aren't you too weak? 12 of them, so slow? Among those 6 people, 2 of them have the strength of a heavenly venerable entering the god list. Everyone is of the same realm. It's already not bad that I can kill them. How can I be so fast? Xiantianlang looked helpless. Kid, your sword body has just manifested and killed Tang Dehai. There's a seat for you in the top 10 of the heavenly venerables entering the god list. Mu Yun smiled at this moment. It doesn't matter if there's a seat for me or not. Mu Yun smiled and said, you, on the other hand, should get yourself a position and give it a try. Would Wang Hu want your life now? Haha. Alright, let's go. Mu Yun exhaled and said, go find the other 5 places. I'm determined to get those heavenly venerable puppets. Alright. Xiantian smiled brightly and said, this time, you're really not afraid. You can exchange blows with the top 10 heavenly venerables. Mu Yun did not say much and nodded. At this moment, the 2 left this place. The essence, energy, and spirit of those dead martial artists were naturally swept away by Mu Yun. This time, Mu Yun really improved a lot. Top 10 heavenly venerables in the Great Perfection realm, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was in the top 3 now. And in this secret realm, if there was anyone who could match him. Wang Hu, Mu Yun now had this confidence. Moreover, if he really did not care about the price and used the power of his eyes, and Wang Hu would not be his opponent. So now, Mu Yun was not worried. The 2 left this place together. The huge secret realm was slightly bleak. Although thousands of people came here, it was indeed a little difficult to meet. Mu Yun and Xiantianlang continued to wander. But this time, it was not a meaningless wander. After fusing with the key on Lang Fangjuan's body, the token became more dazzling. And at this moment, the 2 went in the same direction. The closer they got to that direction, the more the token shone. This also caused Mu Yun and Xiantianlang to not be like blind men touching an elephant, not knowing where it was. But although they said so, the 2 still did not reduce their speed. Even if they met people on the way, they did not care about them and moved forward quickly. Finally, after about 3 days, the 2 of them arrived at a cliff. In front, there was an endless abyss. And at this moment, the light of the token had reached its peak. Are you sure it's here? Xiantianlang's heart was beating like a drum. It should be. Mu Yun said slowly, this strange token is the brightest here, and this token has the same reaction as the previous 2 commanders' manners. Since that is the case, let's go down and take a look? The 2 did not hesitate and jumped down. After all, although they did not know how deep this abyss was, at least the 2 of them would not die from the fall. The whistling sound of the wind swept past their ears. They did not know how many thousand meters or tens of thousands of meters they fell. Gradually, the 2's speed became faster and faster. But then, the 2 of them were a little confused. Originally, when they looked down from above, it was extremely dark. But when they looked again, the lower they fell, the brighter it was. When the 2 of them reached the bottom of the abyss, a bright world appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was a little stunned. Xiantianlang pointed to the front. In front of the 2 of them, 7 stone tablets rose from the ground. First Commander, Zhai Tian, 3rd level Ultimate God, appointed by the 2 emperors, in charge of all the affairs of the supremacy. Second Commander, Mo He, 2nd level Ultimate God, in charge of all the affairs of the Heavenly Venerate Domain, Earthly Venerate Domain, and Supreme Domain. Third Commander. At this moment, 7 names and simple introductions were written on the 7 stone tablets. The 7 commanders, 3rd level, 2nd level, and 1st level Ultimate God. Xiantianlang said slowly, these guys are guarding the Heavenly Venerate Domain, Earthly Venerate Domain, and Supreme Domain. It seems that if it's the Divine Venerate Domain, it's probably guarded by a 9th level Ultimate God. If we calculate according to this, there are probably places higher than the Divine Venerate Domain. Mu Yun nodded. Let's go ahead and take a look. The 7 stone tablets were all 100 feet tall and as black as ink. After passing through the 7 stone tablets, a majestic ancient city appeared in front of Mu Yun and Xianxia. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's so big. After looking at it for a long time, Xianxia only said this sentence. At this moment, Mu Yun agreed very much. Other than that, he really couldn't think of anything else to say. This ancient city was indeed very big. The city walls were 100 feet tall. The two of them climbed up the city walls and were even more shocked when they saw what was inside the city gate. Behind the city walls, there was a city. It was a city that was no different from the other ancient cities. However, the only difference was that the two of them found it hard to believe. The houses, lofts, and drum towers were all 100 times larger than usual. Some of the tall buildings were even 10,000 meters tall. Even the narrowest part of the streets was 100 meters wide. The widest street was more than 1,000 meters wide. Xianxia muttered, "Old Mu, did the two of us become smaller?" It was true. At this moment, Mu Yun and Xianxia seemed to have shrunk dozens of times in this ancient city, turning into mice. What's the use of building such a huge city? Mu Yun stepped forward and landed on the ground. As far as I know, in the 10,000 worlds, only the Titans can live in such a city. Indeed. Xianxia also said, but as far as I know, the Titans live in the Titan world in the 4th heaven realm. This is the 9th heaven realm. Mu Yun didn't know about this. The two of them walked on the streets and looked around. At this moment, it was as if they were little people in a country of giants. They were also surprised when they saw that the ordinary things were magnified dozens of times and hundreds of times. At this moment, a bowl that could drink water in one gulp was enough for the two of them to swim 2 laps in it. Mu Yun was even more surprised at this moment. Do you know a lot about the Titans? Mu Yun asked Xianxia. Could the Yin-Yang dual emperors be from the Titans? What a joke. Xianxia said firmly, definitely not. At this moment, Mu Yun asked Guai. Guai, do you know? However, after waiting for a while, no one responded. Mu Yun had a strange expression on her face. This guy wouldn't run away again, right? Recently, Guai had been elusive. What was even more strange was that this guy was up to something. What Mu Yun was most curious about now was Guai's current realm. What level had she recovered to? At this moment, the two of them continued forward. It was empty all around. Not long after, the two of them met a group of people. Mu Yun. Xianxia. Mu Yun and Xianxia were already used to such exclamations. Looking at the group of people, Mu Yun and Xianxia were not surprised or worried. Tang Feng. Lei Rong. Seeing the two of them, Xianxia grinned and said, "What a coincidence to meet you here. The two of you are pretty fast. You've already found this place." At this moment, hundreds of people gathered around Tang Feng and Lei Rong. Unsurprisingly, they were all warriors of their clans. However, it was still surprising that the sky-devouring Greedy Wolf clan and the 9 Extreme Thunder Lion clan were together. You guys appeared so openly, aren't you afraid of death? Tang Feng's figure was not as fat as Tang Dehai's. Instead, he looked thin. Death? Who isn't afraid? Xianxia laughed and said, "But why will we die?" Oh? So confident? Tang Feng grinned and said, "I want to see where your confidence comes from." As Tang Feng's words fell, he took a step forward and directly slapped out with his palm. A wolf claw mark directly charged towards the two of them at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia smiled contemptuously. One step back. Mu Yun did not talk nonsense. She directly punched out. Boom, on the street, there was a rumbling sound. The two figures separated as soon as they made contact. However, at this moment, Tang Feng's expression was tense. Mu Yun's strength was extraordinary. Peak Heavenly Venerable, no wonder you are so confident. Tang Feng smiled indifferently and said, "It's just that just now, I only used 30% of my strength." Really? I only used 10%. Why? Mu Yun smiled and said, "Do you want to try?" If you want to die here, I won't stop you. Haha. Mu Yan smiled coldly at this moment. At this moment, Tang Feng's expression changed a few times. I can tell you a good thing. Lunar Sect Song Tao, Pill Emperor Manor Suyu, and Divine Sword Pavilion's Kong Huai are all here. If the three of them know that you are here, really? However, Mu Yan smiled and said, then why don't you call them over and see if it's me who kills them or them who kills me? You, at this moment, Tang Feng was still very shocked in his heart. If Mu Yan's aura was a disguise, it would be easily seen through. However, what he was more surprised about was how did Mu Yan reach such a level in such a short time. This point was indeed very strange. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness in Mu Yan's eyes. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Let's go. Mu Yan led Xianxia Lang to the other side of the street. However, right at that moment, a group of people walked over. Mu Yan was no stranger to the person in the lead. Divine Sword Pavilion's Kong Huai. At this moment, Kong Huai's face was filled with joy, as if he was planning to find someone to do something. Mu Yan and Xianxia Lang, coincidentally or not, had clashed head-on. Mu Yan. Seeing Mu Yan, the smile on Kong Huai's face became even more fervent. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. Kong Huai chuckled. Yes? At this moment, Mu Yan also had a smile on her face. At this moment, Kong Huai was stunned. Something was wrong. Mu Yan actually didn't run when she saw him. Moreover, Tang Feng and Lei Rong also met Mu Yan face to face just now. They actually didn't fight. Now, everyone knew that Mu Yan and Xianxia Lang were in high demand. If they caught them, it would be a divine artifact in their hands. However, the two of them actually didn't make a move. This was too strange. You want to kill me? At this moment, Mu Yan smiled and said, come on. The moment these words came out, Kong Huai was even more anxious. There's no need for big brother Kong Huai to personally kill you. I'll do it. A figure rushed out at this moment. Liang Yu, be careful. All right. That disciple called Liang Yu was a perfected heavenly venerable and was ranked 45th on the heavenly venerable god list. At this moment, Kong Huai was slightly relieved. Kong Huai, you can't not do it yourself. At this moment, Mu Yan took a step forward. She punched out. Roaring Emperor Thunder, boom, a violent roar sounded at this moment. Liang Yu, who was rushing towards Mu Yan, retreated. His face was pale and bloodless. On the other hand, Mu Yan stood on the spot, motionless. The sound of dripping could be heard. Slowly, Liang Yu's figure was like a broken piece of porcelain. Cracks appeared on it, and blood dripped. At this moment, his entire body gradually lost its aura, killing Liang Yu with one punch. At this moment, the surroundings were dead silent. Kong Huai was even more shocked. Killing Liang Yu with one punch. Not to mention him, even Lei Rong, the 6th heavenly venerable on the god list, could not do it. Mu Yan, when did she become so strong? How long had it been? This fellow had already reached such a level. Wasn't her speed too fast? I said, why don't you do it yourself? Mu Yan smiled faintly. However, in Kong Huai's eyes, that smile carried a hint of palpitations. Mu Yan was stronger than him. On the other side, Tang Feng and Lei Rong, who were originally prepared to watch a good show, were speechless for a moment. There was something wrong with Mu Yan. Xianxia Lang grinned and said, we haven't seen each other for 3 days. I have to look at you with new eyes. We haven't seen each other properly all this while. Back in the Earth Venerable region, Mu Yan's strength should have let you know that if you can't kill such a person, you can only be killed. At this moment, Xianxia Lang was overjoyed. These people were usually as arrogant as a cow's nose. But now, when they saw Mu Yan display her power, weren't they all shocked like fools? Kong Huai's eyes flickered. Let's go. He could not kill Mu Yan anymore. At least he could not kill Mu Yan alone. Otherwise, he might not kill Mu Yan but be killed by Mu Yan instead. Go? Do you think you can leave? At this moment, Mu Yan took a step forward with one hand behind her back. She said indifferently, Kong Huai, your people have tried to kill me time and time again. The order has even reached the Earth Venerable region. Can I let you go? You want to kill me? You're not qualified, right? Then what are you afraid of? Am I afraid of you? Kong Hui smiled. Am I afraid of you? Aren't you? Mu Yun sneered. Since that's the case, let's try it. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun had already charged out. Are you afraid? Kong Hui was scared, seeing him kill Liang Yu, a heavenly venerable on the god list. With a single punch, Kong Hui was shocked and afraid. However, the more it was like this, the more Mu Yun would not let him go. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. This time, he killed these people. Once he reached the divine venerable domain, he would truly be able to compete with the masterminds behind the scenes. When the time came, he would deal with them one by one. Roaring Emperor Thunder. With a punch, Mu Yun gathered her strength to the limit. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes turned extremely cold. At this moment, Kong Hui drew his sword and attacked. Luo Jian Heavenly Body. As the sword slashed out, energy surged from Kong Hui's body. A sword vibrated out. Boom, the sword radiance and the fist wind collided, and both sides of the street exploded. However, it was clear that the buildings in this place were extremely sturdy. Only the items in the two rooms on both sides of the street were shattered. If it was in the outside world, this collision would be enough to destroy a city with a population of 10 million. Kong Hui's expression changed. Mu Yun was really strong. Don't worry, there's more. At this moment, Mu Yun was confident in his grandmaster. Kong Hui was not his opponent. Before killing Tang Dahai and the others, Kong Hui might be able to compete. But after killing Tang Dahai and the others, his strength had risen to another level. In addition, he had comprehended the initial manifestation of the sword body. What could Kong Hui use to fight with him? Mu Yun's low shout sounded at this moment. Waves of power were released after condensing to the extreme. Swift thunder god explosion. Bolts of thunder were as fast as lightning, galloping out. Boom boom boom, at this moment, Mu Yun erupted. Kong Hui was beaten until he kept defending and dodging. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold and disdainful. Crimson Thunder Emperor Saber. With a slash, the saber radiance went straight for Kong Hui's sword radiance. Bang, at this moment, Kong Hui's figure retreated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Defeated, he was not Mu Yun's opponent, and there was even a huge gap between the two of them. You're just SOSO, 9th on the divine list? I'm afraid you may not be able to enter the divine venerable realm within 100 years, right? And I will definitely become a divine venerable in less than 10 years. Mu Yun looked at Kong Hui coldly. She wanted to kill him. At this moment, Mu Yun was going to kill his heart. At this moment, Kong Hui's face was ugly. How could he not see through Mu Yun's intentions, but he had to admit that this guy had worked. Forget it, there's no point in killing his heart. After all, you're going to become a dead man. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell. Protect senior brother Kong Hui. Immediately, more than a dozen figures rushed in front of Kong Hui. Don't. Kong Hui shouted at this moment, but it was too late. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Mu Yun's figure was strange. One punch after another, each punch was filled with the aura of roaring imperial thunder. Rumbling sounds continued to sound. At this moment, Mu Yun. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. More than a dozen figures, more than a dozen celestial venerable perfection. But they were all celestial venerables in the divine list, but those below were completely different. And the top 10 of the divine list were different from the top 20. The gap between these people was too big. Bang, 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 amidst the sounds of explosions, Kong Hui's eyes were filled with despair. Mu Yun, you deserve to die. At this moment, Kong Hui was furious. A sword pierced towards Mu Yun. I deserve to die? You want me to die, so I deserve to die? At this moment, Mu Yun snorted coldly, her hand grabbing empty air. The Thunder Dragon of Kuan, a Thunder Dragon, went straight towards Kong Hui. Die. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon pounced towards Kong Hui. Swoosh, swoosh, at this moment, two air-piercing sounds suddenly sounded. One on the left and one on the right, two figures attacked Mu Yun. The Thunder Dragon, which was originally moving forward, had no choice but to retreat to defend against those two at this moment. And Kong Hui's attack at this moment was coming head-on. Mu Yan's punch could only be blocked head-on. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, explosions sounded from 3 directions. The 4 figures retreated one after another. Alchemy, the Archmatter, Su Yu. Lunar Sect, Song Tao. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the 2 people who suddenly attacked and sneered. To think that you're a heavenly venerable in the top 10 of the god list. Sneak attacking, aren't you ashamed? There's nothing embarrassing about killing you. Song Tao snorted. Yeah, unfortunately, even if it was a sneak attack, you didn't kill me. Song Tao and Su Yu's expressions were ugly at this moment, and they gathered together with Kong Huai. At this moment, Mu Yan's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell if she was injured or not. The 3 of them stood together, and not long after, many figures also gathered. The hundreds of people from the 3 major sects all appeared at this moment. At this moment, Shantian Lang also relied on Mu Yun. Old Mu, this time, if you fight to the death with the 3 of them, I won't be able to stop these hundreds of people. Don't worry, if I really want to kill, I will get rid of the 3 of them and kill their group first. Moreover, the more we fight, the more blood we see, the stronger I will be. Shantian Lang believed in this point. It was not the first time he saw Mu Yun's strength increase after every battle. This guy was born for battle. The increase in battle allowed him to improve very quickly. At this moment, the situation was a little stiff. Kong Huai, Su Yu, and Song Tao gathered together, but they did not act rashly. After all, Tang Feng and Lei Rong were still not far away. Shantian Lang approached Mu Yun and said in a low voice, "These 3 are not those few, no problem." At this moment, Mu Yun said indifferently, "I know my own strength. If we really fight, I won't back down." Okay. Shantian Lang was also completely ignited at this moment. Anyway, in the Earth Venerable region, the 2 of them would fight a group. Why not now? Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said indifferently. Continue. At this moment, Song Tao, Kong Huai, and Su Yu's eyes flickered. At this moment, the 3 of them did not make a move. Was Mu Yun really bragging, or did she really have the ability? The 3 of them did not dare to take the risk. After all, they were not the only ones here. The others were also here. If they were to fight head-on with Mu Yun and get injured, they would not be able to stay here any longer. The 3 human forces and the 6 beast forces had always been on bad terms. If the 3 of them were injured, the 6 parties would not be so kind as to do nothing. As for Tang Feng and Lei Rong, they felt as though they had been bitten by a dog and a wolf. The 2 of them thought that Mu Yun, Kong Huai, and Su Yu would not dare to fight to the death. Come, let me see how strong you are. A dull voice could be heard at that instant. At this moment, a figure strode over. His aura was strong from head to toe. At this moment, it gave the surrounding people a strong pressure. Wang Hu, first on the heavenly venerable list, Wang Hu of the flaming blackbird race was here. Shantian Lang's expression changed slightly. This was going to be interesting. Those who wanted to kill him and Mu Yun were all here. Wang Hu walked over step by step. His burly body was dressed in black, and his aura was extraordinary. Even if he did not make a move, even if he did not show his strength, Wang Hu himself was enough to look down on everyone. Okay. Seeing Wang Hu, Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, I have been chased for so long, and I am also holding my breath. Even if you kill me, I won't let you have an easy time. Old Xian, if I die later, find an opportunity to run. I believe in you. If you seize the opportunity, you will definitely be able to kill this guy. Mu Yun grinned, as if she didn't care at all. At this moment, Wang Hu's eyes were cold and stern. Mu Yun was threatening him. If he were to make a move and fight with Mu Yun, it would be Tai Sheng. Otherwise, if you get hurt, you'll also be in trouble. And so, Wang Hu, if you're weak, you can kill Mu Yun. We definitely won't interfere. If anyone wants to deal with you, we'll help you. At that moment, Song Tao spoke. Scram. However, Wang Hu merely snorted in response. What does it have to do with you whether I kill him or not? If you want him dead, do it yourself. Song Tao blushed at Wang Hu's reprimand, but he did not refute. Wang Hu looked at Mu Yun and said calmly, You are very strong-willed. I don't know if your strength is also very strong-willed. I'll exchange one move with you. Just one move. If you can withstand it, then I'll leave. All right. Mu Yun also knew at this moment that it was not the time to fight to the death with Wang Hu. Everyone had their concerns. However, he was barefooted and was not afraid of wearing shoes. Wang Hu smiled indifferently at this moment. He took a step forward and clenched his fist. His fist was gathering momentum. As his aura continued to rise, Wang Hu's entire person was like a steel plate at this moment. Kill! With a low roar, he punched out. That fist gathered into a fiery bird. At this moment, the fiery bird rushed straight towards Mu Yun. Standing on the spot, Mu Yun did not make a move. Clang! In just an instant, the fiery bird was about to swallow Mu Yun. However, a sword appeared in front of Mu Yun. To be precise, the giant sword gathered by the sword aura wrapped around Mu Yun's body and protected Mu Yun's body. Sword body initial manifestation. Sword body initial manifestation. At this moment, exclamations sounded all around. Sword body initial manifestation. Mu Yun actually cultivated a sword body. When Wang Hu saw this scene, he did not speak and turned to leave. At the same time, on the other side, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai's eyes also moved slightly. All this while, Mu Yun had never used her sword skills. But now, the sword body initial manifestation. This meant that Mu Yun's sword skills were not ordinary. At this moment, the three of them brought their people and retreated silently. After watching the show, Tang Feng and Lei Rong also left. They knew that from today onwards, it was enough for Mu Yun to be ranked in the top 10 in the Celestial Venerable region. Those people could only find an opportunity to kill her. After all, everyone had their concerns. It could be said that only Mu Yun had no concerns. Sword body initial manifestation, is it so powerful? Xianxia came back to his senses at this moment and said in surprise. The real sword body initial manifestation is not so powerful. It's just that I am more powerful. Mu Yun smiled and said, this is also the reason why Wang Hu retreated. His punch was enough to kill Kong Huai. Xianxia was not surprised when he heard this. Wang Hu could kill Kong Huai with one punch. Just how strong was Wang Hu? He was half a step across the threshold of Celestial Venerable and was about to become a Divine Venerable, right? However, such a person had always been thinking about killing him. He was not afraid of death. But he was unwilling to die. You have to work hard. Understood. This giant city is probably hiding something. Xianxia said at this moment, otherwise, this group of guys wouldn't be so coincidental to gather here. Don't forget, when I was in the Earth Venerable region, I knew where there were good things. These Peak Empyreans should have also received some kind of news, that's why they all gathered here. What could it be? Xianxia muttered at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care too much. Let's look around first. The two of them strolled around in the ancient city. This time, it was open and aboveboard. Mu Yun's strength was obvious to all. Celestial Venerables were in the top 10 of the divine list. It was not that easy to kill him. For a moment, everyone was thinking about how to kill Mu Yun. This also made Mu Yun and Xianxia extremely safe. However, even though that was the case, Mu Yun still understood in his heart. If he fought with Wang Hu now, even if he wanted to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, in the giant city. Martial artists from all sides were busy exploring. Those who had deep hatred for each other did not settle scores at this moment. They were looking for something. And this day lasted for a few months, but there was no change at all. But none of those people lost their patience. All of them were still searching patiently. And in these few months, Mu Yun and Xianxia had settled down. There was no other reason. The two of them also strolled around and did not find anything. Moreover, the two of them were only two people after all. Once others started searching, they would form teams of a few people and split into dozens of teams. They could not compare at all, so they might as well wait for news obediently. In a huge room, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged at this moment. Lines of formation runes condensed around him. As for Xianxia, he stayed at the side and cultivated in peace. Slowly, the array patterns around Mu Yun began to transform. Under the transformation of the formation patterns, Mu Yun's aura gradually stabilized. A large formation spread out in the main hall. Above the formation, a crescent moon was quietly hanging in the air. It was like a real moon that was illuminating the land. At the edge of the crescent moon, 7 shining stars appeared, which was even more eye-catching. 7 stars moon-slashing formation. Exhaling, Mu Yun slowly stood up. The 7 stars moon-slashing formation was a formation with 9 million formation patterns. It was a killing formation among the high-level supreme divine formations. The formation map that Nan Gongyi had given her contained millions of formation patterns and recorded the mysteries of millions of formations. In the past few months, Mu Yun had also chosen this map to increase her trump card. Today, she had finally succeeded. This time, facing Kong, Huai, and the other 2, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. Many people, useful, a single formation was more than enough to kill all of them. Dong, dong, at this moment, the sound of a bell rang in the void. It was not clear, but very dull. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were calm. The sound of the bell was very oppressive. It was as if it was knocking on her heart. Let's go out and take a look. At this moment, Shantian Lang was also awakened. The 2 left the giant tower together and headed in the direction of the sound of the bell. When the 2 arrived, many people had already gathered around. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were alert. At this moment, the sound of the bell on a drum tower was unceasing. All around, martial artists from all over were clearly divided. Wang Hu, who was dressed in black, led Wang and the others to form their own faction. On the other side, Jing Haiyang's expression was calm. His eyes were narrowed, as if he had fallen asleep. Wei Jiqiang, who was third, looked at the top of the drum tower. No one knew what he was thinking. Chui Lei, who was fourth, was leading the Snow Region Ice Ape warrior beside him. At the same time, Tang Feng and Lei Rong were walking together for some reason. Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai were still together. It seemed that the 3 of them had not been separated from before. In fact, this was indeed the case. Mu Yun's strength made the 3 of them worried. In the past, they did not take Mu Yun seriously at all. But now, it was as if Mu Yun didn't care about them at all. This feeling of disparity was simply too great. But now, in order to protect themselves, the 3 of them could only do this. At this moment, the 3 figures looked at Mu Yun and Shantian Lang with killing intent. Everyone. At this moment, Song Tao walked out and said, "Before we explore this place thoroughly, I have a suggestion." Song Tao was smiling at this moment. Whoosh, however, just as Song Tao was about to speak, a sword ray pierced through the surroundings and shot toward him. Song Tao's face was aghast as he waved his palm to block. Clang, a clanging sound rang out. Song Tao's eyes were cold. Who? If you make another suggestion, I'll kill you. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but the thousands of people present could hear him clearly. Everyone knew what was going on. When Song Tao saw Mu Yun's arrival, he said that he had a suggestion. It was obvious that he wanted to deal with Mu Yun. No one was a fool. But now, he was interrupted by Mu Yun. What would Song Tao do? Everyone looked at Song Tao with interest. At this moment, Song Tao's face was pale. His palms were tightly clenched into fists in his sleeves as he slowly retreated. Song Tao was afraid, whoever said that they wanted to kill Mu Yun would be the one who would be enraged by him. He was afraid, the palms in his sleeves were dripping with blood. Mu Yun's casual sword aura injured him. This guy was stronger than a few months ago. How did this guy do it? At this moment, Mu Yun did not care. Wang Hu stood out at this moment and did not look at Mu Yun. His gaze was fixed on the drum tower. At this moment, at the top of the drum tower, the bell kept ringing. Everyone, let's not beat around the bush. At this moment, Wang Hu said, everyone has received the news. Now that the bell has rung, it means that the news everyone has received is true. In that case, I, Wang Hu, will start first. Wang Hu took a step forward and flew to the top of the drum tower. Looking at the empty space above, there was nothing at all. But when Wang Hu walked to that place, a crack suddenly appeared and enveloped Wang Hu's figure. I will also go first. The second to move was Jing Haiyang. Then, the third was Wei Jiqiang. The fourth was Lei Yi. then, Tang Feng and Lei Rong. One figure after another entered. Next, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai also wanted to enter. But when they saw Mu Yun, the three of them hesitated. Xiantian Lang, you go first. Mu Yun spoke directly at this moment, not even looking at the three of them. Okay. Mu Yun looked at Song Tao and the other two and said slowly, the current me can kill the three of you. As her words fell, Xiantian Lang had already arrived. Xiantian Lang's figure disappeared, and Mu Yun stepped forward. Although she didn't know what was ahead. But Wang Hu and the others wouldn't go to their deaths, right? It was fine as long as it was beneficial and harmless. As for asking Kong Huai and the others, Mu Yun had no doubt that the three of them would definitely use all means to kill her. She might as well go in and find out. At that very moment, numerous figures entered the space. Seeing Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang enter, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai's faces were terrifyingly cold. Once, they could trample ants to death with one foot. Now, they climbed on top of their heads and abused them. No one could tolerate this. Let's go. At this moment, Song Tao was almost gnashing his teeth. After the three figures entered one by one, the rest also couldn't wait and fought to enter. The scene immediately became chaotic. At this moment, after Mu Yun stepped into the crack, she appeared in front of a sky ladder. Looking up, the sky ladder reached the sky and extended to an unknown place. At this moment, the few people in front had already walked up the sky ladder one by one. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Xiantian Lang hurriedly approached and said, "Where is this place? The two of us don't know anything, and we just came in. Don't worry so much first, climb up and take a look." Okay. Xiantian Lang didn't hesitate and climbed up the stone ladder. Eh? However, suddenly, Xiantian Lang staggered and almost fell to the ground. What's wrong? Try it, I can't tell. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped forward. However, in the next moment, a huge repulsive force spread throughout her body. That repulsive force was very strange. It seemed to be pushing them up, but it also seemed to be pushing them down. Looks like it's a test. Mu Yun said slowly, these guys really know something. Let's reach the top too. Okay. The two of them didn't say anything else and directly climbed up the sky ladder. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were solemn. This place wasn't that simple. Those people were confident, but she wasn't. She could only rush and recklessly. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped out as she ascended the stairway to heaven. Step by step, she headed towards the sky. Xiantian Lang also gritted his teeth and persevered. As the two of them ascended the stairway to heaven, Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai also appeared below. Seeing Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang begin to ascend the stairway to heaven, the three of them immediately acted. Gradually, as more and more people entered this place, more and more figures gathered on the stairway to heaven. However, in the end, there were only about 100 people who entered this place. Mu Yun secretly guessed in her heart. Not just anyone could come to this place. Even a perfected heavenly venerable might not necessarily be qualified to enter this place. At this moment, Mu Yun's speed increased. The pushing and squeezing forces in this place interacted. Back and forth, the two forces were transmitted to each other. It was not that there was no trick to it. Gradually grasping the trick, it was not difficult to move forward. And as Mu Yun mastered this rule, the speed of ascending the stairway to heaven also increased. At this moment, Xiantian Lang obviously also discovered this problem, and his speed also increased. At this time, it was possible to determine the strength of each other. Even if the rule was controlled, there was still a certain degree of suppression in this place. It was not completely dependent on skills. At the front, Wang Hu, Jing Haiyang, and Wei Jiqiang's figures had already disappeared. At this moment, Chui Lei was only faintly discernible. Behind them were Tang Feng and Lei Rong, who were closer. Next were Mu Yun and Xiantian Lang. The 100 people at the back were also gradually divided into ranks. You go first, don't wait for me. Xiantian Lang spoke at this moment. If you have the chance to become a divine venerable, you must seize the opportunity and make a name for yourself in the divine venerable domain. I'll wait for you to protect me. Don't worry, I'll kill those guys. Without you, I'll continue to hide. At this moment, Mu Yun was indeed considering Xiantianlang and reduced her speed. Hearing Xiantianlang's words, Mu Yun nodded and said, if I break through, I'll see you inside the divine venerate domain. It's just that at that time, there will be a lot of people I want to kill. It will be even more brutal than it is now. It's best that you don't go around telling people that you're my brother. Perhaps one day, you will really get into big trouble. Haha, I'm not afraid. Mu Yun nodded and sped up. Soon, he caught up with Tang Feng and Lei Rong. And behind them, Song Tao. Huang Xiaolong, Su Yu, and Kong Huai's expressions turned ugly when they saw the scene. Mu Yun's strength was truly formidable. From the looks of it, he wasn't any weaker than Tang Feng and Lei Rong. Time passed by slowly. In the end, Mu Yun had completely overtaken Tang Feng and Lei Rong and was gradually closing in on Nye Lei. Chui Lei's figure came to a stop when he was 1,000 meters away. Someone reached the summit. At this moment, Chui Lei sighed. Mu Yun was only 10 meters behind him. But at this moment, Mu Yun also found that he couldn't take another step forward. In that case, you and I are destined to fight. Chui Lei looked at Mu Yun. Fight? That's right. Chui Lei said, if you want to take another step forward, you have to defeat me. You still don't know where this place is, right? Chui Lei smiled, the saintly stairway to heaven. The saintly stairway to heaven that used to test the disciples of the Yin-Yang domain to see if they were qualified to become a supreme god. The saintly stairway to heaven opens when the morning bell rings. Everyone was looking for it at first, but they didn't expect it to appear on its own. And when the drum of dusk is sounded, the saintly stairway to heaven will close. During this time, only those who have passed the first test can reach here and begin to climb the saintly stairway. The first person to reach the top of the saintly stairway will be waiting there. Waiting for the next challenge. The people below are those who are close to each other. They will start to fight. The winner can continue to move forward. If they meet the next person, they will continue to fight. If they win, they will continue to move forward. You and I are closer, so it's best for the two of us to fight. If I'm not wrong, Wang Hu should be the first to reach the top. At this moment, Jing Haiyang and Wei Jiqiang should be fighting. When Mu Yun heard this, she gradually understood. That's right, the loser will die. Chui Lei continued, if you lose, you won't have the chance to leave. Only death awaits you. You can also choose to wait here and not challenge me. Then I'll challenge you. Mu Yun smiled, according to what you said, those who reach the top and become a supreme god will receive great benefits, right? Yes. In that case, let's begin. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the scene around them changed greatly. The two were no longer on the saintly stairway. Instead, they were on a vast expanse of land. This is the battlefield. It's the battlefield. I took a look just now. Your good friend is right after Kong Huai. I think if he challenges Kong Huai, he might not win, right? Chui Lei said slowly. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled, at this time, don't have any crooked thoughts. The Heavenly Venerable ranked 4th on the divine list, I also want to experience it. Bold, you're a character. Chui Lei smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared at this moment. Come. As soon as the words fell, the two figures instantly exchanged blows in 1,000 miles of land. At this moment, below, Kong Huai looked at Xiantianlang, who was only a step away from him, and grinned, do you want to challenge me? If you want to continue, you have to challenge me. Oh? Xiantian laughed, of course I can't give up. I challenge you. As soon as the words fell, the scene around Xiantianlang changed greatly. Two figures also appeared on a piece of land 1,000 miles away. At this moment, Kong Huai grinned. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for being an idiot. Kong Huai laughed, do you know that if you fail a challenge, you will die? So, either you don't challenge or wait for someone to challenge you. But you chose to challenge me, so you will die without a doubt. To tell you the truth, if no one challenges you and you don't challenge others, then you can stay here and wait quietly. The path to becoming an ultimate god is right in front of you. If you carefully comprehend it, you might be able to become an ultimate god. Of course, the closer you are to the top, the greater the hope. But it's better than challenging me and dying without anything. Hearing this, Xiantianlang curled his lips. Mu Yun is right. Xiantianlang looked at Kong Huai and smiled. The more guilty a person is, the more they talk. You've already tricked me into coming here, so just start fighting. Aren't you talking so much to cover up your guilty conscience? You're courting death. Kong Huai was furious at this moment. He took a step forward and directly attacked Xiantianlang. Xiantianlang smiled brightly. I promised Mu Yun that if he becomes an ultimate god, I will help him get rid of all of you one by one. Now is the time. Boom, in an instant, the two of them also began to fight. At the same time, many figures on the stairway to heaven disappeared. Obviously, they had entered the mysterious space and began to fight. At this moment, Mu Yun and Chui Lei were fighting in the air. Thousands of miles of land were full of potholes. The two figures were in the middle of a battle. Chui Lei's spear was extraordinarily powerful. And Mu Yun used the third level of the bone body technique, which was even more powerful. This battle was extremely satisfying. Raging flame Hang Shantian. At this moment, Chui Lei took a step forward and thrust his spear at Mu Yun. Then, his speed suddenly changed and he turned upside down. At this moment, the spear seemed to have turned a corner. Mu Yun's eyes became cold. Thunder Dragon of Earth. A thunder dragon surrounded her body. Clanging sounds rang out, and the thunder dragon buzzed. At this moment, Mu Yun's speed was extremely fast. Sacred Dragon Slash. The thunder dragon and the blade merged into one at this moment. Slash. Holding the long saber in his hand, Mu Yun slashed down. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the earth rumbled. Mu Yun's eyes became even colder. A figure was retreating in a sorry state. It was Chui Lei. Sacred Dragon Slash, compared to the Scarlet Thunder Emperor's saber and the Thunder Dragon of Earth, its power was overbearing, and it was a sublimation of the two. Chui Lei couldn't take it. It seems that you are really strong. Chui Lei smiled bitterly. Today, I can't escape death. Since you know, you might as well surrender. Mu Yun's blade chopped down again at this moment. Boom, at this moment, Chui Lei kept dodging. But even if he dodged again, he was still hit by Mu Yun's blade. Covered in blood, Chui Lei's expression became more and more serious. But, I don't want to die. At this moment, Chui Lei stopped, and the spear in his hand emitted a bloody light. Chui Lei spat out mouthfuls of blood. The spear turned into a blood spear. Since I'm going to die, I might as well stake it all on one throw. I bet that you can't take this move. Chui Lei growled, and at this moment, the spear in his hand shot out. Bet? At this moment, the dragon's saber in Mu Yun's hand flew out. You will definitely lose. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the dragon's saber and blood spear clashed. A speck of light spread out. Then, from one side, it spread to countless sides. Boom, the intense explosion blasted 100-mile-wide crater in the ground. On the stairway slowly, a figure appeared. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression remained unchanged and indifferent. Down below, Tang Feng and Lei Rong, who were not too far away, gasped upon seeing this. Mu Yun's appearance meant that Nyai Lei was dead. Lei Rong did not intend to challenge Tang Feng. However, Tang Feng wanted to give it a try and challenge Nyai Lei. He had originally thought that Chui Lei would win. Even though Mu Yun's sword body had just appeared. But it was only at the elementary manifestation level. However, he did not expect Mu Yun to win and come back alive. Looking down, Mu Yun said slowly, Tang Feng, do you want to challenge me? This question was neither loud nor soft, but everyone on the stairway to heaven heard it. At this moment, Tang Feng's face was red. In the end, he shook his head. Mu Yun, he was no match for her. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Mu Yun, come on, kill Wang Hu. A shout sounded at this moment. Mu Yun turned around to look. It was Xiantianlang. At this moment, Xiantianlang's face was slightly pale, and there was a wound on his body that was terrifying to the bone. Kong Huai is dead. Xiantian Lang grinned and said, I've helped you get rid of one of the people who wanted to kill you. You have to help me get rid of one. Definitely. Mu Yun nodded. Xiantian Lang grinned. Since that's the case, I'll continue and help you get rid of another one. Suyu, come on. Hearing this, Suyu's expression was strange. Xiantian Lang, you're courting death. The two of them disappeared at this moment. Looking at the disappearing Xiantian Lang and Suyu, Mu Yun didn't say much. Everyone had their own path to walk. Xiantian Lang was also walking the path he wanted to walk. Mu Yun took a step forward and continued to head towards the sky stairway. At this moment, Tang Feng and Lei Rong were looking at each other. Divine Venerable, there will be another proud son of heaven. Tang Feng said slowly, this person can be called a proud son of heaven. Yes. Lei Rong sighed and said, I originally wanted to be a divine venerable and have a chance to seize the position of patriarch in the future, but now it seems, the gap between me and Mu Yun is huge, and the gap between me and Lei Zhinshan is even bigger. Sigh. While the two of them were sighing, Mu Yun had already arrived at the imperial court. However, when Mu Yun slowly rose to the top, she could no longer go any further. At this moment, Mu Yun could see that there was a pavilion at the top of the sky stairway. A figure was sitting in the pavilion, waiting patiently in a calm and unruffled manner. It was Wang Hu. At this moment, Wang Hu seemed to have sensed that someone had appeared and opened his eyes. It's you. Wang Hu looked at Mu Yun and was slightly stunned. He thought that it would be Yu Lei who came up. But he didn't expect it to be Mu Yun. The two of them are still fighting. It's not over yet. Wang Hu looked at Mu Yun and said, you are beyond my expectations. Never underestimate others, especially this person who might become your opponent. Mu Yun's words fell and she didn't say much. She sat down and regulated her breathing. Chui Lei died. And he had grown again, the path of a heavenly venerable had reached its limit. This time, Mu Yun could feel that it was really the limit, heavenly venerable bone, jade bone, sword body, the three combined into one. Mu Yun now felt that even if she stood in place and let Kong Hui fight, that rookie couldn't hurt her at all. The gap was so big. Not long after, a buzzing sound sounded at this moment. A figure appeared at this moment. Xing Haiyang. You really won. Wang Hu looked at that figure and said slowly. Of course, my opponent is you. Xing Haiyang was dressed in blue and said indifferently, Wei Jiqiang, you overestimated yourself. No. Wang Hu smiled at this moment and said, before this, there's still a tiger blocking the road. Xing Haiyang turned and looked at Mu Yun. But in the end, Xing Haiyang still looked at Wang Hu. My opponent is you. He can't be called a tiger blocking the road, he's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Hearing these words, Mu Yun wasn't angry. These proud sons of heaven were all arrogant. No, to be precise, they did have powerful strength. Their arrogance from the bottom of their hearts originated from their own strength and status. It was just that Mu Yun didn't want to be calculative. Arrogance, it was a good thing, but if one was too arrogant, they would die very miserably. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Xing Haiyang asked slowly. I'm sure. Xing Haiyang looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, you are very brave, but unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. You will die if you challenge me. Mu Yun grinned when he heard those words. When you die later, think about it. Don't you think it's embarrassing to say those words now? In that case, come. Mu Yun's eyes were firm. I challenge you, Xing Haiyang. As the words fell, the two figures disappeared. At this moment, two figures still appeared on a vast land. Xing Haiyang, dressed in blue, looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but say, you're really stupid to challenge me. Originally, if I challenged Wang Hu, I would definitely die. You could get second place and get a lot of inheritance. However, you're courting death, so don't blame me. Mu Yun didn't care when he said that. Are you thirsty after talking so much? You must have exhausted a lot of energy in the battle with Wei Jiqiang, right? Do you want to recover? Mu Yun said indifferently. Xing Haiyang stopped talking at this moment. You know how much I sacrificed to fight with Wang Hu. I'm really unhappy to be interrupted by you. Fine, then kill me and then go look for Wang Hu. Can my mantis arms take up some of your time? Xianxia grinned. Okay. As soon as he said that, Xianxia's armor flickered with light. This armor was made from the tortoise shell of one of our clan's ultimate gods after his death. Only a divine venerable can break it. And Wei Jiqiang died because of it. Is that so? Mu Yan's eyes were cold and disdainful at this moment. Xianxia came from the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan and was a top heavenly venerable expert. The Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan was born with endurance. The turtle shell was really resistant to beatings. Xiantian Lang once said that the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan could become a second-class clan because one could endure and the other could take a beating. Neither of these two could be missing. At this moment, Mu Yan felt it slightly. Xianxia made it clear that he was letting him beat him. Presumably, Wei Jiqiang was similar to this, right? Wei Jiqiang was from the 8-winged black dragon snake clan, and his endurance was not bad. A snake and a turtle, many thoughts appeared in Mu Yan's mind. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes became cold. You have the turtle shell, I have the ghost saber. Mu Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as soon as she finished speaking. Roaring imperial thunder. A punch directly struck out. Boom, a series of roars sounded at this moment. As the thunder rumbled, it went straight for Xianxia. However, in the next moment, Mu Yan felt a similar attack being reflected back at her. Although it was not as powerful as his own attack, its power was still very fierce. At this moment, Mu Yan immediately understood. Not only could the armor defend, it could also reflect some of the attacks. It was similar to the effect of some protective arrays. No, it could be said that Xianxia's armor really had its own array formation. Again. Swift thunder god explosion. When Xiaochen punched, thunderous booms resounded. At this moment, a powerful aura was released. The rebound force was still there. However, Mu Yan was not worried. In terms of defense, he was not inferior to Xianxia. At this moment, runes of light appeared all over Xianxia's body. It was clear that this attack was effective. Since that's the case, let's do it again. Scarlet Thunder Imperial Saber. The saber chopped down, clang. This time, when the saber light slashed down, Xianxia suddenly attacked. Both of his fists were aimed at Mu Yan. This time, the situation was completely different. Xianxia's own attack, as well as part of Mu Yan's own attack, were reflected back. With the two combined, even Mu Yan could not be underestimated. Bang, the two figures collided, and a low bang sounded. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes carried a trace of cold disdain. You have a turtle shell, right? I have one too, but it's not a turtle shell. At this moment, Mu Yan decided not to hide anymore. Dragon bones, manifest, he needed to conserve a certain amount of energy to compete with Wang Hu. Could he kill Xianxia? Yes, this guy's skin was too thick. If he slashed down with his saber, he could definitely kill him. However, that would also be killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own, and now, if the dragon bones were to be activated, the damage that was reflected back was not considered damage to him. At this moment, scales appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body. Golden scales. Dragon scales. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed for the first time. Dragon scales actually appeared on the surface of Mu Yan's body. It was not like the armor he wore, but dragon scales that grew from Mu Yan's flesh and skin. At this moment, Xianxia was completely stunned. How did you grow dragon scales? Xianxia roared at this moment. You can grow a turtle shell, why can't I grow dragon scales? However, Mu Yan smiled. Dragon transformation. With a human body, I can achieve a dragon body. Xianxia shouted, you know the dragon transformation technique, how did you do it? Tell me, Mu Yan, tell me. I can tell you. Mu Yan smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. Dragon soul, dragon blood, and dragon bones can do it. Moreover, the dragon body can be continuously improved. And I can achieve a real dragon transformation. With that, Mu Yan's figure disappeared. Instead, his entire body turned into a huge dragon. 1,000 feet long golden dragon. At this moment, Xianxia was wild with joy. Some people could transform a human body into a dragon body. He was a warrior of the Vitra dark armored turtle race. He could also transform into a dragon. It would be easier than transforming a human body into a dragon body. Mu Yun, tell me, and I won't kill you. Zheng Haiyang roared at this moment. Are you dreaming? Mu Yun shouted through the air, you can kill me? You can't kill me. Forget it, I'll catch you and tear off your dragon scales one by one. I don't believe that you won't tell me. Then you can give it a try. At this moment, Mu Yun swooped down. She opened her mouth and clawed at Zheng Haiyang. There was a swoosh. At this moment, the dragon claw left a mark on Zheng Haiyang's armor. So strong. Zheng Haiyang was overjoyed at this moment. Very, very strong, the dragon claw scratched and left a mark on his armor. This was the dragon transformation. It was really good, no wonder everyone in the world wanted to become a dragon. This was a great thing. Mu Yun, tell me, and I'll let you die a quick death. Zheng Haiyang shouted crazily. At this moment, Mu Yun had a strange expression. This person was sick, and he was seriously sick. I can tell you, but you'll die first, okay? Ha ha ha, at this moment, Zheng Haiyang laughed loudly and his figure flew out. 10,000 armor heaven technique. 10,000 armor Guai. A roar sounded. At this moment, a turtle shell appeared between Zheng Haiyang's hands. The tortoise shells were cyan black in color and riddled with cracks. Tens of thousands of them shot toward Mu Yun, trying to bind him. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun opened her huge mouth, and a bolt of lightning surged out in an instant. Explode. The sound of thunder rumbled, and the armor fragments were shattered. However, there were still a large number of armor fragments wrapped around Mu Yun's body. Gradually, Mu Yun's body was bound. Don't resist, Mu Yun. You really gave me a big surprise. This 10,000 armor Guai was condensed from the bones of tens of thousands of my race's heavenly venerables and refined into a set of divine weapons. Those who are not divine venerables cannot break it. You're mine now. Tell me, how did you achieve the dragon transformation? Zheng Haiyang's eyes were filled with anticipation. You're looking forward to it? Mu Yun sneered, are you sure you can kill me? Saber divine technique, slash. A scream suddenly sounded at this moment. Zheng Haiyang was holding his head, appearing to be in great pain. What was going on? Soul attack. At this moment, Zheng Haiyang looked at Mu Yun with a murderous look in his eyes. You're really courting death. Zheng Haiyang was completely enraged at this moment. On the other side, the shackles on Mu Yun's body fell off. Seeing that Zheng Haiyang had not been killed, Mu Yun was also a little surprised. The saber divine technique severely injured a warrior's soul. Logically speaking, below the level of a god venerable, the soul did not condense a defense. Under the surprise attack, Zheng Haiyang should have died without a doubt. Soul-type defensive divine artifact, Mu Yun murmured. This guy, not only did he have a tortoise shell, he even had a soul-type defensive divine artifact. At this moment, Mu Yun revealed her dragon body and heaved a sigh of relief. Xianyuan Sacred Dragon Slash. A dragon saber condensed at this moment. However, the dragon saber condensed into one with Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes became cold. Swoosh, a sound of air breaking sounded. Mu Yun's figure rushed out as fast as lightning. Can you defeat me by transforming into a dragon? At this moment, Zheng Haiyang's eyes were cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out. Murderous aura condensed all over Zheng Haiyang's body. Suddenly, his body transformed into 100 feet. A giant tortoise, its entire body was covered in black tortoise shells and ancient mysterious patterns. Pieces of tortoise shells shone with a terrifying light. Mu Yun, if you don't hand over the dragon transformation technique, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head. A dragon and a tortoise collided at this moment. Boom. The sound of an explosion filled the world. The two figures contained extremely powerful vitality at this moment. You're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, the tortoise shell on Zheng Haiyang's body turned into pieces at this moment, stacking together and condensing into a shield. As for his body, there was actually a layer of armor covering it. At the same time, a long spear in Zheng Haiyang's hand emitted a dark light. Not only that, this guy stood up. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw this scene. What the hell, it was his first time seeing such a unique way of fighting. It was extremely strange. The giant turtle stood up, however, now was not the time for Mu Yun to think too much. Xianxia had already gone completely crazy. He only wanted to kill Mu Yun. In a frenzy, Xianxia gathered his strength to the limit. Under such circumstances, as the energy flowed, Mu Yun felt as if Xianxia, who was standing in front of her, was not a single tortoise, but two. This feeling was very strange. At this moment, the long spear pierced through the air with an ear-piercing sound. The tip of the spear contained a sharp and domineering aura. His dragon form suddenly disappeared at this moment. Mu Yun transformed into a human, but scales still appeared on the surface of her body, covering her entire body. With a sword in hand. The rusty iron sword emitted a determined sword aura at this moment. At the same time, the sword body condensed at this moment. Blowing snow sword. A sword was drawn. Snowflakes danced in the sky. It was still one of the 4 sword moves. However, this time, it was completely different. Mu Yun was no longer a sword soul, but a sword body that had just appeared. With a sword, cold snow filled the sky. Sword aura was released at this moment. Powerful waves of air rushed out layer by layer. Clanging sounds were incessant at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia's figure was blocked. The sword body has just appeared. It is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Xianxia felt the pressure. Although the sword aura could not break through his defense. But because of this, it also made it impossible for him to get close to Mu Yun. Kill. However, Xianxia really longed for the dragon form technique. At this moment, he could no longer care so much. With a low shout, Xianxia's figure rushed out. Mu Yun felt Xianxia's approach, but her expression did not change. Thousand-star Emperor sword style. With a slash of the sword, waves of sword aura came down from the sky. At this moment, even Mu Yun herself was shocked. The sword aura was very, very powerful. This made Mu Yun feel that it was unreal. The sword body had just appeared. Was this the power of the sword body's first appearance? This time, he really experienced it. Xianxia, the dragon form technique is the moon fishing sword. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly and waved her sword. Like a crescent moon, it slowly rose from the ground. In the crescent moon, Mu Yun's figure stood still. That crescent moon was completely condensed from sword aura. At this moment, if one looked carefully, a layer of brilliance condensed on top of the sword aura, making the sword aura even more condensed. Swish, almost instantly, the crescent moon slashed across the sky. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. That crescent moon sank into the shield in front of Xianxia, leaving a deep mark. At this moment, Xianxia's figure retreated rapidly, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. What's going on? Xianxia was shocked at this moment. Mu Yun's first 2 sword moves had a very wide attack range. But this move suddenly focused on one point, and the power suddenly increased by more than several times. Did this fellow not use her full strength just now? No, it was Mu Yun who released the true power of the sword body's first appearance with her swordsmanship. No matter how hard a turtle shell is, it's still a turtle shell after all. It's not unbreakable. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure chased after him. I'll let you see what the true first appearance of the sword body is. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure stood still in the void. She waved her sword. A crescent moon directly attacked. However, it was not over yet. One sword, followed by another. At this moment, it was as if countless sword auras had condensed in Mu Yun's body and were endless. At this moment, thousands of murderous auras were released. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Slash. However, Mu Yun would not stop at this moment. A low shout sounded at this moment. The sword aura rushed straight to the sky. At this moment, a powerful impact drowned Xianxia's body. A series of screams sounded at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia was being attacked from all directions by crescent moons. At first, the turtle shell could still withstand it. But in the end, the turtle shell cracked. Gradually, the shield broke. Immediately after, the turtle shell on the surface of Xianxia's body began to crack. Hanging sun sword. The iron sword was raised above her head. Mu Yun held the iron sword in her hand, and her mind and spirit were one. At this moment, in Xianxia's dazed eyes, he seemed to see a person, no, a sword, no, a person. He was completely stunned. Mu Yun was a sword, the sword was Mu Yun, this was the sword body, the true perfection of the person and the sword. A sword was slashed out at this moment. A strong light spread out. The earth rumbled and exploded. Xianxia's body was completely submerged at this moment. Slowly, time passed by bit. The dust on the ground gradually settled. Mu Yun's figure slowly landed at this moment. On the ground, a figure was covered in bloodstains, looking extremely miserable. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia could only breathe in and out. Dragon transformation. Dragon transformation. Seeing that Xianxia was still persistent, Mu Yun shook her head. What's the use of dragon transformation when you're about to die? Mu Yun's palm grabbed out at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia's soul was on the verge of death. But Mu Yun found that there was a tortoise shell in front of his soul. That tortoise shell was the size of a palm and had cracks as if it could shatter at any time. Give it back to me. Xianxia said weakly, that's the secret treasure I obtained. Give it back to you? That won't do. Mu Yun took Xianxia's soul out and controlled it, then looked at the tortoise shell. Where did you get it? Xianxia did not speak. Mu Yun could not be bothered to ask more. She held the tortoise shell and injected her soul power into it, but there was nothing special. However, when Mu Yun injected her soul power, she could feel that there was a flow of power, and it was very comfortable. This change made Mu Yun's mind tremble slightly. Slowly, the tortoise shell disappeared from Mu Yun's palm and appeared in front of Mu Yun's soul. That tortoise shell was like a shield, blocking in front of Mu Yun's soul. It flowed with a faint light and slowly intertwined with Mu Yun's soul. At this moment, Mu Yun understood a little. This thing was definitely a divine artifact that defended against soul attacks. Thanks. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly and gently crushed Xianxia's soul with her palm. Xianxia was dead. Until his death, Xianxia still could not accept it. Why was he the one who died? Since he was young, his talent was very poor and he was bullied. After obtaining that mysterious tortoise shell, he amazed the world and his cultivation speed increased. Now, he had become the #1 heavenly venerable. He was the main character. How could he be killed by Mu Yun and deprived of his opportunity? However, Mu Yun could not be bothered with this at this moment. Death was death. As for that tortoise shell, he really didn't take it to heart. He had the heaven and earth furnace and the sparrow god fan, one of the 13 supreme treasures of the great desolate era. Although one was crippled and the other was crippled, they were still 2 of the 13 treasures. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure slowly appeared. On the stairway to heaven. Wang Hu was slightly stunned when he saw Mu Yun appear. You win. I won. Wang Hu slowly exhaled. Since that's the case, bring it on. Wang Hu said, I don't like to take advantage of others. Recover. Don't make it sound so righteous. I won't challenge you. I'll just recover here. This isn't a chance for me to recover. Mu Yun smiled and said, besides, to deal with you. I'm afraid I don't need to recover. Xianxia was dead. He had risen to another level, a very, very high flight of stairs, heavenly venerable limit. Would Wang Hu be a match for him? Meanwhile, Tang Feng and Lei Rong were completely dumbfounded after witnessing the scene. Mu Yun actually succeeded. Kill Xianxia, second heavenly venerable, challenge Wang Hu now. If he succeeded, step into divine venerable in one fell swoop. This guy was really going to write a legend. It was a pity that they couldn't see such a fierce battle. It was really a pity. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were solemn. Step by step, he walked up to the attic. The 2 of them stood facing each other. Let's go. Okay. The next moment, the 2 of them appeared in a martial arts field. It was not a vast land, but a vast martial arts field. The martial arts field was paved with green stone slabs, emitting a faint light. At a glance, it was dozens of miles long and wide. Such a battlefield could indeed make people feel that their fighting spirit was burning. At this very moment, Mu Yun had a strange feeling about this. The battle between the two of them here seemed to be watched by others. This feeling was very strange, but it really existed. At this moment, Wang Hu's tall body looked quite strong under his black clothes. Zheng Haiyang, you can kill Niai Lei. Mu Yun, you are worthy of being my opponent. Worthy? Mu Yun smiled faintly. Let's forget about it. Mu Yun smiled and said, Old Xian helped me get rid of someone who wanted to kill me. I also have to help him get rid of one in return. I think you are quite suitable. Hearing this, Wang Hu was slightly startled and then smiled. Xian Lang, whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. I am not afraid of Xian Wutian. It's just that it's easy to kill him. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled and said, it's a pity that Wang Long was killed by old Xian, and Wang Wen was also killed by us. It seems that your casual actions have killed most of your brothers. As soon as she said this, Wang Hu's face turned cold. Wang Long, killed by Xian Lang, unlike Wang Chong and Wang Wen, Wang Long was Wang Hu's biological brother. His biological brother was killed. When Wang Hu was angry, there were obviously many more who died than Wang Wen. It seems that the so-called brothers you speak of are also divided into closeness and estrangement. Mu Yun smiled and didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Wang Hu's eyes had a trace of coldness. Clang, in an instant, a padao that was more than 10 feet long appeared in Wang Hu's hand. Since you said it, you want me to kill you. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The padao flashed, and it directly attacked. As the blade gleam shone, light radiated in all directions. The blade instantly slashed in front of Mu Yun. The blade gleam was like a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping, constantly gathering momentum in midair. It was as if the momentum would gather to the peak when it reached Mu Yun's side. At this moment, Wang Hu's entire person was completely different. He was no longer high and mighty like before. Instead, it was a surging murderous aura that was full of realism. Roaring Emperor Thunder. At this moment, Mu Yun remained unmoved and directly punched out. The wind from the fist whistled. Like a raging beast, the momentum was completely different from before. Zheng Haiyang was dead, the essence, energy, and spirit of a top heavenly venerable was transferred into Mu Yun's body. It was enough to allow Mu Yun to improve by leaps and bounds at this moment. The punch and the blade seemed to be made by heaven. Boom, at this moment, the earth rumbled. However, under such a violent collision, the blue stone floor under their feet was still as hard as ever and was not damaged at all. At this moment, a faint voice sounded in the void. 2 heavenly venerable juniors have reached the peak. This kind of powerful aura is amazing. One of them spoke slowly. It's comparable to the strongest batch of us in the past, right? Yes. Hearing this, another person said again, Eni and the others are already inferior to these two, they can't do anything right, but they're good at spoiling things. What's the use of keeping them? That person said slowly, take them back. That's true. At this moment, facing those voices, Mu Yun and Wang Hu did not hear them at all. In fact, they did not even sense that there was a living person here. At this moment, Wang Hu looked at Mu Yun, but his eyes were calm. The Mu Yun in front of him gave off an unfathomable feeling. This guy was even stronger than before he fought with Zheng Haiyang. How did he do it? How could he make his strength so obvious in one battle? It seems that your confidence is not groundless. Wang Hu said seriously, you've improved a little with one battle. You're indeed extraordinary. If I were a mortal, I wouldn't be able to reach this step. Wang Hu took a deep look at Mu Yun. At this moment, rays of light slowly appeared on the padao that was originally ordinary. A phoenix shadow climbed out from the back of the blade. It wasn't a phoenix, it was a flaming mystic bird. Wang Hu's eyes remained unchanged, and there was a hint of caution in his expression. The padao gave people even greater pressure at this moment. Mu Yun directly punched out at this moment. The wind from the punch whistled. Rapid thunder god explosion, it was like a thunderbolt explosion. At this moment, it gave people an extremely unreal feeling. Even at this moment, Mu Yun's figure produced shadows. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out. Wang Hu held the padao and resisted at this moment. But then, Mu Yun's attack came again. The swift and violent attack gave people a false feeling. A thunder blade slashed towards Wang Hu. At this moment, Wang Hu's aura surged with the padao in his hand, resisting Mu Yun's attack. However, it didn't have much effect. His figure was still blasted back. Thunder Dragon of Earth. At this moment, the figure of a thunder dragon charged towards Wang Hu with its mouth wide open. The thunder dragon coiled its roots. Wang Hu's expression turned cold. Mu Yun was too much. Under the continuous attack, he had no room to change at all. One more time. But at this moment, Mu Yun wasn't done yet. Xianxia Sacred Dragon Slash. A thunderbolt slashed down at this moment. Boom, cracks appeared on the bluestone ground. Wang Hu's legs were shaken into the ground at this moment. His hands trembled, and blood spurted from the corners of his mouth. Even his ears were bleeding. The celestial venerable compound is at the top? I am, you aren't. At this moment, Wang Hu's eyes were cold. He was defeated so cleanly by Mu Yun. On the path of celestial venerate, I walked 999 meters. You only walked 990 meters. Although it's only the last bit of difference, you are still not my opponent. Mu Yun looked calm. Wang Hu's face was slightly pale at this moment. Mu Yun was really too strong. Moreover, this kind of strengthening path appeared after Mu Yun entered this place. The feeling that Mu Yun gave him at this moment, his intuition was very strong. It was ridiculously powerful. I'm curious. How did you do it? Wang Hu continued, how did you do it? It's only been 30 years since you entered the Earth Venerable region, right? From the complete earthly venerable rank to the peak of the celestial venerable rank, you're too fast. Normally, under such circumstances, one's strength would be very unstable, but the strength you displayed was very stable. How did you do it? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was obviously stunned. How did you do it? With a grin, Mu Yun said slowly, the people around me are too outstanding, so there's a lot of pressure. If I'm too weak, not to mention being despised by others, I'll be easily killed by you guys. In conclusion, maybe I am too talented. Too talented. At this moment, Wang Hu shook his head and smiled. Unfortunately, I haven't lost yet. As his words fell, the aura on Wang Hu's body rose at this moment. At this moment, a strong pressure of the soul swept out. At this moment, Wang Hu's entire aura rose at this moment. Interesting, in the void, a faint voice sounded again, laughing. If you want to advance to ultimate venerate, kill this kid, but then you won't be able to get the benefits of this place. This kid has been suppressing himself, but the path of celestial venerate is not complete. Now that he has advanced, the peak of his life will be ultimate venerate. On the path of martial arts, some people might spend their whole life to reach heavenly venerate. This was because there was a flaw in the path of cultivation realm advancement. It limited one's upper limit. Just like in the current 9th heaven realm, ultimate venerates were invincible. Reaching the ultimate venerate realm was already the most powerful existence. It was too difficult for those top 9th level ultimate venerates to advance further. And this was also the talent that everyone talked about the most. In fact, sometimes, it wasn't that one's talent was limited, but that there were flaws in the advancement of martial arts realm before. For the beginning, it might be a very small flaw. But as the realm advanced, it became a great hidden danger. 1,000 miles of dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Some people might find flaws when they reached a high realm. But at that time, it was too difficult to improve, therefore, many people might be at the top of their lives when they reached a certain realm. The few people in the void had this intention. Wang Hu had not reached the limit of ultimate venerate, and if he broke through to ultimate venerate, it would lead to flaws in himself. In this life, he might not be able to surpass ultimate venerate. Otherwise, with his talent, he might be able to reach the realm. At this moment, Wang Hu's aura rose steadily. It was in the process of transformation. Ultimate venerate? Mu Yun murmured. If you reach ultimate venerate, you will leave this place. That's still better than dying here. Wang Hu smiled sadly at this moment. How could he not know that there were many disadvantages to breaking through now? There were almost no benefits. But if he didn't break through, he would die. Moreover, before I leave, I can kill you with one move. Since that's the case, then you can't leave. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura changed. The iron sword appeared at this moment. The sword body condensed. Now, although I haven't broken through, I have improved several times. Mu Yun, you can't kill me. Wang Hu said confidently. Weren't you so confident just now? At this moment, Mu Yun swept out. Blowing snow sword, the sword blew snow down. Snow swords filled the sky, accompanied by frost, condensed at this moment. The sword aura was like a real sword. When the sword was drawn, there was no cloud for thousands of miles. Slash. At this moment, Wang Hu slashed down. Above his head, rays of black light rose into the sky. When the soul power of the black light was condensed, he could set foot on the path of ultimate venerate. At that time, Mu Yun would definitely die. The light of the Padao slashed down. The sword aura that filled the sky like snowflakes was blocked at this moment. Clanging sound sounded at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes had a trace of calmness. Thousand-star Emperor sword style. When the sword was drawn, rays of sword aura covered the sky and earth. At this moment, the sword aura in front of Mu Yun gathered like the sea and charged towards Wang Hu. Even with the Padao in hand, Wang Hu's expression changed at this moment. Mu Yun only showed one side of her strength just now. And he couldn't hold on anymore. Now, the other side of Mu Yun had become even more powerful. Her sword skills were very strong, this guy's sword body was also very strong. At this moment, the voice sounded again in the void. You're cultivating the Thunder Emperor's Lightning Divine Body technique, right? The Thunder Emperor's Lightning Divine Body technique can be said to be the best body technique among the supremacies. Not only that, the sword body has just begun to appear. One step further and you can condense a real sword body. This kid really makes people want to kill him. Can you bring him into the Heavenly Palace? I want to nurture him seriously. In the future, he might become a ruler. There was a hint of desire in that voice. Don't mess around. The higher-ups have instructed us not to interfere. We just need to watch quietly. Another person said, this kid's talent is unique. I'm afraid his background isn't ordinary either. It's somewhat similar to the Void God Sword in the 9th realm. Void God Sword, another person said, the Divine Sword Pavilion is not simple. They have a Void God Sword and a Heavenly Sword Envoy. I think they are not simple either. They will be terrifying in the future. These two people have their own ideas. One of the voices said slowly, however, the higher-ups have also instructed that it has nothing to do with us. It's about the Human Emperor. We should not interfere. Human Emperor, the few of them fell silent. Below, the battle between Mu Yun and Wang Hu was gradually showing signs of reaching its peak. Wang Hu's aura increased several times. However, Mu Yun's aura was also increasing at this moment. Moon Fishing Sword. Hanging Sun Sword. The sword light was dazzling. Mu Yun's sword body became more and more solid at this moment. The sword of sun and moon appeared to cross at this moment and rushed toward Wang Hu. Damn it! At this moment, Wang Hu cursed in a low voice and took a step forward. Suddenly, the aura of his entire body skyrocketed. His burly body turned into the appearance of a mystic bird. Flaming mystic bird, its entire body was burning with flames like a deity of the 9 heavens. At this moment, the mystic bird reached out with its claws. Banging sounds of explosions were heard. Mu Yun's attack was blocked at this moment. However, Wang Hu's claws were also cut by the sword chi. Blood flowed out with the color of flames. Mu Yun was panting slightly at this moment. At this point in the battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, this Wang Hu was indeed difficult to kill. He was half a step into the divine venerable realm. If he succeeded, he would be the one to die. Overlord Curse. A low roar sounded at this moment. Overlord Curse, a heaven-grade supreme divine technique. Mu Yun had rarely used it. It consumed too much origin energy. However, he had no choice but to use it now. As soon as the Overlord Curse was used, a large word Overlord appeared in front of Mu Yun. At the same time, lines around the word overlord circulated. 1, 3, 7, in the end, there were 9 of them, 9 tyrant marks. The tyrannical emperor's curse was perfectly displayed. Shake. The curse seal blasted out at this moment. How could one who dared to be careless when he saw this? Mu Yun was unfathomable. At this very moment, because, if he underestimated him in the slightest, he would be the one to die, he couldn't. His figure flew through the air. Gradually, a ring of fire appeared on Wang Hu's body. As Wang Hu's speed increased, the ring of fire also became more and more ferocious. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body had become one. Powerful life force poured into the tyrannical emperor's curse. Wang Hu finally came to a stop, and the ring of fire started to spin on its own. Blazing Xianxia life! Wang Hu roared. The ring of fire smashed down, crashing into the gigantic tyrant character. Boom! For a time, the world exploded with rumbling sounds. The surroundings were ravaged by origin energy. At this moment, origin energy flickered all over Mu Yun's body. The iron sword in her hand also emitted a low hum. The tyrannical emperor's curse suppressed Wang Hu's body at this moment, causing him to continuously retreat. At this moment, the ring of fire was also suppressed by Mu Yun. No matter how strong you are still not my opponent in the end. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was pale as she laughed. Mu Yun, you. At this moment, Wang Hu hated her to the extreme. Stepping into the godly venerable realm was close at hand. However, it was firmly blocked by Mu Yun at this moment. This guy was too abominable, but at this moment, he had no ability to resist at all. He would die, he would really die, this time, even if he forcefully advanced, he would still die. All of this was thanks to Mu Yun. Mu Yun, if I die, you won't live either. Let's give up this opportunity. A roar spread throughout the entire arena. Boom, the next moment, an explosion sounded at this moment. Wang Hu self-destructed, an invincible expert who could be called a half-step godly venerable, self-destructed at this moment, boom boom boom. In an instant, Mu Yun's figure was swept away and disappeared. At the same time, on the sky stairway, Tang Feng was ranked second. Lei Rong was third. At this moment, the two of them did not choose to challenge. And fourth, a figure stood there in a posture that was almost on the verge of death at this moment. There was not a single part of his body that was intact, and there were even traces of deep white bones exposed. It was Shantian Lang. Tang Feng and Lei Rong looked at Shantian Lang with hesitation on their faces. This guy was a werewolf like Mu Yun, he was even more ruthless than a ruthless person. After killing Kong Huai, Shantian Lang did not stop there. Instead, he continued to challenge Suyu. After that, Suyu died. This guy continued to challenge Song Tao. After that, Song Tao died. Now, he was at the 4th position. And behind him, Wang was at the position behind Shantian Lang. However, even if he saw Shantian Lang's bleak appearance at this moment, Wang did not dare to challenge him at all. He was scared, he was really scared, this guy was too terrifying. Not to mention that Wang did not dare to challenge Shantian Lang at this moment. It was Lei Rong, ranked 6th on the Heavenly Venerable God list. Now that he saw Shantian Lang, his face was also filled with worry. He was not worried about whether Shantian Lang would die or not. Instead, he was worried that Shantian Lang would suddenly go berserk and challenge him. Who could say for sure about this guy? Don't be afraid. Shantian Lang looked at Lei Rong and smiled. Those 3 guys wanted to kill Mu Yun. Mu Yun didn't have the chance to kill them, so I helped her kill them. The 2 of you didn't do anything bad, so don't be afraid that I'll challenge you. In fact, he wanted to. But now, he really didn't have the energy to challenge them, he was too tired. He wasn't as abnormal as Mu Yun, who challenged Zhi Lei and killed Jing Haiyang. Now, he was fighting Wang Hu. Thinking of this, Shantian Lang also had a worried look on his face. Mu Yun. How was she now? Wang Hu, ranked 1st on the Heavenly Venerable God list. He could step into the Divine Venerable level at any time. Moreover, who knew if this guy would directly self-destruct when he was on the verge of death and drag Mu Yun to the grave with him, just as Shantian Lang was thinking about it. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out at this moment. A figure appeared at the end of the sky stairwell, in the pavilion. He was dressed in black. His long hair was messy, and his face was covered in blood. There was a bloody hole in his chest, almost piercing through his body, revealing his white bones that emitted 2 rays of golden and jade-colored light. Looking at his legs, the flesh and blood were black. It was a tragic sight. For a moment, the people below did not recognize who it was at all. However, that figure slowly wiped away the bloodstains on his face, causing everyone to be stunned. Mu Yun! Mu Yun! Seeing the determination in his eyes, everyone was completely shocked at this moment. Old Mu! Awesome! Xiantian Lang laughed out loud at this moment. He laughed recklessly and without any scruples. Mu Yun had appeared. Needless to say, Wang who was already dead, Mu Yun had reached the top. First on the heavenly venerable god list, who was first? At this moment, Tang Feng and Lei Rong lowered their eyes, not daring to look directly at her. Mu Yun had counterattacked all the way. Now she had reached the top. Mu Yun looked at Xiantian Lang and nodded. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. It was too tiring. A half-ultimate god self-destructed. He was the closest and almost died from the explosion. If it weren't for the sword body, dragon body, and lightning divine body art that he cultivated, right now, he was already a corpse. Old Mu, I've killed those 3. Xiantian Lang grinned and looked at Mu Yun. You helped me kill Wang Hu, and I'll help you kill Song Tao, Su Yu, and Kong Huai. 1 for 3, it's not a loss. Mu Yun grinned. It's not a loss. Buzz, at this moment, in the pavilion at the top of the stairway to heaven. It was as if heaven and earth had been torn apart. Streams of pure heaven and earth chi flowed down. It was like the supreme divine liquid, but it was completely different from the supreme divine liquid. It was of a higher level than the supreme divine liquid. Mu Yun opened his arms and tried to feel the streams of aura. But gradually, sounds of comfort could be heard from below. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was astonished. He opened his eyes and looked down. Mu Yun was stunned. The streams of heaven and earth chi spread to Tang Feng, Lei Rong, and Xiantian Lang, but it was not his. How could it be? At this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. Hey, 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 did you leave me out? Mu Yun shouted to the sky. But no one responded. What was this place? First place, no benefits. Time passed slowly. Mu Yun sat in the pavilion and looked at the people below. They were receiving the torrent of heaven and earth chi to recover from their injuries and improve their comprehension. He was the only one who was bored. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of drums could be heard continuously. The sound was hurried and stimulated one's body and mind. The morning bell and evening drum. Mu Yun suddenly thought of what Chui Lei said. The morning bell was the opening of the stairway to heaven. The evening drum was the end, its ending. But what about me? At this moment, Mu Yun could only see figures leaving one after another. In the end, he was the only one left in the pavilion, not knowing what to do. Buzz, after everyone left, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard. Inside the pavilion, a door opened. Mu Yun slowly walked through the door. A palace extended into the depths of the palace, and a throne stood in the middle of the palace. At this moment, a figure was sitting on the throne. Shadow sat quietly. Suddenly, the figure on the throne raised his head and stared straight at Mu Yun. This sudden turn of events caused Mu Yun to be taken aback. Who are you? Mu Yun looked at the figure. You're just a spiritual body. Since you're the one who reached the top, you naturally deserve the best reward. And I'm here to guide you to obtain the best reward. The man stood up. He had a delicate appearance and a gentle voice. He looked like he was in his 20s and looked at Mu Yun. What's the reward? The young man waved his hand. Suddenly, 3 rays of light flashed and appeared in front of Mu Yun. The first item is a divine-grade sword, Night Void Divine Sword. The second item is a divine-grade Supreme Divine Pill, Soul Transformation and Soul Condensation Heavenly Pill. The third item is a divine-grade Supreme Divine Technique, Yin Yang Blood Divine Technique. Night Void Divine Sword has a total of 3 refinements. Every refinement is an upgrade, and it's as powerful as a quasi-boundary weapon. The Soul Transformation and Soul Condensation Heavenly Pill can help you quickly stabilize your divine soul after breaking through to the ultimate God realm. The Yin Yang Blood Divine Technique has a total of 9 styles and 3 levels. It's enough for you to display your divine power in the ultimate God realm. The young man said word by word. He was not in a hurry. All for me? Yes. Mu Yun did not say a word. She took them and put them into her execution heaven painting. Seeing this, the young man was slightly stunned. He smiled and did not say much. It was something that Mu Yun had modified. This guy seemed to be a little impatient. That's it? Mu Yun could not help but ask. He spent so much effort and even left a spiritual body behind. Could it be that he gave her these 3 items? Couldn't he just put them outside? Haha. The young man smiled and said, looks like you're in a hurry. Nonsense, she had put in so much effort. It would be strange if she was not in a hurry. It was not easy to come all the way here. She had killed Qiu Lei, Xing Haiyang, and Wang Hu. Which one was easy? There are more, but I don't know if you dare to take them. Take them? Mu Yun understood the hidden meaning in his words. She could not help but ask, take what? The reason why I didn't give you the divine path irrigation but gave you these 3 items is because these 3 items are actually more useful for ultimate gods. It's actually very easy for anyone who gets the first place to enter the ultimate god realm. Divine path. It should be because of the supreme divine liquid irrigation just now. In fact, this person was right. It was not difficult for Mu Yun to enter the ultimate god realm now. The divine liquid irrigation was like icing on the cake. These 3 divine treasures were indeed very valuable. At least when she reached the ultimate god realm, she would not lack divine weapons and divine techniques. In this aspect, it was indeed worth it. What I'm talking about is another opportunity. If you dare, follow me. I can help you enter the ultimate god realm with a perfect posture. Perfect posture? Mu Yun could not help but be tempted at this moment. The young man stood up, turned around, and waved his hand. The wall turned into a door at this moment. The door slowly opened, and the young man entered. At this moment, Mu Yun did not hesitate and stepped into the main hall. At the same time, rays of light condensed at this moment. Behind the main hall, a vast expanse of heaven and earth appeared. At this moment, there was a towering mountain tens of thousands of meters away, piercing the sky. Do you see that mountain? The young man smiled and said, if you can climb to the top of the mountain, you can reach the ultimate god realm in 1 step. Moreover, you will get the opportunity that belongs to you. Remember, it's to reach the top of the mountain. If you fail in the middle, you will lose everything, including your life. It's your choice whether to go or not. Mu Yun looked at the young man and said, has anyone from the Yin Yang Heaven domain ever reached there? Of course, more than one. In that case, what should I be afraid of? Mu Yun smiled and said, thank you. Mu Yun stepped out as soon as she finished speaking. At this moment, the young man looked at Mu Yun's departing footsteps and smiled. What an interesting young man. Slowly, the young man's spiritual body disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of a palace. At this moment, in front of the palace gate, several figures in long robes stood still. Yin Lu, can this kid do it? He won't die, right? That's hard to say. The young man called Yin Lu was the spiritual body just now. Anyway, he's very interesting and confident. However, it's hard to say whether he will die or survive to become an ultimate god and become an invincible ultimate god. The young man looked at them and said slowly, didn't the higher-ups say? We can open some places in the ultimate god domain. Let's not delay and let the ultimate god domain be lively. When the time is right, remove the restriction on 5th level ultimate gods and let the 2nd class ultimate gods in the 9th heaven domain come in and take a look. It's also a warning to them. The young man smiled faintly and said, warning them that our Yin Yang Heaven Palace is not going to be destroyed. Even if they see it, it's enough to make them anxious. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun walked towards the foot of the mountain. Looking at the mountain that was not very inclined, Mu Yun exhaled. 1 step up the mountain. Buzz. Immediately, a buzzing sound rang out. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that his strength was being suppressed. And in front of him, a ferocious beast appeared. That ferocious beast did not say a word, biting and attacking him. Mu Yun attacked with his sword. At this moment, the iron sword emitted rays of sword light and slashed out. Boom. In an instant, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with a trace of killing intent. Although the Night Void Divine Sword was more powerful and of a higher grade. But he was used to using this iron sword. And the current him, although he was infinitely close to an invincible Divine Venerable, that was only infinitely close. He was not a true Divine Venerable. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were cold. Boom. At this moment, the giant beast attacked again. Mu Yan waved his sword and attacked again. Like this, the man and the beast fought for half a day before it ended. At this moment, Mu Yan was panting. This was only the first stage. Could he reach a height of 10,000 meters? However, thinking of the young man's words, Mu Yan made up his mind. Now, there was no way out. Retreating meant death. Since that was the case, he would continue. One step at a time. Mu Yan continued to advance on the mountain. During this period, there were dangers everywhere, including ferocious beasts, great formations, heavenly tribulations, and so on. Again and again, Mu Yan felt a completely different situation. His body was changing. His body, bloodline, and bones seemed to have been greatly improved at this moment. Previously, he had already reached his limit. Now, he had broken through his limit. Mu Yan originally thought that he was already at his limit as a celestial venerable. But now, he had broken through his previous limit and reached a new limit. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly, and many thoughts ran through his mind. Limit, what is a limit? Limits are used to break through. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with determination. He gradually understood the effect of this mountain. With firm footsteps, Mu Yan took another step forward. Step by step, he approached the peak. This time, it seemed like he was ascending a mountain. However, in reality, he was really approaching his heavenly venerate peak path. Outside the heavenly palace's main hall, Yin Lu and the others were surprised to see this. Has this kid discovered the secret of Jiue Mountain? One of them exclaimed. It seems that I really can't underestimate the current Kanglin inner sect. Another person sighed. Back then, in our Yin-Yang Sky Palace, it seemed that only one person like him appeared every 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. It seems like he has unlimited potential after becoming a supreme god. In the future, it won't be difficult for him to become a world spirit cultivator like us. Someone else said. Yinlu looked at Mu Yan and smiled faintly. Mu Yan. Mu Yan. At the peak of the huge mountain, Mu Yan's voice rang out. Mu Yan fell to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. Tired. Extreme exhaustion. This time, he had truly reached his limit. However, he had finally reached the top of the mountain. Reaching the top of the mountain meant that he had succeeded. At this moment, Mu Yan looked around the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain, which was about 100 meters in diameter, was circular. At this moment, the surroundings were slightly empty. On one side, there was a pool. It was not accurate to call it a pool. The pool was close to the cliff. The sky was formless, but from all directions, droplets of dark red liquid gathered and flowed into it. There was already a pool of water in the pool. Dark red water. Mu Yan did not understand at this moment. What was this? Could it be that this was the reward? Mu Yan walked to the side of the dark red pool, and his eyes moved slightly. A smooth aura flowed into his body. It washed his physical body, internal organs, bloodline, and jade bones. Good stuff. Although Mu Yan did not know what it was, its miraculous effect was something that even the supreme divine liquid could not compare to. At this moment, in front of the heavenly palace, Yin Lu said indifferently, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one has climbed Jiue Mountain. This time, there should be a pool of blood soul heavenly dew at the top of Jiue Mountain, which should be enough for this child to forge his divine soul once. Not only that, it can also strengthen his physical body, meridians, and bones again. After this, it will not be difficult for this child to reach the Supreme God realm, he will definitely be able to reach the World King realm in the future. World King. It meant the king of a world. At the same time, it was also the name of the realm of the world. The first step into the world was the World King realm. The few of them nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun did not know what this was. However, it was very beneficial to his body. Mu Yun greedily absorbed it. It was not only his physical body, but also his bones. Even his dragon form body was constantly condensing at this moment. Rays of light condensed. Mu Yun's injuries began to recover, and power gradually flowed throughout his body. The power finally converged into Mu Yun's mind. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at his body. It was almost perfect. And inside his body, rays of power were gathering at this moment. His physical body had reached its limit. It urged his soul to change at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's soul moved. The dark red droplets flowed into Mu Yun's soul. Layers of power were released at this moment. Mu Yun felt that his soul was about to transform. On the path of martial arts, one cultivated the physical body and the soul. The physical body contained a lot of things. Blood, flesh, bones, and meridians all belonged to the physical body. And the soul was only the soul. However, the soul was the most mysterious. There were so many secrets about the soul that it was impossible to count them all. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at her soul and stood quietly in the soul sea in her mind. At the same time, in front of her soul, the big fish turtle shell also flickered with a faint light, like a door. Mu Yun had yet to discover what was so mysterious about this thing. But at this moment, there was no danger in her soul sea. At this moment, the dark red droplets dripped into her soul sea drop by drop. Slowly, his soul began to transform. If it was before, Mu Yun's soul looked like the shadow of a perfected one. It was richer than a shadow, with a nose and eyes. But now, Mu Yun's soul looked like a real person. Her breath, brows, eyes, lips, and every move were extremely similar. It was as if she had changed from a dead object to a living object. There were more essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. A divine venerable cultivated the soul. The 9th refinement of the soul was the 9th level of the divine venerable. 1 refinement, 1 transformation. At this time, the soul could also resist the invasion of the spatial vortex. Therefore, a divine venerable could travel through space. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with excitement as she gradually calmed herself down. Divine venerable, don't be anxious. Take it slow. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly as she spoke. What was going on? At this moment, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. Originally, those dark red liquid droplets had flowed into his soul sea and nourished his soul, becoming clearer and clearer. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the godly venerable realm. Once his soul was refined, he would be at the 1st level of the godly venerable realm. At that time, the compatibility between his physical body and soul would be even higher. He would leave the celestial venerable region and truly reach the godly venerable region. But now, the turtle shell was devouring the dark red liquid droplets. Hey, don't mess around. I need these to advance to the godly venerable realm. Otherwise, it will take at least a few decades to break through. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to stop it, but how could she stop it? The tortoiseshell was happily devouring the fish. Slowly, the imprints on the surface healed at this moment. Gradually, the turtle shell revealed traces of a powerful aura. Although there were still patterns on the surface of the turtle shell, it didn't show the feeling of being blown by the wind and sun. Instead, it was natural, as if it had existed since ancient times. Traces of light circulated. At this moment, the turtle shell flew up. It wasn't close to Mu Yun's soul, but directly integrated into Mu Yun's soul. Slowly, the turtle shell changed. It spread out and turned into a faint green armor that bound Mu Yun's soul. At this moment, Mu Yun felt that her mind was completely relaxed. Suddenly, many obscure and noisy patterns appeared in his soul. And on each pattern, wisps of light flickered. Words appeared in the flickering light. Diamond Dark Sutra. Mu Yun was slightly stunned at this moment. Diamond Dark Sutra, the secret treasure of the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle, is divided into the soul chapter and the body chapter. A voice suddenly sounded, startling Mu Yun. Guai, when did you come back? Mu Yun said in shock. Just now. Guai continued, there was once a ruler in the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan. When one reached the ruler level, they were second only to the titled emperors. They were very powerful. But later, that ruler died, and the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan gradually declined. Now, the Godly Venerable is the top. If we have this Vajra Dark scripture, then the Vajra Dark Armored Turtle clan will have a massive number of World King powerhouses. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Looks like Xianxia really found something good. Unfortunately, this fellow was unlucky. This good thing had fallen into his hands. Otherwise, when Xianxia became a god venerable in the future, he might discover the secrets of this turtle shell and become a world king. He might even be able to restore the Vajra Dark Armored Turtle race to their peak state. It's a pity that I won't be able to cultivate the secret scripture of the Diamond Dark Armored Tortoise clan. Who said that? Guai smiled and said, if it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible. However, you have successfully transformed into a dragon. A dragon's body is stronger than a tortoise shell. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Diamond Meditation Sutra. He fixed it. However, now was not the time. Now that his breakthrough was imminent, it would not be too late for him to cultivate after he became a godly venerable. After making up his mind, a bright light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. It was time for him to break through to Supreme God. The dark red pool was almost completely absorbed by the tortoise shell, but there was still some left. He needed to make the best use of his time now. After calming down, Mu Yun sat in the pool. At this moment, his soul continued to condense. All the power in his body condensed into his soul at this moment. Layer after layer of power polished his soul and kicked out unnecessary soul bodies. Gradually, Mu Yun's aura transformed. However, this transformation was destined to be a long road. Time passed bit by bit. 1 year. 5 years. 10 years. 15 years. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the celestial venerable domain, there was a mighty roar. A powerful aura soared into the sky. In the celestial venerable domain, Tang Feng, Lei Rong, Shan Tianlang, and the others all saw this scene. Someone is about to break through to Supreme God. Murmurs sounded. Everyone knew who this person was. Mu Yun. Who else could it be other than him? At this moment, everyone was envious. Tang Feng and Lei Rong were envious. The two of them had also been nourished and sped up their path to Supreme God. However, no matter how fast it would probably take more than 10 years. Mu Yun was too fast. When Shan Tian Lang saw this scene, his eyes moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Old Mu, you can do it. Kill those people who want to kill you. Wait for me in the divine venerable domain. I will find you. At the same time, in the dark pool. In Mu Yun's body, his soul had completely changed at this moment. In his mind, in the soul sea, the eyes of his soul opened at this moment. Beams of light shot out in a straight line. Wisps of energy began to condense. At this moment, the eyes of his soul were exceptionally brilliant. Mu Yun felt that a layer of armor had appeared around his soul. That was not an armor, but a soul armor that was born by his soul. This meant that his soul had officially gone through the first forging. First forging soul. First level Supreme God. Standing up, Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly. Streams of power circulated. The strength of his physical body had also undergone a great change because of the improvement of his soul. Comfortable. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. A repulsive force between heaven and earth appeared at this moment. The divine venerable domain is over. Mu Yun looked up at the sky and muttered, the divine venerable domain, I, Mu Yun, am coming. I must get the yin yang ring pearl. Unfortunately, there were only slightly more than 2,000 celestial venerable guards left. He could not get the remaining 8,000 celestial venerable guards. Mu Yun felt that it was a pity. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. At the same time, in a palace in the clouds. My lords. A young man hurriedly flew over and entered a large hall. His voice was urgent. Something bad has happened. The treasury has been robbed. Many treasures are missing. As soon as he finished speaking, figures in the hall sat up in shock. Who did it? An old voice with a hint of anger sounded. I don't know. Impudent, a bunch of trash. The old voice shouted angrily, the heavenly palace has many restrictions. Even if a ruler came, it would be impossible to sneak into the treasury silently. Could it be that you stole the treasures? This subordinate wouldn't dare. The person who reported was completely dumbfounded. Stole the treasures, if this crime were to be recorded, they would all die without a burial ground. First elder, please calm down. Another voice said slowly, the array is not affected, so it shouldn't be someone inside. Perhaps, it's someone even stronger. Someone even stronger? Who? Figures in the hall were puzzled at this moment. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound could be heard in the hall. Pass down the orders of the two emperors. As soon as the voice sounded, figures in the hall stood up and kowtowed respectfully. The treasury has been robbed. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared. Everyone in the main hall was dumbfounded. The treasure pavilion was robbed, I know. What did that mean? What did the two great emperors mean? Everyone in the main hall was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, they did not know what to say. No, what did they mean by no? And at this very moment, the culprit had followed a person from one place to another. The divine venerable domain. When Mu Yun stepped into the divine venerable domain, he felt as if he was in ancient times. Heaven and earth had a heavy and simple aura, giving people a feeling of oppression. It was desolate all around. There was no one. For a few days, Mu Yun traversed thousands of miles from north to south, east to west, and did not find anyone. It was too desolate. However, when he thought about it carefully, there were less than 2,000 ultimate gods in the divine venerate domain who had entered this place. Mu Yun did not know how vast the divine venerable domain was. This breakthrough took 20 years, and there are only 50 years left in the divine venerable domain. Mu Yun exhaled and said, I must find the Yin Yang ring pearl in 50 years. Guai. This time, Mu Yun had to ask Guai for help. He had to find the Yin Yang ring pearl as soon as possible. The divine venerable domain is the place where the ultimate gods reside in the Yin Yang sky palace. However, the ultimate gods are not the core to the two great emperors. Guai said. Mu Yun nodded. He was well aware of this. Above the ultimate god position was the world position. Only titled deities and titled emperors had the qualifications to be treated seriously by world seats. The divine venerable domain is very attractive to divine venerables. Guai smiled and said, it's not just ultimate gods. Oh? Guai continued, let me put it this way. Right now, there are 3 places in the divine venerable domain that are the most mysterious. Moreover, these 3 places did not show any traces in the past 50 years, but they started to show after you entered. It has something to do with me? Guai glanced at him and said indifferently, you're so shameless. Guai continued, based on my guess, perhaps the mastermind felt that it was about time and decided to expose himself to you. Someone is secretly controlling everything. Mu Yun was shocked. It doesn't matter whether you know this or not, it won't harm you. Guai continued, there are only 3 things in the divine venerable domain that are tempting the divine venerable domain. 3 items. The first item is the extreme reincarnation mirror, which can reflect a cultivator's path of strength at their peak and help them quickly recover their strength. It's an incomparably powerful divine artifact, and an ancient divine artifact from the immemorial era. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this, and then he said, the Emperor Abyss Pavilion needs it. Guai did not answer and continued, the second item, the immeasurable heaven origin tree. This immeasurable sky yuan tree can bear immeasurable sky yuan fruits. This fruit is extremely useful to martialists of a certain realm. 9th level ultimate god. 9th level ultimate god cultivators can enter the world king realm after swallowing this fruit. Maybe immediately, maybe in 100 years, or maybe in 1,000 years. When Mu Yun heard this, he immediately understood. The immeasurable heaven tree was extremely important to the top ultimate god sect masters and patriarchs of the 9 forces. The third item is the Yin Yang ring bead. This bead contains the Tao of the Yin Yang double emperors. Although it's only the Tao of supremacy, it contains an extremely powerful aura. Which ultimate god cultivator who entered this place doesn't want this item? Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief after Guai finished speaking. 3 supreme treasures. They were the most attractive supreme treasures. These 3 supreme treasures are in the Reincarnation Valley, Immeasurable Mountain, and Xianxia. Guai continued, you're now a first-level ultimate god. Even if you find it, it'll be very difficult to compete with these people. I still have to compete. Mu Yun clenched her fists and said, my son's life depends on it. Guai said slowly, the Xianxia is 10,000 miles west from here. You can go and take a look. As for the specific location, I don't know. All right. Mu Yun nodded and looked at Guai suspiciously. How did this guy know all this? Why are you looking at me? I went to look for something earlier and heard your secret. Don't be so surprised. The Yin double emperors aren't dead. The location of the 4 major regions isn't important to them. In the entire ultimate god domain, only the reincarnation extreme mirror is important. Kid, don't worry. These 2 guys don't know about you. Anyway, they're the same as Ancient Emperor Wu Jian and Endless Ancient Emperor. You don't have to worry too much about them, but you can't let your guard down either. Of course, when you need to worry about them, it'll be when you destroy Diyuan and rule the 9th heaven realm. At that time, it seems like you don't need to worry about them. Mu Yun nodded. If that's the case, let's go to the Xianxia. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun headed west. After reaching the ultimate god realm, Mu Yun felt that his body and soul had been greatly improved. Now, there were too many things that he needed to explore by himself. He had to familiarize himself with the control of his strength as soon as possible. Yin Yang Blood Divine Technique. He had to familiarize himself with it as soon as possible. At the same time, after reaching the ultimate god realm, he could start cultivating the 4th level of the Lightning Divine Body Technique. Moreover, the formation patterns had reached the level of 10 million. He could try to set up a top-level Supreme God formation. At the same time, the Night Void Divine Sword also needed to be nurtured. He also began to study the Diamond Meditation Sutra in the Big Fish Turtle Shell. It was urgent to cultivate the soul and body chapters. Moreover, when the heavens I reached the ultimate god realm, should the spatial blades and spatial vortexes be more powerful, the Tai Chi Tao of the reincarnation I also needed to be combined and strengthened again. Mu Yun felt a headache coming on. All of these needed time. And what he lacked most now was time. 50 years. He had to seize it. In the end, Mu Yun chose to start the most important thing. The nurturing of the Night Void Divine Sword and the cultivation of the Yin Yang Blood Divine Technique. Along the way, Mu Yun did not waste any time, stopping and walking. To Mu Yun, a distance of 10,000 miles was only half a cup of tea's time. However, there was something wrong with space-time here. In the sky, spatial cracks could appear at any time. If one's speed was too fast, one would be greatly threatened. Moreover, because of this, one could not use spatial travel. Although Mu Yun did not know how to do it yet. At this moment, Mu Yun stopped on a mountain peak, looked to the west, and exhaled. It would probably take a few days to travel at this speed. At this moment, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and was no longer in a hurry. In his mind, the Lightning Divine Body technique slowly appeared at this moment. The 4th level of the Lightning Divine Body Technique, the Soul Chapter. Mu Yun exhaled and said slowly, finally, I've reached the last stage, the most powerful chapter of the Lightning Divine Body Technique. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind gradually condensed the Divine Venerable Chapter's cultivation technique. Dark Thunder Divine Body Technique, 4th volume. At this moment, Mu Yun's soul was observing the 4th volume in her mind. This 4th volume was more complicated than the first 3 combined. Mu Yun read carefully. 4 levels of the soul. It's divided into 12 forms. Some people's souls are divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 4th volume of the Dark Thunder Divine Body Technique uses the power of thunder to nurture the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Seeing this, the corner of Mu Yun's mouth twitched. The power of thunder nurtured the 3 souls and 7 spirits? What a joke. A person's 3 souls and 7 spirits were the weakest. The power of the soul was strong, but the 3 souls and 7 spirits were the source of the power of the soul. To nurture it with the most powerful power of thunder, if one was not careful, one's soul might be destroyed. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? However, Mu Yun also knew that nurturing the 3 souls and 7 spirits with thunder would make the soul extremely powerful. Firstly, the power of the soul would increase. Secondly, the soul itself would be strengthened, and it wouldn't be killed so easily. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled and continued to observe. The 4th level of the soul technique is divided into 2 major parts, or it can be said that there are 3 major parts. The first part, the art of 3 souls. 1 soul demon blade. 2 soul Buddha lotus. 3 soul divine seal. Nurturing the 3 souls and using the soul power released by the 3 souls as the foundation, soul technique attacks. The soul power contains the power of thunder and is extremely domineering. When the 3 forms are combined, one can comprehend the 3 souls splitting heaven and earth, thereby erupting with the most powerful explosive power of thunder and soul power. Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly when she saw this. The combination of soul power and thunder power erupted together. Just thinking about it was exciting. The second part, the power of the 7 spirits. 1 soul sacred claw. 2 soul heavenly palm. 3 soul Buddha strike. 4 soul hegemonic palm. 5 soul magic square seal. 6 soul divine saber. 7 soul divine sword. 7 soul fusion. There is also a move of 7 soul heavenly god. Mu Yun's gaze fell to the end. The power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits has been completely refined and condensed into the strongest attack, which is also the strongest attack of the lightning divine body technique, the 3 souls and 7 spirits heavenly seal. Heavenly seal of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Mu Yun murmured softly. Of the 4 stages of the lightning divine body technique, he had already reached the final stage. The last layer gave him the feeling that it was the most domineering. The combination of soul power and origin energy exploded. Not only would it injure the cultivator's physical body, but it would also injure the cultivator's soul. With the combination of the 2, the power of the 2 could be expected. Mu Yun stood up and exhaled. Now, with the 4th stage scroll, the Yin-Yang blood divine art, and the Vajra meditation scripture in hand, Mu Yun had no reason to continue on the same spot. This time, the divine venerable domain shall tremble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that instant, a series of piercing sounds could be heard. At this moment, 4 figures flew over one by one. The 4 people stopped when they saw Mu Yun at the top of the mountain. "Brother, are you interested in exploring a secret place with us?" The leading young man smiled and said, "I am Xianxia of the Divine Sword Pavilion." Someone from the Divine Sword Pavilion? Mu Yun looked at that person. His aura was much stronger than hers. If she was not wrong, he should be a 1st-level ultimate god. The 3 people behind him, 2 men and 1 woman, had the same aura as her, a 1st-level ultimate god. Sure. Looking at the 4 people, Mu Yun smiled and said, "I am Yun Mu." "Alright, brother Yun. Since that is the case, follow us to the secret place." Xianxia waved his hand. Mu Yun followed at that moment. The 5 of them headed west together. "Brother Yun, are you alone in the divine venerable domain?" "I'm not really alone. I'm just temporarily separated from my companions and agreed on a rendezvous point." Mu Yun smiled and said. "Oh, I see." Xianxia smiled and said, "The few of us are disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion. We gathered together to find some secret places and prepare to explore some opportunities. We're only at 1st layer ultimate god. I'm the only one who's at 2nd layer ultimate god. We can't be compared to those 4th and 5th layer ultimate god geniuses. We can only fight for the meat and get the soup." Mu Yun nodded and said, "I wonder what secret place it is?" Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "It is the ruins of a palace in the hinterland of the mountain. We don't know where it is exactly. However, in the Yin-Yang sky domain, even if there is only 10 or 20% of the ancient Emperor Bodhimanda left, it is enough for us to explore." Mu Yun nodded and did not say much. He did not know anything about the divine venerable domain now. He really needed to get in touch with some people and understand some information. "These few decades have been really suffocating," Mu Yun sighed and said. "Who hasn't?" Xianxia smiled and said, "In the past 50 years or so, no one has obtained anything. It is only recently that there have been many fluctuations and everyone has started to take action. Not to mention us, even the top 9 forces, top heaven's prides have not obtained anything good. The same goes for the people of the Divine Abyss Pavilion. Hearing this, Mu Yun was slightly moved. Brother Shen, I have been cultivating hard in order to reach the ultimate God realm. I don't know much about the ultimate gods in the outside world. I wonder if Brother Shen can give me some pointers. Who is the leader of the ultimate gods in the Yin-Yang sky domain? When Shen Sanyuan heard these words, he smiled and said, "You've asked the right person. Regarding this, before I came here, I specially did a thorough investigation." Shen Sanyuan smiled. First, let's talk about the 3 major forces of the human race. The leader of the Divine Sword Pavilion is Shen Wenhao, the Divine Sword Son, and Yi Sueki, the Divine Sword Lady, who are known as the 2 top heavens prides of the Divine Sword Pavilion. It is said that Shen Wenhao is the son of our Divine Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Anyway, his identity is very mysterious and he rarely shows up. It is rare for him to appear this time. Shen Sanyuan continued, young Master Zhang Fangming of the Pill Emperor Manor has brought 6 great Pill Emperor's sons and a group of experts here. Speaking of the 6 great Pill Emperor's sons, Shen Sanyuan seemed to have more to say and continued. The 6 great Pill Emperor's sons, 3 men and 3 women, Dongfang Shua, Wang Qingshan, Su Yuan, Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, and Qing Lingdai. Meng Zimo, Miao Xianyu, and Qing Lingdai are all outstanding beauties. Even at our level, it's easy for us to change our appearance, but we'll still be seen through with a single glance. She's truly beautiful, and it's hard to give up on her natural beauty. What's the point of having an empty shell? The woman next to Shen Sanyuan snorted. Ahem, Shen Sanyuan coughed and said, Junior Sister Qi is also devastatingly beautiful. Junior Sister Qi snorted and did not say much. Shen Sanyuan continued, in the lunar sect, the 2 commanders of the Sun Divine Guards and the Moon Divine Guards, Ming Yishuan and Bao Qingyu, are the representatives. The 3 major forces of the human race, Ming Yishuan, Zhang Fangming, and Shen Wenhao are all outstanding talents. They are very powerful and are in the 4th or 5th layer of the ultimate God realm. They should not be underestimated. Pausing for a moment, Shen Sanyuan continued, now that we're done talking about the 3 great powers, it's the 6 great beast clans. I don't know much about the 6 major beast clans. I only know that the leaders are the current generation's prodigies. Shen Sanyuan said seriously, however, those people cannot be casually offended. The Beastmen warriors are all very arrogant. Furthermore, they are very hostile towards us humans. Xian Wutian of the Inferno Blackbird clan. Ming Han of the Diamond Dark Armored Turtle clan. Jiao Tongyang of the 8-Winged Black Serpent clan. Yuan Tingxue of the Snow Region's Ice Ape clan. Lang Tianqing of the Heaven Devouring Greedy Wolf clan. 9 Extremes Lightning Lion clan's Lei Zhenshan. As Shen Sanyuan said these names, he could not help but lower his voice. These 6 people are the leaders of the 6 major beast clans. I don't know his exact strength, but he's definitely a 4th or 5th level ultimate god. When Mu Yun heard these names, she nodded and remembered them in her heart. These people were the opponents he would have to face next. Be it the Yin Yang Ring Bead, the Immeasurable Heaven Essence Tree, or the Reincarnation Extreme Mirror. All of the other 9 sects would covet it. No, to be precise, it was 10 directions. Imperial Abyss Pavilion. Mu Yun asked, what about the Imperial Abyss Pavilion? When the 3 words Emperor Abyss Pavilion were spoken, the bodies of the 4 people present tensed up slightly. Why do you care about the Imperial Abyss Pavilion? At this moment, that junior martial sister Qi said coldly, people from the Emperor Abyss Pavilion. Just run when you see them. Run, why? Junior sister Qi said impatiently, are you going to compete with them for the opportunity? The Emperor Abyss Pavilion and the Heavenly Fate Pavilion are the 2 first-rate powers in the 9th heaven realm. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion doesn't care about worldly affairs. In reality, the Emperor Abyss Pavilion is akin to a majestic lion, standing proudly in the 9th heaven realm. The 9 major powers are nothing more than 9 wolves. Even if they were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Emperor Abyss Pavilion. What are you waiting for if you don't run when you encounter them? Mu Yun smiled shakily and scratched his head with a silly look on his face. At this moment, Xianxia smiled and said, "If you want to run, you have to know who is from the Emperor Abyss Pavilion." This time around, it is said that the sons and daughters of the Emperor's Abyss Pavilion's 3 great emperors' sons and daughters have been dispatched. The son of the great emperor, Di Xianxia, has a pair of children, Di Fengyu and Di Fengxue. Second Prince Di Wushuang, son of Di Lingling. Third Prince Di Tongtian's daughter, Di Feng. These 4 people are all very powerful. Don't provoke them. Just remember them. This was also the first time that Mu Yun had learned of the disappearance of everyone from the Imperial Abyss Pavilion. The 4 great prodigies of the Imperial Abyss Pavilion moved out. Di Fengyu, Di Fengxue, Di Lingling, Di Feng. In the past few years, the 2 most famous clans in the human tribe were the Di clan and the Yi clan. However, after Yi Xiaoyao's death, the Yi family stayed within the Xiaoyao sacred ground and rarely appeared in the eyes and ears of the myriad worlds. The Di clan, on the other hand, was gradually growing stronger. More accurately speaking, the Di clan was already extremely powerful. Emperor God Di Yuan had 9 sons. They were all the famous 9 great celestial emperors. They were not called celestial emperors for nothing. And under the 9 sons, how many children were there? In the 9th heaven realm, Di Yuan established the Di Yuan Pavilion. What about the other 8 heaven realms? For so many years, although there were very few titled gods and titled celestial emperors in the Kanglan myriad worlds, there were still around 100 of them. The 9 great celestial emperors were able to rule over the 9 great celestial realms when Di Ming was not around. It was enough to show that the 9 of them were not as simple as they seemed. They were only relying on Di Ming's reputation. To forge iron, one must be strong. We're here. At this moment, a smile appeared on Shen Sanyuan's face. Brother Yun Mu. Shen Sanyuan said kindly, this time, there will be a certain amount of danger. I hope Brother Yun Mu can be prepared. Don't be careless. Definitely. At this moment, the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of a mountain and went deeper into it. Senior brother Shen, why did you say so much to this guy? Junior sister Qi transmitted her voice to Shen Sanyuan. This guy obviously broke through from the Heavenly Master domain. It's obvious that he doesn't know anything. Let's just send him to his death later. It's a waste of breath. That's right. This kid looks so dumb. Another man transmitted his voice to Shen Sanyuan. That's where you're wrong. Shen Sanyuan replied, if we treat him politely, this brat will be closer to us. This place has been discovered by more than one person. The more people we have, the more power we have. The 3 of them did not say anything else after hearing this. Not long after, 5 figures entered the depths of the mountain. At this moment, more than 10 figures were already standing in the depths of the mountain. Just as the 5 of them arrived, one of them immediately flew out from the shadows and approached Shen Sanyuan. Old Shen, why are you only here now? The journey was a little long. It took some time. Is it a problem? Shen Sanyuan looked at the man and asked. It's fine. It's just that there are a few more teams. Shen Sanyuan nodded at this moment. This guy is Yun Mu. We met him on the way. Shen Sanyuan introduced, young Master Yun Mu, this person is also a disciple of our Divine Sword Pavilion. His name is Song Hao. Greetings, senior brother Song. Mu Yun said respectfully. Song Hao pulled Shen Sanyuan and whispered, why did you bring someone we don't know? It's good to scout for us. Shen Sanyuan revealed a meaningful smile. Song Hao immediately understood and nodded. The 2 of them gathered. This time, the Divine Sword Pavilion had 6 supreme gods here. That's... Shen Sanyuan looked at one of them and his expression changed slightly. Pill Emperor Mansion's Pill Emperor's disciple, Qing Lingdai. Why is this woman here? Song Hao said helplessly, it was a coincidence. She noticed that this place was unusual, so she stayed here and didn't leave. At this moment, Shen Sanyuan felt troubled. Qing Lingdai was one of the Pill Emperor's disciples of the Pill Emperor Mansion. Her skills were superb and she was a second-level Supreme God expert. With this woman here, they could not make a move. After all, the Pill Emperor Mansion treated the Pill Emperor's disciples as their lives. Last time, Lu Qianshan died. The 7 Great Pill Emperor's disciples became 6 Great Pill Emperor's disciples. The Pill Emperor Mansion's Zhang Wuji spent a lot of manpower and resources to find the murderer. Although he did not find the murderer in the end, this matter caused a huge uproar in the 9th Heaven realm. This time, Qing Lingdai appeared here. She might have some secret treasure on her. If the Pill Emperor Mansion knew who killed Qing Lingdai, they would probably hunt that person down regardless of the cost. They did not dare to touch Qing Lingdai. Is that Chao Ken of the Lunar Sect? Yes. Song Hao nodded and said, 2nd level Supreme God. There's also Shi Hua of the 9 Extreme Lightning Lion Clan and Lang Yanyu of the Heaven Devouring Greedy Wolf Clan. At this moment, Shen Sanyuan's expression was really ugly. There were 3 or 4 people following them. Obviously, they were not weak. Most importantly, Qing Lingdai was here. Lang Yanyu of the Heaven Devouring Greedy Wolf Clan was also here. This Lang Yanyu was a member of the Wolf Clan with the surname Wang. The 6 Great Beast clans attached great importance to the members of the royal clan. It's useless to think about this now. We're here to seize the treasure, not to kill. Song Hao said calmly, if they don't know when to stop, we can only be ruthless. Yes. The two of them were discussing at this moment. On the other side, Qing Lingdai and Lang Yanyu walked out. Qing Lingdai was wearing a light blue corset dress that accentuated her slender figure. Her long hair was tied up in a bun with a green paper fan. She was wearing a pair of blue boots, and her steps were light and graceful. Although he appeared skinny, his towering figure caused one to feel that he was not to be underestimated. Her oval-shaped face exuded a sense of heroism. She was a beautiful woman. Lang Yanyu, who was opposite her, wore a woolen coat and a felt hat, his body tall and sturdy. I think everyone doesn't want to wait any longer, right? Lang Yanyu opened his mouth at this moment with a deep voice. If those guys at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level of the ultimate god realm come, this place will have nothing to do with us. When Lang Yanyu said this, everyone nodded. Qing Lingdai also nodded at this moment and said, since that's the case, let's join hands and break this door. Qing Lingdai was like her name, and her voice was like her name. When she opened her mouth to speak, it was as if she made people feel like they were in a field of hundreds of flowers. When Qing Lingdai and Lang Yanyu spoke, the others naturally had no objections. Song Hao was originally waiting for Shen Sanyuan and the others to arrive. Now that Shen Sanyuan had arrived, he naturally did not say anything. Therefore, 5 figures walked out one by one at this moment. Lang Yanyu of the Heaven Devouring Greedy Wolf Clan, Shi Hua, Chao Ken, Qing Lingdai, and Shen Sanyuan of the 9 Extreme Lightning Lion Clan. In front of everyone, between the 2,000-meter mountain peaks, there were constantly flowing lights flickering. And that was also the so-called secret realm. At this moment, the 5 people made a move, and powerful origin power erupted at this moment. And this time, Mu Yun also discovered something different. When the 5 people made a move, the grade of their origin power rose. This was not worth paying attention to. After all, when one reached the ultimate god realm, the quality of their origin power would increase. It was the same for every major realm. What surprised Mu Yun was that the 5 people's control of their origin power more or less contained traces of soul power fluctuations. At this moment, the 5 second-level ultimate god realm went all out, which opened Mu Yun's eyes. The invincible ultimate god realm was not called for nothing. Although Mu Yun had reached the ultimate god realm now, but he had not studied the yin-yang blood divine technique and the 4th level of the lightning divine physique in depth. There was not enough time. It could be said that other than his sword, he did not have any other powerful abilities to display. Not long after, a loud explosion could be heard. At this moment, the ripples between the 2 mountains began to shatter. A vortex appeared. At this moment, the crowd did not care about anything else and entered directly. It was unknown whether this restriction had existed for a long time or if it wasn't strong enough in the first place, but it didn't take much time. Lang Yanyu took the lead, and the 4 people beside him quickly followed. Qing Lingdai was not slow either. Shen Sanyuan looked at Mu Yun and said, "Be careful. It might be very dangerous inside. There is no safe place in the divine sovereign domain." Yes. At this moment, the group of 6 also rushed in. After passing through the vortex, a forest appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the faintly discernible palaces and pavilions in the mountain forest looked like a picture scroll between the giant trees. Lang Yanyu, Shihua, Chao Kan, and Qing Ling Dai went in 4 different directions. Shen Sanyuan also brought Mu Yun and the other 4 and headed in a certain direction. Everyone intentionally avoided him. After all, the treasure had not been discovered yet, so there was no need to fight now. The 6 people formed a team and came to the front of a pavilion. Shen Sanyuan did not stand on ceremony. He took a step forward and kicked open the door of the pavilion. Entering the pavilion. The light was bright, and the surroundings looked slightly empty. Everyone, look carefully and see if there are any clues. Yes. Song Hao and the others slowly dispersed at this moment. Mu Yan also began to search seriously. The entire pavilion was divided into 3 floors. The stairs were behind the pavilion. The 6 people gradually dispersed. Junior sister Qi Yuan, do you think that Yun Mu is really stupid or pretending to be stupid? A man opened his mouth and said, this kid is not simple to be able to reach the divine sovereign realm. Why would he walk with us so easily? I feel that this kid is pretending to be stupid. At this moment, the 3 people went up to the 2nd floor without any hesitation. Qi Yuan revealed a look of disgust and sneered, if he is really stupid, I still think highly of him. If he is pretending to be stupid, then he is so stupid that he has no brain. What do you mean? Another person also said. Among the 5 of us, Shen Sanyuan and Song Hao are 2nd-level divine sovereigns. Zhao Qing, Li He, the 2 of you are 1st-level divine sovereigns, 2 2nd-level divine sovereigns, and 3 1st-level divine sovereigns. This kid has just reached the divine sovereign realm. I am afraid that he is not familiar with the control of his own strength. Pretending to be stupid with us and plotting against the 5 of us, isn't that courting death? Zhao Qing and Li He heard this and nodded their heads. Alright, don't talk so much nonsense. At this moment, a shout was heard. Shen Sanyuan walked up and said, there is nothing on the 1st floor. Let Yunmu continue to look on the 1st floor. The 3 of you stay on the 2nd floor. Song Hao and I will go to the 3rd floor to take a look. Okay. Shen Sanyuan and Song Hao walked to the 3rd floor. Qi Yuan, Zhao Qing, and Li He continued to look on the 2nd floor. At the same time, on the 1st floor, Mu Yan did not care. These guys did not have good intentions. He had a rough idea in his heart. However, these people would not touch him now. Mu Yan looked at the main hall on the 1st floor. It was empty. After a careful search, there was indeed nothing. But now, Mu Yan was not in a hurry. Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly. All the strength in his body condensed to a point. Lines of formation patterns spread out in all directions at this moment. Now, Mu Yan could be considered to have discovered a magical use of the formation patterns. He could discover some strange things that he could not detect. After a careful search, Mu Yan felt that the southeast corner of the main hall was a little strange. In the main hall, under the flow of power, there were more formation patterns gathered there. Mu Yan focused his mind. The number of formation patterns increased and kept surging into it. Gradually, a gap appeared in the southeast corner. Then, the gap continued to expand. Finally, the ground under his feet turned from a bluestone floor to a transparent floor. And under the transparent floor, figures appeared at this moment. Puppet terracotta soldiers. Mu Yan's eyes moved. His figure flashed and arrived underground. The puppets were clad in armor and wielding divine weapons. They looked mighty and extraordinary. Puppets at the divine sovereign level. Looking carefully, there were about 100 of them. Almost without any hesitation, Mu Yan directly put those 100 people into the painting of extermination of immortality. At this moment, there were no more puppets underground. Mu Yan's eyes moved slightly. He couldn't continue watching. If those people came back from above, they would definitely suspect that he was hiding something. Brother Shen, come quickly. At this moment, Mu Yan shouted loudly. Immediately, Qi Yuan, Zhao Jia, and Li He walked down from the 2nd floor. Seeing the changes on the ground on the 1st floor, the 3 of them were stunned. Obviously, the 3 of them did not expect such a change in this place. This is I don't know what mechanism I triggered, but the stone floor changed. Then, I found this place. Mu Yun looked cautious and said, "This place is a little strange." Qi Yuan and the other two looked at each other. They did not care whether Mu Yun was telling the truth or not. At this moment, they hurriedly checked the ground. In fact, they did not believe that Mu Yun would lie. After all, Mu Yun was on the first level. If he dared to play any tricks, they could come down at any time. If they found out, Mu Yun would definitely die. This kid wouldn't dare to play any tricks. The three of them looked at the ground. On the surrounding walls, scrolls appeared one after another. In the scrolls, there were tens of thousands of warriors waiting respectfully. At the end of the scrolls, there were two figures dressed in dragon robes and phoenix robes. They were extremely noble. At the front, there were about a few thousand people standing respectfully. The tens of thousands of people behind all knelt down one by one. At this moment, Mu Yun discovered even more. He noticed it just now. Those godly venerable level puppets were dressed the same as the warriors in the murals. 100,000 godly venerable level puppets. This number of godly venerable level puppets was enough to crush the 9 second-class puppets. Moreover, there were 10,000 people in front of the godly venerable level puppets. Who were they? World position, and in front of those 10,000 people, there were thousands of people. What were they? At this moment, Mu Yun found it hard to guess. 10,000 world position puppets. Thousands of sovereign level puppets, that was too exaggerated. Perhaps that wasn't the case. Mu Yun shook his head. At this moment, Qi Yuan, Zhao Huang, and Li He were carefully searching the ground. There didn't seem to be any secrets. The three of them couldn't help but feel disappointed. Mu Yun said at this moment, there might be secrets. As soon as he said this, the three of them looked at Mu Yun. Look at this scroll. Mu Yun pointed to the two people in the lead and said, the direction where these two people are looking. There. Qi Yuan couldn't help but say excitedly. Zhao Huang and Li He also looked in the direction where the two people were looking. It was the corner of the wall. At this moment, the four of them came to the corner of the wall. Mu Yun remained calm as lines of formation patterns condensed. A click sounded at this moment. Some mechanism in the corner seemed to have been activated. A box was placed there quietly. Qi Yuan and the other two were immediately delighted. A box. There must be a treasure. The three of them were overjoyed. Yun Mu, go and see what Big Brother Xianxia and Big Brother Song Hao are doing. Qi Yuan said gently. Ask them to open the box together? Mu Yun asked as he took a step forward. Stop. Qi Yuan shouted in a low voice, but she was cursing Mu Yun in her heart. Mu Yun smiled and turned to look at Qi Yuan and the other two. Let's see what's inside the box first. Alright then. Qi Yuan also knew that it was impossible to shake off Mu Yun now. When he opened the box, the aroma of pills wafted out. This is Divine Soul Nourishing Pill. Qi Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Soul Nourishing Pill. A divine grade pill. Moreover, it was one of the best among the divine grade Supreme God pills. 8. At this moment, the 8 soul nourishing pills glowed brilliantly. 8. Qi Yuan was pleasantly surprised. If it was divided among the four of them, it would be 2 pills each. However, if he were to tell Xianxia and Song Hao, then it would definitely be the 2 of them who would get 2 each. As for the 4 of them, they would only get 1 each. 8 pills, 4 pills each. Everyone, keep it a secret. Alright. No problem. Li He and Zhao Jia immediately agreed. The 3 of them looked at Mu Yun at the same time. I have no problem. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. The 4 of them immediately divided the pills. They hurriedly left the place and restored the ground. Just as the 3 of them were about to walk up to the second level, a figure appeared at this moment. Why did you guys come down too? Song Hao looked at Qi Yuan and the other two and asked. Yun Mu said that he found something strange, so we came down to take a look. In the end, there was nothing. Qi Yuan said with an impatient look. Li He and Zhao Kuang also had furious looks on their faces. At this moment, Mu Yun looked even more helpless. However, she couldn't help but think in her heart. Life was really like a show, and it all depended on acting skills. These three guys, who were still looking good a second ago, immediately changed their expressions. Good enough. Song Hao didn't suspect anything and waved his hand. Let's go to the third level and take a look. There's good stuff. Good stuff. The three of them immediately left when they heard this. Mu Yun followed behind and looked at the first level, but her eyes moved slightly. 100 godly supreme puppets. Godly supreme puppets. Mu Yun came up with a name. There were more than 2,000 godly supreme puppets, and they were all top-tier godly venerables. There were 100 godly supreme puppets. Mu Yun couldn't determine how strong they were exactly now. It was a pity that the world tree wasn't with her. If it was, she could totally control these godly supreme puppets and kill the 5 people in front of her even if they ganged up on her. At the same time, in the secret area of the Alchemy the Arch Mansion, little Xianfeng. Compared to 50 years ago, little Xianfeng was much taller and looked like a 12 or 13-year-old youth. Little Xianfeng bit into a fruit and smacked his lips. Snowball, how do you think Dad and Mom are now? I really want to go and find them. It's too boring here. Dad is so stupid. What if he gets bullied by bad people when he's looking for the yin-yang ring pearl? Can you beat those bad people? Snowball's ears drooped, completely ignoring little Xianfeng. Little Xianfeng muttered to himself, sigh, in the past few decades, logically speaking, I should have grown into a young man. I'm only 12 or 13 years old, so worrying. But his strength is already at the early stage godly supreme realm. This means that Dad should be at the godly supreme realm now, right? Little Xianfeng looked lonely. Feng drink the medicine. A shout sounded. Little Xianfeng immediately quivered and wanted to hide. However, there was nowhere to hide in such a large valley. Granny Su had no choice but to take him away and force him to drink the medicine. In the secret area, on the 3rd floor of the attic, Shen Sanyuan, Song Hao, and the others stood on the 3rd level. At this moment, the 3rd level looked much smaller. In the center, a cauldron stood quietly. Green light circulated around the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, waves of pill fragrance filled the air. Shen Sanyuan said, it seems that our luck is not bad. This cauldron should be storing some pills. Maybe we can get some good pills. The godly supreme realm tempered the divine soul. Going through the 9 refinements. It was extremely difficult. If there was a divine pill that nourished the soul during this journey, it would greatly reduce the danger of death. Senior brother Shen, what should we do? Let's work together to break this cauldron. Shen Sanyuan said, this cauldron is very sturdy. Song Hao and I have tried but couldn't open it. The 6 of us will try together. Upon hearing these words, Qi Yuan, Zhao Jia, and Li He looked at each other with unreadable expressions. They had given up. So did Shen Sanyuan and Song Hao. Mu Yun laughed in her heart. In this small team, 2 second-level godly venerables harbored evil intentions. 3 first-level godly venerables huddled together for warmth. If they were not united, they would still die in the end. The 6 of them decided to break the cauldron. Kid, I'll give you a fortune. At this moment, Old Man Lu of the Heaven and Earth Cauldron suddenly spoke. Oh? Mu Yun said in surprise, you're so kind to give me a fortune? Believe it or not, forget it if you don't dare. Old Man Lu clicked his tongue and said no more. Mu Yun smiled and said, since you've already spoken, let's hear it. Hearing this, Old Man Lu snorted and continued, this cauldron contains a trace of Heaven and Earth essence iron chi. It's extremely rare. If I can swallow it, it will greatly increase its power. You now control 30% of the Heaven and Earth cauldron and can release 30% of its power. If you help me swallow this cauldron, your 30% of control will still be yours. But if you become stronger overall, the power of the Heaven and Earth cauldron that you can activate will also increase. Old Man Lu, what if you have ill intentions and use this as an excuse to swallow me? Old Me said that if you don't dare, then forget it. Old Man Lu said disdainfully. I dare, why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yun smiled and said, if I don't dare and you look down on me, even if I control the entire Heaven and Earth cauldron and suppress you, you won't submit to me. How? Not only that, if you can enter the ancient cauldron, this cauldron body has the effect of slowing down time. Time passes very quickly inside, but time outside is still the same. Old man Luke continued, you can also cultivate. Hearing this, Mu Yan's eyes lit up. What she lacked now was time. They probably won't let me in. Mu Yan pondered in her heart. Don't worry, if it's just these motley crew, they won't be able to open this cauldron even if they tire themselves to death. And you won't be entering the cauldron body, but the inside of this pavilion. Old man Luke continued, later, when you can't work together, you can talk about it. Mu Yan nodded in her heart. On the other side, she was discussing with Guai. However, after calling for a long time, Guai did not speak. Who knew where this fellow had run off to? At this moment, the 6 of them were still trying their best to break the cauldron, but the cauldron body did not change at all. Xianxia and Song Hao's eyes gradually turned ugly. How could it be? Could it be that they were going to sit and watch the treasure be here, but they were helpless? They all stopped at this moment. Qi Yuan could not help but ask, Senior brothers, is there something wrong? Even if the 6 of us work together, it's useless. This cauldron is extremely difficult to open. Xianxia frowned. Song Hao snorted and said, it's because you guys are useless. Qi Yuan, Zhao Jia, and Li He's expressions turned ugly when they heard those words. Song Hao was clearly looking down on them. However, he was only a second-level ultimate god. What was there to be proud of? Senior brother Song, if you have a use for it, open it. Li He said darkly. You. Alright, we are a team, how can we quarrel so casually? Xianxia advised. Mu Yan looked at everything and sneered in her heart. These 5 people were not united at all. Brother Shin. At this moment, Mu Yan said, I have some ideas. I don't know if I can try them. When Mu Yan said this, everyone present looked at her in surprise. Mu Yan said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm an array master. Just now, I felt the fluctuation of array patterns here. Maybe I can give it a try. As soon as she said that, Xianxia looked at Song Hao. Then, he looked at Mu Yun and nodded. Alright, Yun Mu. If you can open this cauldron, I, Xianxia, will definitely help you once in the future. Thank you, Brother Shin. Mu Yun said, I might not be able to open it. I'm just giving it a try. At this moment, their gazes were all focused on Mu Yun. At this moment, array patterns were condensing all over Mu Yun's body. Millions of array patterns formed 9 array pattern clusters. 9 million array patterns. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was shocked. If Yun Mu's array patterns improved further, she would be a top supreme divine array master. This guy was quite capable. Mu Yun did not care about their gazes. Array pattern activation, it was just a smokescreen. At this moment, Mu Yun's soul was looking at Old Man Lu in the execution of the heavens diagram. Old man, get ready to begin. Old Man Lu's figure moved slightly at this moment, and a scorching aura erupted from the cauldron. For a moment, on the 3rd floor of the pavilion, flames rose one after another. The flames surrounded Mu Yun and the cauldron. Song Hao, Xianxia, and the others could not withstand such heat waves and could only leave one by one, retreating to the 2nd floor. Can this kid really do it? Song Hao frowned. Even if he can't, we have to try. Otherwise, what can we do? Xianxia said seriously, this cauldron, we can't open it even if we join forces. Qi Yuan could not help but say, now that we've all retreated, we can't see what that guy is doing. What if he finds a good pill and takes it for himself? He dares. Song Hao snorted at this moment. Qi Yuan, Zhao Qing, and Li He did not say much at this moment. The 5 of them waited slowly on the 2nd floor. At the same time, beside the cauldron, the magma released by Old Man Lu was something the few of them could not withstand, but Mu Yun could. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. The cauldron lid opened at this moment. Go in. Old Man Lu said. Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared. But in the next moment, looking at the surrounding scene, Mu Yun was stunned. He entered the cauldron. But at this moment, his figure was in a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. Around him, streams of origin power converged into clouds, transforming into mountains and rivers. This scene looked very strange. Inside this cauldron is a world of its own. A day in the outside world is 100 years here. Old Man Lu said seriously, you can stay here for 100 years, and it won't be too late to go out. To the outside world, it's only a day's time. So heaven-defying. Mu Yan's mind became active. Don't think about taking it away. Old Man Lu said at this moment, this cauldron has been around for a long time. Until now, it's the last bit of power. After I extract the power I need, it will be completely wasted after you consume it. Hearing this, Mu Yan's eyes carried a trace of regret. If this thing could be used forever, he could stay here for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. After he went out, wouldn't he become a ruler directly? And in the outside world, only a few days had passed. What a pity, what a pity. But Old Man Lu didn't care what Mu Yun was thinking. There are still a few medicinal pills here. They're worth a lot, you can look for them. Old Man Lu said again, let's do our own things and not interfere with each other. Okay. As Old Man Lu's words fell, the message disappeared. At this moment, Mu Yun opened the Zhu Tian diagram. Streams of origin power converged into the Zhu Tian diagram. And he himself sat under the Zhu Tian diagram, quietly cultivating. First level of the godly venerable realm. There were too many things he needed to do now. Lightning divine body technique, the fourth level of the soul art cultivation. Yin Yang blood divine technique cultivation. And diamond meditation scripture cultivation. These three things were urgent. Without saying much, Mu Yan's mind calmed down, and carefully familiarized himself with the three divine techniques again. Lightning divine body technique. The fourth volume was more prosperous and complicated than the first three volumes combined. Mu Yun was now at the first level of the godly venerable realm. She didn't expect to cultivate it all in one go. But the first three moves were the most important. 1 Soul Demon Blade. 2 Soul Buddha Lotus. 3 Soul Divine Seal. At this moment, Mu Yan's expression was extremely calm. This cultivation was different. It involved the cultivation of the soul. She had to be careful. Otherwise, she might not be able to cultivate the divine technique and would be injured. 1 Soul Demon Blade, source power gathers on the blade, and soul power gathers to form a blade membrane, covering the source power. Soul power is cutting, and source power is erupting. Source power and soul power, the true combination. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes calmed down slightly. 2 Soul Buddha Lotus, soul power is the lotus seed, source power is the lotus platform, and when the lotus platform is broken, the lotus seed will explode. 3 Soul Divine Seal, condenses source power into a seal, and soul power into a seal, combining the two. The first three moves can be combined to create the three souls splitting heaven and earth, and gather the power of the three souls to kill the opponent. Mu Yan's eyes became calmer and calmer. As time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In 10 years, Mu Yun completely controlled the 1 Soul Demon Blade, 2 Soul Buddha Lotus, and 3 Soul Divine Seal. At this point, Mu Yun did not stop. Yin Yang blood divine technique was divided into 3 stages. It was suitable for the 1st to 3rd level of the godly venerable realm, 4th to 6th level, and 7th to 9th level. And the 3 stages, each stage had 3 moves: fist, finger, seal. Bloody Sun Fist. Bloody Sun Finger. Heavenly Sun Seal. These were the 3 moves of the first stage. Mu Yun compared them carefully. These 3 moves were the combination of source power and the martial artist's chi and blood power. In the end, it was inferior to the lightning divine body technique. But its power was equally terrifying. Mu Yun continued to study. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, Mu Yan's eyes became calm. These 3 moves. Her cultivation speed was much faster. In less than 3 years, she had completely mastered it. It seems that I am indeed a genius. Mu Yan's lips curled up slightly. The Dark Thunder Divine Body technique was much more powerful than the Yin Yang Blood Divine technique. Therefore, it took 10 years. On the other hand, the first stage of the Yin Yang Blood God technique only took 3 years. After doing all this. At this moment, Mu Yun was flipping through the Diamond Meditation Sutra. The Diamond Underworld Sutra was a secret technique of the Diamond Underworld Armored Tortoise race. It was a coincidence that Jing Haiyang had obtained it. He wondered just how much importance the Vajra Underworld Armored Tortoise clan placed on this item. If he took it seriously, he might be able to make use of it in the future. The Vajra Dark Sutra is divided into a soul chapter and a body chapter. The 3 volumes of the soul chapter and the 3 volumes of the body chapter complement each other. When Mu Yun saw this, she could not help but feel puzzled. The 3 volumes of the spiritual chapter and the physical chapter were only for those who had reached the peak ultimate God realm. The first volume corresponded to the first to third layers of the supreme God realm. The second volume corresponded to the fourth to sixth level of the supreme God realm. And so on. There was no path to reach the world plane. Since that was the case, was it really that important to the Vajra Dark Armored Turtle race? Guai was not around, so he was not sure either. However, even so, it was enough for him to study for a while. After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to cultivate again. Time passed bit by bit. This time, Mu Yun spent a very, very long time. And as time passed, gradually, an armor appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. That armor flickered with a dark green light. On the surface of the armor, there was a pattern that ran from top to bottom. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yun's soul was the same at this moment. The surface of the soul was wearing an armor, and a pattern appeared. The pattern was prosperous and complicated, and it carried rays of light. Tortoise armor. At this moment, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. Tortoise armor. This was the manifestation of the success of cultivating the Vajra Dark Sutra. His physical body and soul condensed into a tortoise armor, which had extremely strong defense. At this moment, there was a trace of excitement in Mu Yun's eyes. In that case, his tortoise armor was successfully cultivated. 3 sets of divine techniques. They complemented each other. At this moment, Mu Yun stood up and clenched his fists. Waves of power erupted in his body. Streaks of energy wreaked havoc. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a flood that was about to erupt. With only strength and no corresponding divine technique, it's just a superficial appearance. Now, it's good. Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of a smile. Where is the elixir that old man Lu mentioned? It's time to look for it. At this moment, Mu Yun walked towards the thick fog. The surroundings were not really thick fog, but condensed by the origin power of heaven and earth. However, Mu Yun had absorbed so much origin power, and the density of the surroundings had only decreased a little. One had to know that he had cultivated here for more than 30 years. At this moment, looking ahead, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. No matter what it was, he had to grasp it tightly. This time, power condensed all over Mu Yun's body. Waves of aura flickered at this moment. He walked forward continuously. Gradually, Mu Yun's figure appeared in front of a mountain. At this moment, the mountain was divided into 2 parts. A total of 99. At the peak of each of the 99 mountains, there was a bright light flickering. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. From the flickering light, he saw divine elixirs. He recognized some of the divine elixirs. But he didn't recognize most of the divine elixirs. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes moved slightly. He stepped out and arrived at the foot of the first mountain. Halfway up the mountain, a giant beast was crawling on the ground and sleeping soundly. However, the moment Mu Yun stepped onto the mountain, the giant beast woke up. It looked at Mu Yun with covetous eyes. This trick again. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. If he wanted to climb the mountain, he had to step over this guardian beast. 99 elixirs. 99 guardian beasts. Mu Yun looked at the mountain and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 99 elixirs, I want them. This was an opportunity and also a form of training. He could take this opportunity to hone his strength. But now, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. He swallowed the 2 soul-nourishing elixirs at this moment. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb them slowly. The soul-nourishing elixir could nourish the soul and was beneficial for the forging of the soul. If he wanted to advance to the godly venerable realm, he had to successfully forge the soul. Time passed bit by bit. Muyun gradually climbed the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. The divine beast in front of him was covered in scales from head to toe. It was shaped like a mouse, but at the end of its tail, there was a ball that looked like a meteor hammer. Seeing Muyun, the rat-like divine beast bared its teeth and immediately charged over. The battle broke out in an instant. At the same time, on the second floor of the pavilion, Song Hao, Shen Sanyuan, and the others who had been waiting for a few hours gradually became anxious. What the hell is this brat doing? Song Hao cursed in a low voice. It's been a few hours, but the flames on the third floor haven't subsided. This brat can't be eating alone, right? End of chapter 30-37. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.